You know it's a big day when I'm starting off the 6 o'clock hour and you're hearing this. That's right. Yeah, I got an energy drink this morning. I had to do it because I'm looking through 34 pieces of audio from Sean Payton alone from yesterday, and we're gonna have
middle fingers.
We're gonna have to comb through some things. And I actually really enjoyed listening to Sean Payton and talking about their plans for the offseason. Now, a lot of that was about coaches who left and seeing a lot of his assistants go elsewhere, seeing guys get really big, high-profile jobs across the league, which is always a compliment to you and your staff for the job that you've done. You know what nobody does with your assistant coaches when you suck? Hire them. Never happens. Or I should say this, maybe you fire them and they get hired elsewhere. They don't get promotions, is what I should say. And so, I would like to start there for a second. No clip in particular. I want to get to the specifics more on finding the, quote, joker position and what are the priorities in the draft and what is Sean Payton looking to get out of this and all that stuff. We'll get there in a second.
And by the way, talking about how much Sean had to say yesterday, so the law firm of Payton and Payton addressed the media at the NFL Combine yesterday, and they coincided with PhD, so they were thinking maybe we should just carry their press conferences live.
Tough. Yeah.
And so they carried Sean Payton's when he went live at 12:05 or whatever, and they listened for a while, and then DMac said, "Wait, how long should we carry this live? Because Sean might have a lot to say. He hasn't spoken to the media in a while." And so they think they cut out after about 10 minutes. He spoke for over half an hour.
Yeah, Sean loved. Here's the thing, man. You can tell with Payton right now, he is very, very excited about this offseason because you're getting an opportunity to build upon something that's already good. We all love that. When you first start a project, whatever your project is, maybe you're finishing your basement, maybe you're building a deck, and like that first sort of look, let's say it's a deck or a patio, that first sort of look at the empty nothingness that's back there, you kind of feel like, oh my God, this is going to be like such heavy lifting. I don't even know where to start. But then you get to the point where you can see what the final product should and could look like, and you get like rejuvenated. There's like a midway point where like, aha, this is going to be so cool when it's finished. I think he's there right now because he sees the total vision of where they're at. And I think to him, what really stands out is if I can add just a couple of more things, we have the ability to be feared across the league. I don't know how many teams the Broncos scared. They certainly weren't one that was seen as a doormat anymore. But at the same time, do I think Buffalo was, upset at their matchup in the same way that we were upset at our matchup in the playoffs heading into it? Probably not. He sees a team that has an opportunity to get there. And here's one thing about coaches. And you know what? I'm actually going to save this for later. Losing coaches is a compliment to you and what you've accomplished. It tells you that other teams were so impressed by what you did, including me. Look, man, if I was somebody who was the head coach or a GM of a team, any of the other 31 in the NFL, I'd be looking at the Broncos being like, what do these guys know that I don't? What can they bring in here?
And, of course, this take coming from a Lions fan whose team just lost about 17 coaches to the offseason.
Well, and this is the thing. What I was going to bring up is I don't think that is some, like, unmissed detail moving forward. I don't think it's something you can just slough off and say it's nothing, but I don't want to start with that today. We'll get to that a little bit later. What I want to start with is the excitement that Sean Payton had on heading into the offseason, and you could hear it from his first answer. So let's just go ahead and run clip number 1 when he took the podium yesterday, Sean Payton at the NFL Combine.
The question is an overall bigger picture strategy. Obviously, with a young quarterback in place, it's certainly a little clearer than it was this time last year. And yet, yeah, I would say, first off, it's a little clearer. There's still certain things that we've identified that we think are important. And then the puzzle is with free agency and the draft, trying to best meet those needs. And so we've kind of had our front board meeting already with the draft. We're seeing these guys now this week. And then we've also had a good jump start in free agency relative to the film study and the priorities. So it's good to be in that position, and we've got to be able to take advantage of it.
Good to be in that position indeed. So the focus and thing that, if you're like me, and I feel like most people are, there are certain things, certain tenets of an offseason that you want to be able to hit. You know, every sport's got something different. In basketball, maybe you want a shooter. In baseball, maybe you need some relief pitching. In hockey, maybe you're looking for a little bit more depth on your blue line. In the case of what the Broncos are looking for, it has been said out loud so many times by that group that it doesn't even bear repeating, but they want to find whatever that joker is, okay? And when it comes to confidence that you can find that, and specifically in the first round, and this is something I would caution people with, because I'm very much in this category. I'm talking to almost myself right now, okay? They have what feels to be a very, very important missing cog within the offense. And whatever position that is, whether that joker's a Debo-type wide receiver, whether it's a tight end that can do a bunch of things, whether it's a running back that can run the ball and catch it out of the backfield, like whatever you want to pinpoint that one at, it is a priority for them. And when the draft rolls around in about 2 months, we're going to be incredibly focused on Thursday, day one of the NFL draft. It's pick number 20. Are they going to find that guy? So Payton was asked, are you going to be able to get him in the first round? I loved his answer. Listen.
Oh, well, I mean, when you pick 20, it's not as easy to say, hey, we're going to find that, because that player can be a running back, it can be a tight end, and yet it's just something that we're mindful of as we look at both the draft and free agency. And I use that term. It's just when you have one of those guys that are matchup challenges inside, really helps you a third down red zone. Because there's ways defensively you can handle the outside receivers and force the ball inside. So, but that's something that we'll look closely at.
Here's the benefit. If you're looking to find that player in round one, this whole positional value argument works in your favor. Here's why. A lot of the things that would happen early in the draft, guys that you want to find that are franchise cornerstones, dudes that'll be around for 10 to 12 years, be able to be productive, you don't need those. So if you're just going off of basic sort of math here, out of 20 spots, 19 ahead of you, you'd figure a couple of quarterbacks are getting taken. You'd figure a couple of corners are getting taken. You'd figure a couple offensive linemen are being taken. You'd figure a few pass rushers are being taken. Like, that's going to contain, I would say, somewhere in the ballpark of 14 of your first 15 picks. Throw in a couple of wideouts. You're going to be in a position to where if you're looking for a running back tight end, you're kind of getting your pick of the litter of the draft if you want to. But here would be the caution. Sean Payton's history in drafts and who they take in the first round is not exactly those guys. Just his last few drafts when he was with New Orleans. Peyton Turner was the first pick. Cesar Ruiz, a center. So Payton Turner was a pass rusher. Cesar Ruiz was a center. That was their first-round selection. Marcus Davenport was a defensive end. That was their first-round selection. Marshawn Lattimore was a corner. That was their first-round selection. Sheldon Rankins was a defensive tackle. That's their first-round selection. Andrews Pete was a tackle. That's their first-round selection. They had 2 first-rounders in 2015, Andrews Pete and Stephon Anthony, a linebacker, was in that discussion. You have to go back to 2014 before they took a skill position player in the first round, and that was Brandon Cooks. Now, they found a whole bunch of talent later in the draft at those positions, and things can all kind of change because, look, when they were in New Orleans, offense wasn't really a priority. They had a good offense. They were top 5 virtually every year with Drew Brees and all those different running backs they had and a whole bunch of wideouts like Olave and everybody else. Well, not Olave. Back in those days, it was Marquise Colston, Jimmy Graham, guys like that. So his history is not exactly taking guys at that position in the first round of the draft. But again, it was a different team that he was working with. Right now, you have a pretty good defense mixed in with an okay offense. Maybe you want to improve the offense more. But you aren't taking an offensive lineman. Miners, Bulls locked into long-term deals. You just signed Powers and McGlinchey a couple years ago. Center, I mean, I think Wattenberg's good enough for the moment where you wouldn't have to go full first round on it, but who knows? It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to take one. But if you want to, it feels like you should be in good position. I love the idea that there's some, in my mind, people with backwards thinking on this, where they're incredibly concerned with the idea of what happens 7 years from now as opposed to what happens next year. Like GMs, to me, your responsibility is not to think 8 years from now, what are the odds you're going to be there? How many general managers across all sports have been there for more than like 6 years? It's really hard to find. Your concern should be with like a 2 to 3 year window. Maybe you don't sacrifice everything for the year ahead of you, but I'm not thinking past first contracts all that much. I'm thinking about, can I build something in the next 2 to 3 years that is viable? And if I think a running back can help me the most or can help me largely in that, then let's go there. If I think a tight end can, then let's go there. Like, obviously, you have bigger fish to fry than those positions, but the Broncos have fried the fish. They've gotten Bo Nix. They've got an offensive line that's at least decent. And according to advanced metrics, one of the best in the NFL. They have a defense that was top 5 in the league last year. If you want to skirt a little bit on the quote value part, then go ahead. But that's the thing. He's heading into this offseason with, I think, a lot of excitement about the things that he can build, and he should feel that way. They've earned the right to. And now it feels like if you just do a couple of things right this offseason, that arrow can keep pointing up. Like, I'm not quite in the range of like, hey, man, when's the Super Bowl coming sort of thing? But I am in the, for the first time since Mahomes took over, can we compete in the West? That championship windows! Competing in your division, I think, is a huge thing. If you can take that next step where we're talking about in December, you're fighting with KC to see who's going to win the AFC West, then that is a step in its own. Because that's going to mean you're probably a playoff team. So a lot more to discuss with what Sean Payton said yesterday. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. We're going to have Jared Bednar back on the program at 8 o'clock this morning as we get ready for the Avs and Devils tonight. as hopefully the Avs get a little bounce back game. Points are important right now, really important. They are in a playoff spot comfortably in that wild card, but games in hand on some other teams that can flip in a hurry. Need to stack up as many points as you can. We'll talk to the head coach in about an hour and a half from now. Stick around. All right. So, again, there's a lot I want to discuss here from the Paytons, the law firm of Payton and Payton, speaking at the podium yesterday. Here's something else. And I want to know where everybody else is at on this. So I'm going to bring something up that I don't know how many people are in the same camp that I am. It feels like you're kind of all in or you're all out. Maybe I'm wrong. So I'm going to do a straw poll first before we get into this.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Do you want Courtland Sutton signed to a long-term contract? Yes or no? And I want to see these responses first in the text line at 303-504-0925. Just a simple yes or no. Do you want Courtland signed long-term or not? And I know it's hard to answer that without knowing, well, if he isn't, then who else is going to come in? I understand that. But just on the surface, ignore all of the other stuff that would go along with that question and just ask or answer that on its surface right now. I'm conducting an experiment. Consider me Mr. Quinnipiac. That's anytime there's a poll, that's what I hear. That's who's running it. What the hell is Quinnipiac, by the way? Is that a college?
I think so, because every now and then they make the Frozen Four. And so in hockey, right? So you'll see the bracket. It's like Michigan, North Dakota, St. Cloud State. Quinnipiac?
So, Quinnipiac in Hamden, Connecticut is responsible for all these polls and this polling. If you guys would like to go there, by the way, their acceptance rate is 84%, but the average cost after aid is $37,000. Is that per year? Hang on. Woof. Tuition, $53,000. Other costs like books and room and board is $20,000. Good Lord.
Straw poll within a straw poll. Would you go to Quinnipiac so you could be the polling guy now?
No, I would not.
Well, I don't have a degree from that university, but I can tell you that so far, the overwhelming response on the text line is yes, 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 yes. A couple no's, but overwhelmingly it's positive. We got one yes, but for a front-loaded contract.
That's fair. I don't mind that response at all, the front-loaded contract. That's fair. Here's the reason why I asked the question. His contract's almost up. And Sean Payton was asked this yesterday about Courtland Sutton and what are you going to do with his contract, and here's what he said.
No, I think, look, George and I were just talking about it. Those discussions will take place, George, Courtland's representatives, and we felt like he had a real good season. He's important to what we're doing. So all of that will happen in time, and I don't think now's the time.
Here's why I ask. Courtland Sutton I thought, had a phenomenal season last year. I mean, I don't know if you remember this, Nelly. It was the very beginning of the year, and I kind of was getting on Courtland Sutton because I'm looking around that offense, and I'm like, I don't know where the playmakers are. You have to be it. And for the first couple of weeks of the season, he was kind of invisible. And I understood rookie quarterback was going to be a difficult transition, but I was like, can you just get open? And over the course of the year, it felt like he got better and better and better, and so did the offense, and so did Bo Nix and everything else. But he finishes that year with 81 catches for 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns. It's a good year. Really good. The question I have is this. Are you comfortable with that being the room? You sign Courtland Sutton, who is currently 29 years old. He will turn 30 about a month into next year, when next season starts. Kind of the line between wide receivers being super productive and kind of falling off a little bit. Just to give you context, Nelly, when I say DeAndre Hopkins now, what do you think?
I think those crazy thick dreads he has, those things are massive. It's like an inch in diameter per.
He's also not the same player he used to be, right?
No, absolutely not.
And he hasn't been that for a couple years, right? He's 32. It feels like DeAndre Hopkins is 36. He's 32 years old. I'll give you another example. Somebody who, once they turned 30. Julio Jones at 30 years old had a 99-catch, 1,300-yard season. The following year, he had 51. His age 32 season, he had 31 catches. Age 33 season, 24, and then 11 in his final year in the league. This is a drop-off point. That is why I would be very, very cautious about kind of going all in on that. Courtland Sutton's been a good receiver for his career. I don't know if he's ever been great. I don't know if he's ever been number one wideout, no doubt about it. And he's borderline on that age where things start to drop off. And you'd probably have to pay him $22 to $23 million a year. All that stuff makes me a little bit nervous.
So if we're reading the tea leaves, Sean Payton said, I don't think now's the time to talk. I mean, maybe he's just saying that because he's focused on the draft, but if I'm going to be overreacting sports guy, is that because he says, I don't want to talk about it now because I got to wait and see who we get in the draft? If we get somebody who's younger and cheaper, then we can let Courtland walk or pay him accordingly? Is that what we're seeing here?
Hey, Nelly, come on in here and grab this microphone because that's kind of what I'm getting at. I mean, you're reading exactly what I'm kind of putting down here. Like, let me hear this one more time. Play it one more time for me.
No, I think, look, George and I were just talking about it. Those discussions will take place. George, Courtland's representatives, and we felt like he had a real good season. He's important to what we're doing. So all of that will happen in time, and I don't think now's the time.
About 10 months ago, do you guys remember this? 10 months ago. Wasn't he saying the exact same thing? Remember, we were heading into OTAs? Courtland Sutton said what? Hey, man, I'd like a contract extension. Really like one. And if you don't, I'm not going to show up. And they go, hey, guys, Courtland is very, very important to what we do around here. He's very important. He's a guy that we need on this roster. We need him. And what did they settle on last year? They didn't give him years, but they gave him a little bump. I think they've been telling you this for a while now, but they're trying to play the game of, I don't want to piss this guy off, so we're just going to try and string this along as we can. And yes, Nelly, I think part of it is, hey, can we find somebody in free agency that maybe we think is better? Hey, can we find somebody in the draft that we feel more comfortable with? I don't think they want to give him an extension, and I don't think I would either. And it's nothing against Courtland. I love Courtland. I think he's a good player, and he's a great guy. But I just listed off two wide receivers that were better than Courtland was in his prime, in their prime. And they hit 30, and things fell apart in a hurry. And yes, there are some freaks in this league that get to be 34 years old and still incredibly productive. Understood. But there aren't that many examples. There's a few. I guess we're on the same wavelength. I guess we have ESPN or something. Sorry there to completely step on your bit. No, I loved it. Like, this is, look, man, here's what I try and do. I try and hint at what I want to say first to lead you to water to see if you're coming to the same conclusion I'm coming to, and I'm glad you did. So if they do release Courtland Sutton, if they let him walk, do you think he's the type of player that could go to a... Oh, I don't think they release him. Or should you? I think he plays out this final year, but I don't think that they do anything beyond that. Excuse me. We're talking about a contract extension, right? His contract is not up. Correct. He's got a year left. Got a year left. I think they keep him on here this year regardless. Gotcha. And then, they keep him for a year, and then after that, they would let him walk. I think so. Okay. Now, the difficulty in this is if Courtland goes, bleep you, I'm going to do the same thing I did last year. I'm going to sit out until you make me happy. Then you're put in a little bit of a bind, aren't you? Because you don't want to give him a big extension. And that's what he's looking for. Here's what Courtland wants, and God bless him, he should want this. This is my last payday. I just came off a year where I had 80 catches for 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns. I was the most important piece to this offense outside of the quarterback position. I deserve to get paid. And you know what? He's probably right. He is. But this is, again, where you got to think long-term health of your franchise. I don't think it would be wise. And I don't think they believe that either, talking about the Paytons. I don't think they do either. But you're walking a little bit of a tightrope here. So maybe you go up to him one more season. If he does try and pull that, you say, all right, here's one last $2 to $3 million, and we'll talk in the offseason, see what happens. Perhaps you do that. But that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I think this team needs to get more athletic. And here's the thing about Courtland. Courtland fits a little bit of the billing of what Sean Payton likes because he's a big-bodied wideout that can make contested, tough catches. And there is something to be said about having one of those guys on your roster consistently. If Courtland was 26, to me, it's a no-brainer. If he's 27, it's a no-brainer. 29 going on 30 next year is a different discussion. And all of what contract talks are about comping you to other guys that are similar to your age range and your pay scale in your production. Well, in that category, I think the age is what's going to stick out the most. Production, pretty good. You know, I've asked this before. What do you think of Cortland Sutton? And I go, maybe you'd consider him a top 20, if I'm being generous. Top 20 receiver. Now, I got a feeling if you gave me, I'm not going to do this because it would take too much time, but if you gave me a minute, could I conduct a list of 20 receivers I'd take over Courtland? Probably. 10, certainly. 15, yeah, absolutely. I think 20 is where you get, like, maybe in the argument stuff. But that's kind of what you're up against. And here's the weird part. Courtland holds some cards here. Because he's able to say, I was your most productive offensive player. Imagine this. Like, this is the scary thing. Again, this is where you're kind of in a catch-22. Nelly, what's that offense last year without Courtland? It's a lot more rough,
pretty.
especially in the red zone, right? That's the thing. He's a good player. But paying good players great prices is not wise decisions, especially as they get a little bit older.
Well, we got a good question on the text line, or rather a statement. The 720-862 said, I want what Bo Nix wants. So in this process, do you think Sean Payton is consulting with Bo Nix and saying, how much is Courtland of value to you? Is he that guy that you can depend on to grab 50-50 jump balls? Could you use him for more years? Or is Sean Payton just going to go, nah, screw him. I'm doing what I want?
You should always, if you think somebody's a franchise quarterback, you should always be talking to them about it. I don't think Bo Nix is nearly and remotely in the area of what I say goes. This is still Sean Payton's team. Bo Nix is not Drew Brees yet. So he can give input on things. And look, man, I'm sure Bo Nix would love to have Courtland here long term because Courtland was his go-to guy his first year in the league. Of course. He's probably got a great relationship with Courtland. I'm sure he does. But I don't think he's in the position of, I demand anything yet. Bo Nix has got a ways to go. And the entire argument that I would push against it if I were Sean Payton is, I'm trying to make this even better for you. And I don't want to be handcuffed long-term to something we might regret. That's all. And again, maybe that sounds like I'm being too harsh, but I think I'm being a little bit realistic on this. And if you're going to pay that type of money in a long-term deal, I mean, it's pretty risky. As the texter says, I'd say a 2-year deal. Yeah, well, Courtland would say no. That's the whole thing. Like, you're at an impasse from that. If you could get him on a 2-year deal for $22 a year, sure. Courtland's looking for like a 4-year deal. Or a 3 deal with an option at the end of it or something like that. He wants long-term security. And that's why I'd try and convince him, like, hey, I'll throw you a couple more $1 million. Stick around this year. We'll make something happen. And then in the offseason, we'll take a look again. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. You want to participate like that? You want to tell me I'm wrong? Go ahead. Or how about this? If you were one of the people that responded, yes, you want them to give the contract extension. Is what I'm saying at least making sense to you? Is that fair? My thought process on this and why I wouldn't. Do you at least see where I'm coming from? 303-504-0925. Text or call that number. You can call on the Ramos Law hotline. So, a few other details to get to. Avs take the ice again tonight. I do want to focus on how they get better. And I think that there's going to be a very big question to be answered at 8 o'clock this morning when we have Jared Bednar on this program. I'll ask him, I think straight out of the gates, is Val playing tonight? I think that's the first thing I want to know. You know, we'll talk about the other games and what he thought of the Four Nations stuff, but it's the most important detail to me because I want to see this team with Val Nichushkin on the ice. He's getting close. Is tonight the night? We'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock about that. Stick around. Okay, so before I get to some Avs stuff, which will be just a second, Nelly, I forgot to send you this from last night. It's just a video. And we'll replay this with Moser and Vic here in a little bit. But don't look now, guys. The Rockies have been outscoring opponents. I think the final tally right now so far in spring training is like 69-17 or something like that, as they get a 14-3 win over the White Sox yesterday in spring training.
Nice.
Hey, guess what? Chris Bryant hit a ball 112 miles an hour, 462 feet at sea level. You know what?
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
I'm not, but if he is going to play, then do more of that. But here's the big story out of yesterday with the Rocks. Just quickly indulge me for a moment. And I will do my best to explain this to people who are in their cars. If you're watching on Twitch, then you will get a clear look at this on the screen behind me. There is a reliever in the Rockies bullpen trying to make the roster by the name of Jeffrey Yan. Jeffrey Yan is perhaps the most electric relief pitcher in all of the MLB in one aspect. Never said he was the best. I said he was the most electric. This guy strikes you out, you're going to hear about it. And this yesterday was the Jeffrey Yan strikeout. After he Ks somebody, he leaps up in the air about 4 feet, touches the ground and does a dance, and then looks for the ball back from the catcher. I love this stuff. This guy is going to become my favorite player on this team, assuming that he makes a roster.
He does like the move that James Brown used to do, where you jump up and then you come down in the splits, but it's not a full splits. You got one, your back leg is kind of bent at the knee, and then the front leg is going forward. He basically is James Brown on the mound.
Now, I need people to understand something, okay? 2 things about this. Number 1, as he's doing these celebrations, I want to remind you guys, I'm not an unwritten rule guy. My entire beef with pitchers forever is that they would do things like this, but then plunk somebody at the plate who stared at a ball too long that went out of the park. And I said, just give me tit for tat, okay? If you're able to do this, let the players do whatever they want when they do something cool too, when they're at the plate. And as long as we're on that same page, we're all good. Like, I got no issues with it. Secondly, you can tell me this is spring training and who cares, and I get it. I am kind of excited about what I'm seeing so far. From some arms in the bullpen, from the way that some of these young hitters are stepping up and playing just in spring training this year, I am a little bit fired up. I do think they will be a much more enjoyable watch than they have been the last 2 years. What that results in, I don't know. I've been on record. They aren't losing 100 games this year. I do think they're too good for that. Now, if their entire starting rotation gets decimated with ripped apart elbows again, then maybe it's a different discussion. But for the moment, Marquez is fine. Senzatella is fine. Freeland, fine. Gomber, fine. Like
Kevin Freeland?
All the different sort of key marquee names in the rotation look healthy and good. I am excited for about a month from now when the season gets going. Anyway, enough on that. To the Avs, who play again tonight. They take the ice against the New Jersey Devils. We'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock. To me, big game. You come off 2 stinkers. You don't have a lot of offensive firepower. You got to find something tonight. Have to. How you find it's a different question. And it's this. You got to find a way to get dirty tonight. And I am praying, crossing fingers, toes, teeth, tongues, everything, that Val Nichushkin's going to be on the ice. Because at least when that happens, you get a much more clear look of what this team is. I've said this before. Val is such an interesting case because he is not seen as one of the best players in hockey. If you were to rank the best players on the Avs, he's third at best, and maybe that's even too high to some people. I don't know. But the impact that's felt is equivalent, I think, to a McKinnon. You know, here's the thing. If Nikola Jokic leaves the floor for the Nuggets are losing 75% of their games at a minimum. That's how much he means to the team. When you're talking about the Avs this season win 66% of the games when he's on the ice and 50% when he's off. A 16 percentage point swing is a massive number. Huge. For one player on a hockey team. I don't think if they lost McKinnon, it would be all that much worse. Like if you just did the substitute, like Val's in, McKinnon's out, I bet you it looks pretty similar. And that's the impact we're talking about for that guy in particular because he does the things that people can't do. We see what Nathan McKinnon does that people can't do, which is he is faster and stronger and has a better shot than almost anybody in the world. But Val does all the things that don't show up on the box score that it feels like almost nobody else on the team can. He'll get grimy in front of the net. He'll get a deflection. He'll screen a goalie. He'll back check like a mother. Like he does all of those things. He works his ass off on the penalty kill. He's really good on the power play. Like all these different details all add up to him being that important to this team. And if you get him back tonight, then I think that should cure a lot of those problems. But if not, you got to find like all these guys that we talk about on the bottom 9 of that forward group, they need to take a page out of it. Get to the front of the net and start getting dirty with some people. If you can't get the clean look or you are getting the clean look and you aren't finishing, then you got to find a different way. And it feels like the Avs just haven't done that consistently enough. Right now, there's only about 2 to 3 people that I would say are able to get a clean look and finish when they have the puck on their stick. And that's McKinnon, McCarr, and maybe Netches. If you're named anybody else in that forward group, try and get a rebound. Try and get a deflection. Try and get something. Because they need help. Your defense, your goaltending has been fine. I was reading this article yesterday. I forgot where it was at, but they were like power ranking teams in the NHL, and they got to the Avs. And they said, who needs to improve most? And this dope said Mackenzie Blackwood. I was like, what? This is like the best goaltending you've had in years for this Avs team. They aren't losing games because Blackwood's giving up 5. They're losing games 2-1. That's the stuff that can't happen. If the Avs give up a 2 spot, if Blackwood or Wedgwood or whoever's between the pipes gives up 2, that should be an automatic point at least, if not a straight outright regulation win. So that's kind of what you got to look for tonight. As, again, Avs trying to find their way after this Four Nations break. They're playing against a New Jersey team that has been sort of like scuffling. They haven't been great. Had a decent start to the year, but you take a look at their recent schedule, and it's a whole bunch of L's stacked up. And they've kind of been porpoising and yo-yoing the same way the Avs have. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. Over the last, post-Four Nations and pre-Four Nations. So a chance for you to get right, find your rhythm, do things a little bit grimier tonight. The Avs used to, I don't want to say they didn't earn their goals, but they just used to come a lot easier. Really going to have to earn them right now. So again, we'll talk to Bednar in about an hour. 303-504-0925, Ramos Law Hotline. If you want to give us a call, it's open, always open for you. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. So, a lot more audio I want to get to with the Paytons yesterday. Sean and George talking about their foray into this NFL Combine, what their plan is. They do plan to meet with Ashton Genty. Sean Payton gave an answer to running backs, tight ends. It is a priority for them this year. Where that fits in the mix, if that's coming in the first round, is all going to kind of be judged by what happens ahead of them in the draft. But a lot more you can hear straight from the horse's mouth. Sean Payton will play it in just a couple of minutes. But you can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can order online, and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch live on YouTube. Like and subscribe. Leave a comment. All that fun stuff. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, Star Stacks.
question is an overall bigger picture strategy. Obviously, with a young quarterback in place, it's certainly a little clearer than it was this time last year. And yet, yeah, I would say, first off, it's a little clearer. There's still certain things that we've identified that we think are important. And then the puzzle is with free agency and the draft, trying to best meet those needs. And so we've kind of had our front board meeting already with the draft. We're seeing these guys now this week. And then we've also had a good jump start in free agency relative to the film study and the priorities. So it's good to be in that position, and we've got to be able to take advantage of it.
Sean Payton yesterday talking to the media at the Combine. Over 30 minutes of just Sean Payton talking. Doesn't even include George, but the law firm of Payton and Payton.
Sean has a way of talking, but not saying much of anything.
Yeah.
And he gets stuff done, so it doesn't matter what he says.
This is my own insecurity. I think I'm the only one who doesn't know what the frig he's talking about. And that's because, Mose, you're not really, maybe you're not hip to the Payton of the Sean. Maybe you ought to get on board a little bit more or whatever. No, you know what? I reject that hypothesis now.
What's your hypothesis?
I don't know what the hell's what's he saying?
Like right there?
Yeah.
And that, I'm not sure what that was about. I guess I wasn't paying attention.
It's about the offseason plans.
I got you.
And here's the deal with him. I think Sean Payton, and I listened to
I think he purposely does not want to. I think he speaks in coach speak because he doesn't want to give you much information.
There's a couple that stood out to me yesterday, but there's one thing that I think I could tell
Good question.
from him speaking for over 30 minutes. I think he's really excited about this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
I said it was like if you guys have ever, there was somebody on Twitch earlier that said they're remodeling their bathroom or you're building a new patio or something. When you first start the project, you feel overwhelmed. You're like, God, where do I even start? This is going to take forever. But then you get to a point where you can almost see the finished product and you get really excited about it. I think he's at that point right now because he knows a lot of things are in place. And now it's a matter of what are the little things I can do in the offseason to push it forward.
Mm-hmm.
And look, he said Joker, I think 5 million times so far this offseason.
Yeah.
So he was going to be asked about that. But it's in the context of, do you think you'll find that in the first round of the draft this year? He said this.
Oh, well, I mean, when you pick 20, it's not as easy to say, hey, we're going to find that, because that player can be a running back. It can be a tight end. And yet it's just something that we're mindful of as we look at both the draft and free agency. And I use that term. It's just when you have one of those guys that are matchup challenges inside, really helps you a third down red zone, because there's ways defensively you can handle the outside receivers and force the ball inside. So, but that's something that we'll look closely at.
Here's the one thing I was thinking of as far as first-round stuff, because I got my eyes set on it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I think we're all, when the draft rolls around in a couple of months and that Thursday comes in, you got that 20th overall pick. Are we all kind of thinking to ourselves, man, it'd be really cool if you just had that answer immediately, right? If we were able to leave Thursday, come to the show on Friday and be like, they took Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State, or they took Ashton Genty or something. It would be a lot of fun. I don't know if that's going to happen. Because
if available.
The history of Sean Payton, especially in New Orleans. Let me give you some of his first-round picks towards the end of his New Orleans tenure. You ready? Peyton Turner, pass rusher. Cesar Ruiz, a center. Marcus Davenport, pass rusher. Marshawn Lattimore, cornerback. Sheldon Rankins, defensive tackle. Andrews Pete, tackle. And then you finally get to Brandon Cooks, back in 2014, who was their first-round wide receiver. He doesn't really take skill position guys in the first round. Now, you could argue, well, in New Orleans, did you really have to? You had a top 5 offense virtually every year.
Yeah.
Maybe that wasn't a priority of theirs. But if you're just going based off that history, it wouldn't surprise you at all if they took some D tackle and let DJ Jones walk, right?
That would surprise me. He knows he needs players on offense. He knows he needs guys that are matchup nightmares. Now, the question is, again, they don't just grow on trees, so you've got to pick and choose when you go for those guys. If they're available in the draft, could you snag a guy in free agency? Could you develop a guy? I mean, all that stuff figures in.
When is the draft?
March?
No,
April.
April,
Sorry.
like it's like 2 months.
24th, April 24th. It's a Thursday.
Do we realize how many things can change between now and the draft?
Of course, especially with free agency. Yeah.
So I think us trying to forecast what the Broncos are gonna do at number 20 right now is entirely too early still.
Well, you're probably right, but they're at they're at the combine.
Yeah.
They're going to talk to. They've already said that they're going to talk to Ash and Jensen.
They're going to have projections. They're going to have people that they're going to talk to and
It's
like and all
pretty
that. But it
easy
doesn't
to
matter.
see, though, Vic. Hang on a second now. It's pretty easy to see that last year at this time, he had his mind made up.
Yeah.
Dude,
well, you know what,
I
Mose,
think
you're probably right.
He's got his mind made up already on what he wants. We all know what he wants.
Right.
No, but the question is it available?
Well, he
when
had his
he
mind.
wants it.
I'll tell you what. Today and +2. Today +2 last year. So 363 days ago.
Yeah.
He knew what he wanted. He wanted the quarterback out of Oregon, and that's what he wanted with the number 12 pick.
I don't know if he knew he wanted him yet.
I don't know.
No, the story goes they didn't know until they did the private workout.
Right.
Maybe that solidified it.
Yeah.
Now, let me just say this one thing.
Be my private workout.
Because he mentioned that. He goes,
You ever done a private workout for anybody?
Well, Vic, if that's what you want to call it. The answer is yes.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
How many of you out there listening have ever done a private
if
workout?
he's done a private workout that lasted more than 5 minutes, I think is what Vic's trying to ask.
Okay.
Now, can I make this argument, though? Because
with the
here's the
doing
nice
squats,
thing. And this is why I kind of love where they're at.
running shuttles.
Now, you guys know how I feel about positional value, about draft stuff. I think that is so far overrated. If you guys can give me GMs across all of sports that have been there for more than 6 years, I'd love to hear the numbers on that. And to try and say, I want to take this guy because he's going to be here a decade from now. Well, will you as the GM? Probably not. So why aren't you worried about 2 to 3 years? Like, that's the windows I'd be looking at as a GM.
Windows are getting shorter.
For sure.
Yeah.
And here's the nice thing. Tight end, running back are those spots where people say, well, where's the value in that? And I go, well, if they're good, there's a lot of value. But here's the nice thing. What typically gets taken, especially top of the first round positions? Start listing them off for me.
Quarterback,
Okay?
wide receiver,
Okay?
left tackles,
Sure.
corners,
Yep.
defensive tackles,
Yep.
pass rushers,
Yes.
long snappers.
Not quite. But Vic, those 6 positions you just mentioned, yeah, those things fly off the board, don't they? And that's not what you're looking for. I mean, you'd take one if it was available to you. But I think there's going to be a lot more passing on the things that you think would be pretty cool as a first-round pick as opposed to what other teams feel like are pretty cool.
I think you're probably right.
Like, you don't need Shador and Cam Ward.
Correct.
2 people are going to take them, so that eliminates you aren't picking 20th anymore, you're picking 18th. Well, you don't need a left tackle. There's probably going to be about 3 or 4 of those that go off the board. Now you're not picking 18th, you're picking 15th or 4th. You see what I'm getting at here? All these positions you don't need are going to be taken in front of you because they are valuable to other teams, which is going to leave you with a pretty good pick of the litter of the things that you do want.
Yeah, but all that being said, when it's hard to get in the minds of other teams who are just taking the best player available, even if they're stacked at that position.
Sure.
Because what that player is, even if you've got, 3 guys, you have 3 safeties that you really like, but if the best player in the world out there at that particular moment at 15
Sure.
is a safety, you take him and then move one of your other guys. It's just an asset is what it is. Assets. The value of that pick is great to a lot of teams.
Yeah, the fact that he was, and he's going to get peppered with that question over and over again because it's something that he said is a priority of the offseason. The issue is I don't think a lot of that's coming in free agency. Like, would you guys agree with me on this? Free agency does not feel like it's going to be some sort of like, oh my God thing for the Broncos this year.
It's not. Because there aren't a lot of great guys out there.
Yeah. It just feels like it's really dull. It is. And
Then you'll get an inside linebacker.
well, that's fine. Like those things, totally cool. And they're going to pick up a handful of guys, but I don't think there's going to be anything that you're going to be like, did you guys see what the Broncos did yesterday? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be any of that sort of stuff.
Well, what's the story on Singleton?
Well, he's supposed to come back from injury, but you've heard rumors about the Broncos being interested in Zach Baum, guys like that. Who knows? It doesn't have to be splashy names for free agency to be effective. Sometimes the least splashy names are the most effective players.
Tell you what, Zach Allen wasn't exactly splashy when they first signed him.
You're exactly right.
McGlinchey and Powers, you're like, all right, got a couple offensive
you
linemen.
You get the guys you need. Hell, I'm wondering if they could find a tight end in free agency that would serve.
I've looked at the list. It's not great as far as what's available now. Now, again, things can change. But
Did you hear George Payton yesterday say it's not beyond reason that they bring back Javonte Williams? Says,
I did
who
hear
knows?
that.
Maybe we bring him back. Called him the best pass protector, running back position, among the best in the NFL.
I did hear that, and I think that's great. I want a guy who can run.
Isn't that the definition of the position?
Running? Yeah, running. He's talking about pass protection. I go, yes, that's something that you do want in a running back. It's a trait that you want.
Plus, you want to find a blocking back.
I'm looking at the list of free agent tight ends. Nobody's really jumping off.
Give me some names.
Juwan Johnson's probably the top one, right?
Yeah, Ty Conklin from the Jets. But get this, all of a sudden, Mercedes Lewis.
He's still in the league?
That's why.
There's no way Mercedes Lewis is still in the league.
Yeah, he was.
He's almost 41, and he's been.
No, he's not playing football anymore. His name is just there. He just left his name in there.
I reckon.
He won't retire till he's 70.
I know.
He just wants his name among free agents.
Just to see his name is crazy. It says he made $1.6 million with the Bears last year.
Yep, he had a catch for 2 yards. He played in all 17
Is
games.
Ozzie Newsome available on the free agent list?
Well, for God's sake, dude, just to see that name blows me away.
Well, do you want me to get the tight end ages? And I guess
Brett Gesicki's out there. Pharaoh Brown's out there. Ali Cox is out there. There's some dudes, but there's no difference-making dudes.
You can basically take Adam Troutman and replace his name with any one of those. And
I thought the best thing that Sean Payton said yesterday, and he spoke for a good 40 minutes, so I don't know where he said it, when he said it, but I think this is the right mindset. When I hosted that deal with Adam last week, he said the same thing to the folks at Broncos headquarters, and I think it's the correct way to approach it. Next year is not just we're just going to continue from what we started in 2024. That's not the way you have to treat this. You're starting over again. Because there's no guarantee that next season is going to be an extension of this season. There's no guarantee in the NFL. We've seen teams have a nice little push and then drop back to mediocrity again. You got to start over and work hard the same exact way you did it last year.
There's no doubt.
And I love that mindset.
We look at the AFC quarterbacks. We've gone through it ad nauseum. It's hard to make the playoffs in the AFC, dude. It's hard. It really is hard.
Well, that's the thing. Like Houston,
it's hard.
Houston had a down year this year, but they played in such a crap division that it didn't matter. You can't do that in the AFC West. There is no, I was worse this year than I was last year, and the results were fine. It's not going to happen.
On the way in talking about letting Cortland Sutton walk, and I was astonished by your mindset there.
Save that for a second, because I got the audio, and I want to get to that, because a lot of people did disagree with me. A lot did. And I did not say let him go. He's got a year left on his contract. Let him play out the contract. I talked about an extension, because that's what they asked Sean Payton yesterday. So we can get to that in a couple of minutes. Reminder to you guys that today, Jared Bednar is back on this program at 8 o'clock. My first question to Jared Bednar is going to be, is Val playing tonight? First thing I'm going to ask. Because I don't know.
All right, what's the second thing you're going to ask? Just so I can write it down so I know what thing to ask.
Well, just for people to tune in at the very beginning at 8 o'clock, because then you'll find out if Val's playing or not tonight. That's all I'm trying to tell people. He'll have the answer for you. The second thing I'm going to ask is, how was the break? No.
How was the tractor?
I do want to know, obviously with the couple of games that have been played since the Four Nations, but what he just thought of the Four Nations in general, if that's something that he was nervous about, watching his star players go out there in intense games and risking injury for something without an Av sweater on.
Now, do you want Vic to ask that question, or do you want to ask both those questions?
Whatever.
When can we ask questions?
So after I get done asking that question,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him what his favorite food was that he had, and then I'll open it up to
Then
you
we
guys.
can play?
Yeah, then you guys can play.
Thank you.
But to the Cortland Sutton thing, Vic.
Next question, man.
I'll play that audio for you because Sean Payton was asked about, are you thinking about giving Cortland an extension? And his answer sounded very similar to last April during OTAs. We'll get to it next.
I had low testosterone. It's Moser, and I did something about it. I went to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Did you know that you may be suffering from it as well? Early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. It happens gradually. Before you know it, bam. You still don't feel the same as you did when you were younger. You're putting on weight, less productivity in the gym, not seeing the gains you used to, maybe poor sleep, wake up feeling tired. If you have any of these issues, it may be low T for you. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, super simple. Book an appointment. It's $99, includes a medical consult, T and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit, it's absolutely free. It's really helped me. I'm feeling better. I'm looking better, in my opinion. Don't ask Brett or Vic. But the most productive thing is no more brain fog. Drive is back. All that is there, and it can be for you as well. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Most guys wait a year or longer. There is no need to do that. Get online today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, Vic, you said you were listening heading in here. Always appreciate my listeners coming in and having a chat with me every single morning. So you heard me talking about Courtland Sutton. Now, this is all based upon an answer I heard from Sean Payton yesterday. They asked about Courtland. He's entering the last year of his contract. Courtland had an excellent year last year. 80 catches, 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns. Really good. Why are you looking at me like that?
No, just listening to you on the way in. You know how you always imagine what people look like by listening to their voices, and you're like, wow, I wonder what this guy's going to look like. You look exactly like your voice.
You know what's funny? Every time that somebody, like I was at the convention center the other day for the Home and Garden show, and somebody walked up and they go, you're a lot taller than I thought you were. Everybody says that to me. I don't know if I sound short.
Well, the rest of us are, we're small. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Except for you, Scott, and Tyler.
Don't bring that up, Vic, because I have I'm having a real problem.
Moshe, save this.
Save that.
Moshe
That's a great
called
story.
Me yesterday.
Yeah, he texted me too.
Pissed.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
But here is Sean Payton yesterday. He was asked about the idea of extending Courtland Sutton's contract entering the final year. Here's what he said.
No, I think, look, George and I were just talking about it. Those discussions will take place, George, Courtland's representatives, and we felt like he had a real good season. He's important to what we're doing. So all of that will happen in time, and I don't think now's the time.
That, to me, sounded a lot like 10 months ago.
You're getting a little over. I mean, you're getting over your skis just like you did last year.
Okay.
They understand the value of Courtland Sutton. Can you envision this offense without Courtland Sutton in it?
It would be, I think, awful.
Okay. Well, then what are we doing? What are we doing? What are you trying to do here? What are you trying to prove? What's your next maneuver? What are you?
My next maneuver is not signing him to a long-term contract.
And do what? Sign him to what?
I don't know if you sign him at all after this last year.
And then you trot out there with Bo Nix in this offense with the guys that you leave behind?
Well, there'd be another year that you'd acquire talent.
Understood.
And that's not to say that you don't do it this year. Maybe they find somebody in free agency or the draft this year.
See, I wouldn't trust a rookie in that capacity. I heard you say, hey, just draft a rookie and that'll replace Courtland Sutton. Nah.
We're talking about 2 years from now, though. I do not. Courtland Sutton is playing for the Broncos this year.
When you play your last year of your contract, it's pretty much like playing without a safety net, and you're not. It's just not the same. These guys want security, some form of security.
Sure.
So to see him play the final year of his deal without some form of security, I think they'll give him something.
Well,
it may not be what he wants, but they'll offer him something.
He's going to command, just by the value of the market now, and especially if Jamar Chase is going to ask for $40 million a year, he's going to command somewhere between, I'd say, $22 to $24 million.
Okay. You're worried about his age.
Very.
Yeah.
I'll give you examples why.
Well, he's 29.
He'll turn 30 a month into next year.
Right.
Here's why. Let me give you 2 wide receivers who are better than Courtland Sutton.
Mm-hmm.
DeAndre Hopkins and Julio Jones.
Yeah.
DeAndre Hopkins looks like a corpse. He's 32. Okay? 32 years old. Julio Jones was arguably one of the best wide receivers of his generation. He turned 30. He had a 99-catch, 1,300-yard season. The next year, he had 51. The year after that, 31. The year after that, 24. The year after that, 11. That's why I'm concerned. I have no problem with Courtland Sutton being on this team. I have no problem doing exactly what you did last year, saying, Courtland, I get your concerns. How about a few more $1 million this year? How's that sound? I do not want anything long-term with Courtland for that reason. And I think that is the smart way to go about it.
All guys start to dip at different rates. Okay, so I dig what you're saying. And once you get north of 30, I know it sounds crazy.
For the record, I love Courtland, by the way.
So
I think he's been a great dude on this team. He's been a very good wide receiver.
I get nervous as well when guys get north of 30, and because it's always so unpredictable. What's going to go first? Will it be the hands? Will it be the feet? Will it be, what will it be? Some guys are productive right through their mid-30s, and you're no big deal at all. But some guys, they just, that quick downfall is like, whoa, where did that come from?
The answer is easy. You guys are simply projecting, which is what GMs are paid to do, right? You project to see where a player will be.
Well, you have to,
yeah,
Vic.
obviously. So the answer is simple. Give him a 2-year deal.
I don't think he would take 2 years.
You offer it to him. And if he doesn't take a 2-year deal, go find another team. If all your angst is correct, what other team then is going to sign him to a 4 or 5 year deal if he's approaching 30? Well, and you just ironed it out for us that all 30-something receivers fall off the face of the planet.
I don't think he would.
Well,
Here's the other thing, too.
I think you're making up an issue that doesn't exist.
They're talking about a contract extension.
Yeah, I think he's going to want security, Vic.
They're talking about a contract
I
extension.
think he is.
How about this, Vic? What if he does the same thing as last year? We hit OTAs, and he goes, I'm not doing anything until you guys give me a contract. Then what do you do? I think I would stay steadfast in not giving him an extension. That's what I'm telling you.
All I'm telling you is this team with this ownership group is going to pay money. They're going to pay their players. And if the player doesn't think he's getting paid properly, they're going to cut ties before it even gets to that.
Okay.
They knew that Courtland Sutton was going to play when it got to minicamp.
Sure.
They knew already. They had something in the works. And have we had any issues, any financial discrepancies with players outside of Courtland Sutton?
No, but this isn't about the team being cheap. This is about
what they
how about
want
this?
and how sure they want
This
it.
is about
hang on.
the allocation of dollars correctly. That's what it's about.
I'll give you an example of what I think this is like. I think this could be like Miko and the Avs. Player thinks he's this.
Yeah.
Team thinks he's this.
But every
and
player
you're at an
thinks,
impasse.
Every player thinks they deserve more money. Every player. Listen, just close your eyes for a second. Close them. And envision the Broncos offense without Courtland Sutton.
I don't want to.
You can't.
Last year it would have been very bad.
You can't. So unless you give me a substitute that can play that position that is a guaranteed catch, all right? That's what I call him. He is your security blanket on the field right now.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't replace him with another one of those, it's not worth the conversation. He's coming back, and they'll figure it out.
Texture saying you can always franchise tag. That's true. I have no idea what that number would be next year.
Right
would just
now,
extend it another year.
It'd
think
be in the
it's
30s.
Yeah, it's somewhere right. Which, if I'm Courtland Sutton, I'm probably like, woohoo.
Well, yeah, for him,
Yeah.
that'd be nice.
Did you see also? The market's going to be reset here. So you look at the market, and then everybody's slotting in behind it. Justin Jefferson is the highest paid guy in the league right now. But Jamar Chase, the Bengals have said that they're prepared to make him the highest paid non-quarterback in the entire league.
Yeah. The question
that is, dude, that's a lot of money. And every wideout, including Courtland Sutton and his people, are going to be keeping a keen eye on that. And what if they franchise T. Higgins again? Yeah. I mean, listen, these guys are going to get paid, so Courtland's price is going up. I just don't know what that is.
Who do you think's a better receiver, T. Higgins or Courtland Sutton?
T. Higgins.
Okay, why?
He's a lot more versatile.
How old is he?
He's
only
only
27 or something.
Yeah, something like that.
So somebody asked, why not just take
26.
the salary you're giving to Courtland Sutton and give it to T. Higgins? Well, first of all, Courtland Sutton has another year left on his deal. So
yes.
You would have to make way with that salary somehow.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just say one for the other.
And T. Higgins, he might get franchised. Like, he might be a Bengal next year anyway. Like, who knows?
By the way, his size is good. It's Chase who's the smaller guy.
Yeah.
And he's not little, but T's a big guy.
Well, that's why I think teams that have that combination, and the Broncos had it, they had the big receiver and the small receiver. Mims is the small receiver.
All I'm saying is this. You use this argument a lot, Vic. I think Sutton on this team is a lot more valuable than others as of now. If they improve that room, that could change. I don't know where you rank Sutton as far as top wide receivers in the league. I think at being generous, maybe he's around the 20th, and it's probably not quite that high.
Yeah.
But on this team, he matters way more than he would be on another team.
I agree with that.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
So is that what you're going to pay for?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. If Sutton hit the open market, I don't think he's probably commanding the same amount of dollars as you would with this one in particular.
There are a lot of receivers behind Courtland Sutton who showed flashes. Vele showed flashes. There are guys who showed that, but no one's proven it. He's a proven commodity.
Which is why he plays for the Broncos this year.
Yeah, he goes and gets it.
I have no issues with that.
If you need the ball caught, throw it to 14.
Mm-hmm.
Throw it to 14, he will catch it for you.
He was really your only red zone threat last year, too. Nobody else in the red zone could do what he did.
Pretty much.
Even at the running back position, you could.
Pretty much.
But I don't think what I'm saying, Vic, is crazy at all.
Okay.
And I do think that it's certainly something that George Payton thinks about a lot.
What do you think about the future of Troy Franklin?
I think he'll be better. He can't be worse than what he was first year. I mean, they tried to force the ball to him downfield so many times.
Understood.
But they finally found it in the Buffalo game.
Yeah.
Remember
They
that?
did. Yeah, but I guess my question is, what is his ceiling? No, he's still a very young guy. He has his college quarterback throwing to him. I mean, I guess, is the light bulb going to go on? Is the team going to give him more of an opportunity? I don't know either. But he's out there, and they obviously they used a fourth on him last year. So I mean, they like him. He's not going anywhere. But what is his long-term potential?
He's got some. It's just he was seen so little last year that's hard for me to say. Look, Moj, even with Marvin Mims, I don't even know what his ceiling is because I feel like even after 2 years, I haven't seen him enough. I have high hopes for what he could be, but I don't know what he is truly.
So I found another problem with your sport, your favorite sport, the sport you played, the sport that you just your entire life you devoted to.
Always problems with baseball.
I have a problem with baseball here, and here's where it is. So I just retweeted a video from John Boy Media of Jeffrey Yan. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes,
That's his new. That's your. I knew we were going to get to this because that's your new guy.
So he's the lefty. Is he a reliever or is he a starter?
He's a reliever.
Okay, the lefty reliever in the Rockies. I'm not even sure if he's a double-A. I don't even know where he sits. Double-A, single-A.
Well, he's competing for a spot in the bullpen this year.
So there's video of him striking out a few players against the White Sox.
Well, he struck out the side, bro.
Is that what he did?
This is him yesterday.
Okay, so watch him do his thing. So he does it with, he's very demonstrative, all right? Yeah. Does the flips.
Nelly said it. It's almost like kind of a James Brown jump into the splits sort of move. Yeah.
So he gets into it, man. When he does something good on the mound, he lets you know it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he lets you know it.
Yeah.
All right? So I love that. I love it. I love the histrionics. I think it's great.
What's the problem? You said there's a problem.
Yeah, the problem is go read some of the comments underneath. That was tweeted out by John Boy. Go read some of the comments from baseball purists and how they treat guys like that.
I hate those people.
The comments. Keep that same energy when he has a double-digit ERA in July.
Well, I will say this. It's what I've said about pitchers all the time. The thing that has always upset me about the celebrating in baseball is pitchers have been doing that forever, maybe not to that extent, but they've been doing things like this forever.
They've been doing James Brown dance moves on the mound.
Young can't plunk somebody who stares at a ball that goes 420 feet. Like, if you're doing that, you are not allowed to get upset at the batter being happy. But he's not the guy who's going to do that.
He's just playing with joy. What is wrong with playing with joy?
I know.
Why are baseball people, and I'm talking directly to you baseball people, the purists, why are you so afraid of joy? What is it?
This, by the way,
it's like you're allergic to it. You can't have it in your game. You have to be so robotic and stoic.
The people that have a problem with this are the people that leave Ichiro off the ballot. Okay, it's the same guy.
Why don't you like yourselves?
It's a big problem I have with baseball writers. It feels like they hate the sport that they cover, and it drives me nuts. Like this, I don't know why this isn't something that everybody would embrace. I hope this guy makes the Rockies roster. I hope he's really good out of the bullpen. I hope he does this every time he strikes somebody out.
He's a 28-year-old rookie. He's never pitched in the bigs. He ain't going to pitch for the Rockies.
I understand.
If he's pitching for the Rockies,
about this, I'm talking about joy and jubilation during a game. My favorite thing to do, go on YouTube and watch video of like the Dominican League. Watch video of the Mexican leagues. Watch those guys play baseball and see the joy in the game.
Well, that's a bigger problem because they come from that and they come and do this stuff here.
And
then
just
somebody's going to plunk you because it's like, this is how I've always played.
Here's like pouring
He's not going to get plunked.
Well,
Unless the guy hits a line drive up the middle off his dome.
You know what I'm talking about, though, Moj. It's just that in the culture of like the Dominican League, this is how they do everything. Look at the height on that. This is how they do everything, and they get in this league and they're like, hey, you can't do that anymore.
Doing a David Lee Roth jumping off a stack of Marshall amps splits after a K is he's asking for trouble.
Here we go. No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't like this kid?
I don't know what else. Do I like him? I don't even know him.
Okay, so you don't like him doing what he's doing?
No, Mo's just the guy you're talking to.
Yeah,
Nick.
Mo's just the guy.
Focus all of your energy in his eyes.
If you don't like what he does, here's my answer to you. If you don't like him doing the splits, hit the ball.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a very simple concept.
Just hit the ball.
I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying it's a little bit histrionics to do a flying David Lee Roth off a stack of Marshall splits.
Great.
6 feet in the air after a K.
You don't want to see him? Go long on him. Three straight times, he'll be out of the game.
It's not that I don't like guys being excitable. If let's say you hold on a second.
No celebrating goals if you're up 4-0 in hockey.
You come in with a bases loaded jam and no outs, and you get out of it with a K at the very end, right? To not allow any runs, and you want to do a split, fine. But it's a batter in spring training. Some kid for the White Sox who's never going to see the light of day.
He's locked in, dude. He's locked in. That's his zone. That's where he lives. He's locked into his own. He wants to make this team. Look at the air he gets, dude. He could be in X Games right now. He could be doing snowboard.
The fact that you hate this, Moj, is the least shocking thing.
I don't hate it.
Everything that you've said
you
sounds
are
like
you are anti-fun.
All I'm saying, okay.
Now, here's what I hate. I do hate this. I'll draw the line here.
To me, this is like you knock down a 3-pointer and you're leaping in the air and high-fiving press row.
Time and place.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Time and place. I get it. He's a young pitcher trying to make it in the
He's 28, bro.
Okay. Allegedly. He could be 35. Who knows?
You also, baseball ages are different if you're 28-year-old
He's been pitching in Japan.
Yeah?
Yeah, and he's not allowed to do any of that in Japan. Hell, if he did that in Japan, he'd be exported.
Are you kidding me? You've seen the bat flips in Japanese baseball league?
The Korean league, man.
They get after
Korean league,
they get after it.
All right, so here's where I draw the line. Time and place on all of that. There's nothing that it gets me when a DB in a football game, you're down 22-0, and there's an incomplete pass that you have nothing to do with, and they do the incomplete sign. You know, they get up and I'm like, dude, come on.
Well, no, you're down 31-10.
Yeah.
Late in the fourth quarter, you get a sack, and then you start doing a sack dance.
Yeah,
that's what this is like to me. But I'm not against it.
It's not the same because he achieved success. He's trying to make this roster. He achieved success, and maybe I invite this because this team that I want to root for has been lifeless for 3 years. I want life in a lifeless corpse. Is that asking too much?
No, it's not.
Like, if the Colorado Rockies will be known in the bigs this year as that team that does all the histrionics, in your words, but they actually succeed a little bit, I'll take it.
So, Moj, just for the record, time and place. Is a 4-1 ball game with 2 men on and 2 straight strikeouts to end the game?
That's totally appropriate.
Well, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Win. The Rockies won 14-3, but it was 4-1 at that time with 2 men on.
I'm just going to agree with you because
you know you're wrong.
Okay, so what bothers you that, like, when LeBron does his muscle thing?
It's annoying.
Why?
When Steph does the shimmy, it's annoying.
Why? Because he's the opponent. That's why.
Right.
It annoys us because he's the opponent. But they do it and they allow it in the game because it's fun. When we say we hate it, it's because we don't like that person beating our team. Of course you hate it. When Jamal Murray used to, he doesn't do it anymore, when he used to do the blue arrow, did that annoy you?
No, I loved it.
Why?
Because I think it's cool.
Why?
How about Strother dropping one of these?
How about Strother doing the upside down thumb?
I've always considered myself a bit of an archer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You love it because it's your guys. And that's the difference.
This dude rules.
Hey, Brett, I'm really good with the longbow.
Yeah, are you? This guy rules. I hope he does make the roster.
He is not making the roster.
Why?
Can you
Because he's not a major league pitcher, that's why.
Can you imagine if Joker broke into some routine after just a random floater?
The last time he was even in AAA ball was back in 2023 playing in the Marlins organization, and he had an ERA of like 15.
Can you imagine if
guys can get better?
If Joker, at 28?
Yes.
Okay.
If Joker hit you with the soundboard shuffle and then just did like a breakdance move down the court, I mean, how would you react to that?
Like a moonwalk?
Yeah.
Well, for him, it'd be so out of character that would be bizarre.
Like, I think
imagine Barry Sanders scoring and doing a crotch chop at the crowd. Like, you'd be like, wait, what happened?
Listen, I'm not against it. I want this guy to have his fun.
The dude hit an 80-foot shot and didn't move. Nikola Jokic. Can you imagine Jeffrey Yan hitting an 80-footer?
He probably stripped like Magic Mike.
I'd love to see it.
Just whip his pants off On the hill?
20 minutes from now, we're joined by Jared Bednar. Stick around.
Things aren't working. And when things don't work, I don't know what to do. I do sports for a living. What do you expect me to do? I call AAA Service. That's what I do. I give them a call, AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric, and they fix my things that don't work anymore. Why and how? Well, they guarantee a 2-hour arrival window, which helps, so you don't have to sit around all day and wait. No guessing, no waiting, nothing. Whether it's a plumbing issue, HVAC, or electrical, give them a call today. You can do it by scheduling an appointment online. Do it now at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Get on up.
You know what? If Jeffrey Yon doesn't
Get
walk
on
out,
up.
if he makes the Rockies roster,
Get on up.
and he doesn't walk out to the bullpen
With this,
or walk out from the bullpen
That
with
would
this
be
song,
that
Honestly,
would be so good.
That would be awesome.
That would be
all right,
so
all of a
good.
sudden, I'm hoping for this guy to make
Yeah.
it.
Hey,
As a 28-year-old rookie who's never pitched one inning in the bigs, doing the splits. You know what I'm talking about with
It'd
David
be
Lee Roth?
great.
Have you seen ever seen the Panama video where he jumps off the top of the Marshall stacks? Everybody knows what that is, right?
By the way, just want to tell you, Moser, the guy who got his break at 28 years old is all-star Whit Merrifield, by the way.
Moser did it again.
It's not impossible.
Moser did it again during the break.
What do you do?
He tried to force feed me video from his phone to watch. And I looked at it for 4 seconds. I said, that's neat. But he wanted me to keep watching.
It's really weird because Brett's been force-feeding me the last couple of weeks.
I have. I've been bad at it.
You've taken on Moser's.
I've been a hypocrite.
It's contagious now.
Maybe it's just like I feel like that's what you're supposed to do during a break now. I don't know.
Is there anything worse than you got to see this guy?
Oh, by the way, hang on. To get back to this, you guys got to hear something.
Oh, you got to hear this guy.
So,
jeez.
So, my wife.
No, really, you got to hear this.
Got to hear
My
this.
wife
You gotta
and
hear it.
daughter have been out of town for the last 5 days. So I leave after the show to go pick them up from the airport.
Trouble in paradise?
Nope, just visiting home.
That's pretty crazy. That's
I don't know. Pretty coincidental.
The coincidence of
you
my
talking
wife's brother just had a baby and she wanted to go meet her new nephew. That
Sounds
sort of thing.
like a coincidence to
I'm
me.
sorry your brother jumped off a bridge.
Boom!
Anyway.
5 booms.
But I go pick him up from the airport. I'm trying to hang out with my beautiful baby girl because I haven't seen her in forever. And I get a phone call from Moser, and I have no idea what these phone calls are going to be. I answer it, and he just starts yelling the F-bomb at me. And I'm like, all right, hey, I'm around my kid. And I go, what's the problem? He goes, just came back from my physical. Go ahead, Moj. What'd you say?
I got a text version with a lot of exclamation points.
Go ahead, Moj. What?
I shrunk.
I told you. I said this a year ago. I came on these airwaves a year ago, and I said, every year I go get a physical, I shrink.
Brett,
shrink.
there was a time, and you.
I used to be.
Yeah.
I used to be on the news, but I used to be. And I'm telling you, it's the truth.
Let me
used to
explain.
I used to be 5'9.5". I used to be.
And now you're 5'5".
And now I'm under 5'9".
Well, that's because you got your legs amputated.
Listen to me.
Here's the story.
It's real.
Why don't you get one of those extender things?
He doesn't understand yet. This is real.
He doesn't get it.
Even if I go from 6'3" to 6'2", I'm fine.
I know. And here's the problem. See, my old man is over 6'2", and my mom was little. She's 5'2". So I was always just over 5'11". And I thought, you know what? If I got one of those racks, or I slipped upside down like a bat every night, I probably could get to 6 foot, right? Probably could. Which would be a big deal for a guy like me. Shut up.
Why a guy like you? What does that mean?
Because us under 6 footers, man, you want to be 6 feet.
You want to be so bad.
How many times have you told people you're 6 foot and just straight up lied to them?
No, I never have. I swear.
You've never once said I'm 6 feet tall.
On my mother's grave.
The Holy Family roster basketball in 1987 had me listed at 6'1".
That's insane.
I know.
How tall are you now?
5'10". She goes 70 inches. I go,
Stand
that's
up, back to
5'10".
back. Back to
You wanna
back.
do the back-to-backs?
Do it in front of Moser's camera. Yeah. I want to go back to back. I want to see how close you two have now gotten now that Moser is shrinking. All right, here we go. All right, hang on. All right, he's still got you by a little bit. I would say, Vic, if he's 5'10", you're like 2 inches shorter than he is.
I'm shrunk. I'm about 5'8.5" now.
So you're sub 5'9".
Yeah, I used to be over 5'9". There's no doubt about it. I'm shrunk.
So
Have you seen my spine?
I moved your camera a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So Nurse Chantel, she's doing all my stuff, right? And she goes, okay, 70 inches. I went, what do you mean 70 inches? That's 5'10". She's like, yeah. I said, well, I used to be over 5'11". She said, you're not anymore.
You want to know why I've shrunk?
Yeah, you know what? So I'm talking to my Doc Mary,
Why
right?
can't you see this on these computers?
I saw your spine. It looks gross. Scoliosis.
My spine is crooked in 8 places.
You know why? Because you're a baller.
My spine does the S curve.
Why?
I don't know, but it's led to chronic back issues. Look at it at the bottom.
Yeah, it's wonky. That's a wonky back.
So I found this out yesterday. As you get older, I guess I knew this, but it was reinforced to me.
There are all those like open marks, by the way. Weird
Stuff.
when you look at X-rays.
The discs in your back, all the way from the top to the bottom, as you get older, they start to shrink. They start to get compressed, and apparently they dehydrate just from age. Like all the water in the world and all the blood that goes to nothing's going to make them get back fat the way they were when you were a younger person.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no cure for it. I guess. She said, do some yoga, get those muscles stretched out, and you'll get a little bit back.
Let me tell you something. I'm sick of these people saying stretch as if it's the cure-all for everything in life. I stretch like a mother.
And you still can't dunk.
It hasn't done anything. Stretching all the time. You want to stretch? I'll stretch right now. You want to see who can stretch? Enough with the stretch crap. Like it fixes everything. I'm so tired of that. Oh, yeah, just a good stretch will get you. No, it won't. No, it won't. So it's great. It feels, but it doesn't do anything at the end of the day.
You know those gravity boots? You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
You hang them on a pole, right? You hang upside. How long would I have to sleep upside down? Like for how many years to be able to get that back?
I don't think that it works that way.
Well, then I'm having the leg surgery where they put.
So it said, can one of you guys just get an endorsement with one of those extender things and be one of those guys who walks around with your shins look like Chet Holmgren just to be 6 foot.
Yeah.
Those people that do that, by the way, it's one of the most insane, because I get on like those women from LA that get all these face fillers and they look like aliens and not even human anymore. Walking through the kitchen yesterday, my wife's watching one of those Real Housewives shows, and I'm just looking at these people like, what did you do to yourself? Mm-hmm. Like, why are you so scared of looking like you're 52? You're 52 years old. What's the big deal? And then I see these men doing that. It's the male version of it. Those guys with the extender legs, it's like, just be short.
Wait. That's a real thing?
Oh, do you not know what I'm talking about?
No.
They have surgeries that they implant these things, and they slowly extend your bones.
What does that do for your, like...
But they can't walk for like 4 months.
No, that's stupid.
And it's to gain like 2 inches of height.
Yeah,
wow.
That's silly.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, but what about my spine?
Here, let me just throw a little sucker punch right in there. See if I can straighten that out.
Okay, enough of this. Coach Bednar is coming up at the top of the hour. He's got no problems. He's well over 6 feet. He's great. But, man, do you know how depressing it is? So there's Yan, there's David Lee Roth.
Yeah, it looks the same.
It looks the same. He's jumping off off the drum riser.
We're going to talk to Bednar in a couple minutes. Again, first question out of the gates, so tune in right at 8 o'clock, is going to be, is Val playing tonight? It's the number one thing on my mind. Okay, and then we'll get to the games that took place post All-Star break, the game tonight, all that good stuff.
Can we not pretend that just inserting one guy back in the lineup is a fix-all to the? It's not. And by the way, it's not necessarily. Again, when you look at the two games coming out of the break, Brett, they were very different games. Before the break, you smoked Calgary, and in Edmonton, you won the Battle of Alberta on both those teams. Calgary last night went into Washington, the number one team in the East, and blew them up. Although Ovi did have a goal. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
So he's 12 away from breaking
12.
it. But Calgary went in and smoked those guys. You got them just a couple of weeks ago in their joint. So it's not, it's not, nobody should be freaking out, but you need to get serious and get busy. That's all.
I'll just say this, Moj, as we get to Bednar. Val being in the lineup might not be a fix-all, but it's a fix-lot.
Well, it's a help. It's a hell of a help.
It's a fix-a-lot because the numbers don't deny it. He is that important. So we'll get to that with Jared Bednar in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Avs back at it tonight, and you can check it out on the Circa Sportsbook. They are minus 134 on that money line, taking on a Devils team that has kind of been, as a Moser term, porpoising pre- and post Four Nations break. Win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. Let's see if the Avs can get back in the win column tonight. Again, minus 134 on the money line. You can check out some futures odds as well if you think that the spot they're in the postseason for the moment is not what they're going to be at the end of the year. You can find all of that on the Circa Sportsbook. Download the app, tight money line splits, and excellent customer service. Download it or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, going to connect with the coach here in just a couple of minutes. Again, the Avs take the ice tonight against the New Jersey Devils. Trying to get back in that win column. Points are at a premium right now for them. Need to go on a run to make yourself feel comfortable. They are currently in a playoff spot. I would not say comfortably, most, because a whole bunch of teams have games in hand on them. But if you continue to win, it should be no problem. So just take care of business starting tonight against New Jersey, and the coach will have a full breakdown in just a couple of minutes.
That's kind of the idea. Again, what you don't want to do is keep looking at teams behind you, though. You don't have to worry about those teams. You want to look ahead. Try to get yourself into a 3 or a 2 spot. To be honest with you, you're 8 points back of the 2 spot right now, and you're going to have to.
God, it wasn't long ago they were right there.
Yeah, you're going to have to make up some ground here, dude, especially inside the Central Division where it's been tough for you this year.
I think whether, we're going to ask him if Val's playing tonight, whether he does or doesn't. I think everybody who's kind of the bottom 9 of that forward group just needs to take the approach of there's about 3 people on the team right now that they can get a clean look and finish a clean look, and that's McKinnon, McCarr, and I would say Netchus is probably another guy like that. Everybody else, you got to do whatever you can. Get in front of the net, get a rebound, get a deflection, do something. Like, you got to get dirty. And I think that's what Val brings to the table that they're missing the most right now. But, I mean, come on, man. Like, there's got to be a mentality with a lot of those guys who are struggling right now that I am going to do whatever it bleeping takes for me to get an opportunity. Because they can't afford to be cute right now. They can't. Need to be better on that front, and they need to find a way to just grime out a goal or two.
Agreed. I mean, listen, it's just an old adage. When it's not coming easy, get dirty and get desperate. I think any coach will tell you, get dirty and get desperate, and they'll start to come. And again, you have to act dangerous, too, I think. And you're looking at the offensive side. It's not like they're doing a ton of bad things. PK's been okay, you know what I mean? They haven't even really had that many power play chances at all. So when you're not getting 4 a game, then it's you're trying to get that into rhythm and all that kind of thing. So it's just on any given night, it's not all there, but a lot of things are there.
Well, it looks like we're going to talk to him in just a second. Again, all guests join us on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Looks like we got the coach right now. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us. Coach, how was the break, and how you doing this morning?
Break was good. Yeah, break was good. Lots of rest and relaxation, and spent a bunch of time outdoors in the mountains, so it was pretty good. Yeah, and doing good this morning. Ready to go. Had a rough first couple games coming out of the break. Got back, had some practices, was looking really good. Liked the way we played in Nashville, the pace that we played with, the intensity. Couldn't find the back of the net, and then we kind of laid an egg in St. Louis and did not play well for large portions of that game. And so we come up empty-handed, and we're getting ready to start a big homestand here, so we're excited for it.
Yeah, part of that, we'll get to the games after the first couple after the Four Nations in a second, but I wanted to ask this just out of the gates because we've been waiting and waiting. Is there any news? Is Val Nichushkin going to be in the lineup tonight?
He is. He's going to be in as of right now. They're going to come in this morning, but the way yesterday's practice finished, we're just waiting on final confirmation, but should be good to go here for tonight.
Coach, I don't want to make too much of it because we've talked about it a lot on the broadcast and on the show and so on and so forth. And, one guy's not a, quote, savior kind of guy, but what it does is it puts guys in more proper positions with what you had envisioned. Is that not correct? And obviously his talent and what he brings to the game is unique. So, we don't want to make too much of it, but it is a major factor, right?
Yeah, it certainly is. As we found out, sort of over time, that we're missing a top 6 forward on our second line. The middle Stad Drouin line, and Val's sort of the perfect guy to pop in anywhere in your lineup and increase production, right? And essentially, that's what we need is other guys being able to chip in. On the offensive side of things, that's where the struggle of our game is. You guys all know the stats. If it's not, our top line and some of our D on the production side of things, and like we've kind of hit a cold spell with some of our other lines. So Val going into that line, and historically him going on any line, it immediately becomes, more productive. They seem to find a way to chip in goals and big goals. And I mean, he's one of the top players in the league in a lot of different ways, and the size and ability to get to the net and still finish off scoring chances at the net and help and check the puck back and help other guys extend offensive zone time, whether it's forecheck, tracking, reloading, and stealing pucks. It's just, he's elite at that. So it really should boost that line. And we're going to flip a player or two around in our bottom six and see if we can't find a different mix there too, because they've got, they're playing good hockey. Those guys all have sort of a little bit different responsibilities, but still throughout your lineup, you want guys to be able to chip in on a regular basis, and we're just not getting it enough right now. Playing really good hockey going into the break and finding ways to win. Most of that though was tightening up on our checking game more than producing throughout of our lineup. And we just got to be able to find a way to continue with that, and then also chip in a few more goals here to win some hockey games. So we're gonna juggle things just a little bit, see if we can find some chemistry or a spark here tonight.
Great to hear, Coach. You mentioned the first two games after the break, and you had trouble putting the puck in the back of the net. And we mentioned it on the show how the goalies for the other team performed admirably. And for one, I'm sort of sick of the term the Avs got goalied. You got too much firepower, too much talent on the ice to get goalied. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think it's like you have the odd night where you just feel like you outplay them. I cut up the scoring chances is the first thing, and look at the quality, the quantity, for and against, and the number in Nashville it's way in our favor, right? Mm-hmm. And the where we were playing most of the game, the ratio from O zone to D zone, we check all these boxes that usually, especially in years past, would lead to victory. And this year, we've had a lot of games where we've checked all these same boxes, and yet we've come up short. So then you got to start digging into the detail of it. If we're even though it's quality scoring chances, are they seeing the puck? Is there enough chaos, traffic, screens, tips, rebounds? Are we passing up on quality shots when we do good things and we get in the slot? Are we looking for something better? Are we shooting the puck quickly when the goalie's still on the move? And some of those things we've been trying to drive home in our group for some time, and we get good at it for a while, and then it kind of disappears. Those things have got to become, a staple of our game. We've got to make it more difficult on some of these goalies. So it's not as easy as, hey, lots of games you're doing the right things and you're causing all that chaos in the net front. It's difficult for teams to defend us, and we get rewarded, and then sometimes we don't. And those nights, I think you can say, that we did enough to win hockey games and should have won, but there's been too many of them, so we got to continue to find ways to make it harder on opposing teams, especially if they're net front.
You got a lot of winners inside that room, Coach, and you said it earlier, this is a real opportunity on the home ice. You got 6 straight at Ball Arena. Are the guys now, as they get ready for Game 60 tonight, are they sort of in that final push mentality as we approach the month of March?
Yeah, I think so. So you get that break, and you're concentrating on coming out of that break. Well, number one, you're concentrating on doing what you need to do in those 3 practices prior to the games that you feel good about what you did. And I'll be we really liked our practices and the energy and what we accomplished. We worked really hard on the defensive zone coverage and some things in the first day and a half, and then flipped it over to the offensive side of things, and our final practice is one of my favorites of the year. The energy, the goals we were scoring, the production that we were getting in practice, and just the enthusiasm to get ready to play. And I believe that carried over into the national game. Like the pace of that game was really high, and we did a lot of good things at high pace with our execution. The final part of it, getting to the net and finishing off some of those chances was just not there. And the goalie made some saves, and we hit a post and whatnot. But I think coming out of those two games now with a little bit of a wake-up call in St. Louis, the meeting and our discussion as a team yesterday is basically that. This is where we stand. We all know where we are. We faced our fair share of adversity, but now what are we going to do, right? Val's coming back in. We're pretty much a full lineup, still missing Manson. I think that it's got to get more consistent. We can't afford to have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 guys on any given night not having great nights or not focused and dialed in, because that's a third of your team, and we need everybody. This is going to be a tough fight to the finish, and we need to make sure we're putting enough importance on being ready to go and executing under pressure. And so there's a lot of things we talked about, but certainly the focus now is not only on this stretch run, but just breaking down this homestand again, kind of like we did going into the Four Nations, and make sure that we're getting the results, because the results are becoming more and more important. It's not just about the way we play. We have to, find a way to get results, and some nights it's just as simple as, whether you're competent and playing well, or if you're really competing to win the hockey game, and we have enough desperation in our game, which I feel on a nightly basis has to go up. It's got to ratchet up this time of the year because of how important the games are.
I remember talking a few weeks ago, and you said there's been times this year where you felt like the offense has been going and the defense hasn't, and vice versa. What's your overall assessment of the blue line right now, even without Manson?
Well, we've got some struggles back there. Yeah. I do think that the competitiveness of that group on a nightly basis has kind of been there to take out St. Louis. But going into the break, I really liked the way we played. Analytically, the numbers would support that. Top 5 for the first time all year in suppressing chances, and also top 5 in producing chances. And we went 4-1 in that stretch, and so it's not a coincidence, right? And if you're able to do it for that length of time, then we kind of went back on all the points we talked about leading into that 5-game stretch, and took them out of the break and started repeating them again, and we just didn't do a good enough job on it. And I'd like to see us bounce back here tonight and play the type of game that we need to win, and it's going to have to be highly competitive. This is and a little bit more physical than we've been. This is a high-flying New Jersey team, a lot of dangerous players, and they're getting great goaltending, so it's a difficult task. But we have to find ways to beat these teams, and we've hit on the details that we wanted to cover, and I think our players are in a pretty good spot mentally, so it's time to go out and get the job done.
Coach, how much will the return of Val and perhaps the shakeup of a couple of your lines, how much can that help a guy like Casey Middlestad, who just hasn't scored the way you had hoped?
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm hoping. I think it can help a lot. Yeah, a guy like Val can help in a lot of different ways, and he's the type of player that I think that we need with Casey and Drew. He's a perfect complementary player to skilled players that like to play with the puck, because he's so good at checking it back, hanging on to it. He doesn't cough it up easily because of the size and skating ability. We've seen it before. It can help a lot, and certainly that's what we're hoping for going into tonight's game. But he can make a whole nother line here with his presence on the second line, and a line that should be able to put the puck in the net on a regular basis.
Yeah, it seems like that would be the case. Hopefully, again, one little thing, or not even a little thing, but you add something back in, everything starts to open up, everybody's in proper spot, so that's all good. We haven't talked about your goaltending at all. Anything about your goalies at all? I thought they've been fine.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and they're giving us a chance, right? They're giving us a chance every night. It's not like we're giving up a ton of goals right now. It's just we have a tough time, putting them in the back of the net, and they've made some big saves at key times that continue to do what they've been doing for the most part of the year.
Coach, I'm going to double down on something. I asked you about Val earlier. We got good news. What if I asked you about Manson and Landeskog?
No change on Landeskog, still working. And Manson is now back on the ice. So last few days, and just like sort of in his build-up phase. So not there yet, but hopefully soon.
What are the words that came out of your mouth when Canada scored the winning goal in overtime?
Well, I was happy.
That's great. That's good.
That's
glad you're happy, wonderful. Coach. Yeah.
The biggest thing for me, although proud Canadian, it's just the connection. Like just to see, Taze, Kale, and Mac. I know what they put into their game and how important they are to us and have been and will be. So to see those guys go through that experience, enjoy it. We had a long discussion when they came back. What'd you do? What'd you like? What you didn't like? How did it all go? Going through all the details of it. And to see them get rewarded there for their hard work and dedication, I thought was awesome, especially because it's the first time in a long time for them to play best on best.
Well, you're a coach, and I wonder if you felt the same way I did. I was yelled at by a whole bunch of people because I go, this tournament is amazingly cool to watch, and I know you said as much. But you're also the coach of the Colorado Avalanche and your best players on the ice, and that was as intense as I think anybody could imagine that. Mm-hmm. How nervous were you every time that McKinnon would get put up against the boards or something like that?
Not very, but certainly it's in the back of your mind. I think the worst thing kind of about that tournament now for us that we made it through healthy, and some teams weren't that lucky, right? But the worst thing for us was that their play and travel and all the way to that Thursday. And then so they ended up playing, you're not allowed to play 3 and 4 in the regular season, but they ended up playing 3 and 3.5 days. And it looked like they ran out of gas for the St. Louis game, those three guys. Yeah. I thought they did an amazing job of coming out of that tournament, highly emotional win, high intensity for 10 days, and the mental strain that can put on you to showing up in Nashville and really driving our team. Like those guys were the three best players on the ice. And I would say they run out of gas, and we kind of had a plan going into it because of the importance of all these games and where we sit in the standings and having to get results on a nightly basis. We needed those guys to play, and then we gave them Monday and Tuesday off, those three guys, just to kind of get away and get a mental reset and get some rest. And then we're back on the ice here this morning, so hopefully they're feeling really good. And haven't seen them yet here this morning, but those guys at their best can really help drive our team. And we weren't quite there in the St. Louis game, understandably for those guys coming out of that tournament.
Coach, before we let you go, I just got one question. I have never played hockey. I have never taken a big, cold, frozen hockey puck to the face before. But I did hear Rob Ray, who is now the color commentator for the Buffalo Sabres. He was in between the benches for their game recently. Does it sound a lot like this?
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0. The opening period, and Razor just took another one.
Is that what happens in your head when you take one right between the eyes?
Yeah, that is the reaction. It's pretty common, I would say. And we just got lucky because in the Nashville game, we took a ricochet right to the face and nose and gave him a black eye, and he left the game there for a couple seconds to.
He was leaking. Yeah, he was leaking pretty good.
Yeah. So, I feel like whenever something like that happens, you just cringe and just hope for the best, and it's not something, too serious. And so I think G and us, we dodged the bullet on that one. And but that's not a good feeling. No, not at all.
It's head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every Wednesday. Always good to have you back, Coach, and excited for the stretch run here.
Appreciate it, fellas. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, on Conversations with the Coach, brought to you by Quantum Fiber, internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com.
I knew he would answer your question in the way he did when you asked about, are you scared when your players are on the boards? He basically, in a roundabout way, said, don't be a wuss.
Yeah, I am a wuss when it comes to that, and I would be if I was Bednar.
He just told you, don't be a wuss.
Well, I know.
Kane,
okay, fine.
live life. Kane,
I can't change the way I am.
Life.
I can't change the way I am.
So 2 weeks ago, I was forced to FaceTime you from France to tell you to quit being such a baby about it. And you need the coach's reinforcement here today, 2 weeks later.
Also, really fortunate, he said, that they weren't one of the teams that lost guys, because there were plenty that did.
But he wasn't worried about it like you were.
Here's the thing, man. You guys, you're in lockstep with me. You're like, man, we need Val back. If Val comes back, then everything's going to be so much better. And you're like, well, if McKinnon gets lost with a decapitated head, then he gets lost. It's hockey. I don't understand you people. All right, so a lot to break down with that. The good news is the main thing. Val Nichushkin is in the lineup tonight.
Praise, baby
Talk
Jesus.
more about that when we go along. I wanted to ask this just out of the gates because we've been waiting and waiting. Is there any news? Is Val Nichushkin going to be in the lineup tonight?
He is. He's going to be in as of right now. Like, they're going to come in this morning, but the way yesterday's practice finished, we're just waiting on final confirmation, but should be good to go here for tonight.
Let's go.
Like this. Yeah.
Yes. You got your Justin Fields,
Spilled.
baby.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Hey, and again, I don't want to. I hope.
Yes.
Thanks, DMac. I hope that I didn't.
How many yeses was that?
27. I hope I didn't. I don't want to overstress things and say that this makes all the difference in the world.
It makes a huge difference.
But he's a unique guy, and what he does is valuable, as the coach was saying.
How is he not among the top paid players in the league if there's that much fanfare with what he brings?
He's on a $50 million contract.
I can't remember if this is one of the days you were off, Vic, but I asked this question. If you enter Val Nichushkin into the lineup and exit Nathan McKinnon, does the win percentage look a lot different? And I don't know that it does. McKinnon's like arguably the best player in the world, one of the top two. And as far as impact on wins and losses, I don't know if it can get much worse than what Val brings to the table, honestly. Like for this year, they win 50% of the games that he's off the ice. They win 67% that he's on. 17% difference is pretty large for one player on a hockey team.
He's not the best skater in the league, although he's good. The best goal scorer in the league, puck handler. But what he brings to the table as a player, you can't just go, there's no other guy that you just go, hey, let's go get that guy and do exactly what Val does.
Right.
A lot of guys do a lot of it, and they do some things better than he does. But what he does with his forechecking, with his back checking, big body in front of the net, on the penalty kill. Like Coach was saying, his ability to not lose the puck and to keep things alive while you're making a chance. I mean, all these little things that happen during the course of a game. Plus, he's awesome at, little redirects in front of the net, putbacks. I mean, the majority of his goals are scored within 5 feet of the net, for crying out loud.
Right.
The vast majority. So it matters. And again, I don't want to say this one guy coming back is going to change everything, but it helps out a lot. And everything starts to get, the gears get greased a lot more.
He helps others. That's the thing. Like, he's one of those rare players, and there's only a few of them that exist on each team. That's an elevator. If he's on the court, if he's on the ice, if he's on the field, he makes people around him better. And that's when you asked that about Middlestat, Vic.
You mean like Zach Allen for the Broncos?
Yeah, it's just he's one of those guys. Like, I am really curious to see how Middlestat looks with Val next to him, because I bet you it's a lot better than what it was previously.
I think in military terms, they call it a force multiplier. Mm-hmm. Val is a force multiplier. You add that one guy, but it multiplies everything.
Mm.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch Lakers Mavs last night by chance?
No.
Lakers won. Luka had a triple-double against his old team. He scored a couple threes early in the game and just started staring at his bench. His old bench, the Dallas bench.
The old bench.
Yeah.
Wasn't Nico Harrison sitting behind them?
He was there at the game. He was staring at him, apparently. But all the wrong things happened last night. Lakers won. Memphis came back to win in overtime. Houston won. Now this is where I keep track of all these different teams giving chase, like you do, Moj, in the NHL, right? In the standings. You start keeping track. But a new story that's out in The Athletic now, people trying to parse out reasons why Luka Doncic would be handed to the Lakers. Here's the latest. According to this report, Doncic was lazy, according to sources in Dallas. They talked about his weight issues as a frequent frustration within the Dallas Mavericks walls, and he had too much of a taste for beer and hookah. He had basically an addiction to beer and hookah. What is hookah? What is that?
It's I don't know how to describe this in the proper way.
It's a
tobacco.
It's like a pipe. It's like a.
It looks like a bong.
You ever seen a guy from India with the big cord coming out and he's sucking on it?
But I've never known what it is. What is it?
It's tobacco.
It's all it is?
Yeah.
Is it like a vape?
Yeah,
pretty
it's like
much
flavored tobacco.
Yes.
Yeah, consider it like a tobacco bong.
There you go.
So I guess my retort to that is,
I'm sure you could probably put weed in there if you wanted to.
Luka is from Europe, and as you well know, Moj.
Hey, Luka's on the hookah.
Moj, as you well know, in Europe, everybody smokes.
A lot of smokers in Europe.
No, not a lot. Everybody smokes in Europe.
Do you know who else drinks a lot of beer? Nikola Jokic drinks a lot of beer.
Well, how do you know?
Because
I've seen him drink a lot of
him
beer.
during the offseason where he's always got a beer in his hand and he's shirtless.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't think it's hidden. Can you play or not?
That's what it comes down to. Can you play? Can you ball or not?
Like, I'm not kidding.
Are
dude.
you a baller?
I know that we're like, there's an obsessive story about Nathan McKinnon and his strict dietary stuff. If McKinnon went out and got plastered on rum every single night and still did what he did, I don't care, okay? I would say, hey, man, you probably should slow down a little bit. It's probably not good for your overall health. But I'm not going to be like, I can't re-sign this guy. He's productive.
I mean,
what's the bottom line here?
How many beers do you think Ken Stabler pounded on a nightly basis?
Bro, I'm telling you right now, the amount of MLB stars that get after it.
According to this report, Mavericks predict that Luka will see his basketball demise, highlighting a health history that, as some see it, will likely lead to catastrophe in the next 5 years or so.
Okay. Well, you know what? The Lakers might win a championship in the next two,
So
and that's all they're concerned
is that,
about.
Well, hold on a second. Is that some sort of scientific calculation? What are they talking about?
It's one of the reasons they felt they needed to get rid of him.
How old is he?
25.
So Luka's only 25.
Or is he 24?
No, he's got to be 20.
I think he's 25.
So by the time he's 30, he's going to be done. That's what the calculations say.
Yeah. Hey, the other thing I thought of is this. All the talk is the Lakers now, they're red hot. I mean, hottest team in basketball since the trade and all this. They're hot.
Right now.
Does this tell you, does this just put an exclamation point on something I've thought of for a long time? And I know he hasn't been able to play because he's been hurt, but it just tells you what he did to his team versus not being. Anthony Davis is so overrated. He's so overrated. I mean, I know he won an NBA championship with LeBron, but what has he ever done?
How in the world was he on a top 75
He's top
roster?
75 all time.
That is not even true.
When your team decides we're done with you, we're going to trade you, and I know they traded him for a great commodity, but that tells you all you need to know. The Lakers thought he was overrated. LeBron thought, after playing with him, he's overrated. I've been saying that for years. He is a secondary player, always has been. He's never been a... Do you remember the days when he was compared to Nikola Jokic?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
He's always going to be a secondary player, and that's it.
I think his career could be looked at differently if he didn't get hurt all the time.
Well, that's part of a career.
Well, I understand. I'm just saying, talent alone, he's incredibly talented.
He's overrated.
Vic, so go back. I'm curious about this. Go back. You said people are trying to figure out why Luka went to the Lakers. Okay, so the Mavericks thought he was overweight. He smoked the hookah. He drank the beers. He was lazy. Yeah, he's fat and sassy. Blah 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 blah. Well, why not put him out there to everybody else in the league? Why only LA? Why? Why didn't they talk to Detroit?
I don't know.
Why don't you talk to Orlando?
I don't
How
know.
come you don't talk to
I don't know.
the Nets?
I don't know.
What you see what I'm saying? Why is it that they only deal with the Lakers?
Maybe they're
to
more
send that guy to the Lakers.
There are more hookah bars in LA.
You don't think that Adam Silver right now is smiling from ear
Of course he is.
to shining ear over this deal? Of course he is. I mean, the Lakers go on this run.
But
They're going to be a factor in the West. It's good for, quote, ratings. I mean, come on, man.
I just
it feels like a setup. It's what it feels to me. It feels like an absolute setup.
But watching the game a little bit last night, and they honored Anthony Davis as they rightfully should. They gave him a standing ovation. They did a video. But I'm thinking in the back of my mind as they're doing this video, and all the Laker fans are so happy and giddy. They're happy because they don't have him anymore. He's on the other team. He's overrated. Always has been.
They're happy because they got a player who is better than him.
Better than him, yes. Better than him for now and forever.
It's why, let me put it to you this way, Vic. If Dallas acquired Anthony Davis and kept Luka, I'm sure they're psyched. They're pissed because they got Anthony Davis in a trade for Luka.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is one is a primary player, a franchise player. The other is not. He's a secondary player and will always be that. And how he's on the top 75 All-NBA team is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's a secondary player.
I don't know how that happened. By the way, as we get to break, Nelly wanted to play something today, and I agree with it. You guys aware of Prairie A&M basketball?
Yeah, I heard this announced. Is he the PA guy?
Oh, God.
The PA announcer, this is what he does for a made three.
Bush, he'll stop and spot for the three-point shot. Looks good, yeah.
Bush shooting at 50% from the three-point line tonight.
No.
It's so much.
Nope.
There's a whole compilation, by the way. Can we just see how long we can make it before we need to turn this off?
I'm already done.
No,
this is 4.5 minutes. So you guys tell me when you've had enough.
Brad will step back right in front of the three-point line and bury it. 4-3, the Panthers up 1. Bars, you can pick up the live stats there right side, as on the right side, Tanaj Petway gets a prayer and hits a three-pointer.
No.
16,
wait.
51.
Is he putting an echo on his own voice?
Goes straight up on the dribble drive from the bucket on the right side and puts it.
Those sounds.
Wait, you can't even understand the play-by-play.
Is he doing the lasers himself?
Yes.
He's got his own laser
So
show.
he's got his own lasers, his own voice echo, his own. He's a one-man show there on the PA.
They were playing the Mississippi Valley State Devils, I think. Devil Dogs or something. Point is, the social media team for Mississippi Valley State went through the entire broadcast, and they put together a 4.5-minute compilation of every single absurdity he said, including at halftime when he was announcing the team coming back out. And I was actually in tears, laughing hysterically at how overboard this guy is going.
You know what I realized?
Watch this, Vic. Watch this. I'm going to get him.
Get me?
I'm going to get you.
Okay.
Go look at your computer. What Hall of Fame football player went to Mississippi Valley State?
He won't get this.
Mississippi Valley State?
The
Oh,
best.
I do-
He's the best at his position of all time.
Hang on.
Dude, he's from Omaha. They don't
I
have
know.
encyclopedias.
I know. He doesn't-
Jerry.
Who?
Give me a hint. I do remember this. Give me a
He's
hint.
the best wide receiver ever.
I said Jerry Rice.
He said it.
Okay, Jerry Rice, correct. You didn't say. You said.
I said Jerry.
He said it. Yeah. I'll give him credit. Good job.
Thank you very much. Whatever happened, by the way, to those sort of sounds on morning shows? You remember
What?
when that used to be a thing?
Lasers?
You're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in the morning.
Well-
Moser, Lombardi, get
Nelly. Yes. Lasers from now on.
No, we don't need those stinking lasers.
Listen, if it's your PA guy, you love him. Like Kyle Speller's the best in the NBA. He's really, really good.
Really good.
They ask him to go everywhere.
I mean, he represents the NBA. Hell, Roach represents
The
he's at the
NFL.
Super Bowls.
Yeah. Correct.
We have the best PA guys in the world.
He does
when
all
you
those
think about
the
it.
European games,
We
too.
really
Yeah.
do. But here's how it works. It's like anything else. It's like a play-by-play guy. You love the ones that are on your team. But if you have to visit
Vegas.
them, it's the worst.
It's like, all right, dude, calm down. Yeah, Vegas is the worst. Uh-huh. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in the morning. Like, Yes.
Crazy
those
wacky
sounds.
morning show. Right.
Whatever happened to those intros for everybody? We don't get that.
Oh, we get Rat instead.
I guarantee if you play those more often, ratings will increase rapidly.
You got another one on hand there, Nelly? You got another one? It looks like...
What the hell is that?
Yeah! More of that!
Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5. These sounds rule. Although we couldn't do Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. It's like, Weenie in the butt in the morning. It's got to be. You got to come up with one of those names.
Weenie, what'd you say?
Weenie in the butt. That's an old Family Guy reference.
Or if you watch Parks and Rec, Crazy Ira and the douche.
Exactly. Nelly, I want one of those coming back. Give us a good intro coming back. Back after this.
Welcome back to the Three Jackwagons in the morning. We got Milker, Captain No Prostate, and Mr. Dead Bees. Yeah! Getting you to work on time and happy.
That's a show I want to be a part of. That's the one I want.
Hit the lasers. Hit them.
So you're telling me So that's wacky. So what is that? Wacky Des Moines, Iowa radio show? Is that what that is?
Giving away tickets to Eddie Money in about 15 minutes. Yeah.
Hey, Eddie Money's dead.
Well, those tickets are cheap.
Oh, jeez. Jacked up, dude.
Dude, that's totally jacked.
Well, we're a wacky morning show. This is what we do.
Oh, my God.
Hey, put up the shot of my spine just so I can get some love for this from these guys because they don't understand how bad my spine is, and I want to prove to them.
Nobody cares about you.
Yeah, but I mean, you lost some inches. Even though you went to the Rocky Mountain Clinic, you're not as tall as you used to be.
I just watched this video.
Right? Isn't that the doctor? What did the doctor tell you? You're not as tall as you used to be.
I'm not as tall as I used to be.
I'm going to tell you something, and I mean this totally honestly, Vic.
Hate it.
Don't care about your spine. Really don't.
Maybe you don't.
I say that as a loving friend.
Maybe you don't, but the people do.
It looks like an S. It does.
Hang on. I watched this video on Twitter, though. It was these guys are all playing like Call of Duty or something together. And this guy just goes, guys, can I just ask you a question? If I needed you, would you be there for me? And they immediately go, nope, I wouldn't. Okay, so I want you to call me so I can ignore you, actually.
This is the shot of my spine taken on 7/22/2024, lumbar spine. I want to know, what are all those empty spots? Like, what is that? When you look at an x-ray, does it freak you out? I get it. It's a crooked spine. But what are those empty places? Am I missing stuff?
Well, right about here.
Oh, God. What did you do?
That's where your prostate used to be, right?
Yeah, I know that one.
Okay.
But like on the right side, why is that all empty? It's all jacked up, dude.
It's where your joy used to be. They've taken it from you.
It's where his love. It's where his love used to reside.
All right. So anyway,
keep that up there for a while.
Texture says, "Hello, is this burrito spaghetti and milk in the morning?" Vic, you mentioned something earlier. It was George Payton talking about, hey, we thought somebody was gone, maybe not.
Well, I mean, there's a chance we bring Javonte back, and I think Javonte is one of the best pass protectors in the league, and I think he's still young and he's still ascending, another year removed from the injury. But I think there's so many different flavors in this draft of runner, and we have some backs that we like. And so it's going to be an interesting process. It already has been, just to get to know these runners. I know we're searching for the Joker. It's kind of like the Loch Ness Monster, trying to find a goddamn Joker. But I've played Sean's teams that had them, and they're hell. So, yeah, a lot of different backs. I think it's a good year to maybe go get a back because there's so many. But yeah,
the way he reacts to that Joker, it's like, oh, honey, what do you want me to get at the grocery store? I can't find it. What? What's it called?
Do that all the time.
My
wife, it drives her nuts. Every time I go to the grocery store, I call her, and
so
I'm just like,
same deal.
But you don't want like
organic.
You don't want these noodles. You need the very special protein packed blah blah blah. I don't know where those are.
I mean, the coach wants a Joker, and he's like, oh, gotta find one now.
I don't know how to tell you this.
Do you think he has conversations with him talking about certain guys being jokers, and Sean Payton, because he has his own idea of it, goes, no, you idiot, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this other thing.
You ever try to find walnuts at the store?
It's tough.
I was told, I was asked.
Never been
actually, I
walnut
volunteered.
shopping.
But I said, yeah, I'll go get the walnuts for this. She was making this cake.
Oh, I thought you said wallets. You said walnuts. I've never gotten walnuts. Not once have I gotten walnuts.
Would you run to King Supers and give me a wallet?
I thought you said wallet shopping. I actually did
go to
that for
Macy's
Christmas.
or
I got my dad a wallet.
What do you need walnuts for?
Bear's making something, so I'll go. So I'm in the nut aisle, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm walking up and down the damn nut aisle, back and forth and looking for walnuts. And I see every other damn nut. Shut up. You said something mean. I know. I don't understand how insulting me right now is going to. And so I have to call her, and I'm embarrassed. Oh, Leskowitz. So.
All right, go ahead.
Meet mommy over in the. No, okay. So I'm embarrassed, but I'm like, honey, I can't find the walnuts. She's like, they're in the confection aisle. They're like by the frosting and all. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, what? If you have nuts here, well, it's a nut. Put it with the rest of the nuts.
Excuse me, sir. You looking for these nuts?
I can't imagine any time in my life where you're lost in a store. You say, excuse me, sir, can you help me? I'm looking for walnuts.
Never.
I don't think I'm ever going to say that. Ever.
Brett, you remember I used to work at Target, the one by our old building.
Uh-huh.
And one of my favorite things to spot when I was in there on the weekend is you would see some dejected husband standing in front of the yogurt being like,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, hey, babe, I'm looking.
Every time.
I don't really think any of these are purple. You say purple with white label? I don't know. I'm looking and I'm seeing blue, kind of a bluish with it. And I'd sit in there like, I got you, brother. You're in hell right now.
They didn't ask for yogurt. They asked for a very specific thing. And you're just like, I can't find it. Now, here's the deal.
See, I don't get the organic, and we get in a feud every time. If it's not organic, she gets all uppity.
Oh, organic. I feel like organic's just
I think it's
something they slap on the label.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Don't get me. I want a banana. I'm not paying $8 for a banana. I'm not doing it. I don't care what's in it.
By the way,
I don't care if it'll kill me on the spot. I want the banana.
What an American thing to do. Can you imagine going to like some sort of grocery store in I don't know, Peru, and being like, excuse me, is this organic over here? Just like, would you get the stupid groceries and leave?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a scam or not, but I'm just in France. There's no that organic stuff. It's all just regular. You know what I mean? Like, it's just regular stuff.
If you say, can I have bread? They don't say which type. They're like, here.
The Coca-Cola there has, you know what's in the Coca-Cola there?
Cane sugar.
Sugar. Real sugar.
Yeah, like cane sugar.
Yeah. Sugar.
You know,
beef is just beef.
When I spent some time in New York City, and you go to those corner shops with all the fruit, the fresh fruit.
Yeah.
You're not asking if this is organic. You're eating that fresh fruit. It's good.
Absolutely.
It's damn good.
Can I get back to Javonte for a second? Can I speak on behalf of what I believe to be as most Broncos fans and just say no thank you? Nothing against Javonte. I just don't see
So
the
why
point.
do you think George Payton opened the door for Javonte to return?
Because I'm not sure there's a better option out there, Vic, in that regard.
If things don't go the way that he wants, maybe via the draft, then maybe he's an option that they'd bring back.
Or how about the fact that he just said it? He's probably among the best, if not the best, protector in a running back, in a backfield that exists in the NFL. He can protect.
But if he's in the game, what does that mean? He's going to pass the football.
This is when you're evaluating players and like just pick a position in any sport. It's like Moj. If you tell me about Casey Middlestat right now, it's like yeah, but he's been back checking really well. He's one of the best back checkers in the league. And I go, yeah, but how many goals has he scored?
Right.
Because that's what matters the most to me. It's like, it's good to have these little things that you do off to the side too. And look, something like that will keep Javonte in the league, right? You can stay in the league as a third down back, but I'm looking for somebody that's going to be explosive. By the way, can you take Vic's spine off the screen behind me, by the way?
It looks good.
Here, I'll do a trade deal. I'll take his spine off the screen if you get to our Avalanche keys to the game for tonight.
Do a normal spine next to that spine.
Fair.
I just want to see what it looks like.
Do whatever it takes to win.
Fair trade.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Go ahead, Moj. Tonight, Avs and Devils.
Yeah, I would argue to you that
with a Val in the lineup.
Correct. I would argue to you that back on December 8th, the Avs with a 4-0 win at New Jersey, that may have been their best game of the entire season. They were awesome in that game. Flying. They were, I mean, they played, I think, a perfect road game. Perfect. Got to repeat it here tonight. Couple keys. Number one, you didn't take any penalties at St. Louis. That was good. Stay out of the box again. The New Jersey Devils come in with a top 3 power play and a top 3 penalty kill. You must win the special teams battle tonight. These special teams for the Devils are really, really good. They butter their bread a lot on special teams. You must win that battle. They've given up 1 power play goal, I think, in the last 26 kills, have the Devils. You must win that battle. Number 2, get down and get what?
Dirty.
Get filthy, dirty,
Funky.
ugly, funky, junky. Hey, Devils have had a couple days off as well. They plastered the Predators 5-0 in Nashville on Sunday. They've had a couple days off. Go after them early. They've also been doing this win-lose thing the Devils have. Tonight, send them to their loss like they're supposed to.
That is Keys to the Game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the Plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC in a huge selection of used, all in one place. You can always watch this show, by the way, on YouTube. We have a brand new YouTube channel. So search Altitude Sports Radio in the search bar. Subscribe to it because it brings to you your home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe and don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you missed from all of the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on that YouTube search page and subscribe today. Back after this.
Well, I think it helps. It helps. So, the tight end or running back being able to be a target relative to the center of the field. Look, different than a guard or an edge rusher, corner. Like sometimes, a draft might only have maybe a candidate or two at one of those positions. Certainly you hit a couple positions that would fit in the must realm, and yet I would say not at all costs. It's got to be something that makes sense when we're either signing them in free agency or drafting them, but it is a priority.
It should be. I mean, if you had to go through it, Mose, I know it takes a while to get the engine revving. It's fine.
Listen, I really like this guy, but sometimes he kills me.
It's not like a very palatable way to listen to somebody speak, is what you're trying to say.
Well, he's not trying to give up too much. I mean, he's being honest. He's like, look, basically what he said is this. I can say it in 10 seconds, hopefully. Me. Yeah, look, when we're drafting a guy or we're going to sign a guy in free agency, he's got to check these boxes, but it's not as a big a deal, if it's a guard or somebody else. But yeah, we want the guy in the middle to tear things up.
Nailed it.
I do think so. I do think it's a big deal, and I don't think.
And he's talking about whether it's a tight end, whether it's a back, whether it's whatever. It's somebody to find those seams, to get in the soft areas. Another option that can make plays. A chain mover.
Mm-hmm. If somebody asks,
we can put him in different. We can H-back him if we want.
Call him
to.
whatever you want.
Sure.
It's a chain mover.
So with that, Nelly, can you hit me with a little bit of NFL prime time? Because I want to bounce around some different NFL topics in a hurry here.
Hey, by the way, I do too. I'm so glad you did this because I was just reading an article about a guy.
Okay, well, hang on to that for a second. Let's just start here. The clip that we just played in the last segment, George Payton talking about he hasn't ruled out bringing Javonte back. How do you square that off with him saying running back is a priority?
Doesn't mean you can go get a running back and still bring Javonte back. If you don't like the room as a whole. You may not like the room.
I think that's why he was talking about he's a great pass blocker. Mm-hmm. Like, Javonte could still have a role on this team. It's not going to be as the feature back, though, I think is the translation.
If we can find a guy that can block almost as well or equally to Javonte and actually run the ball a little bit better, we're going for that guy. But we may not find that guy, so.
I'll tell you somebody who's made a really nice living for himself for a long time in this league playing that exact role. Samaje Perine always finds a job. Always.
He does.
He was just on the Chiefs last year doing the exact same thing. Third down, I come in and block, catch a ball in the backfield occasionally. I could stick around this league for 8 to 9 years doing that. Here's the other thing. There was a big wildfire story yesterday about Gronkowski. Okay, and this is Jordan Schultz this morning. He said, I asked Rob Gronkowski about his so-called NFL comeback because it was rumored to me potentially with the Broncos. Here's what Gronk said. Crazy, bro. They must know something about me that I don't. I wish I still had those powers because that would be cool if I did, but I was just in Australia for a few days. Now it's time to relax a little, no football. Here's the thing. Let's say that Rob Gronkowski even was, like this is true, that he wanted to make an NFL comeback. Mm-hmm. I don't want it. Yeah, I wouldn't want it here.
If you're resting your future on, how old is he?
35.
He's 35. He's been in the league since 2021. No, I don't want an old guy who's been out of the league for 3 years.
That's a tough ask.
What does that accomplish anyway? If you watch Gronkowski toward the ends of his career in Tampa, he still was productive, but he obviously wasn't moving as well. You guys remember when Jason Witten came back from the broadcast booth?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it was like it hurt to watch him run. I want young, athletic players, not guys who are going to catch the ball for 2 yards and fall down. We have some of those already on this roster. So that's a huge bag of no from me. Some other things. This just came out, NFL Players Survey. It's that time of year, so I think a lot more of these answers are going to be trickling in. Does it surprise you to find that in the NFL Players Survey, the Broncos ownership group, led by Greg Penner, is ranked 4th in the league?
Doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
Behind Stephen Ross was number 1 in Miami.
In terms of what? What's the evaluator there? What are they judging
Mike Kliss says NFL Player Survey, Broncos, Greg Penner ranked as number 4 overall owner. I don't know. I don't know what the details are. Stephen Ross was 1. Arthur Blank of the Falcons was 2. Ziggy Wolf of Minnesota was 3. And Penner's 4.
Well, again, this is the same group that second last game of the regular season decided to spend $500,000 to redo the turf. So They care about the players' welfare. They're doing things for the players to make sure that they're first and foremost, which is the way it should be.
They're putting money into the franchise. They're putting money into the stadium that it's not going to be around forever. I mean, they're committed. I would love to have the Walton Penner Group as my owner.
By the way, they are that facility that they're working on over there. It is coming along strong.
Is it really?
Yeah,
I haven't driven by in a little while.
It is coming along.
When is that going to be open?
2 years, 2026.
So have they started carving out all of that top area?
Yeah, that whole area is gone.
You're kidding.
What are they doing for
Earth
camp again
movers
this
are there.
year? Are they just working around it sort of thing?
I don't know where people are going to sit and stand for camp because that thing's gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. By the way, there's two things on this subject. I'll get to a piece of audio in a second, but Diana Rossini says this. Matthew Stafford's exploration of his market value the last few weeks has indeed attracted significant interest from teams, notably the Raiders and the Giants. If Matthew Stafford went to Las Vegas,
I told you the Raiders would be very interested.
would that maybe not terrify you, but have your antenna up?
Dude, can I? This is where my story comes in.
Okay.
I'm reading about Pete Carroll, 73-year-old Pete Carroll. This dude is fired up. He's not a dummy. He's won national championships. He's won a Super Bowl. He's been there twice. Say what you will about Chip Kelly. He's the highest paid offensive coordinator in the National Football League.
He worked wonders at Ohio State last year.
Dude, all I'm saying is don't sleep on these guys with that staff, number one. Number two, if they get Stafford, yeah, I'm freaking. You're damn right I am. All of a sudden, the AFC West is a football fan's worst nightmare. Absolutely it is. You got a Harbaugh and Herbert doing their thing. Hell, they were a game better than the Broncos this year, went to the postseason. You got the Witch, who's going to keep going back time after time. And now you throw these knuckleheads in Vegas into the mix? Now, listen, they may fall flat on their face, but I'll tell you this. Don't underestimate Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly's ability to get the most out of an offense. And if they find a quarterback worth half his butt, they're going to be a problem. I'm not saying they're going to overtake you. I'm saying they're going to be a problem.
They need to find a way to get some of the skill position talent because they're lacking in that area, especially after the Devontae trade.
Hey, listen, they may fall flat on their faces. But Tom Brady is all over this thing in Vegas, dudes. I'm telling you right now. I don't know how much Mark Davis has the final say, of course. But Tom Brady is doing stuff. I just don't. I'm not going to make fun of the Raiders and say, "Oh, they're a little 4-13 team. They're junk." Blah blah blah, because they're being proactive in trying to do something about it, and they're probably going to do something about it. Is what I'm trying to say.
How about Ravens coach John Harbaugh asked yesterday about the Justin Tucker situation? His response was, "Yeah, we're looking at kickers." You think?
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the other thing. Tucker stunk last year.
He had a rough year. His worst year as a pro.
He couldn't hit a kick over 50 yards. That was his MO.
I wonder if he knew something at that point.
I think so.
That this was, because for a kicker, psychologically, it matters more than any position. If your head's not in it, your leg's not going to be in it.
Mm-hmm. By the way, just one other thing on the Stafford deal. There's the Scoop City podcast with Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel. I'm going to play something from Chase. And I just want to get your guys' reaction. Listen.
Look, here's what I know. The Rams are comfortable with Jimmy Garoppolo.
They're comfortable with Jimmy G?
Well, Matthew Stafford's looking for, over $50 million a year. We're talking 2 years, up to $110 million deal.
Can he get that?
Matthew goes out, sees that there's no market for him at the price he wants, and the Rams say, all right, we'll bring you back for $40 million. Don't you think that's a fair number?
$40 million is a travesty. At this point, to be completely honest with you from a player's perspective, I would retire. If you're offering $40 million, at some point you got to be like, hold up. Trevor Lawrence is making 53. Tua's making that much money. Dak's making $60 million. I am 10 times better than these. I'm a dog. I'm a warrior. Like, no.
Would you retire if offered $40 million a year? That's the question.
Chase, he's 37 years old, bro. Bro, he's 37.
I don't think that that's like an insulting number at all. It's you've been hurt a little bit lately, and you're older. $40 million
What's
sounds
the most
pretty good.
insulting thing anybody's ever done to you?
Well,
They offered me $40 million.
I'll tell you what. You offer me $40 million a year, you can insult me all you want. Hell, you can assault me all you want. You want to kick me in the Jimmy for 2 weeks straight? Fine, do it. Let's go.
$40 million a year. I'm walking.
Good Lord Almighty. Yeah, I might as well just call it quits. I can't live off 40. You kidding me? I got a family to feed.
Speaking of, another thing.
That just sounds so ridiculous, man.
If the Rams do indeed get rid of Stafford, another report here from Patrick Leonard. Aaron Rodgers would prefer to play for the Rams if Stafford is traded and would bring Davante Adams with him if the Jets release him. How many times are we going to do the Aaron Rodgers, Davante Adams game before people go, maybe this just is done and over with?
When's he going to be 41?
Soon?
December. Well, he's already 41. He's going to be 42 in December. Come on, man. Come on. What are we doing?
One last thing here. Titans. They own the number 1 overall pick. They said, the GM yesterday, they feel that Travis Hunter can play both ways in the league. And they would explore that option if they drafted Travis Hunter. And I still wonder what that split would be.
Well, let's be honest about it. He can play both ways. I mean, he can play either position.
He's already proven that. He's elite at
He's
both
elite
positions.
at either position.
Yeah.
Now, will they play him both ways? That's the question. But if you want him to be a starting corner, he is. If you want him to be a star wideout, he is.
Here's my question. Just as from a fan perspective, somebody who's watched him the past couple of years, would you be disappointed if he gets drafted to anybody, whoever it is, and they say he's only going to be this, assuming corner?
Well, it's not a question if we'd be disappointed. Would he be disappointed? Would he insist on it?
It's another thing, too. It's a good question. I think he would, I don't know if demand is the right word. He would be, knowing Travis and what he's done the past couple of years, I wouldn't be surprised at all if when he's in these interview processes with teams, he goes, I want to have at least some packages on offense.
This much we know. He's not going to spend as much time on the field as he did in college. He just can't in the NFL.
Right.
It's just not possible. Can we agree on that?
What did Leahy say that
just the film,
all the snaps
film work alone would require so much time?
Didn't Leahy say all the snaps that he played in college, it was over 1,000 this past season? And he goes, there was like 200 more snaps you play in the NFL just on one side of the football, and he played both ways the entire time. That's a pretty taxing workload on anybody.
Absolutely.
Anyway, some stories from the NFL and the Combine with the GMs and head coaches talking yesterday. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Here's the question coming back. We talked to Jared Bednar earlier today. He gave us the news. Val Nichushkin will be in the lineup tonight. How much different do you expect the Avs offense to look with Val in? We'll get to it next. Okay, I'm looking at this survey. We'll get to the Avs in a second, but something just caught me here that I think is interesting. So we're just talking about ownership, Broncos ownership. They gave them the 4th highest grade of anybody in the league. What do you guys make of this? Anything? Something? Nothing? They have head coach on here, too. Where you grade your head coach?
Yeah.
Broncos gave head coach a B.
Okay.
26th in the league.
Ooh. I disagree with that. I mean, I think the head coach deserves a ton of credit for getting the team back to the playoffs. I don't know how you wouldn't grade him an A.
I don't either. And again, I don't know what the criteria is based on or anything like that.
May not like him, but
You're
he's
saying
effective.
that the players gave their own coach a B, and he's 26th in the
So
league.
the only teams beneath them, or maybe it's 25th.
How's that? That's a lot of A's.
Yeah.
For teams that didn't go to the playoffs. You mean to tell me that there are like 10 teams that...
B pluses, A minuses, A's, and A pluses. Yeah.
Nah, I don't trust that. There's going to be a lot of players on a team who maybe not they don't like their playing time.
We were 3-14, but boy, my coach Brian Daboll, man, he's right on the ball.
Well, here's what's funny: the two teams beneath them are the Bills and the Ravens, and after that, it's the Saints, Browns, Jags, and Bears.
Or the Giants.
I don't trust it. Who
Where are
had
the
the best grade?
Panthers?
Who had the best grade?
Washington.
Okay, I can see that. Washington
They're
played
really
way
good,
above
yeah.
expectations.
So the A pluses on this list: Washington, Atlanta, Minnesota,
Atlanta. They were a losing football team.
Kansas City, Miami, Detroit. Those are the A pluses. Again, these are by players who are on the team. So
Yeah, Miami went 8-9, bro.
Philly just won the Super Bowl. How are you not
again,
an A or A plus?
I don't think that this is solely based on your team's success. It has to be their relationship with them, a whole bunch of other things
Oh,
too.
my coach gives me a foot massage every day? I mean, what are we doing?
Why are you yelling at me? I don't know.
Well,
Insulting me is going to make the segment better, but
it just sounds dumb. That sounds like a dumb quiz.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Something, anything, nothing. I was just wondering if you guys felt any way towards that. That's all I was asking.
That's
I don't
how we
know.
feel.
I don't know what to make of it either.
How we feel, it doesn't mean much to me.
How do you feel about Val Nichushkin being back on the ice tonight?
I feel good.
Deserves got nothing to do with it. I watched that last night, by the way.
What?
The Bears painting? I watched
Full Swing?
No, Unforgiven.
Oh.
Deserves got nothing to do with it.
Classic Moj.
Yeah.
I had all this time to watch things yesterday. I watched something I've watched before.
45 times.
I watched Full Swing as well. How do I feel about Val being back?
Yeah.
I feel awesome.
How much do you think it changes how the offense will look tonight? Again, this is what's weird about hockey.
It's not just the offense, though. When you mention that, it's the entire game.
But what I'm getting at here is, Moshe, how many guys are contributing for more than let's say 10 minutes of ice time on any given night?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like, it's a whole bunch of people that contribute to your overall success. How much does the one guy being infused help that?
It helps a lot. Let me explain. Who's been on the second line with – because you've got, ideally, Drury with Wood and Colton should work.
Mm-hmm.
It should work all the time, but it's not working.
Coach mentioned to us that he's going to make some changes to the fourth.
Could you have
third
that roaring 20s line back together? Colton in the middle, right? Instead of on the wing. Colton with 25 and 28, maybe.
Do whatever Colton did to score like 1 billion goals in the first.
But what I'm
he
saying is,
hot.
who's been on the other wing opposite Drouin with Casey Middlestad? It's been Juuso Parssinen.
Mm-hmm.
That's not where he belongs. That's not where he's supposed to be.
Yeah,
he's there out of necessity. He's a big body, plays hard.
Your point is
you're dropping 13 back in there, bro, and then you take him and you put. I mean, if you're assuming you're going to keep your wingers on that third line, maybe 16 goes down to the third line. Maybe you move 25 up there. That means 16 goes to the fourth line. So you're taking from second line minutes down to fourth line minutes.
What you're saying is that pushes, Bruce Brown's a great player off the bench. He might not be a good starter sort of thing.
Correct.
So it moves guys into their proper placement and proper ice
time. That
time.
is exactly correct.
Yeah.
And then when those guys get their ice time, you go like hell. I'm not saying that Parsons not a bad player. He's not a second line player out for the Colorado Avalanche. But he had to be out of necessity. You see what I'm saying? And you wanted to try to spread some of the wealth, so you didn't want to take a 20 and put him up on line 2 at that time because you wanted to be able to actually spread the wealth around as best you possibly could.
Yeah. I think that it's a huge difference. And I would be a hypocrite if I were to say anything different. Because all I've been telling you this entire time is I think that the Avs, with Val Nichushkin, are one of the best teams in the NHL. And without them, they're a very above average to middling team.
He was out until November 15th. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then he got hurt on New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm. By the way, what were the Avs doing before the New Year? They were rolling.
Correct.
And then the New Year hit, and Val leaves the lineup.
He's been out a long time.
Yeah.
And then they haven't been rolling.
He's been out a long time, and that just hit me. That injury went from, remember?
That was
just
originally like 7 to 10 days. Yeah.
He had 11 goals in 21 games. He's played 21 games this year, had 11 goals. 17 points in 21 games. So not quite a point a game kind of guy, but once you get back into that rhythm, you get back into blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's going to make everybody better.
That's why beware. Remember, it took him a few games to get it going when he was reinserted into the lineup.
Correct.
So I don't know if you can expect him instant offense tonight or instant production. It may take a while. Again.
Absolutely.
Just a little PSA to you listeners out there.
Let me say this real quick. His presence, though, Vic, even if his game is not back smooth to begin things, his presence in front of the net, his presence forechecking, it's going to help. It really is. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Brad.
Just for Avs fans, all day tomorrow, because the Avs are back after the Four Nations break, the Avs are returning home for a 6-game homestand, and they need you to pack out Ball Arena as they take on the Wild, the Penguins, the Maple Leafs, and more. Get your tickets now, coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. And if you want to win them, which is way better, tune in all day tomorrow. Every show is giving away a pair of tickets on your home for the Avs. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm with you, though. Huge news. It's the thing I was most excited about with Bednar coming on today is, are we going to get Val Nichushkin back in the lineup? And the 13 is going to be back in, so hopefully they see a little bit of a bump. And they should be motivated enough after the couple of games post Four Nations anyway with a couple of L's.
I think I said, don't look at him as sort of a savior. Okay. And again, he's not. By the way, if you're the Colorado Avalanche, you don't need savioring. Okay? You don't. But you need to get serious and pick it up here on this homestand. Yeah, you lost both games coming out of the break. What did I tell you about the two games? At Nashville and at St. Louis. They were completely different games. You lost both of them, scoring a goal in each game, but they were completely different games.
Yep.
What did Coach say about the Nashville game?
He liked Nashville.
When you look at all the analytics, look at all the numbers, the Avs were doubled what Nashville had. Doubled. They were they played really well. They just couldn't get another goal. That sucks. St. Louis, they didn't play well at all.
Yeah, the problem with the goal stuff is, and I'm kind of in Vic's territory on this, I can't have the goalie just stood on his head thing again because it's too consistent for a team that's too talented on offense for that to happen.
Coach said it. That's why I asked him. I said, we hear that excuse all the time. If that's always an excuse, that's a you problem. It's not just every goalie'd you.
If your MLB team scores 1 or 2 runs a night, you can't say the pitcher just
had a great
pitch
night.
his ass off every single night. No, it's something that you're doing or you're not doing.
It's very
but the last
Nuggets
game before the break, they scored 5.
I know.
Okay?
More of that, please.
Hang on, Moj. You can point to that. That little stretch that they had, they won, was it 4 or 5 heading into the break?
They won 4 out of 5. They outscored their opponent 16 to 6.
Okay.
No, 16 to 9. Sorry, 16
5
to 9.
games, those were good. For the last 2.5 months, though, they've had an offensive problem.
Well, they've been up and down. They've been win, lose, that sort of thing, yeah. And you're right, the overall power outage, yeah, from what you would normally expect. They're still 11th in the league in scoring.
90% of the time, you hold a team to 2 goals, the Avs should not come away without a point. They should be getting at least 1.
I completely agree.
And most of the time, 2.
Totally agree.
Yes. By the way, was just sent this for those curious, that NFL survey report card thing with the head coaches. So the Broncos had Sean Payton at a B, which was, I think, was 25th or 26th out of teams in the league. Here's the criteria for that. So a couple things. 80% of the Broncos players feel their head coach, Sean Payton, is efficient with their time. That ranks 27th in the league.
Well,
so a fifth of them don't think he's efficient with their time.
He's a grinder. And the murmur out of Bronco headquarters is that he really takes up a lot of time to get things done.
Sure.
But you know what? The results matter. Look at what they did.
I'm just giving you the bullet points here, and here's the other one.
Okay, so he's wasting their time.
The players feel that Payton is moderately receptive to their locker room feedback on the team needs, and that's 29th out of the 32 head coaches in the league. That he's kind of, it's my way or the highway is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, now that's one where I can see that happening.
Yes.
They did get
like,
one
hey,
F.
you don't like it? I have a Super Bowl championship. There's a door.
They got one F for locker room, but that's going to change.
Yeah,
because
it's tough.
They're rebuilding all that, so that's insignificant at this point. The locker room will be state of the art.
The only bad grades they really got was, yes, an F for the locker room, but that is under construction, as is treatment of families was a C-.
Not sure what that means. I mean, like family room at the game? I'm not sure what that means.
Did Russ get to vote on his way out the door?
By the way, treatment of families seems to be the one that players complain about the most. There's a whole bunch of C's and D's and F's that are mixed in
like,
here.
what do you want them to do for your family?
I want my uncle to be on the sideline.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what
I
that
want my
means.
wife and kids to have their own suite. I mean, I'd like to know what that entails.
You know, the more I read about these things, these polls are stupid. I don't care. You know why? Go back and look at the Chiefs poll when they were winning Super Bowls.
Oh, yeah, the Chiefs got really bad grades.
They got horrible grades every year, and yet they won Super Bowls.
Chiefs are actually still like this. They got a D- for locker room. They got a C-
whatever.
for training room, a C for training staff, a C+ for weight room and wait staff, a
How'd your
C-
team do?
for ownership.
How'd your team do?
But they love their head coach. A+ for Andy Reid, of course.
I remember the Vancouver Canucks.
I don't like the way you guys treat my family.
Well, I mean,
I treat your family better than you.
That's true. I remember the Vancouver Canucks were the first team that I remember. They had a sleep.
Except for Mario. Jerk.
Jerk Mario. They had a sleep coach or a sleep, what do you call them? Therapist. Somebody who studies all your sleep.
Sleep nerd.
Okay, sleep nerd. They hired a sleep nerd.
Mm-hmm.
Then they have a personal chef.
Who's this?
Vancouver.
Okay.
They have a personal chef that every day after morning skate, this personal chef makes them all the proper omelets.
You didn't say a word for the last 5 seconds.
I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, most teams have dietitians.
I understand that.
Nutritionists.
They were the first.
You could use one.
I'll show you what you can use in about 2 seconds. And so anyway, then they redid the locker room. Man, it was fancy. And they spent like $2.5 million on this new locker room.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you know what the Canucks did? They sucked.
Yeah.
They sucked. Oh, you got your little sleepy person? Oh, you get a staff of team doctors on the sleep? I mean, crap, you suck. You can't stop a puck. You can't score. Hold on. This is not right now. This is before. This is back when it became in vogue. A decade ago, maybe more than that.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got your little egg white omelet with vitamins and minerals and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? You can't skate.
Yeah.
So go ahead and eat every friggin' omelet you want there. You can't skate.
This has been an age-old...
Oh, I'm sorry. Does a salmon souffle make your back check harder? Because you suck.
Moj, what has been... And it's a diatribe of sorts.
And I'm just,
what's been the biggest criticism of the Nuggets and the Avs and how they run stuff here? It's been their practice facilities, correct?
Right.
But you can't complain about the results. They've won championships.
Hey, dude, when they built Ball Arena,
So
the Nuggets practice court is connected to, it's pretty damn cool.
But would they benefit from better facilities? Yes. And they're on the way. But you can't look at the results and say, well, that's the reason we sucked, because they haven't sucked. They've been, you know what I'm saying? One does not equal the other. It's a wonderful luxury to have, but it doesn't always equal success.
That is
Other
correct.
things equal success. Talent equals success. Where do you want your money spent?
The Pittsburgh Penguins have.
It is weird that the Avs walk by a merry-go-round on their way to practice.
A little bit. The Pittsburgh Penguins, though, they have. When you look at their room inside the arena, right? They've got ping pong tables and they've got chefs and they've got they got everything you possibly want. Everything. They're last place. So is it attractive to guys? Absolutely, it's attractive. You know what's most attractive? Am I getting paid and can I win?
Talent.
Yeah.
Number one, do I have a job? Yes. How much am I getting paid? Can we win? All that is more important. And I'm not saying that this other stuff doesn't matter, because it does. But Jesus, if egg white omelets and salmon soufflés and sleep doctors equated into W's, you know what I'm getting.
You know what I like in these polls, too? These polls are like when you're on the phone with customer service and then they say, hey, stay on the phone. We want to conduct a poll. How often do you stay on the phone for that poll?
I'm not staying on. I'm not staying on for your poll. Hey.
Would you be willing?
Everyone asks, though, right?
Would you do a quick survey after this phone call?
No,
No,
not really.
No, but I'll say.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know I work for you. My part of the phone call is done. I've gotten what I need out of this.
I say, Olivia's just being recorded? Well, yes, it is for customer service. I said, well, Olivia, you were awesome. Hey, thanks for helping me. You kick butt. I'm not doing any survey. You have a great day. Click.
No, thank you. 5 stars. Texture says that we should do one of these polls for our family over here at Altitude Sports Radio, and I agree. I agree with that. We should all do anonymous polling on this place.
You guys get an F for how you treat my family. With disdain, disrespect.
What if one of their questions
insults?
Was how you treat your coworkers?
That would be a tough one. that would be an F.
No, but by our standards, I think it would be an A. If we talk to each other respectfully, what a crappy workplace this would be. How terrible.
You know, Brett, you made a very good point just a few moments ago.
I do like my workplace.
Let me back you up on that.
We have the best workplace.
I do enjoy it.
Yeah.
I enjoy it.
I don't see any salmon soufflés being made for me out here in the kitchen.
I will say.
Here's what I need. To do a better show, here's what I need. When I come in, 6:45 in the morning or whatever, I need a personal chef out here making me proper breakfast.
Reheating those day-old ribs.
I'll, if I have to turn my ribs and they can turn them into something, if I bring the pizza in from my truck, the back seat of my truck, and they turn it into something that's great. But I think you got to tell the boss that's what I need to be more effective.
5131 asks, are these polls important in attracting free agents? Let me tell you the most important thing in attracting free agents. Money.
Money.
Money me.
Money, me, money, money, more money, me.
Money. So when a free agent, this is hilarious. When they're putting down a list of pros and cons on why I want to play someone, what's first, second, third, and fourth on that list?
Is this team
I
paying
think it's the treatment of your families.
Yeah.
That's
what
number
are we
one.
doing?
Hey, listen.
What is this?
Vic, it's like this. They're offering you $17.5 per year. I'm going to give you $20 per year. You take that $2.5 million, and I swear to God, bubble wrap your entire family.
I just thought about that.
I'll tell you what. Give them
So
all piggyback
dumb.
rides into the stadium every week. You buy them a friggin' limo to and from your house to the game. I mean,
I just thought about that. Like, imagine if one of the people, like, let's say treatment of families, and I think it actually was. I don't got it in front of me. Let me see.
Well, it's
hang on. Kansas City Chiefs treatment of families was a B-.
Okay.
What if the reason that it got to a B- was because Brittany Mahomes gave it an F? Like, if you are, who's the owner of the Chiefs again? Is it Veach or no? He's the GM.
It's the
Clark.
Hunt family. Yeah, Hunt family.
Okay, whoever. If they just went up to Brittany Mahomes, they're like, I don't know, maybe use some of the $450 million and make a better life for yourself. What more do I play a role in this now?
If the the head of public relations when the Mahomes family walks to the stadium, he goes, "Hey, the A-holes are here. Yeah, open the door for the A-holes."
Imagine that.
They're not doing that. I don't understand. What does this mean?
I'm sorry, sweetheart. Was the Taylor Swift suite not big enough for you?
Right.
Was the catering not good enough?
Like the Buffalo Bills people are like, "Oh my God, you wore that to the game today? You look awful." I mean, what are we talking about? You wore those boots with those pants? You look like an idiot. I mean, what treatment of families?
Who told you that?
I would love.
Is it game day massages for every cousin available?
I would love to be in a place to where I would complain about things like that. Like if I was the husband in my beautiful wife was a you know what? She's a professional pitcher in the MLB and she makes $25 million a year. And I get the balls to walk up to like the Rockies and be like, I gotta tell you guys something. I got a bone to pick with you. Just like, do you really?
Hey, you know what?
Life seems pretty good, actually.
Hey, last game in my suite, the chicken wings, they didn't have quite enough buffalo sauce on them. It wasn't the right spice. I told you guys 50 times that my free chicken wings need to have the right spice.
As I'm holding a small dog in a sweatshirt in my hand. All right.
My Coors Light was just a little warm. I don't know what the hell you expect me to do with this.
Oh, I'm sorry. You think that my whiskey of choice is Jack Daniels? Do you know who you're talking to over here?
Lord, I don't even step out of my car for anything less than Stranahan's. I mean, Jesus God, what are we doing here? Is this a major league team? Bunch of paupers?
I mean, you walk up to the suite, you see a bottle of Jim Beam, you're like, I'm out of here. This is insane. How dare you?
I can't live on free Jim Beam. Are you kidding me?
All right.
What, do you think I'm a peasant? This cracks me up. Hey, Kev, I know he's listening. Kevin, if you can hear me, before we get to break, personal chefs at 6:30 in the morning where we all walk.
Yeah. You're really pissing off my wife, just so you know. She's getting really upset over here. All right, back after this.
I've talked about Greg Larson and his staff at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield for quite some time. It's because they're absolutely awesome. And not only are they great, but the whole dealership and all the dealerships there are fantastic. Right now, you can get an awesome deal on a new Lincoln Navigator, $10,000 off, 10,000 clams. You can also lease a brand new Ford F-150 for just $399 a month. They've got amazing deals on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in captivity up there. 5 awesome brands all in one spot. So do yourself a favor. If you're looking for that new ride, know they're going to hook you up and know they're going to do it right. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield at Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership. Bow, wow. It just cracks me up. Andy sent us a text that apparently it's the families that are filling out the survey.
Well,
right?
For that portion.
It's not the players who are. They're not saying, "Hey, every time my family walks in, they go, oh God, Steve, here come the Smith family. Yeah, them and their rotten kids. Just throw them in any seats that are available in the 600 level." I mean, that's not what's happening. Just cracks me up.
Can I ask you guys one thing real quick? Because Moser, you were bringing up how the Avs outscored in their 5 games before the Four Nations so-and-so to so-and-so. You guys care at all about this? That the Rockies have outscored their opponents in spring training by a grand total in 6 games of 47-17.
It's nice, but it's spring training.
Okay.
I mean, do I like it? Yeah, of course. Be insane not to like it. Does it translate? No.
I don't want him to play this year, but Chris Bryant hitting a ball 462 feet and at sea level is pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That is nice.
The only team better.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
If he hits at 462, then we're good.
The only team better.
His back is worse than mine.
Yeah.
Last year in Cactus League play, the only team better than the Colorado Rockies in their record was the LA Dodgers.
One translated, the other did not.
The Rockies were 17-12 last year in spring training. You know what that means, Brett?
Good things on the horizon.
Let me explain to you. 4 words. Not a damn thing. It doesn't matter. You're doing split squads. You're doing minor leaguers. You're doing blah, 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 blah.
Hey, hang on.
Well,
not talking about records here.
Then what are you trying to sell me on?
Not talking about records. Zach Veen looks pretty damn good so far in his at-bats in spring training. I'm focused on individuals.
Absolutely.
It's the same thing as preseason football. I don't get caught up in the records. I get caught up in how guys look.
I'm going to change my stance. I appreciate your exuberance for the Rockies. I really do. Because
somebody's got to do it.
No, I really do. I was that way for a long time. Every spring training, I mean, when I used to go out to spring training, the same thing would happen. You'd fall in love. You'd have this notion that, wow. But when you get beat over the head so many years, it's hard to do it. So I think it's important to have somebody like you with us to maintain some of that childish joy. You know, like
I love the childish joy.
You know what I'm saying? That you believe in certain things,
Sure.
and maybe,
how about childlike joy?
Yeah,
childlike joy.
Okay, I appreciate it, and I think the more of it, the better. It's not intoxicating because it hasn't rubbed off on us, but it's good to have that.
I'm not going to sit here and beat you guys, and I'm talking not you two in particular, but the listeners. I'm not going to beat you over the head with Rocky stuff, for an hour a day. I'm going to mix in a few things here.
It's important. It's a major team.
It's a Major League Baseball team in this town. And you might hate them, but damn it, I love this time of year. Moser looks at me sideways every time I do this. Every time I tell you I watch spring training games when I can.
I don't hate them. I don't hate it, Brett. I don't hate you for having joy. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to keep things realistic. They were the second best.
I feel like I'm realistic about them.
They were the second best team in spring training last year, and they lost 100 games. So it doesn't matter. I'm trying to tell you it doesn't matter. Are they looking good? Are they bombing the ball? Is Yan jumping around doing splits in the midair and all this? Yeah, it's great.
Fun.
Yeah. Hell, I wish we were talking stick right now, Vic. I would love to be at spring training right now watching baseball, doing the show. I'll tell you what, doing the show from the ballpark, because it's a beautiful ballpark down there. You been there?
If I tell you guys that
it's awesome.
The
It's a
Rockies,
great facility.
It's great.
If I tell you guys that the Rockies make a 15-win improvement, is that a big deal to you this year?
Yeah.
If that's what I think it is?
It is to me, yeah.
15 games is a lot.
Here's what I would like. I would like the younger.
I would put them at 76 wins.
If they could get to 80 wins, I'd be doing backflips.
For me, it's not necessarily the win improvement, which is always helpful. It's you want to see those young stars, the guys that you just mentioned.
Yes.
Oh, we got something special. And you want to hold on to that. We got something special brewing here.
That's what I've been trying to explain to people. It's not about the spring training, but I'm telling you, Tolia, I think, is due for a jump. You already have Brenton Doyle and Tovar, who are already very, very good players. Nolan Jones is the one I'm really kind of looking for. He had a really good first season, took a step back, hurt a lot last year. Could he get better? And Zach Veen is somebody everybody should be excited about. Like, there's names to be on the
Is
lookout
Veen the
for.
guy who showed up with the purple hair?
Correct. That is now, I think, bleach blonde. I think he's changed it.
Oh, it's full-on blonde.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. He's the one that did the humongous bat flip and say, hey, sorry, bro.
Yes.
Sorry, bro. I don't want to wear it in the numbers next time. Sorry, bro.
Not going to beat you over the head with it. Just occasionally going to sprinkle it in.
I
That's what
appreciate
we're
that.
gonna do.
I do.
For the game tonight, Moj, it's going to be 7:30. You can hear it right here out Dude Sports Radio 92.5, Avs and Devils. You went through some keys to the game. The big news, again, is that Valnichushkin sounds like he is in the lineup tonight and talking to Bednar this morning. If you missed that, it'll be on the podcast shortly. I don't know how to put this, but I'll just do something that Moser did to me yesterday, where he did not look at me in the break. He was speaking kind of to himself and kind of to me, where he goes, it's not a big deal, but we need to get serious now. We need to get serious. We're fine, but we need to get serious. That's where the Avs are at. You're standings-wise in a comfortable place because you are the leader in the wild card, but you've also played more games than teams beneath you. You're at 68 points. Vancouver, who's on the outside looking in, is at 63 with 2 games in hand. Racking up points is not a fun thing that would be nice to have. It's a necessity now.
You know what you're waiting for? You are waiting for the proverbial flip of the switch.
Yes. I think that Val could provide that, is the way I'd put it. I think he could.
He could. By the way, Vancouver's lost a couple in a row, so we'll see. You look at St. Louis, these clubs, they're trying to play catch-up to that second wild card. Calgary had a big win last night. Big win in Washington. But Utah's 3 points out. The Blues are 4 points out. I mean, it's tight. And what you don't want to do if you're the Avalanche, you don't want to lose the Peloton. Vic, you ever watch Tour de France
all
on
the time?
TV? And what happens when you lose the Peloton?
You're done.
You'll never get back there. If you're the Avalanche, you can't lose the Peloton, which is the Minnesota Wild. The Minnesota Wild are the last team. They're the third team in the division. You can't lose your grasp on catching them.
Why is the Peloton important for a rider?
Well, it provides a little bit of a break, a little bit of a cushion. They allow you to pull they pull you along in the Peloton.
You ever been pulled along in a Peloton?
Literally didn't know what that word meant. I thought it was just the exercise bike.
You don't know what it means?
Well, I do now.
So when you ride,
it's drafting, right?
Yeah, it's drafting.
But it's a group. It's the group of riders.
Yes,
it's less stress on your body when the group and guys, you move around the Peloton. Some guys lead the way, then some guys break away from the Peloton, and they're on a run. Some guys
takes a lot of effort to break away from the Peloton.
No, I appreciate it. I learned something right now.
But
I thought it was just the name of the stupid bike.
If you lose the Peloton, Brett, can you see now? You're never going to get back there.
Sure.
Brett, for what it's worth, I just asked Berto the same question. Berto's in the studio here, and I asked him what a Peloton is.
No, I'm glad. I learned something new today.
What?
I thought it was just the bike that has the screen and the really loud
to be
instructors.
Hey. I'm not a Tour de France guy.
Are you kidding me? You people did not know what it meant?
I just said that for the last 2 minutes. Yeah.
I thought you were just joking.
Nope.
Part of the joke.
Nope. Did not know.
In cycling, it's the group of riders during the course of that stage altogether.
Vic,
That's called the Peloton.
It's never been on a crossword. How would I know?
The New York Times isn't.
Have you ever ridden a bike?
Yes.
Okay. When you ride a bike,
I've not ridden in a group of 50.
It takes one other rider to help you draft. That's it.
Me and Jesse, just a few years ago, rode bikes on the boardwalk in Venice Beach. I did not draft off Jesse. We were riding side by side. I didn't say, Jesse, get a little bit ahead of me. I need a little bit of a break here on my one speed.
Need a little toe.
Yeah.
Well, do you know the slingshot maneuver when you watch
Shake and Bake?
Shake and Bake? It's the same deal.
I know what drafting is. I didn't know Peloton was the term for whatever you said.
The group of riders.
Yes. Anyway, sorry, Nelly. Peloton. That's our fact checker. The fact checker is Peloton. I learned what that is now.
Brought to you by Rock Plumbing and Heating.
Yes.
I thought it was the brand name of an exercise bike.
It's a stupid bike that everybody goes on, the stationary bike.
Oh, God.
I was right. I mean, it is. It's factual. Can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever the hell you find your podcast. If you're trying to keep up with the Peloton, throw in our podcasts, especially the 8 o'clock hour. That's when Bednar joined us. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Go Avs. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
I'm off to skate.
What up? It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy, KJ Granderson behind the glass today. No Mike Sanford, so we welcome in Mark Bertinoli. Berto, what's up, dude?
What's up, man? How
I'm
you
so
doing?
juiced up to have you on the show today.
The silver fox is in the house, baby. Yeah. This is usually right when I'm waking up. So I'm still trying to, get my rhythm, get my flow. I need some coffee.
I was going to say there's a coffee machine out there right now, but there is an active meeting happening with about 50 people 15 feet to our right.
Look who's talking in the meeting right now.
Our homie Dixon.
What is Dixon saying in this meeting?
I don't know. Normally,
Dixon has no reason to be saying anything in a meeting ever. What is he doing?
When a meeting starts at 10 a.m., typically the SVP or the GM is the guy who starts that thing off, and it's our main man Dixon.
Dixon's like, I got something to say. Yeah.
Imagine.
Dixon's like, I'm taking over the company.
Rips off his clothes, streaks through the hallways. It'd be too good. So much to get into today. We're a day away from the start of the NFL Combine. Actually, technically, kickers and punters do things today.
Oh, really?
I mean, everyone outside the Baltimore Ravens isn't really paying attention
I
to
don't
that.
even know. Oh, yeah, man. They had some comments about Tucker yesterday. I have no idea. Like, do you even know off the top of your head who the number one ranked kicker and or punter in the NFL draft is this season?
No shot.
Yeah, no shot either. Like, is it just some random dude on like Boise State? Or,
I couldn't even give you the conference.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't even know. Like, and where's that guy going to be selected? What do you think? Who was the highest kicker selected last year? Round 6, round 5. Like, I mean, I don't even know. Did anybody draft a kicker or punter last year?
You're stretching me on my kicker draft
Yeah, I have no
knowledge
idea.
right now. I got to admit that was not part of my prep today. I feel as though there has to be
Tyler Loop is the
sixth
number
round?
one. Wait. Tyler Loop. I don't know who Tyler Loop is, but he is now the number one ranked kicker in the draft. I can't believe they got dudes out here. Ryan Fitzgerald, the kicker from Florida State, 6'1", 198. He was 13 of 13 this season. But once again, I don't know what that means. Like, where's that guy go? Where does Ryan Fitzgerald go if you're the number one kicker in college?
7th round, or you go undrafted and you get signed the next day.
I don't know.
That's what happened.
That's wild. That's wild.
So technically, Combine starts today. It actually starts tomorrow. So we got to hear from Sean Payton, George Payton, and about the Broncos offseason plans, stuff like that. This is what the head coach had to say about the clouds clearing up a little bit.
The question is an overall bigger picture strategy. Obviously, with a young quarterback in place, it's certainly a little clearer than it was this time last year. And yet, yeah, I would say, first off, it's a little clearer. There's still certain things that we've identified that we think are important. And then the puzzle is with free agency and the draft, trying to best meet those needs. And so we've kind of had our front board meeting already with the draft. We're seeing these guys now this week. And then we've also had a good jump start in free agency relative to the film study and the priorities. So it's good to be in that position, and we've got to be able to take advantage of it.
Berto, he'd go on to say, after people continue to ask about the joker, the running back, the tight end that they could possibly take. I don't know if it was him getting like a little perturbed over just hearing about 2 positions for that first round, because it's easy for us to fall in love with a skill position player, right? It's easy for us to fall in love with a position like tight end, where name the last awesome tight end that the Broncos have had. It was a decade ago.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It was more than a decade ago. Like, maybe you can say Owen Daniels, but you only got a season out of that. You have to go back to Julius Thomas. And he was a flash in the pan for 3 seasons, then turned into nothing when he left for Jacksonville, ? Something like that?
Yeah, to Jacksonville,
went
right?
Went to the Jags and didn't do anything else.
Fell off the planet.
Right, it happens when you don't have Peyton Manning passing you the football. He sets up right there going, there are so many spots on this team outside of running back and tight end that I'm concerned with. And I've spent the last couple of days going, would it be worst case scenario if the Broncos at 20 select a defensive tackle?
Well, I guess it depends on who falls down there. You know what I mean? Like
if they selected a safety.
If like, I don't know, Jalen Walker falls to 20 and you're like, oh, that's a good linebacker just sitting there. But also, I don't know, like Colston is still sitting there. Or if Ashton is there, if Genty falls that far. But once again, when listen, George Payton was talking about the Joker yesterday. Sean Payton kept getting asked about the Joker yesterday. And my question for you is, you don't find a Joker, you make a Joker in the NFL, right? Like, you don't, like, there's just that the Joker position isn't something that just college teams are using left and right. Like, you build one, you make one, you go, but you know what I mean? Like, he's the $1 million man. Like, we can build him better. You find a guy who's got mad athletic talent at one of those, at the running back position, at the tight end position, man, at the wide receiver position, whatever you want to do. Man, find a dude playing safety who's mad athletic and turn him into a Joker. Like right? Those aren't just guys out there that you can just pick off trees, right? Like, it almost feels like Sean Payton's going to have to build the player that he keeps talking about.
You're probably right. He had this to say about, it's almost impossible to find that guy at number 20.
Oh, well, I mean, when you pick 20, it's not as easy to say, hey, we're going to find that, because that player can be a running back, it can be a tight end, and yet it's just something that we're mindful of as we look at both the draft and free agency. And I use that term, it's just when you have one of those guys that are matchup challenges inside, really helps you a third down red zone. Because there's ways defensively you can handle the outside receivers and force the ball inside. So, but that's something that we'll look closely at.
That was Sean Payton talking about, I don't know if I can actually get my Joker at 20. So I think what they're setting you up for, and George Payton would actually go on to say after Sean spoke with the media, George, did you hear what he said about Javonte Williams?
Yeah.
There's a possibility.
Yeah.
That Javonte Williams is back in the fold.
And he was like, he's a really good pass blocker, and he's really young, so maybe he could get better. But he was really waffling on that answer, though. It almost feels like, I was like, I don't know. If I'm Javonte, I'm not happy with the way he answered that question, because I'm like, oh, I'm gone.
I'm also not happy with the way that I was handled last year.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know. If I asked you what Broncos running back had the largest yards per carry for the Broncos last season, would you even know who that is?
I would guess it's Audric Estime.
Okay. I have no idea. And I'm sure it's like the best back for the Broncos average 3.1 yards per carry, or 2.5 yards per, something ridiculous like that, I'm assuming. Like, the entire running back, blow up that whole situation. Blow it all up, man, because it feels like Sean Payton doesn't like that running back room and doesn't trust that running back room. George Payton might at least trust Javonte, but
Jaleel McLaughlin averaged 4.4.
Oh, man, that's not bad.
On 113 touches.
That's not bad.
Audric Estime on 76 rushing attempts averaged 4.1. You got Tyler Bidet up there at 7.8. But he only touched the ball as a running back 11 times this year.
Yeah. What was Javonte? Is Javonte on there?
3.7 in 139 totes.
You can't have that. You can't have those sub-4 numbers, man.
I mean, it's a third split basically the whole way. And Estime only playing 13 games, it's the reason why he's down there in the 70s. And he also, after having the fumble issues right out of the gate, didn't exactly have the stamp of approval from his head coach. Mm-hmm. I thought you got a little bit more of that toward the end of the season. It was odd that he didn't play and certainly wasn't featured in a big loss against Buffalo. With what both Payton said yesterday, I think they are getting the fan base ready for, if we don't trade up, we're taking the best player available. Mm-hmm. You're not going to see a tight end taken here. You're not going to see, if Ashton Genty goes at 12, we're not going to panic and take Omarion Hampton at number 20 because we don't have him there on the list. I think what they said yesterday was very, very telling. We got into the playoffs. That's a huge check mark. But at the same time, for a rebuild, you kind of screwed yourselves.
You're talking about
getting elite talent around Bo Nix.
If you hadn't have drafted Bo, say say they would have went Brock Bowers last year. I don't even know what the Broncos record would have been this season. And I don't know who that started, if it would have been Zach or Stiddy starting those games.
You would have been Vegas.
But we would be right back in the same situation where the entire conversation we would have for the next month would be about Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward and maybe Jackson. Like, we'd just be talking quarterbacks again, right? But now you don't have that issue. You don't have that issue.
I'm ecstatic that we don't have to do that. They hit the first round out of the park last year. They did.
Yeah, they did. They did very, very well
against my wishes.
Although I will say this, I mean, I love that last season was great. I love it. But it almost feels like Sean Payton of the Broncos could have selected any one of those quarterbacks, could have fallen into that position, and he probably would have won 10 games for the. Because I'm now of the opinion, even though it's been one season, I am now of the opinion that last draft, is one of the greatest quarterback drafts in the history of the league.
It's an amazing draft.
It's so stupid how good those guys are and how much better they might be. Like, I still have faith in Caleb. I want to see JJ. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Penix, go Penix. All that kind of, like, I am shocked how great that draft is. But it also made me feel like yesterday was Bo Nix's birthday. I think Bo turned 32, something like that yesterday. So
you don't have to do the guy like that.
In celebration of that yesterday, we were talking about just the season he had. But it made me think that, you know what, if they would have ended up with, well, JJ got hurt, so that doesn't make, but if you would have ended up with another quarterback, I think you probably would have won 10 games still from any of those guys.
Would you be able to win 10 games with Cam or Shedeur?
I don't know. See, that's the problem. And the talent evaluators are all over the place on those two quarterbacks. They obviously don't think those guys are as good as the top 3-4 guys selected in last year's draft when it comes to quarterbacks, right?
There's a bunch of people out there that don't have Shedeur Sanders as a first-round quarterback at all.
Yeah, I've seen,
which I think is a little crazy.
Yeah,
with the arm
some of
talent
that is just Sanders hate. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like I think some people just don't like Dion, and then it just transfers over to Shedeur. Like, I keep seeing drafts.
So you can't break me.
Mock drafts where teams keep moving up for Shedeur. Like the Raiders moving up into that number 4 spot and getting that Patriots position and drafting Shedeur there. But what's Tennessee going to do, man? What's Tennessee going to do with that first pick, bro?
It all matters what happens starting on March 10, right? That's when the legal tampering period starts for the NFL and where the quarterback chips fall in free agency.
Yeah. What's going to happen to Matthew Stafford? Where's he going to end up? Because Stafford could end up in Tennessee, right?
I suppose he could end up in Tennessee, but McVay also came out. He said the first goal for him is to keep Matthew Stafford in LA.
And he should, because I love Matthew Stafford is great. He's great. I love that dude.
Right, he's great, but is he great for north of $50 million for a multi-year contract? I'd sign him to a $60 million deal for 1 year tomorrow.
Yeah, and
but
Stafford
for 2 or 3 years,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how long he's going to be.
So the Rams just go with Jimmy G, and then they trade, or no, that wouldn't work either.
Sam Darnold could be a Ram if they decide to move on from Stafford. Darnold could be a Titan. There's a lot of people that think Darnold could get franchise tagged by Minnesota, and then they hang on to both him and J.J. McCarthy. But if you do that, you'll have a really hard time convincing kind of anyone in that building to waste another rookie year on J.J. McCarthy's deal for the second year of Sam. Because I think that's Darnold's ceiling, what we saw from about 15 weeks this season.
Yeah. But it was pretty good ceiling, bro. He won 14 games.
It was a great ceiling. Until it wasn't. Until he started seeing ghosts again.
You know,
and then he cost himself like $20 million a year.
What makes this draft the most interesting is that what happens if the Tennessee Titans take Abdul Carter at number 1, what does Cleveland do at number 2?
They take a quarterback.
You think they just take Cam?
You have to find it's been 25 years. You got to find the guy.
What happens if Tennessee takes a quarterback and Cleveland takes Abdul Carter? And what do you do? Like, listen, Myles Garrett is already like, I want out, man. I want out. We can't win. What is going on? Get me out. And the Cleveland Browns are like, we're not trading one of maybe the greatest defensive player in our franchise's history. Then you add Abdul, and then you're just terrorizing quarterbacks for the next 5 seasons with those two dudes on the edge.
Yeah.
But you got a massive hole at quarterback. You know what? Here, let me ask you this question. Abdul Carter yesterday, when they asked him, give us a reason why you should be the number 1 overall pick. And he said he thinks great defensive players can have just as big of an impact on an NFL game as a great quarterback.
False.
See, that's what I was thinking too.
False.
Like I was like, man, a truly great, like Patrick Surtain was the defensive player of the year. Did he impact games for the Broncos as much as Bo Nix did?
No.
So like
this is the DMac draft strategy. This is the reason why DMac will live and die on the quarterback hill. That exact sentence that you just said.
Because it's
said
the
right there.
single most important position in the sport.
It's
and
the
nothing
single
else
most important position in sports.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
In sports in general.
Yeah.
Abdul, if edge rushers and great defensive players could impact the game as much as quarterbacks, you would make $60 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
You don't. So the best guys at your position in the world make $30 million a year. There's a delta there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just patently false.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anybody. Is there an NFL fan out there that would agree with Carter that a great defensive player can have just as much of an impact on a game as a great quarterback?
I mean, I don't think a rational person would think that way.
No,
but
is Lawrence? If you reincarnated Lawrence Taylor and he was out there in his prime killing quarterbacks, would he be as important?
How impactful was Von Miller before Peyton Manning got
great.
here?
He was great.
Von
He was
was
great.
great. But where were the Broncos? They weren't doing anything, man.
Yeah.
They weren't doing anything.
Yeah. How much is Carter worth per wins?
Von's as close to Lawrence Taylor as we've ever seen. Von at his peak. Aaron Donald, I know he's not an edge rusher, right? Interior D lineman, but one of, if not the greatest we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Aaron Donald was a game wrecker. What were the Rams until they got Matt Stafford?
I know, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. You're right. Aaron Donald might be the greatest player in Rams history, right? And he still can't compare to
can't do it.
Just a middle of the road quarterback when it comes to deciding games.
Which brings me all the way back around to when the draft comes around for the Broncos. I think the fan base will riot if you don't give the most important position in sports, the most important person in the franchise right now, Bo Nix. I think the fans will riot if they don't draft a player that is directly tied to him.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it.
Directly tied to helping Bo Nix on the offensive side of the ball. I think it would be impossible to convince the fan base that they've done the right thing. Mark Bertinoli is in for Coach Mike Sanford. We got some news earlier today on PhD from Coach Jared Bednar. Avs and Devils tonight, 7:30 puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show with that dude right there, Mark Bertinoli, right here on 92.5. You can watch it on KTVD Channel 20. That news on the other side. We'll also get into some trade talks. We are 9 days away from the NHL's trade deadline.
but I wanted to ask this just out of the gates because we've been waiting and waiting. Is there any news? Is Val Nichushkin going to be in the lineup tonight?
He is. He's going to be in as of right now. Like, they're going to come in this morning, but the way yesterday's practice finished, we're just waiting on final confirmation, but should be good to go here for tonight.
On his weekly interview with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, MLK, no, not PhD, misspoke there going into the break. There's too many acronyms, KJ. Val Nichushkin, returning back from injury, will be in the lineup, according to Coach Jared Bednar, this evening as the Avs begin a 6-game homestand, this time hosting Jack Hughes and the New Jersey Devils. Alex Ryanemi, Mark Bertinoli in today, Berto, in for Coach Sanford. 2-game losing streak coming out of that Four Nations break. There is no better medicine than a dude who forces the Avs to play on the interior and certainly makes them a better net front team.
I'm a little nervous about your Colorado Avalanche right now.
I am too.
I'm a little nervous about them, man.
I am too.
Like for the entire season, I'm like, they're a contender. They're a contender, right? You can't have the guys on this team, some of the best players in the NHL, and not be a contender. But if you're stuck in the wild card and you're playing like a wild card team, guess what? You're not a contender. You're a wild card team. And it feels like with these two, what is it? I think it's 23 games. The Avs have 23 games left in the regular season. Once this 6-game homestand is over, you're going to have all the decisions figured out because the trade deadline's going to hit. You have to figure it all out in the next 6. The good news is my man Val is back. And the offense has made me, I can't believe I'm saying this, the offense for the Avalanche has made me worrisome lately. You had Sam Malinsky and Devon Tays, the only dudes to score in 2 games, man. You can't be asking. You're like, hey, man, like you need goals. I need goals. Did trading Mikko, like, listen, Marty's averaging over a point per game since he got traded, and Mikko in Carolina has 1 goal and 3 assists, I think.
I think he
assists.
had 1 helper last night.
So they got 4 or 5. He's had 4 or 5 points since he's got there. And now I'm hearing rumblings that Carolina might trade him again.
I think that's kind of crazy, man.
Trade him again?
They got shut out last night. He didn't have a point. So he's got 3 points in 8 games played. They got shut out by Montreal.
So, and Marty's doing great, but I don't want a 2-assist night. I need goals, man. I need goals. And Mikko would give you 50 a season. You can't just go to Marty and be like, hey, brother, I need 55 goals. Can you give me 55 goals? Like, nah, man, that's a tough ask.
No, the reason why they made this is you need to get better on depth. And unfortunately, if that depth doesn't produce, then it looks like a complete miss.
Mm-hmm.
You have 5 combined goals since December 1st from Casey Middlestat, Ross Colton, and Miles Wood.
Yeah, Bednar
and those dudes,
my God.
Those dudes are making a combined nearly $11 million.
Can't have that. But I mean, Bednar, and I'm sure he's said this he called him out after that game, after that loss to St. Louis, where he's like, listen, we got some guys, they're playing hard, they're playing tough, but that's not why they're in the lineup. They're in the lineup to score.
Yep.
And they're not doing that right now. So I don't know. Do you trade for, listen, I've heard you talk about two dudes. One, I am like, I don't see it. I don't see it, man. And that's Sidney Crosby. And I would love that. I mean, it'd make my year if
don't
they trade
allow him to leave the state of Colorado next Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday when Pittsburgh comes in?
Tuesday night.
Okay, yeah, just kidnap him. I'd
that
be down
team
for
is
it.
horrible.
Yeah.
They got hammered by Philly last night, 6-1.
And the other one also got hammered last night, and the guy you want to trade for went off on his team last night, and that's Seth Jones. So I guess I think I know if I ask you who you'd rather trade for, and that's Sid the Kid, right? But Seth Jones is great, and he is pissed at Chicago. Like, he literally threw his own team under the bus last night. He's like, we haven't got better this entire season. We haven't got better. We suck. And you're like, woohoo, that's a dude asking to be traded, right?
That's a guy who wants to play meaningful hockey. And he hasn't played meaningful hockey since he was in, I don't know, was he in Columbus when they shocked Tampa Bay?
Ooh, that's
or
a
was
good
he already,
question. Yeah.
He may have been in Columbus
How
then?
long's he been in Chicago? It's been a while, man.
3 years?
Seth is 30 now. He came into the league at 18, right? 18, 19?
Yep.
And so he's been in the league for a while now, even though he's just turned 30. I don't know, man. Once again, I'm here.
He was on Columbus. He made the playoffs once with Nashville, and he played in 3 straight years in playoff games with Columbus, including that 4-game sweep of President's Trophy winning Tampa Bay.
I remember that. That was good times.
Bubble hockey. That was nuts, man.
Good times.
That was like Duchesne, Panarin, Jones. That was a sneaky good Columbus Blue Jackets team, man.
Yeah, and then they became the Blue Jackets again. So how long's it been since Seth has hit the playoffs? You can be like, hey, Seth, come on down, baby.
2020.
You want to play in the blue line in your hometown? Where your dad's at, man? Your dad's still coaching here, brother. Come on down, Seth. But once again, I don't know what you'd have to give up to get Seth, and I have no idea what you'd have to give up to get Sidney. But that would be the goal. I mean, Sid could do so many things for you, but it's such a pie-in-the-sky kind of idea, man. Like, I don't know what would you have to give up for Sid? What would you have to give up for Seth?
Sid, you'd have to give up multiple first-round picks and multiple top-end prospects.
Right, you'd have to send a couple of guys from the Eagles to – No. Oh, I see where head's at because on the Nabokov one.
Yep.
Oh, because you locked up McKenzie and you're feeling pretty good about the goaltending situation. So you're like, hey, you guys want a hot young goaltender?
Nabokov, Callum Ritchie, Casey Middlestat, 2 first-round picks.
Ooh.
I think that's what it would cost.
And you think
to
it would
Sidney
get
Crosby.
you Sid? If you
Maybe. I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Man.
That would be an unprecedented trade in league history.
When's the trade deadline's March 11th, March 12th?
Next Friday, March 7 at, I believe, 1 p.m.
So the Avs will play 4 games between now and then. And hopefully all 4 games with Val. So you can judge over the next 3 games, the New Jersey, Minnesota, Pittsburgh games, how you look offensively with Val back in the lineup and everybody's clicking. And if you're still not happy come Tuesday, you just call up Pittsburgh or you call up Chicago, you call up Pittsburgh and it's like, hey, what's up? Here's what we got for you and see what goes down.
I will personally kidnap Kyle Dubas for the betterment of Avalanche fans.
So maybe it'd be better if you just have to make those decisions over the New Jersey game, the Minnesota game, and by the time Tuesday comes around, you already know, like, we need to add more offense. Let's bring in Sid. Or you're like, you know what? I think offensively with Val back in the lineup, we're good. Let's tack on to if you add Seth Jones to a blue line that already has Kale and Devon, yeah, that's a nasty back line, man.
The way that you could get Seth is you'd have to launder his money through 2 teams. So it would have to be a 3-team trade where Chicago retains 25% and then another team retains 25% and then he comes to you. Okay. Because his cap hit is still huge.
Seth
makes more money than Cale Makar does.
Does he really? I mean, once again, been in the league twice as long as Kale.
Seth makes $9.5 million a year, and he still has 4 full seasons left on that deal. He's a UFA in 2030 when he's 35. Now, he's not a top-pairing defenseman. He's not worth $9.5 million. But if you can get retention and bring that number down to 4 3/4, he then becomes an amazing second-pairing D. I've said I think Seth Jones right now is the same player Eric Johnson was when he was traded from St. Louis to Colorado.
Interesting.
Where EJ, the parallels are crazy similar. American-born defenseman, could have been a top pick. EJ was the number 1 overall pick that had a great career and was an elite defenseman, but was never turned into Victor Hedman.
Mm-hmm.
And for many years was paid more money than what he was worth because people thought he was a 1 or a 2. Seth's a 3 or a 4 right now, and he could be an amazing 3 or 4, much like EJ was when he was here for the majority of his career with the Avs. I think Seth is that player. You'd have to get creative with it with 2 teams to get him here. So
or you could throw somebody on LTIR.
Like who?
Like Gabe.
Gabe's already on LTIR.
So you don't have that money at all?
You're already using that money.
They had $5 million. I thought they still had like $5 million in space, and then you'd have to create room with LTIR if you were going to do anything else, or however you're going to do it, however else you're going to find that money. But like, if you could get Seth down to 5 or below, I think you could fit him in. If that's the decision, what's Sid making, man?
Sid's guess.
That's why you have to throw Casey and everybody else back.
Sid's making the same exact amount of money that he's made his entire career because he's a psychopath.
What is it?
$8.7 million.
Man,
for a player who was born on 8/7/87.
This is why I'm telling you, he's
87.
never leaving Pittsburgh. That dude, he wants to do the same thing every day. He hates change.
He hates change.
it.
But that's the thing. So I've said he hates change. You know the other thing he hates more probably than change? Losing, because he doesn't lose. He's Sidney Crosby. And they just got walloped by Philly. And Philly has already made their trades to go, we're rebuilding.
Yeah, no,
They
I
just
get
got
him.
killed by that team.
I know.
Washington. This dude has to look at Alexander Ovechkin, who has the same color beard you do right now.
I know.
Berto.
Scored last night too. He's
Scored
12
again.
away. 12. He's gonna break Gretzky's record this season.
And his team's in first place. He has to look at that guy and go, look how much fun that was. I remember when my team was like that. Pittsburgh is never going to be back there again. Ever.
Would he rather leave Malkin to hang out with Nate or just stay where he's at? Because during the Four Nations, every time they'd interview Nate and Sid together, they sounded like an old married couple. I was like, those dudes know each other so well. It feels like they've been married for 25 years when they're hanging out together.
Yeah.
But once again, I don't know. It's Sid he likes to do what he likes to do, and he doesn't like anything else.
It's a pipe dream. And a lot of people have been like, oh, no, they're not using Gabe's money. Yes, that Gabe is actively on LTIR.
Okay. See,
His
I didn't know
$7 million
that. I didn't know that.
Actively being
I thought
used
we could
right
still
now.
use that $7 million to try to fit somebody in, but I guess that's gone.
No, you're still
if he's
you're
on
using
LTIR.
it. So that's the reason why, there's been a couple articles written over the past couple of weeks of oh, the Avs will never be able to actually truly make a deal at the deadline or make another run until they know what's going on with Gabe. They know what's going on with Gabe. When they put him on LTIR at the beginning of the season and then used the money, they told you without telling you, even if Gabe was ready to skate right now, he wouldn't play a regular season game for them because
tough,
you'd
man.
screw yourselves.
Well,
I still think Gabe's going to play a playoff game.
Oh, do you?
Yes. He cannot play in the regular season. The Avs won't be able to field a team. And they knew that.
Right.
They knew this is not
But
a
the Avs
variable
could
that
pull
they're
a
not
Vegas,
working
and
with.
then when the playoffs roll around, you just take them right off.
That's what I expect them to do.
And put them in the lineup.
That's what I expect them to do.
Man, how good's Gabe going to be? It's going to be 3 years.
Who knows?
Without facing NHL competition. That's going to be a hard adjustment period, right?
Yeah, he's not going to be. You can't rely on him to come back onto the ice and automatically be a 35-goal scorer. It's going to be tough for him, man. It's nuts. Yeah, those are my two pipe dreams. My pipe dreams,
Sid
my
and
best
Seth.
case scenarios are Sid and Seth.
Find a way to give me both.
Yeah,
Find a way to give me both, brother.
Man. That's some wizardry
Chris
right
McFarland,
there.
do that magic, bro.
We'll get back into the Avs a little bit later on the program. I won't give you my pipe dream guys, but my players that are actually way more tradable. So I'll give you those later on the show. NFL notes are coming up at 11:15. Watch us on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube or on your mobile device. Make sure you guys listen to the Altitude Daily Podcast. Got everything you guys need from the best in Denver sports radio every single night. Put it on your pillow, fall asleep to it, and then wake up in the morning and catch Brett Kane on at 6 a.m. We are on 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single night on YouTube at Altitude Sports Radio.
Tonight's matchup, we got the Denver Nuggets that are going to be traveling to Indianapolis to play the Indiana Pacers, and the line right now is 3.5. The Nuggets are favored. If you feel like the Nuggets are going to respond, then you need to download Circus Sports Colorado and find that app and put some money on the Denver Nuggets. Even though football season may be over, there's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Colorado. At Circus Sports, it's not just about sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props in your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, you just housed that Duffy roll, bro. That was a whole Duffy roll that you just housed in 7 seconds,
Dude,
10 seconds?
back-to-back days, he's pulling an absolute Moser. I don't know what is going on with Rod.
Like that, you slammed that whole Duffy roll right in your mouth and go. Well, you're still working on a little bit there, but you.
I don't know what you two are talking about.
That's
I
Duffy
have no
roll,
idea what
tasty.
you guys are talking about. I'm just a little fat kid stuffed into my body.
Fat man in a little coat.
Yeah, that is all I am. Huge sweet tooth guy.
Are you really?
Oh yeah.
Favorite go-to candy is
Nerds Clusters.
Dude, I just read a story about how popular everybody loves those things. I've had this story before, but Katie Wingy, when she's doing Nugget games, you know what she does all Nugget game long?
Just houses Nerds Clusters?
Houses candy, bro. Any kind of candy. Just don't get her anywhere near candy. She'll just start wow.
Fiend.
She loves her some candy, man.
I was DMing Kim Becker, formerly of Altitude
up
Sports
in
Radio
Utah
and
for the
Altitude
hockey
TV.
club
Yes,
now?
for the hockey club. And we were talking about, those little cellophane wrapped strawberry candies.
Yeah, I know.
It's a hard candy on the outside and like juicy in the middle.
Yeah, like your grandmother used to have back in the day.
What are the names of those?
I don't know. You're right. I know
I don't
exactly.
think anyone knows what the name is.
I know exactly the kind of candy you're talking about. I don't know what they're called.
And have you ever seen them in a bag?
No, just in a bowl
Just
or
loose
just like
leaf.
or like
In
in your
someone's
grandma's
pocket.
purse or something. She's like, here, have some.
You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like the
I don't know what
cellophane
those
wrapper
called.
looks like
looks
a
like
strawberry.
a strawberry, and then you open it, it's the hard candy with the
And they are delicious.
I have no idea. Text line probably knows what the hell they're
If
called. Right?
anyone knows what the name of those things are, and
you want to order a case off of Amazon.
I don't know what the bag looks like. Insane. But yes, big sweet tooth guy, whether it's candies or chocolate, like my go-to chocolate is probably a Reese's Fast Break bar. All-time candy bar.
Ooh, wow, that's aggressive. All right.
Aggressive.
No, I'm just saying it. I just thought it would be something basic.
Or a frozen Reese's cup is a delight.
See that once again, you're going next level. I don't know this frozen
Normal
stuff.
Reese's
you just
cup
get
is
Reese's
also a
cups and
delight.
throw them in the freezer, bro.
I'm telling you, man, do it.
Okay, man.
Go to 7-Eleven, buy some Reese's, throw them in the freezer, and then eat them tomorrow morning and tell me I'm not right.
And they're delicious.
They're
They're not
way better.
hard as a rock.
Well, they're harder, but they're delicious.
All
It's
right.
wonderful. It's like a little ice creamy snack.
Listen, I'll try anything once, man.
You see the
strawberry bonbons?
They're
No,
called-
That's what they're called.
They're called strawberry
bonbons. I just looked them up. You can get a bag on Amazon
for how much, man?
$7.99.
Oh,
that's
boys.
nothing. We can just load
Fellas,
up.
We're
Just
gonna have
load
those
up.
things tomorrow. Are you kidding me? Strawberry bonbons. Let's do it. Heck yeah, man. You see the NFLPA came out with their annual report card where players vote anonymously on different aspects of the organization, from everything to treatment of families, to the head coach, to the training staff, nutritionist. Broncos last year in 2023 at the end of the year, first year after having Sean Payton there and the ownership transition, we're at number 20. Where do you think that they have slotted in after one full season of the new ownership group and the second full season at Sean Payton at the helm?
15. Move up a couple of spots.
They moved up 4 spots. They're currently at 16th overall out of 32 teams.
And
So
that's going to
smack dab in the middle.
skyrocket once the ownership group puts in once the new facilities at Dove Valley are done, and once they build the floating stadium out here in Lone Tree or whatever. It's like
Floating stadium.
That's what I'm talking about, man. You're the richest ownership group in the sport, man. I want a stadium like the Avengers hover carriers. You know what I'm talking about? That Nick Fury's always crashing. I want them to build a stadium so it could be anywhere in Denver. You could just float that bad boy. You're like, Broncos taking on the Chargers this weekend in Aurora, because you could just float it over to. You could spend $100 billion on that thing if you wanted to.
Stop it.
You could cover
You're
the
the
entirety
Waltons.
of the state if it was a hovercraft.
That's what I'm talking about.
Start the game in Aurora, head down to the Springs.
Kickoff is in Pueblo, bro. And by the fourth quarter, you're in Boulder.
Where you just launching over one of
This
those.
is what I'm talking about, man.
You know those.
So how am I supposed to get back to my car?
Oh, that's right. That's my bad. They'd have to bring you back. Or I guess you could just put a parking garage on the helicarrier.
Yeah, but how's the car getting off?
Oh,
the
you're right.
helicarrier?
You're right. They can't just Dom Toretto that thing like those buildings in Dubai that he jumped from one to the other. Although I pay to see it. You're right. They'd have to land that thing.
They'd be like the guys in Uncharted. They'd have those those as seen on TV, the foldable ladders that you put over a second or a third story window. So God forbid there's like a house fire, you can climb out of a second story window without breaking your ankles.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. You just hold on for dear life. And if you can get to the top, you get to watch a football game. If you don't, it's survival of the fittest, man. Darwinism is at its best.
Just make everybody drive out to DIA, have the Helicarrier Stadium, fly over, land, pick everybody up, and then you're just floating around
3,
Colorado
2, 1,
for the next couple of hours, man. I'm just saying, man. I bet you could even put a real grass turf on a helicarrier, right?
Yeah, I mean, they remember San Diego State and who played it? Kentucky? All years ago, they played a basketball game on an aircraft carrier. So if they can do a basketball game, why can't you put artificial turf?
North Carolina Duke played on a carrier one time, and it was kind of weird because it was stable, but the winds were kicking up on them, and so the ball was kind of drifting. But
You ever shot a ball on a cruise ship?
No.
Weird.
No.
You got to play the wind. It's insane. I'm already horrible at shooting a basketball. Now I got to bring Mother Nature into this
I'm the last person you'll find on a cruise ship. That sounds awful to me. Just stuck on a boat with a bunch of people I don't know? No way. When's the last time you went on a cruise?
8 years ago?
Okay. I was like, man, that's what we went on a honeymoon.
No, we hung out on beaches and in hotels the whole time.
But that's kind of the idea I'm talking about. Because that whatever the king or the queen of the seas, whatever that new Carnival boat is the largest boat in the history of boats or something. Like, that's a football stadium. Build one of those, slap some jet engines at the bottom of that bad boy, and let's helicarrier this thing out, man.
Mile High, powered by Caribbean Cruise Lines. It's Mile High at sea level.
So, I mean, just strap a couple of those big cruise boats together, weld that sucker in, strap some F-22 jets to the bottom of that thing, and let's go.
Like the rocket roller skates?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not, listen,
man, the mind of Mark Burton.
I'm not sure about the exact science of this, but you can feel me, right? You would know what I'm talking about.
I love this.
I mean, people would come from all over the world. It'd be like the sphere, except it floats. It flies, brother.
Science fiction is just fake things that the smartest people in the world haven't figured out yet.
Right. Come on, Greg Pinner.
People are making lightsabers.
I want one thing and one thing only, and that's a floating football stadium, Pinner.
Well, the Broncos, they want better treatment of facilities. They ranked 21st out of 32. Jimmy Buffett, huh?
Man, when did Jimmy died last year, I think? He's gone.
Locker room, a D, finished 6th to last, and I completely agree. The locker room at Dove Valley it's the worst part of Dove Valley.
But it's soon to be an A because, here in a season or two, that thing's going to be brand new.
I'd be shocked if it wasn't like the largest locker room in the league at a practice facility because you do feel like you are on top of the players when you're in there. And I'm a small dude. Like, I don't need a lot of space to feel like I have a mansion around me. Imagine being like Garrett Bowles or Mike McGlinchey and having to sit next to another 6'8", 285-pound dude where the stall is 2 inches outside your shoulders. And then there's another stall or group of stalls in the middle of the locker room. That's a tight space. I totally get why that's a D. I'm shocked it's not even lower than that. But everything else, ownership, 5th ranked in the league at an A, head coach 17th, but they did give him an A-, so that's like a very good passing grade. I suppose the bell curve is a little skewed there. It seems like a lot of players being like, oh yeah, my head coach is the best coach in the league, which is shocking considering like 8 dudes get fired a year. So very clearly not true. Team travel is a B-.
That's not bad.
Strength coaches shockingly down at 30th.
Yeah, but I don't even know what an NFL player is looking for in a strength coach. Just a dude who makes sure you're lifting every day, or a dude who makes sure you're lifting the most weights. I don't even know what the parameters of what a player's thinking about when he's like, grade the strength and conditioning coaches.
88% of players feel like they receive enough one-on-one treatment, which is right in the middle of the league. The players feel that the training room staff moderately contributes to their success.
Once again, you can throw as much money at this problem as you want. Like, you could get a personal workout instructor for every single player on your team if you wanted to.
Yeah, then it would be an A.
But, once again, that might be asking a little, like, how much does that help you win games? And how much is this just players being like,
complaining to
Yeah.
80% of players felt like they got an individualized plan for weightlifting and strength. And the players generally feel that the strength coaches moderately contribute to their success using as many,
How much of this comfort and
jargon as we can here
how much of this does this contribute to actual wins on the field? Because when Mark Cuban first bought the Dallas Mavericks 20 plus years ago, whenever it was, he sunk a lot of money into making the locker room luxurious. He brought a player was complaining about the towels, so he brought in 2,000 thread count hotel towels for every single player, and every single player got a personalized laptop and a personalized iPad, but at their locker that they can use for every the question was, how much would this convince a player who would normally go play for Dallas to come and play for Dallas because you got pampered with Mark Cuban as the owner compared to, who like Milwaukee or whatever is just like, shut up. That's your locker. We're paying you millions of dollars. Go out there and win a basketball game.
Dude bought the team in 2000. They won a championship 11 years ago.
Yeah.
They got Jason Kidd to go play there.
Yeah.
They got Terry. They got Dirk. In 2024, I know he was in the midst of selling his ownership stake, but made it to a final appearance last year. I'd call that impactful.
Yeah.
It's not like you've had some also-rans just go and play in Dallas. That wasn't a flyover NBA city between 2000 and 2024. It was prior to that. Now it ain't.
Yeah.
I think it matters a whole bunch, and it shows. The players love the ownership group. Mark Burton always sitting in for Mike Sanford. He'll be back tomorrow. Alex Ryan, it's the morning sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I saw that. So we'll allow him to assist us in the draft if we can work with Jokic in that joker role, because I was getting interviewed about him being a quarterback, and I was just looking like, no, he's the perfect tight end. It was exciting for me to meet Mike. It was the first time I'd ever, our schedules are different. Joe Lombardi lives kind of on the same block, so I've heard a lot of good stories. He's the son of a coach. We're similar in age. He's a bit younger, but you could, you watch his teams play and you can see his passion. So it was good to finally meet him last night, and it was good they played well.
This ain't Vic Fangio telling the Denver media that he doesn't really pay attention to hockey, but it's pretty close. You gotta know how to pronounce Nikola Jokic's
Well, it's possible
last
for the
name,
casuals.
right?
Most casuals just call him Joker. You know what I mean? They don't hit the whole Nikola Jokic.
I feel like even
Jokic.
casuals, the
Probably
dude's,
know that it's
the dude's one of the 5 best players in the history of the game.
Jokic.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I will say that Michael Malone and Sean Payton share a lot of the same personality traits. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, they don't suffer fools lightly. And
Be a little ornery sometimes.
Yeah, they can be a little ornery. They got I think for Malone, it's just that New York in him.
Got that
where he's
medulla
like, what?
oblongata?
I ain't taking, no, man. And Payton's got the same kind of way. Although Sean might have a little bit more swag, Malone's got a lot of it too. I think Michael Malone could be an NFL coach, and Sean Payton could probably coach in the NBA. Although NBA, Sean Payton couldn't do that whole adversarial relationship that he has with some players in the NBA, because in the NBA, you have to be a head coach, but you also have to be like a psychologist and a best friend and a father, and you have to take a lot of roles with the egos going on in the NBA to make things work. And maybe you don't have to as much in the NFL, because you can just be like, what? Cut, get out. I'll find somebody else who
Also,
makes less and is better than you at your job.
If we're asking for, and I know it's very facetious, he's talking to Katie Wingy there, right, about Joker and being a quarterback in the NFL and tight end, all that stuff. If you're asking anyone to help you from the Nuggets front office, when it comes to drafting a guy who can do everything like Nikola Jokic, aren't you calling up our old buddy Tim Connolly in Minnesota? Because isn't that the dude who's responsible for bringing the man, the myth, the legend, Nikola Jokic to Denver?
Yeah. Well, Josh was in on that decision too.
All right,
and he's still hanging
Josh
around.
could be in the room.
So, yeah, you probably
I think
have
it's
to call
probably
him
a
in
little illegal considering his familial ties to a competing
I didn't even think about
NFL
that.
franchise.
You're right, I didn't even think about that. But he might be square because he's the governor of the Nuggets and not. I don't think he's in the hierarchy of the Rams, because, right? I don't know. But you're right. He might have a Tom Brady situation where they're like, nah, man, you have conflicting loyalties here. You can't help out. I don't know. I have no idea. I did know that as soon as Sean Payton compared Joker to a tight end, I was like the same as everybody else. I was like, see, he's got tight ends on the mind. He's going to draft a tight end. That's why he's talking about tight ends, because it's all he's thinking about right now. That's the number one target for the Broncos, tight ends. Man, I read into some dumb stuff when it's just a small little comment like that.
Jokic.
I wouldn't say you're reading into anything dumb. I think it is very logical that if you look at most of the mocks that are out there and most of the player ranks that are out there, Denver will have the opportunity to select a tight end if they move up by 5 picks. I think they're guaranteed to get one of the two. Ooh. If they move up by 10, ooh, I think you can get a chance to get Tyler Warren out of Penn State. If you sit at 20, it gets a little sketchy. Yeah, you saw Kuiper's draft yesterday where he's like, hey, they're going to take Colson Loveland.
Yeah. Oh, that's the best part is that Mel Kiper, when he was talking about why the Broncos were going to take Colston at 20, he was like, well, because he's a great tight end, but also because Sean Payton loves to stick it to other coaches, and he knows Harbaugh wants Colston 2 picks later, and he's like, so it seems like something that Sean Payton would do. Take a dude because you need that position, and also just to do an opposing coach dirty who's in the division with you. It's like it's almost a guaranteed. He's like, well, should we take let's take Let's take Loveland just to mess with Harbaugh and the Chargers because they're targeting him at 22.
I mean, they also need that player. If Colston Loveland is available at 20, I think I'd be very upset if they let him go.
Right, because Tyler Warren's going to go in the top 10, man, he might go, I've seen him go 6,
Warren's
7.
gone. You're not getting Tyler Warren. You have to trade up into the top 10 to even have a chance at him. I think you have to trade up into the top 10 to get Genty.
Ooh, I don't know, man. I think you'd have to trade up into the top 15 to get Genty. But do you want to give up those assets for a running back? Like I've had this conversation with a couple guys on the station. Like if Saquon Barkley played for the Broncos, how many yards would he have last season? He got 2,005 with Philadelphia.
I think he would have been pretty close to.
Really? Because I don't think Sean would have handed him the ball that much.
Come on.
The Philadelphia Eagles handed that ball more than any other back in the NFL, and I'm not sure the Broncos would do that. Sean Payton likes to see that thing in the air, my man. You know what I mean? He likes both throwing that thing. I don't know if they'd I don't know. If you got a 1A back, if you got Ashton Genty, would you give that dude 30 carries a game if you're Sean Payton?
You would find a way to manufacture well north of 1,000 yards in a season from that player, whether it is just rushing or adding in the passing game. Like look at Alvin Kamara. Alvin Kamara had 120 yards rushing 120 attempts, 728 yards rushing in his first season in New Orleans. He also added 826 yards receiving and 5 touchdowns in that season. The next year, 700 yards through the air, almost 900 yards on the ground. He would find a way to get Saquon Barkley really close to a 2,000-yard mark.
So if you think Ashton Genty's the best back out there, we need a back. We need this joker position. We could turn him into that joker. What price tag do you pay to hop up into the top 15 or top 10?
You're asking the wrong guy.
To even like it's the Chicago has the 10th pick. If you call Chicago and we're like, hey, we want that 10th pick, can you move down 10 selections? I mean, I don't even know what you'd have to give up.
A pick swap, next year's first plus.
That's what it costs, man. That's a tough ask. Do you give up those assets for somebody like Ashton?
Depends what you think about him. If he's Saquon Barkley, the answer is yes.
Yeah.
If he's Saquon, oh yeah.
Yeah, no. Saquon was one of the funnest things about the season last year. That was great watching him just run around, just doing his thing.
It made me envious.
So, yeah.
But you are asking the wrong person. I am Mr. Horde draft picks. And this is the first year that you have all of your picks. Therefore, I want them to
Ooh, are you suggesting a trade down from pick 20? If Genty's gone and, Warren's going to be gone or Colston's gone or if your 3-4 targets are already gone, at 20, do you trade down?
I do.
And pick up a couple more picks?
I do. If all 3 of those players are gone, I would trade out, either completely out of the first round or way deep into the end of that first round and find either a tight end there, or if you really love a running back that you think is going to go in the second round, find your way into pick 29 to 32 and select the guy there. I think people are sleeping on the 5th-year option for running backs right now. Right? Because that's the life cycle of most guys in this league that are running the ball. You get that rookie contract. Why not get the extra 5th year so you can commit to it? And then when you think the tread's off the tires at 27, 28 years old,
so crazy.
Then you let the guy go.
Yeah.
I would do that. Like if you fall in love with Hampton out of North Carolina, and I think KJ said they're meeting with Ollie Gordon out of Oklahoma State, who was a preseason Heisman watch guy. And then Oklahoma State was atrocious. They're meeting with him. He'd be more of a mid-round type player. I would do that. If all 3 of those players, Loveland, Warren, Genty, are gone by 20, I'd trade down, get more picks, get some guy late in the first, or get a couple of second-round picks and build there.
Well, my question then is, when do you go all in? When do you go all in? Like the Buffalo Bills, they've gone all in for the last, 2-3 seasons where they're like, we got to win now.
You're not there yet.
So, but, I mean, win. Like, you just won 10 games last year. Like, that's a pretty good season, man. All I need to get to the elite level in the NFL is 3-4 more wins next season.
30 points?
If you throw them up there. So,
I don't know if it's 3 or 4 wins, man.
So how long do you wait before you go all in?
How do you fix the gap between
Till
you
Bo's
and Buffalo?
third season? Bo's fourth season?
I think it's Bo's third season when Russ's contract is off the books. Then you go.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're
saying.
saying.
It's a better free agent class. It's likely a better draft next year. Although I haven't looked into next year's draft, much less this year's draft coming up in April.
Well, next year's draft is going to have a Manning in it, right?
Yeah.
So that, right. So if you got a Manning sitting there at the top of that draft, you probably got a pretty good draft already. I don't know. I kind of want the Broncos to go all in, but you're probably right. They should probably play it safe, especially because you still owe $32 million on that cap hit to Russ,
and
or
you've
whatever it is.
Hemorrhaged draft picks, hemorrhaged them for years, and it has hurt you. It hurt your depth. It did.
So be conservative this offseason. Find you a tight end, find you a running back, get you one or two free. You can probably spend big money on one free agent, one big free agent.
Probably one guy. I'll go back to one of the first things you said this morning. Sean Payton likely has to create his Joker, right?
Right. You're not going to find one. You have to build one. You have to make one.
What's the difference between making a second rounder into that guy and making a guy late in the first round? I don't think there's much of a difference.
You're right.
So if he's going to have to manufacture it.
It can be a third round dude. It can be a third round dude that you're like, all right, this, I mean, I don't know. You could turn DMac's dude, Scattaboo, into like you could get.
They already
get him
have him. Audric Estime and Cam Scattaboo, I think, are like the same dude. They already have that guy.
I don't know. So what do you need most out of a Joker? Somebody who can do just about somebody who's going to catch the ball and run the ball and truck dudes, but also has some elusiveness.
Do the Giselle thing.
So, yeah, my husband cannot both catch the ball and throw the ball.
That's what you do, man.
Good old Giselle.
We'll get into some more Avs trade talk a little bit later on, coming up at 11:40. But on the other side, don't go anywhere. Combine's a day away. KJ's got his NFL notes next.
Hey, Colorado, you can feel that spring break is upon us. Your March travel plans may not yet be set. If you're like me and you're a procrastinator with regards to your travel plans, you can just get in your car and get a 10-hour drive. I'm going to be doing that with the family on the way down to California. We're going to stop and stay at Circa Las Vegas. I'm going to stay there with the wife and drop the kids off with mom and dad there in Vegas. And Circa Las Vegas is the place to go to consume sports. And with the Masters coming up, with March Hoops coming up, Circa Las Vegas is an incredible spot to be able to watch all of the games. The largest sports book in the entire world and the largest outdoor television jumbotron at a pool at Stadium Swim. You've got to check it out. Also, make sure you download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. Book your hotel rooms, download the app. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the morning sprint with not Coach Sanford today. Mark Bernoulli filling in. Berto's got Avs and New Jersey Devils tonight. First time in 24 days the Avs are at Ball Arena. 7 p.m. pregame show, 7:30 puck drop. Looking to get back onto their winning ways after dropping back-to-back games last weekend, coming back from the Four Nations. Berto in for Coach today. It's 11:20, means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Sean Payton was asked about Cortland Sutton yesterday at the 2025 NFL Combine, and a potential contract extension for Cortland Sutton could be on the way in the near future. Sean is leaving that stuff up to George Payton because he believes his time and energy should be focused on other things.
No, I think, look, George and I were just talking about it. Those discussions will take place, George, Cortland's representatives, and we felt like he had a real good season. He's important to what we're doing. So all of that will happen in time, and I don't think now's the time.
Sutton currently ranked 25 in terms of highest paid wide receivers in the league, currently on a 4-year deal, $60.8 million, 15.2 is what it pays out average. He's still signed through the rest of this year. The players just ahead of him on the money list: Jerry Jeudy, Christian Kirk, Chris Godwin and Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen. And once you get past Allen, you get to Mike Evans at $20.5 million, get you into the top 20.
Yeah, and Godwin's about to get a pay raise. Do you think, listen, the Bengals just came out and said, hey, we're going to make Jamar Chase the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. And right now, the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL is Justin Jefferson. He's making $35 million a season. So where does Cortland Sutton fit in that? Like, I kind of feel like Cortland's probably right where he's supposed to be at right now, right? Like,
I'd extend him on the same amount.
Yeah. As long as he's like, hey man, I want $30 million a year, like some of these wide receivers, you should be good. So wait, if Justin Jefferson's making $35 million a year, what are they going to give Jamar? Are they going to make him are they giving him $38 million a year, or they're going to be like $40 million a year for a wide receiver? Because Cincinnati is cheap, but they think they're going to get T. Well, they're going to lock up T. I mean, they're not going to lock him up. They're going to franchise tag him, I'm sure, again, and then give Jamar a massive $40 million a year deal.
The highest paid player in the NFL on an average annual basis that is not a quarterback is Justin Jefferson. So you just have to get north of that 35.
So just give him 35.5 or 36.
Depends how long the deal is. If you just go off of total money, Nick Bosa is the first non-quarterback off the list. 5 years, $170 million. The first wideout that you get to, if you go off of total money, is Jefferson's $140 million deal that comes in at 4 years.
Interesting. Yeah, I have no idea what they think. If they're like, they obviously have a number in mind when they're like, we're going to make him the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, but I wonder what it is.
I think Jamar's number is probably 40. If you get to 40 a year, I'm in.
Man, can you imagine that? I'd take Jamar on my team immediately.
Of course,
$40 million a year is a chunk of your cap. That's like 10% of your cap or something, right?
I mean, if you take the averages from Burrow and Chase, you're already at damn near $100 million. That's insane.
They be playing two players a chunk.
That's all you're doing.
It's so much money.
You didn't think you had a defense this year?
Yeah,
I don't know what they're doing. I guess you just go in and you try and outscore all of your problems. And what Cincinnati must do is these drafts have to be like, if you take a single offensive player in the draft, you've screwed up. Maybe they can take a running back somewhere in the third round to try and figure out how to replace what they lost in Joe Mixon. But every single round that the Bengals have from here on out, it's just D player, cheap, young, cost-controllable guys because we are hemorrhaging money. Add in T. Higgins in his franchise tag. What's he making, 25, something like that?
Yeah, no,
$125 million with 3 players.
If they franchise T, then he's going to make 27. Like he gets a bump because they franchised him before, so he gets to go up some. So he'll be close to 30 next year if they franchise him. I'm sure it's 27.
27's probably right.
Somewhere right in there.
Yeah, we're right around the same. You're around $120 to $125 million for 3 players.
Like Cortland Sutton, you know what? I mean, they could do the same thing as the Rams did with Stafford, where they're like, yeah, man, take a look around, see what your value is. Because I think for Cortland, he has more value to the Broncos than to other teams right now, I would think. If at that price tag.
I wouldn't let Cortland go anywhere. Again, he's under contract, so you can do the whole chicken thing, right? Like he's not a free agent. He's here. They're looking at an extension. I would extend him for an extra 2 years at $17 million. I'd be cool with that. That puts him squarely in between 25 and 20. It gets into that conversation of, like, you know what it does? It basically tells you, hey, we got rid of a former first-round pick for you, and we think you are worth just as much as that dude who just had a career year in Cleveland in Jerry Jeudy. We think you're worth just as much as that guy, even though you're older, even though he has a first-round pedigree on him.
Yeah.
I think that would get the deal done.
Yeah, I'm for it. Lock Sutton up, man. Let him be a Bronco for the rest of his career.
From one guy that I want to lock up to another guy that seems like they want to bring back into the fold, this is a head scratcher, KJ.
If I'm the coaching staff, I'm cutting you.
We all thought a divorce was on the horizon for Javonte Williams and the Denver Broncos. Well, George Payton, as Roger just stated, stepped up to the podium and he said, not so fast.
Well, I mean, there's a chance we bring Javonte back. And I think Javonte is one of the best pass protectors in the league, and I think he's still young and he's still ascending, another year removed from the injury. But I think there's so many different flavors in this draft of runner, and we have some backs that we like. And so it's going to be an interesting process. It already has been, just to get to know these runners. I know we're searching for the Joker. It's kind of like the Loch Ness Monster, trying to find a goddamn Joker. But I've played Sean's teams that had them, and they're hell. So, a lot of different backs. I think it's a good year to maybe, go get a back because there's so many. But yeah.
Yeah, no thanks, man. If your number one quality at a running back is pass pro, nah, man. I mean, I'm sure Bo loves it, but I'm not. I need yardage. I need yards from scrimmage, man. I don't need pass protection. I need you to carry that rock, man. And Javonte just hasn't done it. I'm still blaming the injury, right? Because he certainly had a lot of pop his rookie. I mean, it's a tough league. You're gonna have to move on from him. You're gonna have to move on from him because you're gonna get. Matter of fact, they're gonna draft more than one back in this draft, aren't they? They're gonna get a couple.
It's supposedly a very deep running back draft. Sanford said he was talking to some front office executives and guys who quite literally like build big boards in the NFL right now. 33 was the number of draftable running backs in this year's
It's a lot of backs. Yeah.
Selection of, 350 or some odd guys, whatever the number is. Yeah, you probably want to draft 2 of those guys. There's no reason for Javonte Williams to be here. There isn't. Sean Payton doesn't want to play him. He is not the same player as he was coming out of North Carolina after that ACL injury. Some guys just don't bounce back.
Yeah. Or maybe some guys just take more time. Sometimes some guys take a couple of years, and maybe Javonte will be a different player this season, and you don't want to give up on him that early because he goes somewhere else and has a great career. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think the Broncos probably just move on, but he is cheap, right?
He would be very cheap. He'd be $2 to $4 million.
Yeah.
Very cheap.
Yeah.
But you know what else is cheap? Running back in the 3rd round that could probably be just as good, if not better.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it rolling, KJ.
If I'm the coaching staff, I'm cutting you.
The Los Angeles Rams' first goal is to have Matthew Stafford remain with them as their franchise quarterback, but they're trying to balance the short-term and long-term roster decisions by letting their quarterback gauge their value, according to Sean McVay, when he was on the Fitz and Wit podcast. Here's McVay kind of going into detail in regards to where they are with Matthew Stafford currently.
I think the most important thing that's reported out there is when we had these conversations prior to the Super Bowl, I think the important thing was let's be clear, open, and honest. And this isn't that we're trying to be able to figure out, what is the next right move, but let's at least have all the parameters relative to you and Jimmy Sexton being able to talk to teams that have called on you. Don't want to have to do anything in secret. Want to make sure that we're all abreast of the situation, even though the first goal in mind is to have you come back here as the quarterback. But that's where we're really trying to measure all those things. He and I have had great dialogue throughout this process. I know where we want it to be able to end up, but these decisions aren't made in a vacuum, and that's kind of the challenging part about it. But love this guy, and he's been incredible for us.
You can pay him 50 right now. You can't pay him 52 years from now.
He's 37 years old. And I love Matthew Stafford. I think he's great. I think the Denver Broncos would be a better team if Stafford was the quarterback over Bo Nix next season. But he's a 37-year-old. I think the Rams are crazy, though, if they think that they'll just slot in Jimmy G. Because you got Matthew Stafford on that team, you got Jimmy G, and you got Stetson Bennett. And they ain't going to rely on Stetson Bennett. That dude loves to throw picks. So you're going to have to be Jimmy G or nobody, or Jimmy G or sign somebody, or Jimmy G and go get Sam Darnold. Is that who we were talking about?
I think Sam Darnold would be a great fit in L.A.
But Matthew Stafford could still go win a Super Bowl with somebody. That man, I don't know. He could fall off next season, but I don't think so, man. I think he's probably got a couple more years in him. But is there a team that's going to take a chance on him?
Yeah. I mean, Atlanta signed Kirk Cousins to a 4-year deal last year before drafting Michael Penix.
Yeah,
there are teams out there that will do this.
Yeah.
I don't think LA should be one of them, because I believe that Sam Darnold in the right situation, and LA would be the right situation. I think it could be pre-Detroit Jared Goff, and LA got there with pre-Detroit Jared Goff. They didn't win, but they got there.
With the thing that the Rams are doing, they're like, all right, Matt, go out there with your agent and see if teams are dying for you, and if somebody but it only takes one, right? Like, what happens if Stafford comes back to the Rams and say, hey, man, I talked to the Carolina Panthers, and they're all in on me. They want Matthew Stafford to be the man.
Bryce Young figured it out, man.
What does LA do? Do they just okay, we'll send you to Carolina, bro?
Yeah. See ya. Thanks for your service. We appreciate you. Enjoy your jacket when you get into the Hall of Fame.
Or you swap Stafford for Bryce right out the gate and see. But I don't know if Sean McVay is a Bryce guy.
Oh, dude, I would do that tomorrow.
Or you think Sean McVay's like, I'll make Bryce Young into a bad man.
I would do that tomorrow if I was LA.
Really? Interesting.
What you saw out of the second half of Bryce Young, I think it started to click. He's a little dude.
Yeah, he is.
But he's got every tool in the belt to get it done.
Yeah. I don't know. It only takes one team. I wonder if LA wants a team to do that,
and it's
right?
not like that. It's not like that contract is a big deal. If that's the deal, you send Stafford to Carolina and you get Young back. That means you get 3 years to figure out whether or not that guy is elite. And if he's not, you throw him back out into the league and then you draft another guy or you sign another.
Yeah.
The best case scenario is you get the number one selection. You get that guy. I think he'd do it in a heartbeat, man.
Really? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what McVay wants. I wonder if you strapped him to a lie detector and asked him, do you want Matthew Stafford to be your quarterback next year, what that actual answer would be.
The answer would be yes for 1 year.
And
I want to do a one more
year
deal with a
Matt,
team option.
And then we'll figure it out from there.
You don't get to decide if you stay here 2 years. I get to decide. I'm the decider of us three. AJ?
If I'm the coaching staff, I'm cutting you.
Here's the most bizarre situation that came out of Indy yesterday. The Indianapolis Colts intend to have an open competition at quarterback between Anthony Richardson and a yet-to-be-determined player they intend to acquire this offseason, according to General Manager Chris Ballard. Ballard spoke to the media on Tuesday and previously said the team intended to acquire a quarterback this offseason to push Richardson and serve as insurance after the number 4 overall pick in 2023 has sat out literally 17 of his 34 possible games already due to injury. Here's Chris Ballard confirming that.
We drafted Anthony high knowing it was going to take some time, all right? And we knew there's going to be some hiccups along the way. And it's I know we all want a finished product right now. I do. You do. Fans do. We all do. But I think as he continues to progress in his young career, us adding competition, I think will help up everybody's game.
Nah, I ain't down for that. I don't think Anthony Richardson's down for that.
Anthony Richardson is not a good quarterback. I think he sucks.
Do they still have Joe Flacco on the roster? Is Flacco still on their roster?
Flacco's a free agent.
Is he a free? So he only had a 1-year thing with them? Yeah. All right, so he's gone. They have Sam Ehlinger, and you got Anthony Richardson, and then you're going to they've got the 14th. Hold on. I think they got the 14th. Yeah, the 14th pick in the NFL draft. You're not going to get unless you're going to overdraft Jackson Dart or some other that kid from Louisville or something like. It's not going to. You're not going to get a quarterback in the first round.
I think they'll take a flyer on a late round guy. Maybe my Syracuse homie Kyle McCord.
Okay, and just be like, all right, flyer. Kyle, see if you can beat out Anthony. Let's see what's up here.
Another guy that would fit and would be cheap, Zach Wilson.
You was reading my mind.
Ooh,
right.
Zach Wilson. I had not thought. But listen, man, Anthony Richardson is 22. He's 22. Like, that's, I mean, he played how many games in college? So he doesn't have a whole lot of experience. I think you give him at least one more year to see if he can figure out the whole NFL thing. But I guess if you want to start pressuring him now, because Zach wins that starting job.
Probably does.
Right? Zach wins that starting job, and then you have a whole season of Anthony just sitting on the bench again doing nothing.
There's other guys you could bring in. I mean, like, I don't think they'll bring in Carson Wentz because that, when Wentz was in Indy, it was not pretty.
Yeah. No, I
Mac
don't know.
Jones is a free agent.
No, man, no.
Jameis Winston's a free agent.
Nah, man, I can't get behind either one of those.
I would take Jameis Winston over Anthony Richardson any day of the week.
Oh, really?
Any day of the week.
I guess you're right. I mean, Anthony will do the same thing that Jameis does, which is just throw terrible turnovers
yeah,
late.
Yeah, but at least you have the opportunity for Jameis to throw for 500 yards. Anthony Richardson's not throwing for 500 yards, but he'll throw 4 picks in a game.
Yeah, that's rough, man. That's rough. I don't know. Well, the Colts are in a bad spot. I don't know what that.
Zach Wilson's sneaky, man. That could be a home for him. I hope the Broncos don't let go of him. I hope he's your
They're
backup.
They're going to hang on to Stiddy as the backup and let Zach do his thing? Because I'm assuming there's some teams who will offer him. Well, yeah, you're right. Who knows?
One more, KJ.
If I'm the coaching staff, I'm cutting you.
According to Ian Rappaport, the Packers have had trade conversations centered around star cornerback Jair Alexander, and they're open to moving him for the right price. He currently has a 2-year, $37 million deal left for the entirety of this contract. GM Brian Gutekunst said, "We'll see," quote, when asked if Alexander will be on the team. Quote, "We're working through that. He certainly could be, but we'll work through that as we go," end quote. And because I got my man Mark Bertinoli, I came up with a potential dream scenario.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
The Bengals could get Jair Alexander, Romeo Doubs, and a 6th-round pick from Green Bay. The Broncos could get T. Higgins in a 7th, and Green Bay would get Cortland Sutton in a 5th from the Broncos. If you're the Broncos, would you take it?
Oh.
The caveat is this.
But you got to pay T, right?
You got to pay T.
You got to pay T.
You got to pay him Tyreek money, $30 million a year. That's probably what it's going to take.
Oh, man, that's
it.
tough, bro. That's tough. Because I like Cortland enough that I think he's, at half the price.
I was going to say, is T 2 times the receiver that Cortland is?
I don't, you know what? I love madness and chaos. And let's do it. I do it. But, I mean, I'm sure there'd be some people who would.
T's the truth,
not
man.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it.
He was a problem. Coming off of injury against the Broncos, that dude was a problem.
So would you be okay with the Broncos just being like, all right, man, T, here's $30 million a year. Come play.
With the cap increases and knowing that Russ's money comes off the board next year?
4-year deal for T?
I make that trade.
Okay. Yeah, I probably would too.
I make that trade. I signed to a $30 million a year over the course of 4.
How much?
I signed into the Brandon Ayuk contract tomorrow.
How much more does $10, $15 million a year get you production-wise between T and Cortland? Because T comes in, he's automatically wide receiver 1, right? He's wide receiver 1. How much production does he get for the Broncos compared to what Cortland could give you at a price tag that's much more palatable?
T. Higgins, best season, 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns in 2022. Last year, just playing 12 games, 10 touchdowns, 911 yards in 12 games. Last year, Cortland, on a bounce-back year in 17 games, had just under 200 more yards than T did and 2 fewer touchdowns. That's in 17 games and not 12.
I pay $30 million a year for 1,200 yards and 12 touchdowns.
If the guy plays 17, he's well over 1,200. At least just going off of last year, that's a 1,500-yard receiver with
it does make your
offense
more spicy.
Years.
Like I don't think they're going to get T, but I guess I'm with you. Let's do it.
Granted, Joe Burrow's not throwing to him. So
yeah,
that's also part of the equation, here.
Right?
I make the trade. I love
but
that.
Then
KJ.
you also don't have Jamar on the other side taking up all your all those targets as well.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance stores, locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Val Nichushkin in the lineup tonight. Avs back at home for the first time in 24 days. We'll preview Avs and Devils. Also give you guys, we gave you our pipe dream trades.
Yeah.
Sidney Crosby, Seth Jones. Yeah. I'll give you ones that are a little bit more realistic. That's on the other side.
What's good, Colorado? It's Coach Mike Sanford. And if you looked up at the forecast for what's going on up I-70, man, you could see that Loveland ski area has gotten a ton of snow. And with temperatures that are going to be hovering in the 20s and 30s all week long, with a couple nice little dustings of fresh snow to make your morning snow a little bit fresher, you got to get up to Loveland ski area, where you are going to be able to avoid all of the issues that come about with the Johnson-Eisenhower Tunnel, because you don't have to go through it. You can get off right there before even going up the Loveland Pass. You got 1,800 acres of skiable terrain, highest average snowfall in the Front Range and Summit County resorts. You got to look no further than Loveland Ski Area. Get online at skiloveland.com to get your passes. I'll be seeing you up there.
but I wanted to ask this just out of the gates because we've been waiting and waiting. Is there any news? Is Val Nichushkin going to be in the lineup tonight?
He is. He's going to be in as of right now. Like, they're going to come in this morning, but the way yesterday's practice finished, we're just waiting on final confirmation, but should be good to go here for tonight.
Val back in the lineup tonight. Avs back at Ball Arena for the first time in 24 days. 2-game losing streak. Didn't look great coming out of the Four Nations, but Val is he the Flex Seal on the, hemorrhaging boat that is the Avs right now? Just
Hopefully.
freaking slap that thing on?
Yeah, hopefully.
Like Billy Mays?
They come out and score 5 tonight against the Devils. Everybody's looking good. New Jersey and Colorado are oddly, like their records are almost the same. Like the Devils' goal differential is way better than the Avs, but they play two different brands of hockey. Obviously, Jack Hughes has like 20 points fewer than Nate does, and he leads that team in scoring in New Jersey. And they got Nico scoring some goals, but they only have 2 guys who have 20 or more goals. But they're doing good. Like, they are in a better position in the East than the Avs are in the West right now. I think, New Jersey's in the number 3 spot in the Metro. They're tied with Carolina. The Hurricanes are in a death spiral right now. They're going to trade Mikko again. I don't know what Carolina's going to do, but they're going to do something stupid because they are in a bad spot right now.
There's no way they trade him.
It's already hot. Here, let me give you, because we're going to talk about these NHL trade deadlines. Let's see. BetMGM had Mikko wasn't even on the board to get traded. He is now number 2. Number 2. It goes Brock Nelson, Mikko Rantanen. It's like, what?
Brock would look good in an Avs uniform, by the way.
What would it take to get Brock, though? I mean, it's a rental, right? Because he's an older player. I think this is the end of his deal. But that's a 35 goal per season guy, right? So that is one of the problems the Avs had. You could bring in Brock Nelson and just be like, all right, man, give us some goals, brother. That's the only reason you're here. Goals.
Final year of a $6 million a year contract. He's 33.
And you could fit that price into 2. Yeah, man.
You could fit it.
You wouldn't have to do
certainly fit him there.
You wouldn't have to do any tiddlywinks weird games to fit him under the cap.
No, but I think on an expiring deal on a team like the Islanders, who likely are not making the playoffs this year, like the Islanders are 57 points. They're 7 points back of
But they have to
8
jump
seed.
over a bunch of teams. They have to jump over like 6 teams to get there.
They're not jumping over New York. They're not jumping over Ottawa. It's not happening. Or sorry, the Rangers rather. You could get New York, the Islanders, to eat a little bit of that salary because it comes off the books at the end of the season. I would like to see him there. He's got 17 goals this year, 37 points. Like, he's got the numbers that Casey Middlestat should have right now.
Right. Well,
for the amount of money that you're paying him, Casey should have Brock Nelson numbers.
Casey is also on this trade deadline list where they're like, hey, man, Casey Middlestat's good. You could get him from the Avs. Would he fit better in your organization than he does for the Burgundy and Blue right now? But I don't once again, here, let me give you these names and you tell me yes or no.
Okay.
We already went Brock Nelson at number 1. Mikko Rantanen at number 2. You're not going to retrade for Mikko. Who knows?
I also don't think Carolina is going to trade Rantanen. I think they're going to take him into the playoffs and hope that it works out because the East is wide open.
Right.
And also, you have until July 1st to figure out that deal.
Right. But you could very well lose the Devils in the first round, and then you're in full panic mode because if you're not going to pay Mikko, you have the same problem the Avs do, where he just walks for nothing. So that's why I'm assuming that's why he's back on this list as trade target. Number 3, Bo Byram. I don't think you're going to bring back Bo. You already traded him, but he's number 3 on the list from Buffalo.
No, I don't think he.
You'd rather have a Seth Jones than a Bo Byram.
Yeah,
right?
He doesn't fill what I want the Avs to go out and get in a second pairing D-man.
How about this name? Which, man, it'd be crazy in an Avs sweater. Brad Marchand.
Sure.
Sure. Said that little cranky dude just out there. Yeah, just making the opposing team angry.
Plays physical, loves the middle of the ice.
Yeah.
I know he's a wing, so he doesn't help the center problem. That's an issue.
Once again, I don't know what Brad's making and if you can fit him into that, under that cat without playing some reindeer games, or what it would take to get him out of Boston. But
Marchand, 6.125, final year of the deal.
That's a good number, baby. That's a good number. What does Boston want for him? That's the problem. Could you give him Case? No.
It's funny that you brought in that Boston name because I brought up 2 Boston names yesterday to coach Sanford.
Oh, really?
I did. Center, Pavel Zacha.
Okay.
I
can get behind it.
I would love to see Zacha. Right now, Zacha is currently under $5 million. He is 28 years old.
How much time? How many more years does he have on that deal?
Zaka has
Or would you
2
have to
more
pay
years.
him?
He's on year 2 of 4 right now. So he has year 3 and year 4 at $4.75 million.
Would you rather have Marshawn?
No, I'd rather have Zaka.
Oh, you'd rather have Zaka.
Zaka's a really good two-way player.
I get it.
He's big.
Brad is very much a Stanley Cup playoff kind of player, though.
Sure
you know
is.
what I mean?
He sure
when
is,
the playoffs roll around, you're just like, all right, go do that Marshawn stuff. Go.
He just doesn't. He doesn't fix what you have a huge hole in right now. You don't have a hole on wing. You have a hole at center because Middlestat isn't performing. The other guy from Boston, and I said this is. Remember we talked a lot about Jacob Slavin over the Four Nations faceoff. There's another Colorado defenseman that is in the league, and he currently plays for Boston. And his name is Brandon Carlo, and he is 6'6", and I think he is Jacob Slavin light. If you could find a way to get Carlo, and I think it would be really, really hard to get Brandon Carlo. He has 2 more years left on a $4.1 million deal. He is 28 years old. It would cost you more than any of the players that we've already previously mentioned.
That's a big swing. Because then, you take a swing like that.
Dude, he would look perfect.
And crash out of the playoffs, then you might have messed up the future a little bit because you have to pay a fairly hefty price, right?
You'd have to pay current player, first-round pick, high-end prospect to get Carlo here. And I think it's worth it.
Man, I don't know.
You know what
I'm sure they're having that conversation right now.
I would do for them right now. Gulyev, first-round pick, and name a player on the roster that you want to take. We'll give you Casey Middlestat so you get younger and cost-controllable down the middle. I'd make that trade tomorrow.
Yeah, I would too,
Guys, Brandon Carlo is so freaking good. And people are like, why won't the Avs? The Avs frugal front office. Why won't they do that? Because he's 28 under contract in Boston. That's not a guy you want to get rid of.
Right.
But you could entice them.
Even where the Bruins are right now. Oh, man.
You can entice them. Those are my 2 players. I would love to see those guys here.
More so than our pie in the sky guys.
No, my pie in the sky guys are those 1 and 2. And then 3 and 4 is Zaka
and Carlo.
Those are my top 4 guys.
Listen, man, I can get behind all 4 of those.
I'm going to get a little bit more realistic as the week goes on, right? We've got 8 days until the trade deadline, or a little bit more than that. I'll get a little bit more realistic. Berto, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, no, it was fun. I always
love doing shows with you.
Thanks, bro.
You doing the Blitz tonight too?
Yeah, we're doing the Blitz.
You were just overworked today,
Devils,
baby.
Yeah, we got a hockey game tonight. It's going to be great. Nugs tomorrow, right? Yeah, Nugs are, where are the Nugs? Milwaukee?
Nugs tomorrow in Milwaukee. First of a back-to-back. Avs are back after the Four Nations break. Your Avs are returning home for a 6-game homestand, and they need you to pack Ball Arena as the Avs take on the Wild, the Pens, the Leafs, and more. You can get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. And if you want to win tickets for free, tune in tomorrow all day. Every single one of our shows is giving away a pair for you tomorrow. And it's a big-time game. You're going to want to win those. Be here tomorrow. PhD's next.
Jokic was
A little chillier today.
It is a little chilly.
Sunny. Beauty. Oh, man. Oh, seats. Let's see what you got out there, Shamil Schmazel in Milwaukee.
Well, it was cloudy, honest to gosh, and gray and Milwaukee looking until literally about 7 minutes ago when the sun peeked out. Right here. Knew where I was going to sit and decided, hey, let me get a Scott's eyeball.
How's your schnitzel?
Good. You know, I was told today by Kaz, who I don't know if you know, is part German and speaks German.
Really?
That schnitzel is actually not a sausage, but some sort of meat that's pounded.
That's what she said.
Even given that definition, that's good.
Yeah. Congratulations on that.
Okay. That's good. We got some breaking news. We got a little breaking news on the hockey front, Dan. We got that. We can hear from the horse's mouth there. Mr. Bednar, go ahead, Dan.
He is. He's going to be in as of right now. Like, they're going to come in this morning, but the way yesterday's practice finished, we're just waiting on final confirmation, but should be good to go here for tonight.
Okay, Val Nichushkin back, boys. Reaction.
I'm kind of like, wow, that happened quick.
Hockey, man.
First we heard of him practicing was yesterday, right?
He'd been like kind of quietly in and out, but hey, man, it's hockey. A lot of stuff they just keep like underneath cover.
I'm just like, for a dude that's been out a long time, like, practice, let's go. We're ready to go, baby.
Well, they only had one practice before just had yesterday since the 4-nation face-off thing. So he may have been doing a bunch of stuff during the break that we just didn't know about.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Well, they said he wore the burgundy sweater yesterday, right, so that no one was going to hit him at least.
No, burgundy. Oh, hold on. Don't mean to.
Well, that means you're on the.
Burgundy means like you're on the second line. Not to be all, it's blues, you're on the first line or power play.
Burgundy's second?
Burgundy's second line or second power play. Then you go gray and white, and I kind of forget which is what, but and then black is a defenseman. And if you're wearing the red sweater, your red practice sweater, you're don't touch me.
Got
it. And the green actually has something too. But no, if you're wearing burgundy, you're good.
It was burgundy's good, red bad.
Burgundy good, like red bag. Yes.
Your hoodie bad.
My hoodie bad.
Nebraska always bad.
Nebraska is bad, but Smoky Hill is good. So we're the Christmas tree school.
Or Scott, when he came in the day after Canada beat USA in his Team Canada colors.
I know. I'm repping.
That was Smoky Hill. That was my Smoky Hill gear.
I'm repping for the Buffs. Smoky Hill Buffaloes.
They don't go by the Buffs.
You got red on right now, as a matter of fact, don't you?
Nope.
What would you?
I think you got a listen. Are you now where you live now? Do you got to go? Are you got to start getting Cherokee Trail gear or Highlands Ranch gear? What is
me? I would technically be. Gosh, what would I be? I might be
maybe Rock Canyon. Well, Valor's not public, but
no, but my neighborhood. Probably Valor.
Oh, you look at him bragging about how rich he is again. My neighborhood, how rich we are. Yep, we're definitely sending our kids over to
your
Valor.
neighborhood used to be a bunch of divorcees or old people, so I don't know how it's changed.
Yeah, I live in a complicated neighborhood. Like my direct neighborhood is nothing but just like no kids. There's no kids in my like 2 blocks. But if you expand outside of my 2 blocks, it's nothing but McMansions and, high tuition in high school. I mean, it's kind of crazy like that. So I don't even know what the public school is. How about that? I don't even know what
Rock
it is.
Canyon.
Rock Canyon? Okay. Got no beefs with Rock Canyon. They're cool. How about that? I don't even know what the schools are for where I live.
Yeah,
hey.
You're old, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's the conclusion?
Hey, yeah. Why don't you look and see where your
things.
Look and see where your property tax dollars are going.
Hey, man, I wasn't thinking about those things when I was 25, never mind 55. I couldn't tell you where the kids were going when I lived at 75 Mariner Street in Buffalo. Got no clue. I was going to the bar. That's where I was going. That was awesome back in the day, which is not much different than now.
No.
So,
except you moved your bar into your outdoor living space.
It's a much fancier bar, that's for sure. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
All right, so we're thinking about what with Val? We're thinking about what are we going to see now with the Avs with Val?
Everything's fixed, right?
I think you're going to see a physicality. I mean, you can't expect him to play after missing. Gosh, how many? Has anybody figured out exactly how many games he's now missed?
Been
and
a
weeks
hot
he's
minute,
missed?
man.
No,
It's been a really long time.
A long time.
I bet it's been
Bunch.
almost 2 months, hasn't it?
Probably. Yeah, nobody really. I was talking to Moser about this today, and he's guessing, pure guess, that it was some sort of groin injury, but nobody really knows. Nobody really knows. Very hockey secret sort of deal.
And an MCL sprain can be, 6 weeks or something like that?
Could be.
That you rest also, so.
I just still cannot believe that in today's day, with all the betting that's going on, the NHL can get away with this stuff.
It's crazy,
How can
right?
they get away with state secrets regarding injuries?
It's wild. I don't know anybody who knows definitively what his injury was. And then you're right. Like, all of a sudden, he's just back. Like, that's it.
I know.
Like, there's no amp up.
I mean, I'm sure he was training hard on his own during the break and all those sorts of things. But
Yeah.
it is pretty wild to me that, at least to my knowledge, a singular team practice and we're good.
Nothing. Game time.
Although I'm trying to remember, is my memory right? When he came back from his last stint off, it was for other things, but he came out pretty damn hot, didn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't hurt or anything.
Yeah.
He wasn't injured. He had been playing well beforehand.
He was just okay like the first game, but it was like the second.
Oh, it clicked
seems like
in, yeah.
second, third game, he just all of a sudden blew up, I think.
Yeah, it didn't take him much time. And then, I don't know. Dan, do we know how many games he has missed? That's a good question. I don't even know the last game that he played in. It's been that long. I mean, I guess we're kind of fortunate this Four Nations face-off thing happened at this time when you needed him to recover, because that's probably the equivalent of 5 games, something like that.
21 games.
He missed 21 games. Wow. It's a lot.
With a lower body injury.
Yeah, okay. One of them deals.
I guess a groin is lower body.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's where the lower body starts, the groin. I mean, you'd go from there, right? Like, it definitely wouldn't be upper body.
Mm-mm.
There's no such thing as mid-body. They don't say, hey, that special place. I mean, it's just, lower body.
It according to the Avalanche website, he's played in 21 games this year and has 17 points.
So wait, he's played in 21. He's played in 21 and he's missed 21.
Yep.
Is that what it is?
Well, I'm reading right
here. They played
here.
only
It says,
42?
That's
it
crazy.
says Valdichuk could return against the Devils on Wednesday after missing 21 games with the lower body injury.
Was his suspension for 21 games? Wouldn't that be something? I don't think it's quite like that because I think they've played 58 games.
I have no idea.
Yeah, and he was suspended for a bunch. So he's definitely been out for more games than he's been in, no doubt about it, obviously. A lot more. And look at their record with him and without him. So here we go, Avs. Let's see what you're made of.
It says he missed the first 17 games in 2024.
Okay, so he missed 17, he missed 21. He's missed 38 games out of 58. Wow. That's
38
pretty
out
wild.
of 59 out of 59. Right?
Okay, 59.
Yeah.
All right.
How about this? And I'm going to go Dan. I'll ask him because it's my thing. You got 11 goals, 6 assists in 21 games. Pretty active. You were pretty active in those 21 games. And I know people or whatever hit and miss on the plus minus, but in 21 games you're plus 6. That's pretty good, isn't it?
No doubt. Well, let's see if that's the magic pill here tonight. Later start, 7:30, and away we go. We'll see. They've got a 6-game homestand. It's critical for them. They still got some work to do to make the playoffs. It's not a guarantee. It'd be a surprise if they were to miss the playoffs, but this isn't easy. For whatever reason, with 59 games, they've played at least one more, if not several more, than every other team in the division.
Yeah, so they've played. They're 33-24-2. The Devils are 32-21 I guess they had more. Okay, it's about the same.
It's about the same. Devils have won 3 games in a row on the road. They've got the Hughes brothers, 2 of the 3 of the Hughes brothers. Can you imagine being parents and having 3 of your kids all in the NHL or all as pro athletes? It's pretty wild, right?
You did something right.
Yeah, you did something right. And two brothers.
You played
Jack,
the genetic lottery well.
Jack, who's I think 23, and Luke, who's 21. They're on the Devils, and Quinn, who's older, is on Vancouver. Way to go, Mom and Dad, huh? And if you read the history of their parents, they were both stud athletes as well. Mom as well.
Of course.
Right. God, what do you do if your parents aren't stud athletes?
They're the McCaffreys of the NHL.
They're doing a little better than the McCaffreys.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
McCaffrey's really only got two. They got two.
They got two out of 4 right now. I mean, well.
Max had a cup of coffee.
Max had it, but he's done, clearly. Dylan, I guess, is done, right? I guess. I don't know what the hell Dylan's doing. Being tall and looking like Ed.
I thought someone said he was on a coaching staff somewhere.
Is that right?
Max is for sure. I don't know about Dylan. Max is down in Miami.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Dylan was. Dylan's still a pretty young guy.
I don't know much about Dylan, but I know Max is down in Miami.
Well, Max was a coach there with Ed up there at UNC, and he was doing the coaching thing. Dylan just didn't work out for him. But Luke has had a hell of a year for Washington, right? I mean, hell of a year, I mean, he's playing and part of the team, and they had a great year. I mean, he was getting reps on the team solidly. Christian's a legend. But, hey, that's 2 out of 4, man. The Hughes, I don't know if there's more than 3 Hughes brothers, but that's smelling like 3 for 3. It's pretty good if you're mom and dad, right?
You're doing all right.
Yeah. Sure, you got your favorite, though.
Always. I got a favorite. Depends on the day, but I got a favorite.
All right. Any other thoughts about Sean Payton and George Payton? I got a bunch of sound that I can play for you guys. Any reflection, any kind of things that's on your mind about what we saw yesterday? I actually got a question for you, Tyler.
Yeah.
Somebody texted me a question for you. I'll throw that your way after the break. But just upon reflection about what we heard from George and Sean yesterday.
Yeah. They both were on the same page. Clearly they had discussions beforehand about where we're going to be on certain topics. I thought that the only topic that they were slightly different on was Courtland Sutton, because Sean Payton got up there first, and he was asked whether the time and place has come to have conversations about Courtland Sutton's contract, and he said, "Yeah, the time will come, but it's not now." And then George Payton got up there, and he's like, "Yep, going to talk to his agent this week." So that one was a little bit fascinating to me. I mean, I don't think it means anything per se. And if I had to guess, I'm sure they're both on the same page. Even if George has conversations with Courtland Sutton's agent, there's really no pressure until, well, shoot, if you wanted to be like the real pressure, you kind of have artificial pressure in the offseason. You got artificial pressure for OTAs, but the only real pressure comes next training camp. So they got a lot of time to deal with Courtland.
Well, here's what George Payton said about that.
Oh, I mean, Sean addressed it. Courtland's one of our guys, team captain. I mean, I've said this for a couple of years in a row. We want him here. We'll have those discussions at the right time. We'll meet with his agent here, like we always do. Yeah, with all the agents. We meet with all of our team's agents.
I'm not
That's
worried.
a lot of meetings.
Yeah, I don't think that's true, for the record. I highly doubt he's meeting with 53 dudes' agents.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, dudes may represent more than one dude. Yes.
Sure.
I don't know. I don't know how it all works.
So, and some of those conversations might be, "Hey, be happy he's on a team. See you next year."
Yeah, I mean, it might be as cash as that, right? I mean, scale of 1 to 10, 10 being freaking out, 1 being it's nothing. Worries about Courtland Sutton and his contract.
I mean, I really think that they're going to give him a new deal. Am I concerned with it? No. I mean, if they really want to, they can make Courtland Sutton just play out the deal. He's got another year on the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're going to play, buddy. We don't like the negotiations. We don't like the path it's going down. It's kind of like the Jamal Murray conversation. The Nuggets did not have to give Jamal Murray that contract when they did. In theory, they could have made him play another year. So I'm definitely not worried about it, but my expectation is that they will come to a new deal.
All right, we have the NFLPA.
To answer your question directly, 3.
3? I'm like a 2. Like, it's just a 3 to me is even like fine. It's nothing. Like, this will be a non-story. I doubt we'll get to even like the heat that it got to last year. No big deal. Courtland Sutton will be on this team.
They value Cortland Sutton.
They do. They love him. They'll get him. They'll lock it down.
He had 10 touchdowns the first year with Sean Payton.
They love him.
He had over 1,000 yards last year. Like there's zero reason to think that this club does not like Cortland Sutton.
Sean Payton, Scott's best friend, he already showed who he wanted and didn't want on this team. And they wanted Cortland, and they'll get him back too. Not worried about it at all. Okay, do have a specific question for you. NFLPA has a report card out. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with erectile dysfunction, man, that stinks. Who needs it? If you want to talk about something you can move on from, it is ED. But you need the right people to help you out with this. I've got the answer. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Listen, if you're having a mediocre sex life and the pills or herbals just ain't working out, well, how about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic that has success rates well over 90%? Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, T and PSA test, HIF advised test dose. Listen, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free, but it's going to work. Then you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call them today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Well, I mean, there's a chance we bring Javonte back, and I think Javonte is one of the best pass protectors in the league, and I think he's still young and he's still ascending, another year removed from the injury. But I think there's so many different flavors in this draft of runner, and we have some backs that we like. And so it's going to be an interesting process. It already has been, just to get to know these runners. I know we're searching for the Joker. It's kind of like the Loch Ness Monster, trying to find a goddamn Joker. But I've played Sean's team that's had them, and they're hell. So, yeah, a lot of different backs. I think it's a good year to maybe – go get a back because there's so many. But yeah,
that was a ringing endorsement. Javonte is really good in pass protection. Our running back that his primary job is to run the football.
Yeah,
we're thinking about bringing him back because he's really good in pass protection.
He ain't coming back.
Tyler Polumbus, our right tackle, that dude is killer at serving water.
Yeah,
we're thinking about bringing him back
as our water guy.
Yeah,
water boy. Yeah, Javonte's gone. Right, Scott? He's gone, right? That's gone.
Well, we'll see. Do you think he won't even be back in training camp?
Yo, I think he'll just be gone. He's a free agent, man. He's just won't. He'll be just toast.
Well, I think they may let him go and see what he can get out there, depending on what you get. If you get an Austin Genty, absolutely. But I think it depends on what happens and what transpires and, are there any interest anywhere else? If not, they may say, hey, here's a pretty minimal contract. We know the offense. Maybe another year away from the knee. Maybe you'll be better.
I got to laugh about this Joker thing. I'm pretty convinced at this point the only person that knows what he's looking for with this Joker thing is Sean Payton. I think we're all kind of guessing what he's talking about. I think he's just kind of making shizzle up. I don't think there's really that position.
No, you're wrong on that. I mean,
Joker position?
Respectfully, you're wrong on that. It's not a position. It's a human being. It's not a position that is assigned on the football field. It's a versatile human being that can do a lot of things.
It sounds like George Payton's a little confused exactly what that Joker thing is.
It's what Sean Payton told Katie the other night. He's so enamored with Nikola Jokic that he's just got him on his mind. So it says we're looking for a Joker. Well, we think it means a guy that can do multiple things. He might be meaning it a guy that's going to dominate the league and destroy everybody.
Yeah, I think
it's pretty clear what the Jokers have been in the past. I mean, there's no secret here. We know who they are. We know what their roles have been.
Tight end or running back.
Yeah. But that's the key word. Is it describes versatility. It's a dude that you can create mismatches with. Because his primary
why can't it be a guy that's the most dominant guy on the league? Why ain't they looking for that guy?
Not me.
Well, I'll take that guy.
I'll take that guy too. I ain't saying I wouldn't take that guy.
What round was Tom Brady? Was he a Joker for them? He was the Joker.
Was Cordell Stewart a Joker?
Well, we're changing the definition here, but yeah, you guys are sure.
I mean, all right. Okay, whatever. I think the big question, first of all, every mock draft out there. Actually, there was an interesting one today that had the Raiders trading up to number 1 for Shedeur. So that was a rah-rah Shedeur mock that was out there.
Who did that?
CBS, I think. It was in our group chat. What was it, Dan? Was it CBS? I can look it up right here.
Yeah, CBS.
CBS, yeah. Yeah, so but here's the deal. And we'll know the answers to this in a couple of weeks. Where are all these free agent quarterbacks going? Where's Matthew Stafford going? Where's Aaron Rodgers going? I mean, all these.
Well, they're saying the Raiders are hot after Matthew Stafford. Hot.
Who's saying that?
Oh, I'll find it for you, but it's on there.
Okay. Well, I mean, who knows? Where's Sam Darnold going? Well, if they're hot on Matthew Stafford, there's no way they're going to trade up to number 1 for Shedeur. There's no way they would do that.
No, but I think like many teams, the Raiders are probably pursuing a lot of different options right now. And then what happens in free agency, what happens with trades, now that's going to change what you do in the draft.
Yeah, and you got to trade for Stafford, so it ain't like all of a sudden you can just offer him $40 million, right?
By the way, John Lynch said today that they're just going to let Deebo Samuel go. Or, I mean, they're going to let him explore things, and ultimately that means they're just going to drop him. So you're going to be able to pick up, you could trade for him, but what team's going to do that? Once the message gets out that the guy is free to do whatever, teams will just wait till their home team just lets them go. So Deebo Samuel will just be out there. Lynch basically confirming that today.
Colin Cowherd had the Stafford to the Raiders deal, and then there's a million other accounts that are reaggregating it.
Okay. Well, we know how reaggregation goes. we know when you put a story out there, when you just throw stuff at the wall, we know how that goes. That was a fun one yesterday, huh? That had a nice lifespan of about, 16 minutes. Oh, well.
You trying to lose friends here?
I'm not trying to lose friends, but the Gronk thing was just really never a thing. Nope. Not really. I mean, that's the simplest way to put it without really digging into all the details.
Well, I mean, all I know is, I'm in the gym.
Good for you. That's good to be in the gym.
I'm in the gym.
Hey, a lot of good things. You can hear a lot of stuff in the gym. Even if it's your own home gym, you can hear a lot of stuff. It can be any gym. Gyms all over the place.
I'm letting you do your deal with this.
I heard Marlo grunt today in the gym.
How did that go over?
He was doing some sort of shoulder curl thingy, and all of a sudden I heard it. Ugh.
Isn't that usually followed by a little bit of a squeaker after the
little bit of a poop?
Yeah, I was waiting, but he didn't hit the squeaker.
Another scoring orgy.
All right, let's get to the NFLPA report card. This is always fun. Who sucks at football and other stuff? The Denver Broncos, fellas, finished 17th out of 32 teams overall. How about that?
Okay.
Now, this is there's some major caveats with this because they are building what probably will be the best training facility in football. Like, that's being built right now.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to look at stuff like locker rooms and whatever, oh my gosh.
Well, they really only had 2 bad grades. Of all the areas that they graded, the Broncos graded out pretty well for the most part. I would say not great, but average, B's. But there were 2 categories that they were bad in. One of them is, like you just mentioned, they got an F in the locker room. But
again, you got to take that with a grain of salt because they're building a world-class locker room, and that's whatever.
The other one was treatment of families.
Yeah, I am surprised by this. I'll read it to you. The Broncos provide daycare during home games and a family room during home. That family room is gorgeous. Brand new. The first year that they used it.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Players rate the post-game family area.
There's a lot that goes into family stuff, though, and it's training camp. It's access to your families during that. And I'm not implying that the Broncos don't do this. I'm just saying that the ways that they look for families to be involved, whether it be chartered stuff, whether it be access during camp for the kids, it's not just daycare.
Players would like the post-game family area to be indoors so families, especially those with young children, can avoid hot and cold weather. Huh? Okay, this is where you're getting a little whiny, players. The family area, if you don't know, is out on the field, basically, in the tunnel, which leads to your car. Where else would you put the family area at the old Empower Field? Where else would it go?
What do you mean? It's on the field or it's in the tunnel?
It's like in the tunnel and it drifts out to the field. It's like, kind of outside. I mean, like that's a bad place. First of all, they've got a nice family area like inside where you can watch the games. It's brand new. They just built it for the families, and it's like basically at the 50-yard line. So you can bump around with kids and whatever. Scott, the Nuggets have a nice little family area too, right? I mean, it's small, but it's cool, right? With all the kids and the clappers and the this and the that.
That used to be originally part of the media room, and they cut off half the media room and made that family room.
Well, good for them. It's better used. The media doesn't need all that fancy stuff. It's nice. I don't know where they're supposed to put the families after the game. Where would you put families? This is whiny to me right here by the players about this. We don't have an indoor place after the game to meet our players. We can't just hang out on the field in the tunnel. That's not good enough.
Yeah, why don't you just get in your car and going home, and I'll meet you there?
You could do that too. I'm sorry. Am I missing something here? Are there better places to meet?
First off, I don't want to speak on it because I haven't seen the facility like you have. So I don't feel like I'd be good to speak on
There's
it.
no
but,
facility. It's the tunnel, and they
well,
rope off part of the field.
Then yeah, I get that. I do. I mean, you got little kids, man. They don't want to be out there in the freezing cold.
It's only a couple games a year that it's like freezing cold. And the little kids that I look at are running all over the field.
All I know is, you know, the teams that I thought were fantastic at it, Seattle and Atlanta.
Yeah.
You know, they had beautiful facilities that was the team room, that was the family room, and we would pick them up directly from there. And now, granted, they had like direct underground access to parking areas that you never had to leave the protectiveness of being indoors, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. But my point is, I think you're oversimplifying it. It's a year-round thing. That a huge part of it, I promise you, is training camp.
All right. Well, I don't know what to say on that.
And again, I'm not
sounds
implying
whiny.
yes or no on anything because I don't know the resources that are available to him. I'm just speaking as a former player. When it was important to me that I have access to my family, training camp was by far the biggest on the list.
All right. I'm curious who got Fs.
Well, you know, and I want to
families.
complain that I don't think we have a good enough family area for the radio station. Are you at a job or are you not at a job?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Wouldn't it be responsibility for the team to take care of families?
All right. I got to look up the Bengals. They have an F- for how they treat the families. Treatment of families by the Bengals. The Bengals are one of only 3 teams that do not offer daycare during home games, one of only 10 teams that do not offer a family room during home games. They're the only team in the NFL that fails to offer one of those 2 benefits. Players race the post-game area 4.69 out of 10, dead last. Players feel that the team rarely organized family events. That's dead last. The Bengals players feel like there's little to no effort put forth when it comes to the organization's efforts to support their families.
You know,
one player describes the treatment as, quote, almost disrespectful.
I'll give you another one that's important. And again, this is not a shot. I have no clue if the Broncos are good at it or bad. I'm just giving you another one that's important to players.
Okay.
Injuries are important. Number 1, is it communicated to your spouse? Number 2, does your spouse have access to you? Those are things that are important.
All right, I can just go through these other grades real quick for the Broncos. Nutritionist, A-, so that looks pretty good. Locker room, F, but I mean, we get it. That's not even what we're talking about. Training room, B. Training staff, B+. Weight room, B. Okay. Strength coach is B-.
I thought that one was interesting.
That is interesting,
because, you know, players, this stuff is anonymous allegedly, but you never really want to knock your squad because you just never know how anonymous these things are going to be.
Yeah.
And if you think back on how proud Sean Payton is of his strength staff and, you know, getting rid of Lauren Landau and how amazing this guru is. He's the director of sports science. I think he's in charge of the training staff also. I think he is. I thought that was interesting that I was just a B-.
Well, it's interesting because you hear a B-, that doesn't sound terrible, right? However, that ranks 30th in the league out of 32 teams.
Yeah.
So most teams apparently have that dialed in, and a B- is a really low grade for that. Team travel, A. Glad they get that done. Head coach, B. But Scott, your best friend, guess where a B ranks you 1 through 32?
14.
26th.
Yeah,
26th.
like I said, people are afraid to give bad grades on these things.
So a B is like a outrageously low score because people are like, to your point, worried about that. So okay, 26 for good old Sean Payton, Shawnee Poo with the 26. Okay.
Well, that might kind of go counter to the people that say, "Hey, trust me, there's people that they love Sean Payton in that locker room." That might go a little counter to that.
80% of the Broncos players feel their head coach is efficient with their time. That's 27 out of 32. The players feel that Payton is moderately receptive to locker room feedback on the team's need. That's 29 out of 32. Ouch. And meanwhile, ownership gets an A, which is 4th in the league. So there you go. There's your player surveys for the Broncos. I'm looking for any other fun ones here with everybody.
Well, I thought it was interesting. I think the Commanders were dead last year, if I remember correctly, or maybe second to last. They had quite a big jump. They jumped up to number 11, which goes to show you what ownership does.
Right. I mean, we got let's look at ownership. Well, if the Broncos players are given ownership in A, well, why do you think that is? What do you think about the Broncos ownership stands out? And that's the highest grade they actually got.
I think travel.
Stability and support.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe better hotels.
Okay.
Yeah, travel's a huge deal for guys. Wanted to be comfortable there. What kind of plane are you flying on? NFL guys don't get the NBA experience. We just fly on a normal plane, and if you're lucky, you get a seat in between you. But it's the hotels, it's the accommodations, the food, the per diem, all that.
Owner Greg Penner's average rating for perceived willingness to invest in the facilities is 9.62 out of 10. They know he's trying.
Well, I don't know how he couldn't get a 10 on that. I mean, they've seen the facility that's on the way.
Right. I mean, exactly. If you don't see it, you're blind. The players feel ownership significantly contributes to a positive team culture. That ranks 5 out of 32. Players feel the ownership is extremely committed to building a competitive team. Again, that's 5 out of 32. Well, that's pretty good, man. Like what teams got really low marks in terms of ownership? That's where you
the team I told you Shadur don't want to drop down to, and maybe he should go and work out.
The Raiders. Well,
no, the Jets were last, weren't they?
Oh, were they really? Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Ownership: Cardinals D-, Panthers D-.
Jets F.
Were the Jets an F? And Patriots a D. Wow, really? Jets an F. Ooh, we'll read them in a second. D for the Steelers. Wow, so much for that heritage. Tampa Bay, a D+. All right, F for the Jets. Okay, let's see how lousy they are and why. Woody Johnson's average rating for perceived willingness to invest in the team is a 5.58 out of 10. That is last. Players feel Johnson does not contribute to a team culture. That is last. Players feel Johnson is somewhat competitive to building a competitive team. 31 out of 32. By this mark, team players think the Jets are the worst organization in football. Wow.
Now, keep in mind,
these
grades don't always mean jack squat. The Kansas City Chiefs for about 4 or 5 years in a row have been like second to last on this thing. And pleasure or an experience with the owner and, resources that are available.
High grade for the coach, though.
High grade for the coach.
Yeah. Kansas City, let's just go through it real quick. Ownership.
C-.
C-. Okay, do you got it right there? You're looking at it? Okay. What does Andy Reid get?
A+.
A+ for Andy Reid.
They get a C+ on the weight room, C on the training staff, C- on the training room.
Oh, D- on the locker room.
D- on the locker room.
Does it suck in there?
Well, I've never seen the home locker room.
Yeah,
I'll tell you the away locker room, it's brutal.
I mean, I think C- is up, but that is still 26 out of 32 for ownership.
Well, but they've also, think about this, Kansas City has a facility that was built when the original Mile High was built, right? And they've really, other than maybe upgrading some luxury boxes about 20 years ago, what really have they done for those facilities?
God, it kind of begs a question. What's more important, a great owner or a great coach? What actually matters more?
Yeah, no, you know the answer to that. That's an easy answer.
Great owner.
Great coach.
Great owner.
God, I would think it starts with an owner and you just find the coach.
If the Chiefs aren't living proof of that, I don't know what it is.
Well, but could the Chiefs be the exception to the rule?
If the Pittsburgh Steelers aren't proof of that, I don't know what that is.
You guys are both pros, obviously, as Michael Malone pointed out and put me in my place. Would you rather have a great owner or a great coach?
Great coach.
Great coach. Scott?
I've never had a great owner that didn't have a great coach.
Interesting.
I did. Dan Snyder. Mike Shanahan.
Bad owner, good coach.
Yeah.
Bad owner.
Bad owner, yeah. Really bad owner.
Oh, I'm sorry, Scott. I mean, I guess I flipped that a little bit, but I'm saying I had a bad owner that did have a great coach.
Yeah, I've never had a great owner that didn't have a great coach.
Yeah, but it wasn't a long-term relationship there. He fired Mike. Yep. Because he's a bad owner.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, bad owners are going to do dumb things.
Well, and look at the demise of two franchises. We'll do Washington, from those Joe Gibbs years, and if Snyder buys a team, look at the lack of success they had under Snyder, bad owner.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can use when Pat Bowlen, a good owner, All of a sudden, when he gets sick, you got 5-6 years of living in the gray, really no owner. So let's put that as a bad owner because you can't do anything. And where did the franchise go? I think franchises go, listen, whether Sean Payton's here or not, the Pinner Group, if they are here to stay, and it seems like they are, they wouldn't be putting the investment in that they're putting into, they're going to be okay. They're going to have this franchise in the right direction. Woody Johnson, bad owner. He can't hire a good coach.
I got a fun sports, not sports thing for you guys. It's a little bit of a tricky one because it might be a positive thing towards the Rockies. Hang in there. I'll explain it coming up here in a second.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
Do we like good news? Do we like fun, positive sports stories, no matter where they come from, boys?
I mean, I think you enjoy the gossip more personally.
Well, I'm not saying I don't enjoy the gossip, but...
You love the gossip.
Well, the gossip's fun. But I am here for good, positive stories. I got one for you guys. And I think it's been making the rounds because it's kind of all over the place. Who knew the Rockies had signed some guy named Jeffrey, or maybe Jeffrey Jan, Jefry.
It's jogging. It's a soft J.
Jeffrey? You saying it's Jeffrey?
No, it was another movie line. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Anchorman.
Anchorman. Jeffrey Jan. I'll just go with that. So his story is crazy. And now I know this is a little visual. We'll try to give you some play-by-play, although you can see it behind me if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube. We appreciate it. Thank you. This guy's story is crazy. He's from the Dominican and he's 28 years old. Well, there's nothing crazy about that. He's a tall, skinny lefty. Okay, again.
So he's 32.
Well, who knows? We're not being so specific. He was originally signed by the Angels in 2013 as an undrafted dude for their Dominican league, where he just did kind of okay. He had Tommy John surgery and was just out of baseball for a year. Well, he didn't really get back in. Guys, this dude moved to Arizona because he was playing in a fall league. Then he's out of baseball. He was discovered by the Marlins pitching in a men's league in Arizona.
This is like a Rookie of the Year story.
A little bit.
This is like a Rosengartner. You're going in. I got surgery in my elbow. All of a sudden it works.
He was out of professional organized baseball for 3 years and was in a men's league and got signed by the Marlins in 2021. He kind of hung around the minors. Nothing really so spectacular there. And he went to Japan last year where he signed a $500,000 contract with the Saitama Seibu Lions, where he did kind of okay, but not good enough to get another contract. The Rockies signed him December 15th. Now, that's just the story. What gets your attention is his strikeout celebration. So we'll show you as the Rockies are playing the White Sox, and he goes to pitch. Go ahead, Dan, and roll it. He's looking to get strike three.
And the look to second, the pitch, swing, and a miss with a pitch in the dirt. And there's the jump and the splits by Jan again after his second strikeout.
All right, pause it there. Courtesy of KOA there on the call. He gets a strikeout.
It's a sack dance.
Yes. He jumps way high up in the air. It's not a complete split, but it's kicking his legs out to one side, waving around, punching the guy out. Dan, keep it rolling because there's another celebration on here too. Yeah, an audio from KOA. Go ahead.
Strike three called it, caught the outside corner, and now the hitter is going to challenge. Mitchell thought that was ball 4. Let's see if he might win this challenge.
He doesn't.
And it's a strike. That's strike 3.
Okay.
And Jan strikes out the side.
Strikes out the side. He's jumping up in the air. He's fist pumping. He's punching guys out after he does it. Like it, love it, hate it.
Scotty?
Bigger question is, will we see it in April?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going. Like, that's kind of cute in spring ball, you know? That's kind of cute.
Well, this may be a Jamie Moyer sort of
All
situation.
I'm saying, you better be a freaking baller if you're doing this.
Here's why it's kind of a Jamie Moyer situation. Like, what an amazing story, Jamie Moyer. But, like, that guy makes your team. What does it say about your team? So, again, This guy hasn't really been a major league pitcher, but he's getting a lot of attention for his celebration. So while the story of his rise to the majors may be amazing and might be fun to see him do that at Coors Field, what does it really say about your organization?
Yeah.
Probably not a lot. However, that being said, just on the celebration, where do you stand on pitcher celebrations?
You better be a baller. I mean, you better be epically good if you're doing that.
Guys pimp home runs. Why not pimp a strikeout? What's the difference?
I don't know. Offensive linemen didn't dance after they got a good block. But D linemen did.
Is that the same thing as a good block, or are you the star of the show when you get a strikeout?
It's a fair point.
You hate it. I can tell you hate it.
If you're a baller, I love it. But you better be a baller.
So you're saying if you're just going to get 2 or 3 strikeouts,
is this like, okay, am I down by 6 runs and I got a couple strikeouts?
Well, his role as a relief pitcher would
What's the score of the game?
Well, likely he's a middle relief guy to start off with at best. He's not a closer. He's not a starter. This would be a guy who's pitching innings 4, 5, or 6, somewhere in there. So you really only have him in the game to get you maybe through an inning or 2. You might need 5 outs max with this guy.
We brought stupid rules in to liven up and bring life to baseball. What's wrong with the guy jumping up and down in the 5th inning down 4-1 and you strike it? It might fire up the crowd.
Like it, love
well,
it.
Hold on. Are we good with it? Are we good with like an incomplete sign when we're down by 21 points in the NFL? Are we good with the sack dance when we're down by 21 points in the NFL?
Tyler's
still happens.
Scott, do you like it?
Oh, I know it happens, and it drives me insane when it happens.
Do you like it, love it, or this is spring training? None of this really matters. The guy's trying to make the team. It matters to him.
I love it for spring training because I guarantee you this will be the only thing that gets the Colorado Rockies recognized this spring training.
There you go.
This will be on ESPN or make a top 10.
Oh, it's all over the place. Yeah, it's all over the place.
This will be the only attention the Colorado Rockies receive during spring training because of this pitcher's celebrations.
I love it. I would love to see it at Coors Field. I think it's probably unlikely, but I absolutely love it. You hate it. I can tell you hate it.
No. I'll tell you this. You're a baller. You get to do whatever the hell you want.
Well, what does that mean? He's in there for 5 outs. He gets 2 strikeouts. I mean, that's 40% of the outs are maybe a strikeout. I mean, I don't know what his line was yesterday. I'm going to guess he was only in there for a couple of batters. How big of a baller do you got to be? Struck out the side.
Jerry said he struck out the side.
He struck out the side.
That's good inning.
Well, you're only going to get him for like an inning or something like that. You're not going to get him for a lot. Here, I got to look up the box score real quick to see. So this was yesterday, I would assume. I freaking love it. I think it's awesome. It's so much fun. All right. By the way, the Rockies won 14-3. Have you seen how big the Rockies have outscored teams in spring training, by the way, fellas? It's
the last couple games have been unbelievable.
It's been unbelievable. All right, so this Jan guy was in there for 1 inning. He gave up a hit. He walked a dude, and he had 3 strikeouts. He pitched 1 inning. He got 3 strikeouts. Is he a baller?
I hope so.
Oh, okay.
Am I defining him a baller off spring ball? Is that your question?
I don't know, man. I just thought it was fun.
It was fun.
I thought it was fun, and I'm here for it, man. I like it. How many reasons are we going to like the Rockies for? I'm going to get my Jan Rockies jersey here.
Okay.
It's PhD here on 92.5. Well, the Avs are back after the Four Nations break. 6-game homestand kicks off tonight. 7:30 puck drop. A little bit later. Pregame here at 7 o'clock. So, hey, would like to see you down at Ball Arena as they're here for a long stretch, taking on the Wild, the Penguins, the Leafs, and more. So you can get your tickets at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. If you want to win them, tune in all day tomorrow, as every show here on the station is giving away a pair on your home for the Avs, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Connor McGahey will join us in 17 minutes. Down at the skate today, they're announcing Val Nichushkin is back, and we'll be good to go tonight. So we'll dig into hockey in just a little bit. Scott in Milwaukee. What did you end up doing on your off day there in Milwaukee, Scott?
You know what? I did a little podcast with Andy, and I watched HGTV House Hunters International.
Anything interesting up there? I'm sorry. That's Dan, not me. That sounds fascinating to me.
No, what did you do, Dan, last night? Ordered, I went and got some Taco Bell and then got stoned to the bejesus.
Dan?
You've mixed up the order, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the food comes after.
Last night? Yeah, no sports necessarily last night. Depending on what you're into. Could have taken in that Mavericks-Lakers game. That was kind of fun, wasn't it?
I saw the stare down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, according to Dallas, Luka was just a fat...
Hookah smoking beer drinker.
Hookah smoking beer drinker.
Was he really doing push-ups before the game because of that? Did you see that whole deal?
He was really doing well. He missed a shot or something,
right? And then he started doing push-ups, and everybody's like, "Oh, Luka thought that they thought he was fat, so now he's doing push-ups on the court."
There are a couple.
He did that in Denver too. I think I saw him early in the year do that.
I mean, there's a photo.
He plays with. He has bets with ball boys. If he makes it, they do it. If he misses, then he does it.
There you go.
Well, he had his first triple-double with the Lakers. The Lakers are number one in offense and defense in the last 20 games.
Damn, that is a pretty epic photo Dan just had up there. Nico Harrison and Luka just staring at one another.
Yep. In L.A., so, okay. Kyrie Irving went on and on about how he was closer than brothers and, big hugs. AD not getting along with everybody from the Lakers because he was yelling at somebody during the game. He's not even playing. He was chewing somebody out, and the Lakers won relatively easily.
So what do we think? What do we think of the Luka LeBron experiment?
Well, I think it's really good right now, and I think they're dangerous. That's what I think. Scott?
Well, you said they're number one offense defense last 20. Luka's only played 4 with them.
Correct.
So this has nothing to do with Luka being here. I think that J.J. Redick, to me, is the biggest key. I think he really has changed that culture because the reason they got pummeled by the Nuggets the last 2 years because they played zero defense. And that's even with the defensive player of the year from last year, right? So I think it'll be interesting. There was remember what was the movie with Will Ferrell and they were the ABA guys?
Semi-pro.
Semi-pro.
Yeah.
They showed a meme where Will Ferrell's posted up, the guy throws it, he kicks it back out, throws it to, he kicks
Don't
it
like
back.
it. Don't
and
like
then
it.
And then they showed Luka and LeBron doing the same thing, and like 4 times in, out, in, out, in, out. And you're like, okay. No, I think it'll be fine. Listen, you got 2 great players.
I was going to bring that up because right now they're in the honeymoon phase, right? Right now it's easy to defer to one another. It's easy to be happy, and they're playing hot potato on the basketball court. But how long does that last? Does it last forever? Maybe it does. If it does, it's a pretty scary duo.
The smart thing, another thing J.J. Redick did it the other night against the Lakers or against the Nuggets. And this is another thing that you've got now that maybe Denver doesn't even have, to be honest with you. Luka and LeBron were never out the game at the same time.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
You've always got one of those 2 guys that can always get you points and get you downhill was in the game. When LeBron was out, Luka was in there. And then they play together, but then Luka would come out and LeBron would stay out there. And so, you've now on the court are always going to have at least those two guys on there. And that's different than when Joker goes out. Sons, let's go Indiana game, you're up 17, and then they have to bring him back with 8-something because now you're down, you're only up 9 or something, whatever it was. That's a big luxury, man. That's a huge luxury.
I think they're dangerous. I don't think it's going to be easy as it's been. I think they're a better team in this formation, and, Reddick's got them going in the right direction. It sucks. I think they are going to gel and be better. And Luka probably was fat and smoking hookahs and drinking beer. I mean, that's probably all true. Now he's got that California lifestyle going.
I've never smoked hookah. You ever done that?
I have not. I'm not a
Scotty?
smoker.
Yeah? How's that experience?
1979. Oh.
You guys want to go to
Let's
hookah
put it this
bar
way.
after the show?
At the end of my experience with it, I was hanging out a window, coughing my head off.
I have no interest in that whatsoever. But God bless you if you want to do the hookah thing.
Never done it.
I got no interest. It doesn't get me going at all. But look, hey, who am I to judge anything? If Luka wants a hookah, Luka hookah. Hey, listen, anything that gets him to play worse is fine by me. But right now they're playing great, and we'll deal with that down the line. We'll have Connor McGahee on here in a little bit. Based off of the draft and free agency, well, let's stick to the draft here. We had a lot of draft talk yesterday. Let me ask you guys, what would be the most exciting pick for the Broncos in the draft, and what would be the most boring pick? And this does lead me to a question that somebody texted me to ask you, Tyler. What would be the most exciting pick? What would be the most boring pick?
I think the most exciting pick would be Ashton Genty. It's the best, right? He's realistically the best. You probably realistically cannot get Tyler Warren, who is probably considered the best tight end in the draft. If you got the best running back, and we're talking about a guy that, according to a lot of scouts, is grading out as high as Saquon Barkley did. The next running back, the only running back to do it since Saquon Barkley, that the draft grade is coming out that high. You walk out with a dude with that household name, that's like walking out with Travis Hunter. That has to be the most exciting.
Most boring?
Malachi Starks, a safety.
Yeah. I agree with you on that. And that would be the most boring. There's another. Scott, you got one? You want to chime in here?
Yeah, a tight end at 20, a linebacker at 20, or a safety at 20 would be boring.
What would be exciting for you?
Austin Genty.
Ashton Genty, yeah, okay.
Ashton Genty, or Shedeur Sanders.
Well, don't think you got to worry about that one.
I got another guy for you there, Scott. And I saw a mock draft where he was taken 21. And I heard Coach Sanford talk about him a little bit. I just don't know a ton about him. Omarion Hampton from North Carolina, Tyler. Have you seen this?
Yep.
It's kind of like the next running back after Ashton Genty. And
yeah.
He's a little bit of a bigger guy, 6 foot 220, so he's not a small wallflower. He's a bigger sort of running back, and he is starting to catch a little bit of heat right now. Omarion Hampton. How would you feel about that if the Broncos went in that direction?
In the first round?
In the first round.
Yeah, I'd struggle with it. I'd definitely struggle with it. I think Ashton Genty is probably he probably makes a whole lot of sense if you're going to take a running back in the first round, but we all know how the majority of us feel, and I certainly fit into that category. You can get, generally speaking, third, fourth round talent at the running back position. You can get the equivalent of guys that are going to be the second or third running backs off the board.
I just want to bring his name up. First time that I've seen him in a mock in the first round. Heard Coach Sanford talking about him the other day. A little bit of a bigger size guy there, Scott. Not a small little dude.
Well, the other dude that I see as the second running back a lot is the dude out of Ohio State, Judkins. I feel like I see him a little bit more often than Omarion, but I agree. They're both right there in that category.
Okay, Scott?
I think that would excite me a little bit, too. I fell down his rabbit hole a month ago accidentally because he's a guy that's also a pretty good receiver of the football out of the backfield. So not only at 6 foot 225, I think he had over 2,000 yards from the line of scrimmage last year. And, Genty, set or close to setting a record, right? Yeah, that'd be pretty exciting. I'd take that.
There's a handful of big running backs in this year's draft. Both Ohio State, North Carolina. Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. Caleb's 6'1". Those two guys are both 6 foot 220. Caleb's 6'1", 225.
What's their stats?
I got Hampton stats right here. 281 carries for 1,660 yards, and 373 receiving yards on 38 catches. Pretty good. 15 touchdowns on the ground, 2 receiving touchdowns. So he's got a little of that juice, Scott. Omarion Hampton. Yeah. He's got a little bit of that. He's a banger, too. He's a run the ball up the gut sort of guy. He's, like I said, he can run north and south. So, I don't know, man. It's an interesting dude.
I think my favorite of the big running backs, though, is Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. He reminds me a lot of Chris Brown coming out of CU. He's 6'1", 225, but he's probably got better speed. He's a 4.49 guy.
Catch the ball?
Probably a second or third round. Yeah, he does. He's an all-purpose guy for sure. The other one, though, so Ohio State's got 2 running backs. I don't know if you guys know that, but they've got 2 that are going to be very highly selected. Travion Henderson is the other one, and to me, that's more of a joker type of player that you could probably pick up in the 3rd or 4th round.
All right, let me give you – I agree with you. The most boring pick would be Malachi Starks. That, to me, would be the most boring pick. I would understand them taking Walter Nolan, the big defensive lineman from Mississippi, but the question I had for you, Tyler – can you please ask Tyler to explain the difference between defensive tackle and nose tackle? Would a guy like Walter Nolan even be a scheme fit for the Broncos?
Yeah, you got to understand the difference between a 3-4 and a 4-3 scheme to really dive into the differences there. Because if you're talking about a 4-3 scheme, a defensive tackle can be interchangeable with the nose tackle at times. In a 3-4 scheme, we are talking about radically different football players. Your nose tackle is going to play head up over the center, and they are just 2-gap run stuffers. That's it. In a defensive tackle in a 3-4 scheme, you're talking about the 4 eyes that play on the inside shoulders of the tackles. They're much more dynamic players. They're guys that are going to get after the QB, and they're much lighter in the waist, so they're not capable of playing that nose tackle position.
Well, I got Walter Nolan checking in at 6'3", 305.
That's very light in the waist for a nose tackle.
Okay.
I don't know a whole lot about Walter Nolan other than I just read him all over the place. I know he went to Ole Miss. I know he's very highly ranked. I don't know. What did Ole Miss play? Did they play a 4-down, 3-4?
I don't even know. So just getting to know some of these
I'll just
names.
tell you, 305, that's extremely light in the butt to play nose tackle.
What about a fit for the Broncos there? Is that something that would work for them or not?
It would seem unnecessary. I know George Payton said he wants to continue to build the defensive line room.
Right.
So, okay, I'll follow the breadcrumbs there. But if we're talking about a first-round pick when we've got Zach Allen and we got Jonathan Franklin Myers.
And do we have DJ Jones coming back?
Well, yeah, again, that's a different
position. I got you.
But, yeah, I think that they would like to bring him back. I mean, you got Jonathan Franklin Myers, you got Zach Allen, and we're going to spend a first-rounder on a D-tackle?
Listen, man, that would be my second least favorite pick, okay?
Yeah.
But it's one of those names that's popping up. My least favorite pick would be Malachi Starks. Scott, I'd rather have an exciting running back, man. I know that's a lot, and I know where running back can fall. But Colson Loveland, okay, we're all just sort of capitulating and giving in that Colson Loveland is the default pick. I'm fine to have a deeper conversation about more exciting players, unless Colson Loveland is really it. And if he is, fine. This is where I think it's pretty cool that when you have the quarterback, you can have these type of conversations and build the team the way you really see fit. I think it's exciting because I think there's a lot of interesting ways for the Broncos to go.
The one thing that I don't hear enough of is wide receiver in the first round. And I absolutely think that is something that could happen.
Well, the 2 names are Egbuka and Burden, and that's what's been floating around for the Broncos as well. So we're getting a better sense of things, but maybe there's somebody that can surprise. Who knows? We'll dig deeper as we go through the Combine. We have more action on that the rest of the week. But we have action at Ball Arena. And Connor McGahee will join us to talk about Val Nichushkin coming back next.
Hey guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I got good news for you. You can make a commitment to yourself and get it back if you simply commit to calling my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives with their Advanced FUE, and nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Guys, I trusted them. They did a fantastic job for me. I know they'll do the same thing for you. You deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Paul. She's the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, the best of the best. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and they're going to get you taken care of. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you can be comforted in knowing that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So stop wasting time. Pick up the phone. Call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. But that is a limited time offer. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
I wanted to ask this just out of the gates because we've been waiting and waiting. Is there any news? Is Val Nichushkin going to be in the lineup tonight?
He is. He's going to be in as of right now. Like, they're going to come in this morning, but the way yesterday's practice finished, we're just waiting on final confirmation, but should be good to go here for tonight.
Tonight, 7:30, the puck drop, 7 o'clock pregame. Blitz with Berto, and then the pregame. Berto working all over the place, and the voice of the Avs. Our own Connor McGahey joins us right now. Connor, it's great to have you back on talking about the Avs, my friend. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't remember the last time I talked to you guys.
I know.
It's probably good for you, bad for me.
Well, it's always great to have you on. Okay, what's the vibe down with the Avalanche today with the news about Val?
I mean, it can be nothing but good. I mean, with the conversation, especially over the weekend, and frankly, even before the break, was that depth scoring has struggled for the Avs. There's trickle-down economics, and now there's trickle-down offense. And that's exactly what Val does. You put him on that second line, and it creates some diversity and opportunity for everybody in the bottom nine forwards to be able to contribute. And, Bednar said after practice yesterday, he goes, Val's one of the best players in the league. And I don't think he's being hyperbolic about that, because power play, 5-on-5, penalty kill, he does it all, and he does it all well. And, it's his size, his poise, his instincts. You cannot recreate Val Nichushkin in any other player, frankly, in the world right now. And so to have a guy like that back in your lineup is nothing but massive.
Connor, it kind of amazes me, and I'm sure Val was working hard over the break when everybody was off and everything, but it kind of amazes me a dude can miss 21 games, come back for a practice, and he's back in. Is that weird to you at all, or is that just normal?
Well, it's been a little bit more than a practice. He would, over the past, 2 weeks, obviously, where everybody was off, he's doing what he has to do. But, coming back, even before that last trip, there was 3 days of practice. He'd come out with the group for a little bit and then go over with Toby Peterson, the skills coach, and work on his own, and then do a little bit more with the group the next day, and then go work on his own. And then in increments got more to being 100% participation. So it wasn't just like one practice. It's been slowly adding into a bunch of practices and a morning skate over the past week. So the timeline for and sort of protocol for injured players to get back into the lineup and getting their legs underneath them, Val has almost followed that, what's been the case for everybody else, to a T.
A two-part question, Connor. One, Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic did a lot of wheeling dealing, but that was a few months ago, early, before anybody else. Give the team chance to kind of groove with each other, if you will. That being said, do you see them doing anything else here in the next couple weeks, or does Nichushkin kind of a wait and see of whether they feel they need to or not?
I would think so. Scotty, I don't poke my nose in too much. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
But I would think the answer would be yes.
Hey, Connor, I poke my nose. I just don't bring my ears with me.
That's funny.
That's such a good call. That's such a good call. I would think so, because there are some needs here. The trade deadline is March 7th, which I think Avs have 6 games before that happens. And the first game back from the trade deadline is a home game on Hockey Night in Canada versus the Toronto Maple Leafs. So whatever they do, they are going to be in the spotlight. But I'm usually the last to know everything, but I would think that there is something still to be done yet.
Okay, Connor, what's unique about the Devils, and what's unique about this homestand? A couple of teams that we don't see all that often.
Well, yeah, the Devils are kind of similar to the Avs, where they're top heavy. Their bottom 6 don't score at all.
Okay.
You get one here from Paul Cotter, and then you get one from Nathan Bastian or something once in a while, but kind of a top heavy team. Jesper Bratt, Jack Hughes, who we both saw at the Four Nations, they're tied for the team lead in points with 68, putting them on pace for 95. I mean, this makes sense to you guys, especially watching the Devils over the years. They've never had a 100-point scorer in their history and never had a 50-goal scorer in their history. Not ever for the New Jersey Devils. And even if they continue this pace, Hughes and Bratt, I mean, Bratt's riding a 10-game point streak, I think, where he's got 16 points in 10 games, so he's red hot. And they've alternated wins and losses their last 9 games. And that if that trend continues, it's good news for the Avs because Devils went into Nashville and shut them out 5-0 on Sunday. So we'll see what happens. It'll be Jake Allen in between the pipes for them tonight. He's who the Avalanche scored 4 on in a 4-0 win a couple months ago in Jersey. So we'll see what happens, but there's a lot of similarities between these two teams. Avs have 68 points, Devils have 70, so a lot of looking in the mirror, I think, for both Colorado and New Jersey.
And just to clear, Nichushkin will be on the second line with Mittelstadt and Drouin. Is that right?
I would think so. I'm not sure yet, but it appeared that way. I find it hard to break up Lehkonen, McKinnon, and Natchez at this point.
Right.
And plus, I think Drouin and Mittelstadt could use a little bit of a bump. I don't know that for sure, but, trying to use the force and read in between the lines a little bit. Doesn't always work, but we'll see if that's how line rushes happen at about 7 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
Let me ask one quick. The hockey elite, like PK Subban, and rightfully, I will say, got on the NBA All-Star game compared to what we watched with the Four Nation thing, which was just outstanding. But it's like, did you forget last year's NHL All-Star game and the year before? I mean, the NHL All-Star game's sucky too, and I think everybody would agree with that. That being said, I said that being said, I think you got the Olympics next season.
Yep.
Is this Four Nations here for good? And do you think there'd ever be a way that the NBA could do something like that?
Well, I'm not sure the NBA could because you don't have you don't have the representation, I don't think. I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, you could just qualify teams and take the stars that are in the league from those teams and go, here we go.
But I don't think you can fake the pride that you have in playing for your country, right? That you can't sort of do you can't copy that. I think that's what made the Four Nations so great is that the Canadians were proud of putting that maple leaf on their sweater, and then the Kachuk brothers put them on a $2 bill. Proud Americans that are stars and stripes forever. And so I think it was a national pride that made it, really, really watchable and intense, and made the hockey so good. Now next year you're going to have that long break for the Olympics, maybe a year off after that. I mean, the Four Nations is an option for them now because they know that it works so well.
Yeah.
But the World Cup of hockey returns in 2028. Which will feature more countries, and it'll be like a bigger version of the Four Nations. I think this was something that they tried and that they know they can always go back to the well to, but it wears the guys out. I mean, you heard McDavid talk about it. You could tell McKinnon, Taves, McCarr were out of gas on Sunday in St. Louis, right after playing really 3 intense games in 4 nights. And so, you have to think you're superstars in that regard, but I think this was an appetizer for the Olympics next year and then the World Cup, which comes back in 2028.
Hey, hindsight's 20/20, so nobody's perfect on this. But I would have been tempted to play the games Saturday and Sunday without McCarr, Taves, and McKinnon. Not just because they're tired, which they probably were, but sometimes if it's every once in a while without Jokic, Scott, every once in a while, it is it's a kind of a good moment for a team just to be like, okay, boys, we don't have these guys tonight. Let's go. And you lose the games anyways. And again, hindsight's 20/20. But what do you think about that, Connor? That just every now and then, it's a nice little reminder that, hey guys, we got to pull the oar too.
I think it's interesting. I don't think that really, and I'm not speaking of the NBA, but I just feel like that doesn't happen in hockey. Especially and in specificity to the Avalanche, they don't. If you take Taves and McCarr out of the lineup, who else do you have on defense, right? I mean,
Well, I know it's tough. I mean, you'd bring up Shillington, or you'd bring up, they've already put Malinsky. Gerard plays on the top D line. I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's not like you're down enough as it is, and without Nichushkin, I just think that I don't necessarily think that would work. You don't. It's hard to rest superstars in the National Hockey League. It really doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand. I understand it doesn't happen, and it goes against the code. But you lost the games anyways, and everything looked a little. Listen, man,
you're looking at. You're admittedly looking in hindsight, so I get you for that. Yeah.
I am.
But
how about this?
Go ahead, Connor.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Connor.
No, I was just going to say for Bednar, he looks at back-to-back, early times, early game times, 5 o'clock and 5 o'clock local, easy travel. Nashville to St. Louis is 30 minutes. Two teams that are out of the playoffs. Those are two games that probably you can manage their minutes and win.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, it didn't go their way, but if on the other side, looking ahead into the future, you think, okay, this is something we can handle despite the fact that they had just come out of this tournament. So anyhow, go ahead, Scotty.
Well, you know what you can do, because the Olympic break is even longer than what we saw for the Four Nation, right?
Yeah, February 6th through the 22nd.
Wow.
So it's
right
20
in the middle
days.
of the season.
Wow.
20 days instead of 10, right? 10
That's
or
crazy.
What was it? 12 of whatever it was. With maybe they've got to extend if they're going to continue this Four Nations. Maybe the one mistake they did is, hey, let's separate the championship game on Saturday and not have the NFL start back up on Sunday or Monday. Let's push that off till Thursday or Friday and give everybody an extra day or two. Hey, the NBA is the same thing, and they don't even play, but the All-Stars don't get a way to shut their mind off. They're back in practice on Tuesday, and they played a stupid All-Star game on Sunday.
Yeah,
That's
totally. And I think that, built-in rest has to be considered with this, and maybe that's, speaking of hindsight, DMac, maybe that's something the league is looking back at this and said, hey,
right.
Did we really need to start up on Saturday?
Right.
You knew
Why?
that USA and Canada was going to be the gold medal game. No
Correct.
offense to Sweden or Finland, but you knew that was going to be the matchup. So maybe you've gone that long. What does it hurt to start back up on Monday or Tuesday?
Nothing.
That would probably
Tuesday,
yeah.
They also could have the finals one day earlier, probably.
Right.
I
the
agree.
Extra day off, maybe.
Yeah. I like
Wednesday and then start back up Monday.
Been great.
And then that makes everybody happy, and then everyone's rested and ready to go. And then you don't get, there's a lot of garbage hockey around the league. I mean, the Oilers just got pumped in 2 games at Philadelphia and Washington Saturday, Sunday, which shouldn't have happened. And a lot of that is fatigue-based. So I think that would be the amendation made by the league the next go-round.
All right, it's force of nature against.
That's a big word, too, by the way.
What's that?
Admonition.
You almost got it. Don't give up, though.
Almost. Tonight,
say it
force
again.
of nature, amendation. Made an amendment.
Admendation.
You're so close.
Amendation. Almost.
Country of origin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Tonight,
Using a
force of
spelling
nature.
Scott can't pronounce amendation.
I said
I'm not even
amendation.
sure it's a real word. Is it a real word? Did I make it up? It's possible.
I don't know. Force of nature versus what?
Yeah, Scott's an idiot for not being able to pronounce a made-up word from Brainiac Connor McGahee. Come on now.
Hey, stop calling Scott a hayseed for crying out loud.
Okay.
Come on now.
Come on
hey,
now.
Hey, all I know is, hey, Connor, get up in the morning, spend a little quiet time, brother. A little quiet time.
That's right.
Help you out.
That's right. Low quiet time's right. Okay, tonight, force of nature versus fiddle contestant.
Fiddle contestant.
The devil went down to Georgia. Fiddle contestant.
There you go. Good job.
Sounds so demeaning.
I got it. All right, Connor, it's good to have you back on the call tonight at Ball Arena. Wow, it's been a little bit, but pregame starts at 7, then puck drops at 7:30. Pride night as well tonight, which is very cool that the Avalanche do that. So that's all happening tonight at Ball Arena. Thank you, my guy, Connor McGahee. We appreciate you. We love you. We think you're the best. Thank you, Connor.
Love you too, boys.
All right. By the way, you should know we will have Avalanche tickets for you to win all day tomorrow. Every show here is given a pair away on your home for the Avs. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you want tickets, well, there you go. Penguins, the Wild, the Leafs, and more. 6 games start tonight. Get your tickets at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. If you have a no dumb question, text or Twitch or YouTube, whatever you need, we'll get there next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Scotty, I got one from Steve Nelson. I don't want to. I don't know if you got something off the top of your head, but Steve Nelson actually.
I got one, but go ahead. Go ahead, give me another.
Steve Nelson, yeah. Well, I sent it to. I think to all of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. One of my friends. This is from Steve Nelson from the award-winning Moser, Lombardi, and Kane show.
So you know he's already a liar.
Wow.
Well, I just know every time I turn on an Avalanche game, like Moser, Lombardi, Kane, just see that right there on the boards. Like, whoa,
on the boards.
That looks pretty good. One of my friends is throwing a first birthday party for his daughter. His dad won't be there because he's skipping it to play in a rec league soccer game. His league is somewhat legit. They have playoffs and a championship. It's a step above intramurals. Is that an acceptable reason to miss a first birthday party for your only grandkid? My friend's brother.
Wait. Now it's grandkid? I thought he said kid.
Okay. So it's the son's dad, the son's baby. It's the dad. It's the granddad that's missing.
Yeah. My friend's brother plays in the same league, and he's skipping the game to attend the party.
Hell yes. Sorry.
Hell yes. What?
Yes, it's a proper excuse to miss a 1-year-old's birthday party.
It's improper.
It's fine.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. He's 1 year old. He's never going to know. Maybe he'll see a photo when he's 35, and it's all going to be okay. Come stop by later. Give the kid a gift. It's okay.
Scott?
No, it's not fine. And yes, the kid will never remember it or know or have a recollection. But it's your blood, and we're talking about if you're a grandfather, so we're talking even if he's a young grandfather, right? He's probably in his 40s, but he's probably
in his 40s,
closer to 40 to 60, right?
Yeah, he's playing soccer. He's good enough to play in some rec league.
Well, so he's in shape. So what?
Well, okay.
I think it's as the patriarch of the family, I think it's a bad look and a bad example to be setting as the patriarch of the family. I think the guy is on the verge of scummy.
Wow. Well, let me tell you this.
Maybe the grandfather just doesn't like his son. Maybe it's not about the grandkid.
Well, okay. and then that becomes a whole nother family dynamic, and you could be absolutely right on that, and then okay.
As strongly,
but if there's a relationship there, then that's a bad grandpa.
As strongly as I feel anti-playing Don't Stop Believing in Jumbotron engagements, I feel as strongly about 1-year-old birthday parties. I think it's the most ridiculous millennial thing to do to have 1-year-old birthday parties for an extended amount of people. You want to have a little family sort of thing, way to go. But
hold on. I don't disagree necessarily for that, but he is family.
Okay, so you get to that. My son is doing something stupid. Should I miss what I'm doing just because my kid is doing something dumb?
I mean, Scott does have a point here. I'm being a little bit playful about the guy, but I mean, really, this is your blood, man. This is your blood.
I can see the conflict.
Your grandfather. You are the patriarch of the family.
What is it with you millennials celebrating every little thing that goes on?
You didn't celebrate your kids when they turned 1?
No, because it's stupid. A 1-year-old birthday party?
Oh, I got cute little photos of my son smashing the cake,
We did something with our, me and Kim, and that's it. We didn't have a party or anything. We didn't invite friends over. I didn't ask anybody to miss anything for a 1-year-old birthday. Now, I'm being specific with 1 because it gets a little different at 2 and 3, and you get little buddies and pals and mom's groups and whatever. So I do think it's different. But at 1, a 1-year-old birthday party.
Sometimes being a good leader of your family is doing things that necessarily go against your schedule. Now, I just missed my 1-year-old granddaughter's birthday party.
You're not a bad person for that, if that's where you're going.
I felt absolutely horrible for doing that, but mine was job related. We had the Nuggets flew out at 11:30, and she had a 1 o'clock party, and I had to miss it. I took him to dinner on the night before.
There you go.
What if he's the captain of the team?
Exactly. It's a big game.
It's a 60-year-old beer league. Who cares?
It's
not real sports. Go out after the party and jog if you want to have fun. Put your rollerblades on and put some pads on and say, "Look, I'm playing real hockey. I'm playing real hockey." Come on, man. I don't care. Be a leader.
Sounds like you do care.
Yeah, it sounds like you care a little bit.
No, I really listen. Whatever.
Sounds like Scott's feeling a lot of guilt for missing his party.
It sounds like you feel.
I do feel guilty.
Sounds like you feel a little guilty. Yeah.
But I'm telling you, if he had to fly to New Amsterdam because they're signing a big deal for his company, okay, you got to go. See you later. But come on, man, he's going to go play soccer with the boys, and then go get hammered and drunk and come home by Uber. Let's be honest.
All right. Well, that was quite the Coinky didn't question that, huh? That was something. I'm looking at the YouTube chat.
Scotty had one.
Oh, go ahead, Scott. Yeah, good. We need one.
Well, it made me think about it. Now I'm changing a little bit, and I've asked you guys this before. If you're playing roller hockey in a beer league, tell everybody you're playing roller hockey. Don't say you're playing hockey.
Oh, I so agree with you.
Hockey.
I so agree. And saying if you're playing softball, you're not playing baseball, okay?
Yeah, I got a baseball game night. No, you don't. You got a men's slow pitch beer league.
But hold on, let's not belittle roller hockey. Roller hockey's pretty fun now. I'm not implying it's the same thing.
I'm not saying it's not fun.
I just want to clarify that. I mean,
it ain't hockey.
It ain't hockey.
Okay, I'm with you.
Couldn't agree with you more on that. I'm playing hockey. No. You're playing roller hockey.
No, you're not. You're putting rollers on, and you're, no. And here's the other thing: roller hockey. Do the goalies, are they on rollerblades or are they in tennis shoes?
Yeah, a lot of times I think they're just in tennis shoes. Because how do you? I swear to God, I think so.
No,
yeah. I think so. I think so. Because how do you go sideways and with wheels?
I don't know, but that's part of the game.
I think they're just in sneakers.
I think you got to be wrong on that.
I think I'm right on that.
I mean, I've got no reason to think I'm right. I just think you got to be wrong.
How do you go sideways?
I don't know. You figure it out.
But I mean.
I
don't think you can.
You step over that hurdle.
You know what? The last roller hockey game I was at, the goalie was just in sneakers, but I don't know if that's par for the course. I don't know. I mean, somebody would have to, the roller hockey people would have to join in there.
Yeah.
That would be a fun crew.
Well, what's the difference between... Actually, I don't get that.
You can't go sideways with wheels. You have to go sideways as a goalie.
Yeah, I understand. What's the difference? You turn your foot. The same way you would with the skate on.
You got to just keep turning.
How do you do it with the skate on? You turn your foot.
You can slide. You slide back and forth. You can go sideways with hockey skates.
Yeah, but what's stopping you from doing that with rollerblades on?
They're wheels.
You just stick your foot out.
Rubber wheels.
You just stick your foot out.
You're
wrong.
The guy's got wheels on. That goalie's got wheels.
It's literally the same idea. There's no difference between that and a skate.
I see him. He's rolling around there on wheels, I guess. God, that does.
Well, now here's another no dumb question.
Damn, those guys are going LeBron and Luka on that thing back and forth.
Yeah, all right. These guys are good skaters, my God.
Dude, this is a hell of a roller hockey league.
Yeah,
I can watch this.
There's no way most men's league roller hockey games look like that. Look at that goalie. He's got wheels on. All right, well, there he goes. I'm
trying to understand the difference.
Hey,
listen, he's doing it so fine.
The bad grandpa that's skipping his 1-year-old grandson's birthday party.
Yeah.
Family, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Would it matter if he was playing, like if he had a basketball game? Or he's in a flag football league? Does the sport matter at all, or just that he misses?
What if it's a championship game?
I don't think the game matters or the sport matters.
But what if it's a championship game?
All right, let me ask you this. Say
I
it's a
got no
championship
problems
game.
with it.
Say it's a championship game.
Yeah.
Who won the men's over 50 championship indoor soccer championship last season? You remember reading about that in the paper?
I do not.
Did Nine News cover that?
They
No,
did
but
not.
I bet the winner's got a trophy.
You know, it's funny though, man.
Listen, if you're worried about collecting trophies at 60, there's something wrong with you.
Everything's relative. I remember when I used to play in my men's baseball league. I did that for 8 or 9 years. I would be sitting there in bed. It was baseball. It was not softball. And I remember thinking to myself, calculating my batting average and my on-base percentage and just like how I was doing and thinking about crap like that. I swear to God. I was like, I need to go like 3 for 8 here to keep things going. Keep things going.
So you were BK before BK.
Once you get into it, you kind of get into it, man. And you're like, man, what kind of season are we having here with the Bulls? You know, where do I really fit?
I played sparingly, but a game or two in that media. Remember they used to have that
Softball,
media slow pitch league.
Yeah.
And when BK came in with a rundown of everybody's batting averages and stuff,
it's sick and sad.
That's when I said, yeah, I'm done.
Did I ever tell you in the championship game they walked Mike Evans to get to me? Did I tell you that story real quick? Yeah.
And you crushed one, didn't you?
Got a base hit, drove in the winning run. That's what I did. It's my only walk-off in any baseball event or softball event of all time. Baseball or softball, the only time I've had a walk-off was in the men's league championship game of softball in the media league.
Congratulations.
I wonder if that's what Michael Malone was thinking about when he was ripping me yesterday.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Okay, it's PhD here on 92.5. What's happening? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, erectile dysfunction. Yeah, ugh. Who likes dealing with that? Nobody. Love is the best reason to get treated for your ED. It's a relationship killer. It's something that you maybe could laugh off or just sort of deal with, but it keeps happening the second time, third time, or more. Now you know it's a problem. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments, they work with the pills or herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. The initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work, in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call them today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. What was the biggest takeaway from yesterday with Payton and Payton? With the Broncos, what's the biggest takeaway? We'll also get to Val and Chushin coming back in a little bit. But if you were to just sort of summarize everything and say, okay, we know this about the Broncos, what would it be?
I think the only information that I learned out of it, because both of them are pretty guarded. They know how to play this game. They get up from the podium and they talk, and they'll be guarded and they'll say things intentionally that they want other teams to hear. But the only nugget that I took away that I thought was interesting was that there is a strong desire to continue to build the defensive line. So whatever that means, if that means pay attention to Walter Nolan in the first round, okay, I'll pay attention. It doesn't make sense to me in the first round. But did you learn anything new out of it? That would be the only new nugget for me.
Yeah, that I was going to say nearly the same thing, that don't be surprised if it ain't an offensive dude in that first round.
Yeah, I think they've been pretty consistent with everything, frankly. The Joker thing I laugh at, and George Payton seems to even kind of laugh at a little bit. I think just Sean Payton has his own kind of expression for what he wants and what he needs, and I think he gets that. I think Sean Payton wants it. I think he gets it. And then the rest of the draft is kind of like, okay, kind of whatever, as long as I can sort of get this.
Let me ask you this question right here. More of a chance to move down, possibly even out of the first round and garner other picks, or to move up?
Up. No chance they move down.
I agree with that. If you follow Sean Payton's history, he's pretty dang aggressive in the draft. And George Payton's the opposite. George Payton wants to accumulate draft picks. Sean Payton wants to give up those draft picks to go get his guys. So I would definitely think moving up.
For example, and it would be aggressive, and I don't think they're going to do it. But if they were to go from 20 to 10, guaranteed they would get Tyler Warren or Ashton Genty. Guaranteed. One of those two guys. But again, that is a big-time aggressive move that seems unlikely. Now, is it crazy for them to go from 20 to 16? No, that wouldn't be crazy at all. That would make a lot of sense depending on who's there. Again, I'm not predicting that either. But to go back to accumulate picks, no, I don't think so.
I'll tell you this:
you don't see them going from 20 to 24 and picking up an extra third round.
I don't think Sean Payton's got that kind of patience in him.
I don't. I think they must have. If I were to get some truth serum, I would be fascinated how they just stood still at 12 last year, knowing they really wanted Bo Nix.
Well, another part of it is 20 is a pretty interesting spot to be, because we all know that there's very rarely a year in which there's 25 graded first rounders, right? But at 20, there might be a guy or two left. You drop down to 25, 26, now you're really in no man's land, unless you just really don't value the picks that are on the board. But I'll tell you this, if Ashton Genty were to slip to number 16, I would be an advocate of them moving up. I would. If he gets within firing range, come on, go get the dude.
Okay, hey, fine by me. I'm excited about the whole thing.
And I can't even believe I'm saying that, because I'm so anti-investing in the running back position. I just really do believe this is a unicorn.
I do have some rankings for you guys. And this is CBS Sports, I believe. It's kind of interesting in terms of just who everybody is. This has Jalen Milroe. This is CBS Sports prospect rankings. Jalen Milroe ahead of Shadur Sanders. So here's another publication, another little let's throw some shade on Shadur Sanders. Here's another one. They've got Shadur 3 and Jalen Milroe 2. Buying that or not buying that?
Well, again, that's a prospect list, which is radically different than a mock draft.
It is, yes.
Prospect list, I mean, you've got guys ranked as the third best prospect in the draft that go number 27 overall.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't put a lot of value in that if that's what you're asking me.
Okay.
Well, if you go to that same list, because I was looking at that earlier, and you go back down to your tight ends, and you guys keep talking about the guy from Michigan. They don't even have him listed.
They don't even list
on
him
there. Yeah, they talk about him, I think, down in the descriptions. Said he doesn't like his speed, and the injury thing scares him. So
yeah, and he
goes,
said,
I'm lower on Colston Loveland from Michigan. It's not because of his injury. He's a plus route runner. I just didn't view him as very explosive, and he didn't provide much after the catch in Michigan.
He's just ripping him. He is just saying he's not that guy.
I'll tell you, I personally strongly disagree with that assessment.
Okay.
I think that Colson Loveland.
I got to start reading your articles.
That's fine. Well, you can listen to the show.
Well, wait. Well, come on.
OrangeStickyFingers.com. It's coming out about 8 p.m. Central Time.
Exactly.
That's 7 o'clock here, in case anybody was wondering.
Okay.
I honestly believe that Colson Loveland's got the ability to be a number one target on any football team.
But it is interesting to see him just left off the list. The other tight ends, Terrence Ferguson, Harold Fannin Jr., who Coach Sanford loves, by the way, out of Bowling Green.
Who's he love?
Harold Fannin Jr. from Bowling Green.
Must have recruited him.
There's got to be some connection there. It's
guarantee he recruited him at some point.
It always is like, let me tell you about this guy.
I met him when he was 16 and a half years old at the Nike Combine in Waco, Texas.
It tends to follow one thing and then the other. Elijah Arroyo from Miami. Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame, and they're leaving Colson Loveland off the list. Look at that. And I should point, or rather, that was that list. And then at the running back position, I got some other Broncos news for you real quick. They are listing Jarquez, maybe Hunter from Auburn, by Shul, Tootin from Virginia Tech, Cam Scadaboo from Arizona State, and Caleb Johnson, your guy from Iowa. So they don't even have Omarion even on this list either. By the way, at quarterback, there's my guy, Scotty. Kyle McCord from Syracuse popping in at number 5. I'm just telling you, if you want to see a dude whom people may start talking about after the combine the most, keep your eyes and your ears and your head on Kyle McCord. I think he could do some damage at this the combine.
Meaning what, though? Go from where to where?
He may be the hot quarterback after this combine is done.
He's going to have competition with Jackson Dart, though.
That's what I was just going to say. I mean, if you were to ask me if there was a guy that in theory could beat Shedeur Sanders, and I don't think that there's a possibility of this, but if there was a guy, I would put that at Jackson Dart. I do think Jalen Milroe's next. I think Kyle McCord's a 3rd to 4th rounder.
Okay.
But for the record, I've been hearing the same things as you, or whatever you're talking about here, that NFL GMs, they really are fascinated by Kyle McCord.
Well, he's got all the physical abilities, and you know what, Scott? The intangibles are your compete level, man. How well do you compete? And I would say, listen, man, Shedeur, you're probably fine. It's probably not going to be a big deal. But you ain't competing this weekend, are you?
You're not competing, which you allow guys to get up ahead of you. And then let's be honest, if we're talking about the Big 12 this year versus both Dart and Milroe playing in the SEC, and if you shine there at all, aren't you going to look at that?
Where did that list have your guy Cam Scadaboo? I heard you say his name, but as the fourth best running back?
Yes.
Wow.
How about that?
Look, I think there's going to be a huge variance in opinion on the running backs, so that doesn't entirely shock me. I just happen to be looking at another one that I happen to trust a lot, WalterFootball.com.
Sure, I love them.
He's got Cam Scadaboo as the 13th running back.
It's crazy, right?
I do think running backs, though, of all the positions, has a huge variance in opinion.
Right.
And that's every year, not just this year.
We have news, and we'll get to more football with Let's Football Go in a little bit. We'll also catch up with what's going on with your Nuggets. Scott, do you like this time off? Do you like having these just like open days on the road? Or does it get weird and you'd rather have, game, off day like that?
Well, and especially because it comes tomorrow and then Friday, boom.
Boom, yes.
And gets out. That to prevent that, I would rather play. And then that being said, if I were sitting here today and I was in Phoenix or Miami versus Milwaukee.
Dude, I feel you, man. Seriously.
Yeah,
what do you do in Milwaukee?
Look at gray sky. I'm back to gray again. So
are you?
Cold gray. I will say something. Here's a no dumb question. I guess they're on a lake.
Yeah.
There's a building right beside me, and there's a seagull sitting right on top of that building.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
pigeons okay, but seagulls?
Scott, when I was in Buffalo, I was like, how'd they get here? And they were all over the place. And it was like, How did it happen? And every now and then, because we were off the lake maybe by 2 miles, but every now and then, there just must have been some sort of wind, and I would see a seagull on my street, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, how did this happen?
Well, it's kind of like in Denver or in Colorado now, you'll see pelicans.
Wait, what?
Oh,
You
yeah.
sure?
You'll see pelicans. Oh, yep. Because when they opened
What?
that Pelican Lakes golf course, they basically
Shut
flew in
up.
a 50,000 pelicans, and now they I think.
No
they're migratory.
way.
Yeah.
Are you?
I even get pelicans down in Oklahoma, which I'm trying to figure out how they get to Oklahoma.
I feel like there's a joke after this somehow. You're saying there are stray pelicans roaming the neighborhoods of Denver?
Well, they do put swans on golf courses also.
I get it with swans. I understand swans, but pelicans?
Swan's just a long-necked goose.
Yeah, swans, that's not a big deal. I
Do you know that swans won't leave the same lake their entire life?
Yeah,
that's why you can put them on a golf course. They'll stay on the same. They'll just stay on the same lake their entire life.
Well, you remember that swan that attacked everybody on at Cherry Hills on 16, right?
That's yes. That one has been.
17.
Yep.
All right, Dan Tanner. Thanks to Grok.
Grok, you idiot.
Sorry. I do Grok.
Yeah.
We don't do Gronk.
No.
Get a good
We
pump
might,
in.
though.
Well, we might not. Well, we might. Who knows? What do I know? Pelicans can be found in Colorado. The American white pelican is the most likely to spot. They're migratory birds. They show up in Colorado during warmer months around lakes, reservoirs, and wetlands. Well, okay. Chatfield Lake, Barr Lake.
They don't breed in the state, but they stop by while heading to their breeding grounds.
Wow. You learned something, Scott? You're just a little bit smarter than the rest of us. Now, how the hell did you know that?
Because I've seen them.
Because he knew about Pelicans Lake Golf Club.
I'm observant.
No, you knew about a golf course.
Well, yeah. And I remember when we were out there for their grand opening 25 years ago or whatever it was, and they talked about flying in pelicans.
That is wild. Okay. You seriously learn something stupid and useless every day. And that is high on the list. Pelicans in Colorado.
I wish somebody would have a Flamingo Lakes golf course.
You know, I don't know that it's Grok. It could be Grok.
Well, you yelled at me with such energy.
I know, but that probably means I was right.
Okay, just the louder you can be, the more right you may seem.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's football go with Dan Tanner. It's coming up next.
wish I caught that the first time the way I did the second time.
I got it.
I don't care.
I think one of the best moments every single day is what Dan Tanner puts into that spot every single day. It really is a treat, man. Great job, Dan. That was hysterical.
You guys provide the material. I just put it in there.
Well, that's what. Okay.
Hey, it's Dan's shining moment of getting back for all the targets we shoot at him.
It's really good. I
right,
seriously
Scott.
look forward to it every single day. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We actually have a bunch of Broncos news going on, and that's why we've got Dan Buds Quince Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, something we haven't gotten into a whole lot, fellas. Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham are both free agents. So the Broncos need to figure out pretty quickly who their backup quarterback is going to be. Here is Sean Payton on that situation.
Yeah, with both of and it's a unique room. It's a good question. I don't know that I have the answer. Both Zach and Jared are free agents. So obviously one of the musts, if a player's on our board, even though he was with us, if he's a free agent, so both of those show up as orange tags. So that's a must. We have to, secure who the backup is. There are probably a few moving parts there, but I was real pleased with the room. And then the uniqueness off the field, those guys get along well and really work together well.
Okay, so I did.
Can I clarify something?
Yeah,
maybe.
go ahead.
Does he mean to say that they're qualifying different people by tags, like it's an orange tag or a red tag or a blue tag?
It's like Gur animals. They have color coded to see who fits.
Is that what he's saying?
I think he's talking about on his depth chart. They put an orange tag next to free agents.
Oh, okay.
So
we
got to make a decision on these guys.
So this is just a Sean Payton. They're just calling them orange tags. I got you. All right. Sorry, Dan. Don't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. So I did see a report yesterday, guys, that Trey Lance is probably not going to return to the Dallas Cowboys.
That's what we need.
If they were to get rid of Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham, would that be an option for Sean Payton as the backup in Denver?
I think that would be insanely stupid. The last thing you need, we're getting rid of two guys that everybody gets along with, great, knows the system for Trey Lance? I think that's insane.
I agree. You sign one, you draft one. That's simple. You sign one, you draft a 6th or 7th rounder, you put him on the practice squad, done.
Fine by me. Trey Lance?
I'll say this about the Zach Wilson conversation, though. I feel like a lot of people are thinking there's going to be all this interest out there for Zach. If you want Zach, you can get Zach back. It's not going to be that challenging.
I think you could probably get them both back if you really wanted to. You don't have to, though. You certainly don't have to. Scott?
I think with the devoid of quarterback, what did Stidham led the salary of those two, right? He made $5 million.
Yeah.
I think one of those two will be signed for more than $5 million to be back up somewhere else.
Zach was actually making very similar money, but half of it was getting paid by the Jets.
Very true. Very true. Yeah. Overall, he was, but yeah, that's a good point. I don't know, man.
Listen, we thought Sam Darnold that because we talked about that here, right? Because it's free agency before the draft. We'll be able to get him for $5 or $6 million. That might be somebody to take a gamble at. And he signed for 10, and now is about to make 35.
Maybe more. It's crazy what Sam Darnold's about to do.
You're right. I'd be very, very surprised if anybody looked at Zach that way, though.
As a $10 million guy?
Yeah.
Like a roll of the dice at $10 million, we'll see?
Yep. I'm not saying he won't make $5 or $6 million, but
I think he'll make somewhere between 5 and 10.
Next story.
Salary cap went up another $70 million, didn't it, or whatever?
Not 70,
or $30 million.
A bunch like that, something like that. Yeah,
$30 million.
They're not making less money in the NFL, that's for sure. Dano.
All right, fellas. I saw this yesterday. This is pretty interesting. So
by the way, time out real quick. Do you realize we're having this conversation about what Zach Wilson may make, and we're really just talking about Zeke Najee money? just a little, just add that moment of how much Zeke actually makes. Who's playing these days? He's playing.
He had 14.
He's playing. I'm just, some comparisons. Sorry,
I always say, teach your kids to dribble, parents. Teach them to dribble.
Yeah, and have them born 6'10". Do both those things.
Yeah. So I saw this yesterday. This is pretty wild. During the 2024 season, Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson had the lowest completion percentage, 47.7%, by any qualified passer in a season since Do you guys know what quarterback is in this category with Anthony
Paxton
Richardson? Nope. But it is a Bronco.
Well, it's got to be Tim Tebow.
It is Tim Tebow in the 2011 season. So bad company for Anthony Richardson. Here's Colts GM Chris Ballard on the Colts possibly having an open competition during training camp at the quarterback spot.
We drafted Anthony high knowing it was going to take some time, all right? And we knew there's going to be some hiccups along the way. And it's I know we all want a finished product right now. I do. You do. Fans do. We all do. But I think as he continues to progress in his young career, us adding competition, I think will help up everybody's game.
Do the Colts need to go draft a quarterback? Like, are they all in on Anthony Richardson? Do you guys believe that he can become a competent NFL quarterback?
I do not. Tyler?
Yeah, admittedly, I was very fascinated by Anthony Richardson coming out of the draft, but it just goes to show you projects are still projects. And when you overdraft projects, it generally speaking, is a hell of a gamble that goes the wrong way many, many times. I don't know what choices they have but to try to make him work, though.
I'll ask you a no-dumb question. If Zach Wilson were picked up by Indianapolis and had an open competition, could he beat out Anthony Richardson?
I think he'd beat him out easily.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's a great example. That's where Zach Wilson, that's a great example, might get $10 million. I don't know what their financial situation is, but, giving Sam Darnold $10 million for 1 year, look what it did. Yeah, sure, why not? And if you're... Especially because you have a rookie contract, like you're not spending a lot in that room right now. Is Joe Flacco still there? I don't even know who's the competition between. Who are we talking about?
Nobody on the team right now.
Boy, they are super set up, and I don't think this is a great strategy.
Wait, what are the Colts at on the board?
Where they're drafted, I'm not sure. 14. No, here's where the Colts could do, which to me, again, is not a great philosophy, but here's what you could do. They could take Kyle McCord in the 4th round and let's see how things go.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
In fact,
Joe Flacco and Sam Ehlinger are the other quarterbacks in there.
Okay, well, all right. And Sam Ehlinger was the shizzle for a little bit there in college back in the day, but
yeah, that probably would be a unique circumstance where you draft a 3rd or 4th rounder and you're like, yep, you're in the hunt, buddy.
Yeah, that's right.
You're in the hunt.
That's right.
I mean, it's Pete Carroll, when he was talking about the Raiders situation, he made it clear he's looking for a lot of competition, that's his favorite word in the whole world is competition.
Mm-hmm.
But he said there's going to be a lot of competition at the quarterback position. It's what we did with Russ. We got Matt Flynn. We made it a true open competition, and Russ won. Now, by the way, there's a lot of reports out there that Tom Brady hosted Matt Stafford out in Montana this weekend for a little ski trip.
How about that?
And the Raiders are apparently hot after Matt Stafford, as are the Giants. Matt Stafford's going to get traded, and he's going to get $50 million a year in all likelihood. I think there's going to be some very significant interest.
That Brady would spend a ski weekend in Montana?
Yep.
I ain't going to Breckenridge or something. We're going to Montana to ski.
Very interesting technicalities about that weekend with tampering. Okay, you got a broadcaster, you got an owner, you got a player, you got former players. Where do the lines intertwine on this thing?
Hey, Big Sky is. I don't know what the resort was. I know Big.
It was probably Whitefish. Whitefish is it's the Aspen of Montana.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Look at you, Mr. Montana skiing. Okay. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, Mike Kliss is reporting per a source, the Broncos and the San Francisco 49ers are working to finalize one joint practice prior to their preseason game this summer in Santa Clara. He says it makes sense to hold it there because the Broncos' new training facility is currently under construction. Are we moving towards a world where the NFL will inevitably move to a 20-game schedule and just replace the preseason with these joint practices, and then these preseason games will go away? Would you guys be in favor of that?
I would not. I would not. I guess I will draw a line. I'm down with 18 2 preseason games, extend the Super Bowl back to President's Day weekend.
Well, hold on. It's kind of two different things. Would I be an advocate of it as a former player? Hell no. I'm not an advocate of a 17-game season. I'm not an advocate of an 18-game season. Could I see it? When does greed stop in this world?
Well, that's a fair question.
At what point do NFL owners say, I got enough money? Could I see them wanting it? Sure.
Scott?
Yep, absolutely. The bottom line, whenever you hear the cash register going, the NFL is going to fall on that side of the fence.
All right.
I'm not saying I'm an advocate of it.
I mean, that's 20, my God. I think 18, it's going to hit 18. It's probably going to
stay there for like 5 years,
yes.
And then they'll realize we can't change the schedule by a game. We got to make it even and do 2. So it'll go from 18 for 5 years, and then possibly 20, depending on the revenue and if everything holds.
Right, and if it does that, it probably means expansion and an international division, if not 2.
Yeah, and a third bye week.
Yeah, but now college doesn't have preseason games, do they? And now we're talking about the NFL season starting in August? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. You can play all over the world, right?
All I know is greed never stops.
Well, the NFL, man, they seem to be bulletproof.
So, Tyler, you're coming from the player perspective. As a fan, would you like to see 20 games?
I don't know. I do think it makes it interesting because by far the best thing about the NFL is that every game is life and death. It's what makes it the most compelling product to watch, and I don't know if 20 games takes away from that. It probably does not, but there is a number that the games become less important for sure.
Let's do this little math right here. Baseball, April, May, June, July, August, September. Playoffs in October. That's 7 months right there. You want to do hockey? October, November, December, January.
No. They start in September, don't they?
Nah. I think like preseason stuff goes.
It's early October is when
I
the season
believe,
starts.
yeah. So October, November, December, January, February, March, April, playoffs for another 2 months. Well, that's a 9-month banger season. NBA's basically the same, correct? I mean, starts a little bit later, finishes in June. I mean, what are we talking about here? I mean, NFL would still, even if they expanded to 20 games and they started in August,
just 2 more weeks,
it would still be the shortest of all the pro seasons.
By far.
So I guess it's not that crazy just in terms of length of time. And it does go to show you how long these NBA, NHL, and Major League Baseball seasons are.
Yeah.
Kind of like torture sometimes. Scotty, how you feel?
Well, baseball's the one that's weird. I still would have, if I'm the NBA, I would have started right around soft opening right before Christmas.
Yep.
Boom, boom, Christmas spectacular,
yep.
And go all the way till 4th of July and say in, because that's when baseball starts getting real serious.
That would be amazing. That would be incredible, and I've advocated for years.
4th of July end?
For basketball, but I've advocated for years, the NHL, why are you finishing when it's 100 degrees? Why don't you start when it's 100 degrees? Start in August, end in March, have that time to yourself. Because guess what doesn't matter anymore, fellas, in all honesty? March Madness ain't what it used to be. And the NHL just proved if we can have a couple of guys just punch each other in the face, then we can have attention all to ourselves. Get your games away from, the NBA stuff a little bit and have February, March all to yourselves. Can you imagine if we were right in the middle of the NHL playoffs right now? Right now was like round 2 of the NHL playoffs. How cool would that be? Wouldn't that be pretty amazing?
It's certainly a weird lull in the sports calendar.
You would dominate that after the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is getting pushed back a little bit. But if the NHL playoffs were going right now, oh my God. You're right. It would be dominating the landscape. Dominating the landscape.
Did you just say I was right on your idea? Thanks.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
it's a
appreciate that.
Mistake on my part. I'll try to figure that out
You just wanted affirmation that bad that you're like, you're right. That is, yep.
I think this changing of the sports calendar is the most common thing you can do. I do not know why hockey does what they do. I don't know why the NBA does. Scott, you tell me, man. Why is the NBA calendar the way it is? Seriously, why?
Well, I'll tell you the NBA, why Silver, which I'm not sure has the same support. Boy, I told you the other day I got stories I'm not sure I can say on air, but if I could tell you some stories.
Well, you better tell them now.
Now I want to hear them.
You don't do that.
You want to wait till after the break and think about it, just a pinch?
Maybe. I'll think about it.
All right.
The reason they did is because the NBA is beholden to USA Basketball, and they want to give time off for players to have a little time before they go right into the Olympics instead of who cares?
God, who cares? Seriously. And who cares?
Who cares?
You know what, man? I don't care about dream teams. I'd be fine if basketball and hockey, frankly, were U19 or U23. How about that? U23.
What's the World Cup now? What World Cup of soccer? What is that? That's not U19.
It's something like that. The World Cup is different, but I know what you're saying. There's some sort of world championship where it's like U20. Isn't it the Olympics? Is it not the Olympics? That's U23.
Might be the Olympics.
I think it is.
It's fairly young. Yeah.
I think it's something like weird, like it's.
No, it can't be Olympics because Messi.
No,
didn't
hold
he
on.
play in the...
Well, I was gonna say oh my gosh, here's another thing I'm gonna be wrong on, but I thought most of the team was U23 or something like that, but you got like 3 players. You know what? I'm probably wrong. So forget it. I'm just gonna shut up because I'm probably wrong about it. I know I'm close. Never give up. I got something. Does it matter or not matter? I got it. Does it matter or not matter? And Scott is going to tell us a secret that he doesn't think he should say on the air. That's coming up next. Catching us on every platform you can imagine, including YouTube. We broadcast all the shows on YouTube, plus original programming, digital uniquely, like Hot Mic with Andy Lindahl and Scott Hastings, which was on last night.
Killed it.
In the Paint with Dan Tanner, Between the Pipes with Raj and Spring, and more original programming to come, plus the Altitude Daily, a quick way to catch up on everything that happened during the day. All sorts of cool stuff, including coverage of tonight's Avalanche game. So you can hear it on the radio, you can see it on the digital. So we're working harder and harder on that, and we appreciate if you like and subscribe to the YouTube page. Just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today, and you can see what Andy and Scott were talking about last night. What was
Who does the Altitude Daily?
It's a combination of all four of our live shows. They're about 2.5 minutes long. They're all kind of jimmy jammed together for a nice 10 to 12 minute listen. It's great. It goes live at about 8, 9 o'clock at night, and you can great way to catch up on stuff if you're trying to just go to sleep. Swear to God.
So it's not hosted. They just play highlights.
Just bam.
From the
Here's what we're on today. That's what you catch like 12 hours and 12 minutes right there. Bam. Michael Malone's show is up there. Like if you missed that, the entire show's there, and also just a little snippet of him giving me a hard time. That's all. And it's right there. There's all sorts of different playlists. It's easy to find. All the shows are represented. Jared Bednar show, Michael Malone show. Andy's got a lacrosse show on there. It's cool, man. And there's going to be more and more programming that goes on that YouTube page. So I just, check it out. What were you and Andy jamming on last night?
Oh, we did a little Nuggets. We did a little Avs, and we did a little NFL draft.
All right, before you spill the beans on your big secret, let me ask you guys, is this something or nothing? You ready for this? It's got to do with your Colorado Rockies. Your Colorado,
you
beat me to the punch. The Rockies right now are leading the Royals 6-4.
Ooh,
we got a dude named Martini who hit a home run. He came from the Reds. Nick Martini. That sounds like a lounge singer, doesn't it? But he is a baseball player.
Or a dream. Or the owner of an Italian restaurant on It's a Wonderful Life.
Well, that's right. So with the score 6-4, I'm just going to do some quick math. The Rockies have outscored their opponents so far in 6 games, 49-23.
Okay, but serious question here. Do we not play this game every single year?
I'm saying, is it something or nothing?
Now, correct me if
Just
I'm wrong.
Say it's nothing.
But
if it's nothing.
Do we not have this conversation every single year in spring?
They have outscored their opponents 49-23. Is it something or nothing?
I feel like I've had this conversation a lot.
I don't know if they've scored this many points.
Runs?
This seems like runs. This
What's
seems
the
like
difference?
a lot of runs.
I try not to be the correction police, but I mean, that's like, my mom
Points.
asking, what inning is the Super Bowl in? So is it something or nothing?
Well, are they points or runs? Can runs not be points?
Oh, my Lord.
Foul, penalty,
Dear.
Foul, a penalty?
Is it something or nothing? Just
No!
say it's nothing.
I said nothing.
All right. Have you guys...
You want to say it's something? Go ahead.
No, it's nothing. Have you seen them using the appeal system? I think they call it the ABS system, something like that, where the batter's just like,
Once.
no. Do you like it?
Well, we just saw it with our guy, right? When he did his splits.
We did, and it worked his way, yes.
Yeah. I do kind of like it.
How about the rule that if any portion of your body blocking second base, the guy's automatically safe?
Wait, is that it? That's a deal?
I have not seen that.
That's a thing?
I saw that the other day too.
Well, okay.
Any portion of
the
your body?
The guy had basically part of his foot was on the
inside
pitcher side
okay.
inside portion of the bag, and the guy was thrown out by 2 feet.
Is this a player safety thing?
I'm not even sure. That's a new one to me, but I kind of like it. I have generally liked most of the new rules that have made the game faster and more fun to watch. And that's what the new rules have done. I love the appeal system.
I think it's got a nice little visual aspect to it. It goes pretty quick. I do like it.
Yeah, man. The so far the balls and strikes appeal thing takes like 5 seconds.
It does make you wonder why they need an umpire at all.
Oh, wow.
That they've got that technology. I mean, seriously, you've got you're using the technology.
I could not agree with you more.
You still got to have a guy that plays the plate, don't you?
No, you do not. You could just go for the replay. You don't need an umpire for that. No way.
If you had to go back every time on a tag or every single
2 seconds.
Fine. If you want to do that, you could have a little hybrid guy back there. You could have a little guy back there that's his only job when a runner comes through.
Listen, guys, I'm a big baseball guy. The only thing I see the home plate umpire useful for is having extra balls to throw to the pitcher. That's it. That's about as useful as he gets. Everything else can be done automatically, including plays at the plate.
Okay, so
why even play the game?
I think
because it's about the players, not the officials.
I think I'm going to be at the same spot as you, I think. But wouldn't there be a lot of baseball purists out there? You know, every ump's got his own strike zone. You got to feel it out. It's part of the game. How about there's just a strike zone?
They have done that. It's 17% of your body. They have literally done that.
Okay.
So Jose Altuve's strike zone is significantly different by a full baseball. They did this the other day compared to Aaron Judge, and that's fair. They have literally done that. It's 17% of your body. They've done it.
Okay. That makes sense.
It does make sense. It makes perfect sense. Scott, man, you're out on this. I can tell this ain't your jam, so I got you.
No, I think we just ruin all the traditions and everything, and so this is just another one.
What are your big secrets? Give us some good.
Let me ask you. Let me lead it with a question.
Okay.
If a player was going to say he got voted in or picked to be in an All-Star game, for an example.
Okay. Yes.
And the guy was legitimately hurt. In fact, missed the 4 or 5 games leading up to the All-Star game.
Yes.
And he called and said, "Hey, is it cool if I just skip the game, stay home, rehab, and blah blah blah?" A, is that cool for him to say that? And B, is the response, if you do, you'll be fined $100,000 and suspended a game.
Because he's got that kind of drawing power just at the All-Star game weekend. I would say
that he was injured and wasn't playing, and he couldn't play anyway. He just sit there anyway.
Are you talking about LeBron?
No. That's another story.
Okay. I would say that is a bait and switch by the NBA, and I put that bet on them.
I think you're solving nothing. What does it solve? You get the guy to be there and not play anyways?
Well, right. He's a draw. Just his presence is. That's what you're saying, right?
He is a draw. You may see him tomorrow.
So are you talking about Giannis?
Yeah. I was told that he requested if he could just stay home and rehab and because he couldn't play. I mean, he couldn't play. He was legitimately hurt.
Right. He is a big star.
And he was told $100,000 fine and a 1-game suspension if he didn't show up.
If that's true,
I thought that was a little extreme.
If that's true, that actually changes the whole narrative that we had about LeBron this year. Because LeBron showed up, maybe because he didn't want to get fined $100,000, but we're all killing the guy because he showed up and he didn't participate.
Yeah, we did. That is true.
So it actually changes that with LeBron.
Don't get on that horse. No, you do not want on that horse.
Okay, I'm not on any horse. I'm just following logic here. That if
hold
on, your logic is illogical.
All right, help me out.
Yeah, giddy up. What's the deal?
Oh God, now this is the one I don't know if I can say. He wasn't hurt before the game, and they had a big meeting, I guess, before the game or whatever, all the All-Stars and everything. And basically, the commissioner has a meeting with him every year, and basically said, "Hey, listen, I really need you guys to play hard, and I need you guys to really put some effort out there so we can really sell this thing."
Mm-hmm.
Hour later.
Easier to tap out than to play hard. I'll show you. Is that what we're hearing?
That's what it felt like.
That actually makes sense.
Good.
You know why that makes sense? Boy, this is going to sound weird. I don't think LeBron's that big of a jerk. I think if he knew he wasn't going to play, he wouldn't take a spot away from a younger player or a different player. I actually believe that. I don't think he would do that. What Scott's saying actually makes way more sense. That he was protesting.
Last-second protest?
A last-second protest. Yep. That makes way more sense.
Because notice no one really asked any questions and talk about it. And, oh, my foot hurt, and everybody just accepted it. I mean, there's never really been a deep dive on that, has there?
LeBron took some mild heat from taking a spot away from somebody else who would have got promoted. Mild heat. But in all honesty, what does LeBron care? Yeah, I mean, LeBron, what you're saying, that does make sense. The whole, I'm just selfish and I want to take up a spot away from somebody else, actually, that doesn't make sense, even for LeBron. But what you said does make sense. It was a slight protest against Silver because there's no way they were going to play hard. Why? Because it wasn't worth it. And you know what? You know what, man? I kind of side with LeBron on that, Scott. I do. Why the hell should we kill ourselves for what you're putting on? Why? I'm here, aren't I? Isn't that good enough? And you know what? He's got a point, man. I know it's not the old times when Dr. J was beating the crap out of John Havlicek or whatever, but I mean, he's got a point, man. I'm a superstar athlete. People come to see me. I move the needle. Why the hell am I going to kill myself in this garbage exhibition that you set up?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things. I go back to, all the films you and I watched the week leading up to it with Kobe locking down a young LeBron and playing his butt off.
I gotcha.
All of a sudden it ain't. I just think this guy is taking over. And we said this. He's taking over the All-Star game. And that's when the game started to get soft, when he became the face of the league.
I got you, but look at the Lakers.
He ain't going to change.
Okay, but you know what you got? All right, I'm playing devil's advocate here. You got LeBron playing at a pretty high level on Saturday on national TV against the Nuggets, didn't you? You got quite the showdown against Dallas last night, didn't you?
Well, I absolutely. And that just shows you there wasn't, A, there wasn't nothing wrong with him, and B, he was proving a point who's bigger.
All right, good stuff, Scotty.
Which now lends to me to think about, I'm wondering if Adam Silver is on shaky ground.
Nate and Andy coming up next. Can't wait to hear all of their reaction to what's going on in Denver sports on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Come on, man. I don't care.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us. I wanted to ask this just out of the gates because we've been waiting and waiting. Is there any news? Is Val Nichushkin going to be in the lineup tonight?
He is. He's going to be in as of right now. Like, they're going to come in this morning, but the way yesterday's practice finished, we're just waiting on final confirmation, but should be good to go here for tonight.
Dear Lord, baby Jesus, or as our brothers to the south call you, Jesus, we thank you so much for this bountiful harvest of
Valeri Nichushkin,
KFC, and the always delicious Taco Bell.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
Spring, I'm gonna need an encore performance of what I just heard.
We just need more country spring in our life, I think.
We do, especially I like Russian names and Southern accents. You don't get that nearly enough.
Dang old Valeri Nichushkin.
We did a bit once at the zoo on Scotty's show with our guy Patrick where he was Bob Hartley's Cajun brother.
Okay.
Bo Hartley. And he sounded a little like that. And anybody that doesn't remember, Bob Hartley had a very heavy French accent.
Valeri?
Hedge duck. He called everybody, he literally, he pronounced every word in the name or every letter in the name.
Valeri?
Valeri? Get that dang Valeri down here. How would Jerry Jones say Valeri?
Get your damn act together.
Hey, can we get a little Sean Payton saying Jokic while we're at it?
What was it, Jokic?
Jokic or
No, it was Jokic.
He wasn't all the way off.
He was
hard C at the end for sure. So.
What's so funny is a name with 2 syllables and 5 letters can have so many off ramps to wrong. Like the name Jokic does.
Well, then
Jokic.
The top was Favre. How many Favres did we used to get?
There was.
Favors.
Jokic.
Jokic is the worst. That is the worst.
Yeah, that's O for everything, pretty much.
Yeah.
I suppose he could have said Jokic.
Jokic. Yeah.
He did go, I guess he did get the second syllable correct. He was just like, he screwed up the first syllable twice.
Yeah.
That's in 2 letters.
You're using a condition. That is an ailment. That's not a guy's name, to be clear, Mad Dog.
To be clear.
So, anyway.
Yeah, Valeri Nichushkin, returns tonight. And the Avalanche will take on the mighty New Jersey Devils. Here's another. I just read this. Okay, Andy, did you know this? You probably did. You're much more of a hockey hardcore than I am. But the Denver Post had this note in their story that was broken this morning on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nice job by Brett Kane going full hockey Schefter right there, getting the scoop. That was good. If you take Gabe Landeskog out of the discussion, Denver Post writing about Val's return, this is only the second time in 60 games that Jared Bednar will have the 10 players that he wants to put out on the 2 power play units available to him.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
The second time in 60 games.
Not good, Bob.
That this has happened for the Avalanche. Like Jonathan Drouin has missed a whole bunch of time, and obviously Natchez is now in place of Rantanen. Casey Middlestad has had his injuries so far this year. But yeah, of the top 10 guys, so McKinnon, McCarr, Lehkonen, Drouin, Natchez on the top unit, Val, Middlestad, Colton, Taves, and Sammy G. This is the second time in 60 games that he's had those guys. I'm astounded by that.
It's the story of the year, which is why at times you want to give them credit for looking as good as they have at points. But look, they've got to start balancing out the scoring. They've got to get some scoring. What is it? Spring, 11 games with no goal from anybody but the top line. There's some ridiculous number of games they've gone without getting a goal contribution from the bottom 9 not 6.
Not
9.
ideal. Not ideal.
I mean, now they've had to shuffle lines. They've had a lot of stuff going on.
It's got to help. Like, okay, so Val will be second line tonight. It's going to help so much.
Yeah, because you got a big body. I'll be honest with you, I might put him first line.
Yeah.
I really might.
Yeah.
Nothing against Arturi Lehkonen, but let me get a big body. This is where I would maybe take, how about this? I'd go ahead and bump Drouin up to the top line with his boy McKinnon, Lehkonen in the middle, and then I'd put Natchez and Val on the second line.
Yeah, I think I would guess the top two lines are going to be subject to change now that you have such a valuable chess piece in Val returning that you mix and match. But I think the biggest thing right now is get him out on the ice and get him skating.
You got to get him up, right? It'll take him a minute.
The rust off.
But at least you've got a big body to put in front of a goaltender's eyes because they've talked about it. Coach, I heard the interview this morning. I was dropping my son off. It was all perfect timing. Heard the interview with Coach. He's talking about it. We got to get in front of the net. We got to take goalies' eyes away. We got to get the gritty goals. Got to get the greasy ones. I like greasy.
He's been listening to the Kreckman and Lindahl show, I think, is what Betsy's been doing.
Why not? It's easy for us to point out. Here's the deal. Coach can listen. Coach can come on the show and be the third man on the show and go, yeah, we needed this, that. Coach actually has to figure out who then is going to go do that. You and I just go, we can throw it out there. I got no answers as to who's going to go do it. It's his job to, that's where it gets a little tougher.
Yes. The mighty New Jersey Devils, by the way, come tonight. First of a 6-game homestand. You can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Our pal Connor McGahee will have the call, but we are ecstatic that Valeri Nichushkin returns to the lineup. Andy, big day today. This is one of my favorite days of the year. The NFLPA report card survey came out today.
Okay.
I love this thing.
I know you do, but I laugh because I feel like some of these categories, it's the angry wives taking the survey. I don't like my seats. I don't like the catering. I don't like where you put us.
Yeah, treatment of families is definitely like one where, honestly, I don't care.
And listen, I will tell people, just so you don't think I'm just being an old hack or something, I know of at least 2 contract situations that started in these suites amongst wives as money was discussed when it should have been.
They probably shouldn't be talking about
but
that
they do.
Stuff.
So here's what I got an idea. You want to save yourself some money and avoid a holdout?
Yeah.
Don't let them sit together because money gets discussed.
Also, like, I will say this. The players probably do appreciate when the wives are treated well because then they don't have to hear about it later.
Right.
So,
yeah.
So I think the players like that stuff. So the way that they weight this thing, Andy, is and by the way, treatment of families is the lowest weighted grade that's on the entire scale. The 2 highest are the 2 that I care about the most. And that is head coach, which is 10% of the grade, and then ownership, which is 15% of the grade. And that's where it gets good. Andy, let's just scroll over to ownership. Let's talk about the billionaires. Do you know who's the worst one in the NFL?
Yeah, is it Dave Tepper?
It's not.
It's Woody Johnson.
It is Woody.
Because I've seen these. I'm sorry.
Woody
Johnson.
Johnson.
This is one of those days where I cheated for your test.
Good. Woody Johnson got himself an F this year. I don't know. I don't know what Brick Johnson got, but Woody Johnson got an F. The NFLPA said the players, quote, cite perceived top leadership issues, with some describing issues as top-down problems. Yeah, I'd say they got some top-down problems over there. Adding, they talked about the culture. It's a problem, top-down, J.C. Treader said. It's a culture of fear here. That's what stood out in the grades. Specifically, there were some issues that they had. This is an interesting strategy. Listen to this one, Andy. The NFLPA said the Jets cut the food budget after the food program received low grades from 2023. Low grades? So they cut the budget.
You don't like my food, you don't get any food at all. How about that? That's what that feels like.
Oh, yeah? Well, you need us to get better yogurt? Guess what you're getting? Expired yogurt.
Yeah.
How do you like that? The NFLPA also said the Jets did not retain their longtime dietitian, previously their highest-rated staff member.
Really? Now that seems a little bit
yes,
petty.
That dietitian, Nicolette Mentz, was hired by the Kansas City Chiefs who saw an uptick in their food program and dietitian grades. Mentz left the Jets on her own accord. A person familiar with the situation told ESPN his name is Schmuddy Schmonson.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know right there. She left on her own, apparently. Yes, Woody Johnson got an F on the ownership grade. Here's your other low-rated owners right here. David Tepper, D- this year. Hey, he's improving.
Moving up.
I wonder, has he gone and harassed any restaurant hosts recently for having signs out front making fun of his team?
Don't think he threw anything on a fan either. I
No
think we
drinks.
escaped the season without that.
The Bidwell family did quite poorly in Arizona. They pulled a D-. How about this one? Bob Kraft got a D.
Really?
Yeah. Is it possible that Tom Brady and Bill Belichick were covering up for a lot of sins low over the years?
Well, you know what? Yes, to answer your question in short form, yes, but let's think about it. Winning, what have we always says? Winning is the best deodorant.
Yeah.
Guys would say, yeah, I put up with what they do there because I got a lot of jewelry to wear afterwards.
Yes.
Nobody said they liked the Patriot way. They just liked the winning.
So they hired Gerard Mayo without going through an interview process. He was terrible. They fired him right away. They then turned around and hired Vrabel right away. So they don't really they don't bother to go looking outside the building or outside the culture for any kind of new ideas or anything else. And I think everyone's looking around going, hey, you take Belichick and Brady out of this place, it's suddenly not quite so spectacular. The Rooney family with the Steelers, they pulled a D.
Really?
Yeah. They didn't do real well.
I was told they were beloved. Guess not.
Not in the secret survey, apparently. Let's see. The Bucks, that's the Glazer family, right? Yeah, they pulled a D+. They didn't do very good.
But they have a pirate ship.
The Kansas City Chiefs, the Hunt family, pulled a C-.
Didn't they move up from last year,
They were like an F- last year. They were doing very, very poorly. How'd the Broncos do, you ask? Well, scroll up. The
Broncos!
Fourth highest grade on the list. The Broncos got an A. Nice job to the Walton Penner group. Give some credit to Condi over there.
I'm not here to kiss backside. Seriously, I'm almost surprised they're not one. This is a team, they've spent exorbitant amounts of money to replace a field 2-3 times a year to make sure you've got proper grass to play on.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind
well, they did hire a coach who didn't get such a good grade.
Yeah, the coaching grade.
Brutal.
Should we? You want to get into it here? You want to wait a second? Because I got some thoughts about that. And honestly, I'm surprised by this.
Our buddy Nick Kosmider is going to join us coming up here on the other side. We're going to talk about it with him. We're going to talk about Sean Payton's grade and how the Broncos did in general on the NFLPA secret survey of all of the players. But yeah, you could do worse. You could be the Jets. Nick Kosmider talking Broncos and Combine and all the stuff next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you dealing with erectile dysfunction? We're just going to get right to the point. If this is something that you're suffering from, don't suffer any longer. There's no need to. There's places that can help you out with this sort of thing. Don't let it become a problem in your relationship if you currently have one. Don't let it be a reason why you don't seek a relationship if you're not in one. It's nothing for you to have to deal with long term. You can go and get help over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are here. These good folks are here to help you out. And look, even if you're dealing with just an all right sex life, they can make it even better. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that works when pills and herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that can have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. All you have to do is schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is simple. It's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you get a test dose. If the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. It's just that simple. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the next day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call today and get help for this condition if this is what you're dealing with. It's 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I know we're searching for the Joker. It's kind of like the Loch Ness Monster, trying to find a goddamn Joker. But I've played Sean's team that's had him, and they're hell. So, yeah, a lot of different backs. I think it's a good year to maybe, go get a back because there's so many. But, yeah.
Nick Kosmider of The Athletic joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, back from the scouting combine in Indianapolis. Nick, do you get the sense that George Payton has heard a thing or two about the Joker and maybe he's a little over it?
Yeah, I think that this idea that it's a magic word or something like that. I think he's having fun. at Payton's expense with that one, because we all know what it really means. They need somebody that can, just be a little bit more efficient creating mismatches, particularly in the middle of the field. I did like that Sean Payton sort of outlined a little bit more like what he's talking about. Like when you're in third and short or you're in the red zone, it's too easy for defenses to just kind of push your outside targets, your outside weapons, toward the sideline and really close off that aspect of the field. So what you've really got to have is somebody in the middle of that inner triangle, so to speak, who can create mismatches in a way the Broncos just haven't been able to do. So, I mean, yeah, I guess it's shorthand. I'm gonna go with Loch Ness Monster from now on, because it's just more fun to say.
Yeah, I like that. That's good. Now,
Nessie.
Here's my Nessie. Perfect.
Need a Nessie.
You need a there. You go. It rolls off the
Put
tongue.
it on a t-shirt.
Alliteration.
I mean, everybody asks us what the Joker is, so we could do this. All right, so watching the draft coverage that I've seen so far, the two guys obviously that are perfect for this role we're talking about are Genty and Warren. And the latest mocks, I don't know, Genty's all over the place. I'm sure you've seen that, Nick. Some people think he could get to 20. People think he could get to 15. But, I keep seeing stuff that the Raiders get a veteran quarterback. They're grabbing him at 6. Pete Carroll talked about the importance of the run game. Ty Warren now looks like he could be, if you're lucky, he's at 10, and even that might be a risk. Nate and I did the draft chart. If you have to give up your second rounder to get to 10 to try to get one of those two, would you be willing to do that? Or does this team need too much to be giving up a second rounder to move up 10 picks?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I mean, as much as it's something that they need, we do tend to get focused on the first round part of it. One of the things that you kind of heard consistently down there is that a lot of personnel people kind of think that this draft, from maybe 10 to 40 or 15 to 35, whatever that range is that you might think, is pretty comparable talent. Now, guys like Genty are probably above that, right? They're going to be in that top 10 in terms of just people's overall, big board. So he's in a little bit different category. But when you're talking about adding the draft capital that you have to get up to move up and get him a player who, as important as running backs are, still a non-premium position. I just don't see him operating that way, because it would be just a little bit counter to how they've typically gotten here. And I thought George Payton, I asked him yesterday, the lessons that they took. The Broncos led the league last year in dead money on their salary cap and made the playoffs. And one of the lessons you take away is that you can't. George Payton said you cannot miss anything significantly when you're in an off season like that. That counts for the draft. That counts for who you target in free agency, and that's always your goal, of course. But you can't be flashy with the way that you spend. You can't get caught up thinking that if we go over leverage ourselves here a little bit, it could pay off because of what this player A could bring. You have to be very intentional about how you move. And I think that's something that they're kind of taking in, even now that they have a little bit more money, they have more draft pick flexibility, is that I think some of those lessons of last year and how they built a solid roster are going to linger.
All right, I'm going to go nerd scout on you here. I don't know how much of the video you've watched. Again, my guy last year, my crush was Brock Bowers. And then I watched the Ty Warren thing because it feels like he's probably the closest comp in this draft. And I know Ty Warren played a ton of positions. He was all of Penn State's offense, but and I don't know, maybe it's the Penn State uniform and maybe it's my thought of the Big Ten guys. He just looks a little stiff to me. Are you worried? Do you think this group of tight ends is as good as last year's? What was the buzz out there? What position groups do you think they're most excited about out there this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think the general consensus on the tight end class, I think people think, is that it's deep. I don't think anybody thinks that Warren or Loveland are in the same category as Brock Bowers. He's kind of like a generational type tight end talent. I don't think there's any thought that these two, supposed first round guys are going to be in that category. It's also interesting to note that neither Warren or Colson Loveland are going to be doing anything on field combine wise because of Warren just made that decision, and then Loveland is still coming back from a shoulder procedure. I believe it was shoulder that they put out yesterday, that he should be ready to participate non-contact in minicamp and then fully ready for training camp. But you're not going to be seeing anything from them. But I think overall the consensus, or at least the belief I heard around there, is that this is a deeper class of tight ends than they had a year ago. It's just not as, with that number one guy, it's not quite the same.
Getting back to Colston Loveland really quickly, and I believe, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, I've only clicked on 8,000 mock drafts in the last 2 weeks, but in the beat writer mock, I believe you took Colston Loveland out of Michigan at number 20 to Denver. You did mention the Schefter report and the note from his doctor that he gave to NFL teams about the shoulder surgery. Do you think that will have a significant impact on his draft status?
It'll be certainly like something that teams look at, that they have those, Sean Payton talked about it last year after the draft, and I can't remember like what the specific colors were, but they sort of like color code it with injuries based on like, how quickly that you're going to be ready, whether it's something that they think could ultimately linger. So that will certainly be, I think, factored in, but I don't know that it will be enough to ultimately dramatically change, where they put a guy overall on their board.
All right, Nick. This player survey, which I always wonder who's actually taking the surveys. So I was telling Nate in the last segment, I kind of wondered, how it used to be the SIDs would do the voting for the coaches in the old coaches poll or whatever. Are the wives and girlfriends, mainly the wives known as the SIDs, taking this poll, the ones voting? But I was extremely shocked at the positioning of Sean Payton. I felt like, and you were around that locker room, it felt like it's his team, it's his guys. They all seem to be vibing together, and then this thing comes out. Nate, where was he ranked? 25th?
Yeah, 26th, I think.
26th. Yeah. Were you surprised by where he got voted in that survey?
Not really, because I struggle a little bit with the methodology.
Not really. I have to go cover that guy every single day. Subtext. I said it, Nick, not you. Don't worry.
No, I'm not surprised because like you could see like how he coaches is like, it can probably elicit some of that stuff. Like in terms of just like, man, why is training camp like what it is or whatever the case might be, but also the methodology of like, how is it described to every player? What's the, how much are guys getting together on certain things to talk about it? And then like you can have a B and be like 26th, but then you could also have a B and be like 12th or 13th, just based on like a minus or a non-minus. So I don't really get too caught up in it. The thing that you really worry about is if you're railing against your, obviously the ownership thing is an issue if you're consistently finishing at the bottom of that, because I just think that reflects an overall vision of like what the organization is and like, the faith that players have that like things are going to change for the better. And obviously they're doing pretty well there, but again, I think the NFLPA has done a good job of trying to be, transparent in sort of how this is all coming together, but I still think it's a work in progress in terms of, the methodology and kind of the scientific way that they put it together.
Okay. I've had enough of both of you when it comes to this topic, okay?
Well, go ahead.
There is a survey out there in which NFL players can anonymously say, I hate my coach, I hate my owner, our locker room sucks, the food is terrible. I'm here for it all day long. I'm not here to dismiss anything. I am here because guess what? In the NFL, all we ever hear is evaluations of the players. Draft status and salaries and they didn't win, these bunch of losers. No, it's time that we put the mirror back on the billionaires and stick it to these guys. Power to the players. That's what I say.
But seriously though, you're right, because like the people that most react to this are at least the good ones or the ones that care is the owners.
Yeah.
And like when you could actually get owners to like recognize, like the Broncos, for example. I was kind of surprised that their treatment of families grade, I believe, was like a C-, because what they did do this past year, based on feedback from last year's survey, was create a big room lower, kind of down in the bowels of the stadium there for for families to gather, I believe, like before and during games. So I know that they did some work there. So it'd be interesting to kind of be able to dig in to see.
It's all because Sierra got kicked out of the building, Nick. That's what happened.
That's true. That's unequivocally true. But so, and again, like then they get their locker room, gets a poor grade. Well, yeah, Greg, guess what? We're building you a brand new glitzy locker room that's going to be open in about 22 months.
Well, that's what's crazy about all this is like Atlanta and the Raiders and the Chargers all did really well on this. And it's completely just because they got new facilities, but they also had terrible grades because their old facilities sucked. Like, I was reading this. Our buddy Nora Princiati had this in the Ringer today. Did you know on the Patriots team plane, that thing is so old they still have ashtrays in the armrests?
Oh, my gosh.
That's right.
And there's no Wi-Fi on the plane, so the guys, as she wrote, essentially have to raw dog it on a Spirit Airlines flight, getting ready to go play Buffalo, which I think is a good line. But it goes to show you, hey, Bob Kraft, man, like, go spend some of that Spygate money and go upgrade your plane, you cheapskate.
Well, you can smoke them if you got them, though.
I want to be flying in an old plane, like in this time in the world. I feel like newer plane make me feel safe, but who knows?
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
That would be one to gripe about, though. I would take that. You know what I mean? I would. It is how you get there.
Yes,
Nick. There was
Does
always.
the
I tell Nate this.
Have any other functionality? Like, can we convert this into something beneficial? Like maybe you hold your sunflower seeds. I guess.
Hey, you put your gum in there. Sure.
Yeah, you put your gum in there. Okay, good.
It's an iPad. It's an AirPod holder. It's about the same size. Nick, do you think that these constant complaints, that's what is, and I shouldn't say constant complaints, but again, a family room, that's not easy to just shove inside in Power Field. Are these the kind of things that's probably going to motivate the building of the new stadium ultimately?
I don't think something like that would. I mean, I think if they I think that sure maybe can kind of like fall into the grander pod of all the things that they discuss and talk about. But like, I would say no. Like I said, they created a space, and I'd have to kind of go back and look at what the exact details were of it. But like when we come down, you guys, you come down there after the games, and you could see it off to the left there. This bigger room that they had that things were set up in there for families and whatnot. So I know that they addressed that part of it. But I mean, if and when they do build a new stadium now that will certainly be something that is part of like whatever design ultimately comes. Like that's for sure. But in terms of whether or not that forces their decision or leans heavily into actually creating one, I don't think it would have much of an impact.
Did any player complain about the fog machine in post-game wins? Because I would see some of the videos and I'm like, bro, I hate a fog machine. They stink.
Too much fog.
I get it that we want to have the club and kumbaya to you for trying to put that together. Turn the damn. It's not Halloween,
Yeah, I would. You could come after a lot of things. Don't come after Club Dub if that would be Sean Payton's last straw.
Well, maybe that's why you got the grade then, Nick. Now I'm on Nate's side.
Yeah.
Maybe you need to take a hard look in the mirror.
Take that, Sean.
You know what? I don't need Club Dub. I need to get the hell out of here and go have some Bud Lights like Peyton Manning used to say.
Get a Bud Light in my mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Peyton Manning thing. Yeah, absolutely.
Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Nick, last thing. You've got good reporters' ears. Was there anything that either of the Paytons said yesterday that either was maybe a curveball, something you weren't expecting to hear? What kind of caught the ears of dedicated reporter, Colorado Sports Writer of the Year? I don't know if you are currently, but you have been in the past. Nick Kosmider.
That's it.
I am not. Once and only. No, it's a good question. I think one of the things that I kind of perked up at was when George Payton was saying, like, we really want to just keep feeding these lines. Like, the strength of their team last year, the Broncos went through, and then they did their, evaluation of every position group, every player. And the two that were clearly graded the highest were their offensive line and their defensive line, position groups as a whole. And yet, you look at whenever a team wins a Super Bowl or is having consistent success, you kind of look at what that model is. And, I was talking to somebody who covers the Eagles and about what they expect to do in the draft. It's like, they're just going to draft the biggest, fastest guy on the defensive line from Alabama or Ohio State or Georgia. Like, I can go ahead and just book that now. It's continued to work. Like, you can't have enough depth, and talent and competition and all those sorts of things on the offensive front, and even on the defensive front. But then even offensively, like we know they just re-signed Garrett Bowles. You know, Mike McGlinchey's got a couple years left on his deal. Same with Ben Powers. But like, you know, could they look for an upgraded center, or do they just if there's a great lineman, regardless of position that they find, like I get the sense they're not necessarily going to shy away from that. So I thought that was interesting. Of like, yeah, we all know some of the positions where there's a clear need, but they seem to want to continue to invest in what was obviously a strength and just continue to make that really the core of what they do.
I think there's some really good defensive linemen on the
Yeah,
board right
that's
around
part
where
of it.
Denver
Absolutely.
is going to be picking. I think that's one of the things they need to be looking at. By the way, Nick, I did look this up, and I'm sure I'm not giving any news to you. Sean Keeler, 2024 Colorado Sports Writer of the Year. So, Nick, all you have to do is get banned by Sean Payton, and you'll win next year.
I'm on it.
All right.
I'm on it.
All
I'm
right.
Gonna go tell him that I'm gonna go speak ill of the fog machine, and then I'll be on that list.
Bring the grade stuff too. Mention the grade and the fog machine.
Tell him his Jordans are scuffed.
Yeah, Jordans. There's another hot button.
Don't smudge my Pumas. Yeah, no, I can envision the reaction to the grade that Sean Payton probably had, and I would venture to probably say it's not. Want to be safe to share if I had it on the record anyway.
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. Nick Kosmider, everybody. Read his stuff in The Athletic. Subscribe to The Athletic and catch his podcast, the Not Another Bucking podcast, which I haven't seen any new episodes in the feed recently, Nick. So
yeah. Thanks for bringing up my laziness. I appreciate it, Nate.
Hey,
as always.
no problem. Hey, man, I'm trying to get you to win that award next year. That's all, Nick. It's not enough just to write. You gotta podcast as well.
Yeah.
We
By
all
Oh,
the
need
way,
somebody to
Nick,
hold us accountable. I appreciate it.
from now until the end of draft season, he opens our Jeff Legwald interviews with "Where's that top 100, Leggy?" So he does this to everybody. Nate's good at making sure you're doing your work.
Yeah.
Now we'll see if he's ready to do his next.
I don't really do all that much.
Yeah.
I
So
just
there you go.
See, the thing is I need these guys to do their work so I have information.
Yeah. And a fog machine.
Yeah.
Sure. I will get right on that, Nate. In the meantime, you guys enjoy the search for your own personal Nessies in life.
We will do that. There he goes. That is Nick Kosmider.
Former friend of the program.
We'll see if Nick comes on again next week.
He might be done. He's like, nah, I'm doing that podcast. I can't come on next week.
Hey, Andy, the Avs are back. After the Four Nations break, your Colorado Avalanche are returning home for a 6-game homestand, and they need you to pack Ball Arena. You specifically, Andy, as the Avalanche take on the Wild, the Penguins, the Maple Leafs, and more. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. If you want to win tickets, tune in all day tomorrow, as we'll be giving away tickets here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for the Avs. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Apple Air. Family-owned and operated HVAC company from right here in Colorado. This is not owned by some private equity. This is not farmed out work. These are people from right here in our community that rely on your dedication and your repeat business. So Apple Air is going to take care of you. The things that Apple Air provides standard, those are upcharges with other HVAC companies. Apple Air is not there to upcharge. They write you a quote. It's not an estimate. It's a quote. That's what they are going to charge you. Had them out to the house, had them install a brand new 2-stage high-efficiency furnace, and we have been thrilled with the performance of that unit all winter long. You can do exactly the same. Get them out for a furnace safety checkup for $43.95 if you mention this ad, or if you need a new heating unit, which some of us certainly do, and we don't even realize it. We're talking $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system for a limited time only. You can find out all about this from Apple Air at 303-733-2813. Give them a call, 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. Comfort and efficiency. Apple Air is going to take care of you.
Apple Air, the experts that care.
I know we're searching for the Joker. It's kind of like the Loch Ness Monster, trying to find a goddamn Joker.
I'm going to go with Loch Ness Monster from now on because it's just more fun to say.
Yeah, I like that. That's good. Now,
Nessie.
Here's my Nessie. Perfect.
Need a Nessie.
Last week, Japanese scientists placed explosive detonators at the bottom of Lake Loch Ness to blow Nessie out of the water. Sir Court Godfrey of the Nessie Alliance summoned the help of Scotland's local wizards to cast a protective spell over the lake and its local residents and all those who seek for the peaceful existence of our underwater ally.
The Nessie Alliance seeking a peaceful existence with our underwater ally.
I'm in. Let's call it the Nessie instead of the Joker, and we are the Nessie Alliance.
We're in.
Because we got to find this thing.
All day long. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. They got to find Nessie.
Now, hold on. You said you liked the defensive line class, which you should.
Yeah.
You talking yourself into best player available instead of Joker?
I without a doubt. Okay. If they, in fact, let's hear from George Payton commenting on this very thing. Cosmiter referenced this comment from Payton yesterday at the Combine, but specifically because every mock, Andy, like everyone has running back or tight end going on, and it's not without warrant. A bleary-eyed Sean Payton was talking to Kay Adams at the Super Bowl and specifically went out of his way to mention the need for a joker after she brought up wide receiver, and he was like, he got into his whole must, needs, and wants thing, and yeah, we don't know what was going on with Sean that day. We have a pretty good sense of it, though. So George Payton yesterday, in the light of the Combine spotlight, had this to say about what the Broncos could be doing in the draft.
Yeah, we went through our Bronco personnel meetings, and I think, our highest graded position groups were probably offensive line and defensive line, the way they played, and I think that really dictated the success we had this season. Obviously, the young quarterback going like this, but really in the trenches where we were, you talk about sack differential. That's what it's all about. We were one of the best in the last 30 years. That's pretty unique. We went from 27th in sacks allowed to 3rd, and then, set the team record first in the league in sacks. And so that's what it's all about. That's why you just keep feeding those lines.
Keep feeding those lines. Why are you winning games? Because we bring up turnover differential all the time, but George Payton brought it up right there, negative play differential. And, yeah, the Broncos didn't take a ton of sacks, but number one, Bo's get good at getting the ball out, but also is a very good pass-blocking offensive line. And then, secondly, they sacked the quarterback more than anybody else in the NFL this year. And this is a team that I think, Andy, they could continue to build up what they're doing on the defensive line. It's the reason why I'm kind of focusing on that side of the ball and not offensive line is simply because of the commitments that Denver has on their offensive line contractually right now. Like, they're spending big on that side of the ball. There isn't necessarily a direct path to playing time along the offensive line the way that there would be with the defensive line, especially in a world in which DJ Jones didn't return to this team. But you start looking about, guys that have that grade around, anywhere from 15 and down in this draft. And like, I'm just looking at Dane Brugler's top 100 in The Athletic, for example. Derek Harmon, who was one of Bo's teammates, Bo and Troy Franklin's teammates at Oregon, 6'5", 310-pound interior defensive lineman, a guy that I asked Jeff Legwald specifically about last week out of Michigan, Kenneth Grant, 6'3", 340. And if you can play D-line at Michigan, I think you're ready to play D-line at the NFL level and do so right away. That's the other good thing about guys that play that position, Andy. They're plug-and-play dudes. You draft them, you play them. They will play, 700 snaps immediately right out of the gate as rookies.
Yeah, and so you also got to think about the future. So let me bring up a very specific name right now. A guy that's going into the last year of his deal is Zach Allen.
Yeah.
You already have to make a decision on DJ Jones, who's a little bit older. Now, Zach's only 27. Didn't have the exact birth date memorized. He might be 28 by the time we go into the season, but that's the sweet spot for a guy like that.
Yeah, you could ink him to another 3-year deal and be in a
but
good
do you
spot.
want to? I'm not saying you don't want to. Guy's been really, really good for you.
They get expensive, too.
But he's going to be very expensive. If he has another year like he had this year, he's going to be looking to back the Brinks truck up.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't pay him necessarily, but you've got to have young, valuable replacements ready to go at these key positions.
And
okay?
you're already going to be paying premium for Surtain, premium for Benito. Jonathan Cooper's making a pretty penny. Like, you've got a lot of high-priced pieces on your defense.
Yeah, the point being, I know that people cringe at best player available. It's been that way since I started covering this thing 20, 25 years ago. I get that. And look, we'd all love an offensive star to pair with Bo Nix. I think every Bronco fan out there would love to see the Joker get solved, or even a really great young receiver. Is it Emeka Egbuka from
Ohio State?
From Ohio State might be a fun name that's hanging around that 20 mark as well. But you can't go wrong continuing to have dominant defensive linemen. What is one of the reasons Kansas City's continued their success, and he always doesn't get mentioned until his contract's up? Chris Jones.
Yeah.
Can you go find one of those? Could you get 4 or 5 years of a cheap version of that?
Yeah.
That doesn't hurt you either.
Look at what Philadelphia was this year. And it was a bunch of young guys along that defensive line. Like, Denver has to keep building up that part of the football field. Yes, they absolutely need weapons on offense, and there's a lot of weapons that are available to you at that spot of the draft. Like, I'm not dismissing Colston Loveland out of Michigan or Ty Warren if he falls to you at number 20. Luther Burden out of Missouri, Egbuka out of Ohio State at wide receiver. Those are a couple of guys that a lot of people are fired up about right now in this draft. And hey, I love a skill position guy too. That's an awful lot of fun. And if that's the player you love right there, by all means take them. But also, like, you do need young, dominant talent on your defensive line as well.
You do. Well, and you need a linebacker. I still wouldn't get upset if you found a great middle linebacker for this team.
Sure.
You know?
Maybe Drew Sanders is going to be that guy. Maybe.
But I also remember I felt like he was a little bit better outside as a pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, we felt he was struggling. Now, maybe that won't matter. That was 2 years ago when he was a rookie.
Sure.
But, you know, if you had, you know, Roquan Smith or whatever sitting inside, you're going to be upset. Now, I don't know that there's going to be as much rush to overdraft quarterbacks in this class that would push great players down the way we had like last year. But
no, there won't be, which, again, is all the more reason to just make sure you're staying in the sweet spot of taking the player that you have graded the highest. And again, if the tight end you love is right there and that's your highest graded player, by all means take them. But one of the key things with this Broncos team, Andy, and they got so much better in a lot of different places last year, but they are by no means a finished product.
No.
And it is time to just keep stacking those things. I like when George Payton talks like that. Keep feeding those lines. I think having a dominant defensive line is such a critical aspect to winning in today's NFL. And just look at the two teams that just played in the Super Bowl. Pretty damn good at that part of the football field. And one of the other parts of this whole thing, too, and we haven't even brought it up, is like Jeff Legwold reminds us all the time. Teams are starting to run the ball more. So you do have to get better at that part of the field. You do have to get bigger and nastier at that part of the field. Avalanche tonight. They take on the mighty New Jersey Devils over there at Ball Arena. Val Nichushkin returns, also returning Connor McGahee to the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Yeah! I'm not sure he feels that way.
By the way, Spring, he mentioned this to me in the break. Is this Connor's first appearance on KNL since winning Drop of the Year?
It's a great question. I'm not sure.
I think it is.
I don't remember either, but remember, we did that right before the holiday break. And then we came out, and then the Broncos were in the playoffs. And
has it really been that long?
We'll ask Connor. Maybe he remembers.
I don't want him to remember. Might be bitter. Might be angry. See, I've talked to him. That's the problem. I've talked to him.
Uh-huh.
I just can't remember if I talked to him on air. Just talk to him. So we'll see.
Well, I don't know. Let's just why don't you and Connor have the conversation you would have had off air?
Should I text him? I'm going to go, hey, Rec Qdoba.
While you do this.
Pretend there's a burrito in hand.
Andy's guzzling queso.
I'm sharing my queso with you.
Unless somebody else booked him. The last time I booked Connor was Monday, December 9th.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he might be spicy. Tune in for this.
Hey, you never
We might
know.
get a scolding.
We gave the guy an award and then we ignored him, which is a very Kreckman and Lindahl thing to do.
We got the same treatment.
Yeah!
We were given an award, and now nobody seems to know who we are.
We'll find out next.
as they got Logan O'Connor the hat trick on the empty net goal. Trying to do the same for Val Nichushkin. 18 seconds to go in the third period. Rantanen steals it away. Nichushkin has it at the red line towards the net. Yeah! Better boy Val! Throw the chapeau!
Empty net hat trick. Chapeau's thrown. Most importantly, Connor McGahey earned himself a Drop of the Year award with that long, drawn out, and of varying pitches, that he threw out there. Connor McGahey is the voice of the Avalanche. He joins us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Connor, welcome back. How are you?
How in the world does that get Drop of the Year?
I tell you what, this is the whole key, Connor, is you provide the tool, and then Mark Springer employs it to beautiful construction. That's how it's done. Like you're obviously your call was marvelous, but I think what Spring did was he took it and he made it even better.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, and which took a lot of work to make it better. A lot of work.
I mean, how many forgettable little hooks from like pop songs of the 60s became notable hip hop samples low over the years that everybody came to know and love? That's kind of what happened with you right there. Mark Springer, he's like our own Pharrell without the silly hat.
You ain't kidding. I mean, this is where producers don't get their credit.
No.
Music or sports radio, the unsung heroes of the entertainment industry.
Well, and in that vein, we've got a surprise for you at the end of this interview, but we digress. No, listen, no, it's us.
It'll be great.
You should trust us.
We don't ever engage in any shenanigans.
No, never. And you never give me a hard time either. So I can't wait to see what's waiting at the end of this awful tunnel.
No, we'll play for you what really put you over the top. That's all. That's all. Because we love you, and the listeners love you. By the way, I'm living a little of your play-by-play life where you say one little thing and everybody just hates you. Like somehow you've ruined. I'd like to go back to color guy. I think I don't want to be play-by-play anymore. Get a little tired of all these angry Canadians up there about their lacrosse. All right, Val's back. What does it mean?
Well, just to touch on that Canadian point, like I get more hate mail from Canadian audiences than anybody else.
I feel you.
So
one of them found me on Instagram this week, Connor. On Instagram, I'm getting DM'd. I'm like, who the hell is this?
That's supposed to be Peacefield. That's supposed to be Switzerland Instagram. Like, what is like? Canadians need to stop passing themselves off as the nice people, because if you saw my mentions, you would disagree with that wholeheartedly. Anyhow, Val back means a ton. Avs are 14-7 with him in the lineup this year. About a 500 hockey team without him in the lineup, and that's been the case, since he's been on the team. And 5-on-5, power play, penalty kill. I think maybe one of the most important aspects is injecting some life into that second line. I assume that he'll go in with Middlestad and Drouin to start tonight, and I think that could be just what 27 and 37 need to get going a little bit. Hard to split up Lehkonen, who leads the team in goals, and then Nathan McKinnon and Marty Natchez, who have excellent chemistry. So I think that putting Val second line right wing with those two is the perfect spot for him. And Jared Bednar, after practice yesterday, called him one of the best players in the league. And I don't think that's even hyperbole at this point, just because of his size, skill, instinct, everything that he brings. You cannot duplicate or recreate Val Nichushkin in a lab. So him being back in the lineup provides a much-needed trickle-down offensive effect that, frankly, the bottom 9 forwards all need.
All right, since you bring up the bottom 9, and I know play-by-play guys love these what-if scenarios, but I'm going to throw one at you anyway. I would think about Netjes and Val on the second line just for the sake of trying to spread out some scoring, because, gosh, Connor, it's just been barren below the first line for, 11 games?
Yeah, and it's tough though, Andy, because they're both right shots.
Okay.
You know, so one of them needs to probably play on the top line, and I mean, Val had 3 goals in 4 games before he got hurt at the end of December. There, I mean, natural goal scorer. Natchez has 3 goals his last 5. All 3 of those coming in Canada at Calgary and Edmonton. I think, can they play the off wing? Yeah, I'm not sure that with Lehkonen and Drouin you can do that. So I say I'll make a deal with you. We'll give Nichushkin a couple games on the second line, assuming that Bednar keeps him there, and we'll see if that has any effect. But you're absolutely right. You know, the top 6 is one thing, but it's the bottom 6 that's another. You know, Ross Colton, no goals in 18, I think it is. Pretty close for Logan O'Connor. Miles Wood, I know he's been out a ton, but he doesn't have any points since November 21st at Washington. These are the type players that you need some contribution from here or there. I know Parker Kelly had a couple of assists on the Canadian road trip, but I don't think he scored since the same game that Ross Colton did. Maybe just after that with the New York Rangers, but still, there's a lot of drought in the bottom 6 in particular. So, Val will help the top 6 for sure, but really there's not a whole lot of change when it comes to the bottom 6 forwards for the Avalanche. They just flat out need to step up and do something.
Connor McGahey joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Connor's got the call tonight of the Avalanche and the Devils. You listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Also, Connor, I know you're a play-by-play guy, not a psychologist, but also like just mentally, emotionally, in the dog days of a hockey season, what does the return of Val Nichushkin do for the room, do for the team?
Yeah, I think that just for the sake of variety, because this is the healthiest that the Avalanche forward group I think will have been all year now with Val back, because when Val was back last time, Miles Wood wasn't back, and then you were missing Ross Colton for 20 games with a broken foot, and the list goes on and on. I just think that when you are, March is a tough month, and I keep reminding people that even though the Avalanche were leading the division, et cetera, back in 2022, March was not a great month for Avalanche hockey. I think it's hard for a lot of teams who are in the playoff picture to get that push and make sure that every night is full. So when you get, a big piece of significant news like Val being back, I always say that if we're all probably pretty excited about it, then the team is not much different. So, they've been much better on home ice really since the middle of December. You started out below 500 up until December 12th. You were 7-8 on home ice. You're 9-2 in 2 sets. So 6-game homestand starts tonight. You get Val back. A lot of reasons. Who played the Four Nations, right? And so that's a lot of reasons to inject energy into the game tonight.
All right, help me out, because nobody liked the game Sunday, Coach Bednar included, against the Blues. What do you think, when Coach says he did like things in Nashville, what do you think he's speaking to specifically?
I think he's talking about creating scoring chances, because in Nashville you created 20 scoring chances and you just didn't score. I mean, UC Saros had lost 5 straight games, not including his getting yanked at the Four Nations tournament, going into that one, and then all of a sudden he decided to be UC Saros again. So it's not like you didn't create scoring chances. That was the difference between Saturday and Sunday, because you got to Sunday, you scored the first goal, Taves, a deflection from Cale Makar. Not sure you're going to see that very often, if ever again. But after that, it's hard to really think of, wow, that was a dangerous chance that the Avalanche created. You could tell that the air went out of the balloon, the gas went out of the tank, pick your metaphor. But I think when he's talking about what he liked on Saturday, I mean, it was pretty much a 1-1 hockey game until that weird bounce for Marchessault. So you defended well, and then you created scoring chances. You just didn't put them away. You defended fine on Sunday, but you just didn't generate anything on the other end of the ice. And then you had our old pal Jordan Binnington, who had his best game in quite some time as well. So I think the short answer of my long answer, Andy, is scoring chances.
All right, before we let you go, how did Connor McGahey win drop of the year? It's much like a Heisman campaign, and you can thank your campaign manager, Mark Springer, for this little beauty. I'll feel it there, Connor. Feel it, Connor. So there you go. That's how you won. It is like music. It is like you got sampled for an R&B album.
Hey, you know what? Spring, deserves a lot more credit. Well, you guys are giving him plenty, but he needs a ton. And I thought we were trying to get people to listen to the game tonight, not drive them away. This is not helping our listenership for 7 p.m. Mountain Time tonight at Ball Arena, fellas.
Well, if you're yelling like that, they're scoring plenty of goals. We're all in.
Hey, you know what? I'll go through puberty 6 times if it means that we're putting 6 on the New Jersey Devils.
I also, Connor, the next time that you go to karaoke, please throw in Moni Moni by Billy Idol and try and recreate that and see if you can do it without passing out.
Hey, I will do my best. It just harkens back to Jock Rock Volume 1. Let's go.
The original. Connor McGahey. He's on the call tonight. Avalanche and the Devils. Pregame coverage with Birdo at 7 o'clock here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Connor, good work as always, man. Thank you.
Good to talk to you, boys. See you.
All right, drop of the year winner, Connor McGahey with us right there. The Avalanche welcome Valeri Nichushkin back to the lineup this evening. Let's listen to some Jared Bednar from this morning. This is Jared Bednar on, the other injured dudes. Josh Manson not back yet. And as always, we must know what is going on with Gabe.
No change on Landeskog, still working. And Manson is now back on the ice. So last few days and just like sort of in his build-up phase. So not there yet, but hopefully soon.
Back on the ice.
You know what other audio we could play? Because I'm in favor of them finding a big defenseman, okay? We've seen this offense figure it out. If Colton in the Roaring 20s line could get going again, if Middlestat could find his old self, fine, whatever. I'd like to see another big defenseman added. Seth Jones is a guy that I wouldn't mind see come around here. Once upon a time, thought to be the guy that the Avs are going to pick before they ultimately were like, that Nathan McKinnon's pretty dang special. We're going to go with him. Seth Jones, we could play audio of how frustrated he is in Chicago, basically talking about it's been however long and nothing's getting any better with the same team we were beginning of the year. That might be a guy I'd think about trading for.
That guy's sick of being on a crappy team.
He really is.
Yeah.
And look, if he's that sick of it, then maybe Chicago might as well just eat a little. Although, did you see the video of Connor Bedard in the penalty box the other night?
Bedard.
I mean, that's a young guy. What, year 2 of his career?
Yeah.
And he looks like a 10-year veteran that's just had enough of this crap?
Yeah, that's not a well-run organization right now. They were supposed to start competing by now,
right?
In this portion of the rebuild instead of being terrible. It would really help if the Avalanche would beat those guys. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. When we come back, Andy, the big bad Oklahoma City Thunder. Maybe we shouldn't be so scared of these guys after all. I'll tell you why next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road, the title sponsor of this show. Love having these folks on board. It's Jerry and Wendy Jones. They can help you out with anything you need. If you're looking for my favorite thing to talk about is the bed covers, and we got more snow coming next week. Nate's psyched. You can get a bed cover. Keep it out of your, keep all the snow out of your bed. Matter of fact, when we got all that heavy snow this earlier week, I just pushed it right off in 2 seconds. It was easy. Why? Bed cover. You got the old, mud flaps that'll help you keep you from kicking rocks around or mess or whatever. You get the step rails to help you get in the bed of the vehicle a lot easier, especially in the slick conditions. Those are all great. Remote start kit. But if you're a contractor, he's got the Workforce Pro bed toppers, exclusive dealer of this thing. So if you're looking for one of these, you now have a place to find it here at Colorado Off-Road right in downtown Littleton. Give Jerry a call, 303-761-1264. Give him a call, have a chat about these great toppers that he's proud to be an exclusive partner to sell you. So whatever you need, they can do it for you over at Colorado Off-Road. It's a great Colorado business, been around for 20 years. Go find them. Again, their website, cooffroad.com. They're Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Into Williams. SGA, 39 points on the night. Penetrating in the lane. Blocked! Edwards got it. Shannon holds it. And he's fouled.
Yeah, the Thunder lost the other night. They lost in OT when they blew a 24-point fourth-quarter lead against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Does that sound familiar to anybody? A good team blowing a giant lead against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But I don't. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Boy, I was watching this weekend.
Yeah.
What was it? I don't know. It was some stupid movie. They did a double up of the old Wilhelm scream. And they did the got in there too.
They used both the
yes,
the rejected and the
I wish
original.
I could remember which one. You know, it probably was Raiders of the Lost. Who knows? Things on every weekend, but yeah.
Spielberg loved the Wilhelm
I
scream.
cannot not hear the Wilhelm scream since you've educated us about it. But anyway,
I read this take on the Thunder, and it kind of hit home. Okay, Zach Harper of The Athletic, who we've had on the show before. And Zach Harper, he said this about the Oklahoma City Thunder, who we should note have the best record in the Western Conference and the second best record in the entire NBA. And they also, Andy, interestingly, they have the best point differential per game. On average, the Thunder outscore their opponents by 13 points per game. That's better than anybody in the West. That's better than anyone in the NBA. Cleveland is number 2 in that mark at plus 12. But he writes this. He says, the Thunder might be in a similar situation as Milwaukee before they traded for Drew Holiday. Utter regular season dominance that rarely puts them in close games. So they're unprepared for the tightness of postseason basketball. This Thunder team is still very young and postseason unproven. I wouldn't be shocked if they failed to get out of the second round again. If this turns out to be nonsense, it was just shtick. Win-win for me. That from Zach Harper. Yeah, again, nobody's going to keep score on February takes. But the reason why this kind of struck me a little bit, Andy, again, average margin of victory is 13 points. And yeah, in the playoffs, things are going to tighten up. And is your young team ready for that? I would say the other night against what I would call a playoff-proven Minnesota team, I didn't think the Thunder matched their physicality. Much like I don't think Denver matched Minnesota's physicality last year, and that's one of the other things I kind of wonder about with this Thunder team is big, and as kind of long and nasty as they are defensively. Yeah, but in the playoffs, it's going to get real physical. Are you guys ready? You know, Chet's not the stoutest of dudes. Hell, Shea's not really the stoutest of dudes. Are you guys going to be ready for playing that kind of basketball? But that idea of, well, you're not used to winning close games, got me thinking about a team that we all know and we loved very much, and we thought, man, these guys might be able to do something cool. And then they got in a tight game and they didn't show up. You know what team I'm talking about? The 2012 Denver Broncos.
Okay.
I looked it up, Andy.
Yeah.
Remember, they had won 11 games in a row going into their divisional round matchup against the Baltimore Ravens.
And not a lot of close matches either.
Only one of those wins was by 7 points or fewer. The Broncos killed everybody. They started 2-3, and then they got rolling, and they just killed everybody. And then against the Ravens, Torrey Smith beat Champ over the top a couple of times, and suddenly there we were in a close game. And the Broncos did not respond well to it. Now, if you want to say it was because it was 4 degrees and because Peyton Manning had nerve damage and because John Fox lost, speaking of not having nerve, John Fox lost his nerve and everything else, that's all a part of it. But also that was just a team that had been killing everybody that entire season. In fact, at the end of the year, I mean, they were winning their last 3-4 games by an average of 20+ points. They were just smashing teams. Okay, is it possible that a young playoff unproven team like the Oklahoma City Thunder, and I know we're talking about different sports here, but psychologically could be up against the same thing versus a team like Denver, a team like Boston in the East, a team like Milwaukee in the East that has won an NBA championship. Hell, I'll even put the Lakers in this category because it's not as though there's anything you can throw at LeBron James on a basketball court that he's never seen before, but that perhaps the Thunder could find themselves in unfamiliar territory once they start having to play closer games.
Yeah, it's real easy. You know what? I'll even offer you another example. Pick any one of your favorite George Karl bow out in the first round teams.
Good point.
Where they would have these incredible, especially at home, incredible records.
Yeah.
They're running people out of the gym half the
2013,
time.
man. Yep.
And then you got into this grinded out half-court game. Points don't come so easily.
Yep.
And they would end up losing 4-1. You wouldn't even make it a competitive series a lot of the time. You won one lousy game usually.
Right.
So, yes, I think it's highly possible. Now, I do think the Thunder have been on cruise control for a while, too. It's going to go one of two ways. I like your take because, frankly, I'd like the Nuggets to get back to the promised land. Let's have another parade. But the Thunder also could be playing a little bit more like the Denver Nuggets of their championship year, where this thing has been such a cruise in 2023 that they do get a little bit bored. That you're going to have, because remember,
they have an 8.5 game lead on Memphis and Denver right now.
And remember, we were talking about down the stretch. Should the Nuggets really be resting guys?
Right.
Are they going to come out and do the thing they do in the playoffs against Minnesota? And are they really going to be ready? And we all got really shut up loudly when they just smoked their way through the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So it could go one of two ways. But here's the thing, and we know this, the Avs dealt with it too. Until you prove you've got the mettle and the mental fortitude for the long grind that's the championship in either the NBA or NHL, people doubt you.
This Thunder team, they have not been to a Western Conference Finals yet.
Nope.
That's a pretty big step.
Yeah.
You kind of got to do that. Denver had done that. They'd
done it in the bubble and
yeah,
lost to the Lakers.
They played the Lakers in the bubble. And guess what happened when they got to play the Lakers in the bubble? They got shoved around. Anthony Davis had an unreal series, but who was the matchup problem? It was Dwight Howard, of all people, in that series. And he just, his physicality, the Nuggets were not prepared to be able to match it. When you start talking about Chet Holmgren having to deal with Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon for a full 7-game playoff series, again, like, Are the Thunder a better team than Denver right now? I have no doubt in my mind that they are. That team is clicking on every single cylinder, but this is a Nuggets team that is playoff tested, that knows what it takes at that time of year. And I think, if anything, Andy, I think over the last 2 postseasons, the Nuggets learned an awful lot about what to do, and then they learned an awful lot about what not to do when they get to the playoffs.
Yeah, here's what I always find interesting, and the Laker game's the perfect example of this, okay? The reason why the regular season can be so misleading, I think a lot of sports fans know this, but maybe you don't dial in, maybe you don't key in. You watch a game like the Lakers the other night, the Saturday night one, the one we're all annoyed. All right, now we learned something, right? Now we're going to come out, okay, You're going to front us with 3. Well, you got to do that 3 more times and let it be successful without us adjusting for you to get past this thing.
Right.
Also, there's no way in the playoffs, at least there shouldn't be. Sometimes it does happen. It happened last year. But in the playoffs, usually both teams are coming with the same intent and effort on the same night.
That I have no problem saying, and honestly, like, I should have the, meatball sports radio take of, you get paid millions of dollars, you play hard every single night. That doesn't happen in the NBA. I'm to Andy's point, we've been watching this stuff for way too long. I think most people recognize that there are varying degrees of effort and motivation in any given NBA matchup. It's why the NBA playoffs rule so hard, because everybody plays hard every single night, except for Game 6 up in Minnesota. But I digress. But that's why it gets so good. When you're managing your body and you're managing travel and attitudes and everything else for 82 games, you get varying degrees of try hard.
Well, and let's not, again, the Lakers are trying to not go down the rabbit hole all of a sudden. They were losing to bad teams, so they showed up hell-bent on making sure Denver didn't flush them again.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Nuggets were taken off guard by it, right?
So last night, Lakers back in action against
Did
Dallas.
you watch that game? I know you did.
So last night, Andy, I was taking a little CSU Air Force last night down at Clune.
You told me that, yes.
Yeah, went to Rammies blew them out, by the way. Did not play well, but still blew out Air Force. Nick Clifford, by the way. We think we're going to talk to him on the show in the next couple of days. Right now, I'm seeing mocks with him going late first. He's good. That's an NBA body right there. Let me tell you. There's a reason why so many scouts are going to watch that kid right now. Former CU guy, by the way. We'll have to ask him about that. If Buffs fans are really, really nice to him on social media, I'm sure they are. But yeah, that's what I was doing last night. But I caught up on everything.
I watched the game, and it was one of those. By the fourth quarter, I had to turn it off because I just knew that it felt for a couple minutes Dallas had a thing.
Yeah.
And I really wanted Dallas to get LA.
How about the thank you, Nico chant?
That was pretty good.
That was good. Good job.
That was pretty good.
Good job, Laker fans. Way to actually show up before the game ended and do that.
But here's the problem, is that there was a point, that thing was tied.
Yeah.
Irving was in his bag. He was hitting some threes.
LeBron had a monster fourth quarter last night.
Well, yeah, LeBron said you're not getting this one from us.
Yeah. It seemed like, here's the other funny thing about it, too, is I think even Mavs players, I wouldn't say they're necessarily showing out for Nico. You're watching highlights of these guys laughing with Doncic last night, Luka pointing over at the bench and them all just chuckling about the whole thing. They know. Even they're just what the hell are we doing over here?
Oh, yeah. Well, he and Kyrie, beginning of the game, did their little special handshake high five thing that they did in the tip circle.
We're finding out, again, more information. And anytime Luka does something else to embarrass the Mavs, we get another leak about why they didn't like him. Apparently, they were really mad that he likes beer and hookah.
Yeah.
He likes the beer and the hookah, and they had a problem with that.
What? Sure, most of the guys are also into weed, but you're upset about the hookah.
NBA players like weed? What?
Why is the hookah? I mean, that's the thing?
Beer?
Beer?
You're worried about beer?
Yeah.
And hookah? That's the issue? He did carry your ass to the NBA Finals last year. But no, tell me more about how at the age of 20, tell me more about how a 25-year-old billionaire likes to go out and have a good time, and that's a problem for you.
See, I keep telling you, I just feel like these new owners weren't really sure. Did you look into what you were investing in? When you bought the team, were you not aware of what goes on around, not even basketball, professional sports?
Casinos,
Guess what?
baby.
They like beer, they drink beer, and beer advertises during your games.
Okay, so Luka Doncic is I call him a top 3 basketball player in the world. I don't think there's a ton of pushback on that. He likes his beer and he likes his hookah. And Nico Harrison, who apparently he's the clean living guy.
Wants to know what you ate.
Yeah, by the way, Andy and I have now taken to this joke way too much.
What'd you eat today? I've yet to tell you I'd get a passing grade from that guy.
Would you?
No, not today either.
Not today?
No.
Okay.
Starbucks and a McDonald's McMuffin. You think he's psyched about that? I had to get up early and go do some running.
That's not literal running.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was in the car.
Yes.
I should eat both those and then try some running. Let's see how that goes.
Your heart explode.
That'll be a video on Twitter.
But I was wondering about this. Okay, so Nico Harrison didn't like that Luka likes beer and hookah. Okay. Do you remember, especially during The Last Dance, when all of this came out, the tale of MJ and the flu game?
Yeah.
The flu game was because that dude was up eating pizza and drinking all the booze in the world until 3 a.m.
And playing poker or
exactly.
something, right?
Now I'm wondering, would Nico Harrison have traded Jordan? Would he have just been like, wow, this guy really likes to gamble and booze?
What about Kenny Stabler? Heard a few interesting things about his life. Hell, Peyton Manning. Again, Peyton Manning, after multiple games, said, I'm going to go get me a Bud Light.
Larry Bird was well known for hitting the sauce every night after the game.
Dave Diaz-Infante had told me, I think, is he still the Broncos franchise sack leader? Simon Fletcher used to run his gassers and then smoke in between them and run them again. We just heard about the Patriots and their ashtrays inside their plane.
A former Broncos receiver one time told me the tale of trying to go drink for drink with Elway on a team flight. Yeah.
Well, hey, he might trade Joker. Bruce Brown basically said Joker drank him into another dimension, was the story after the championship.
That's not going to be okay with Nico Harrison. Not
See,
okay.
if it was beer and hookers, then okay, but hookah?
Hookah? It could be beer in that too. We have no idea. Yeah. Thank you, Nico. Chance going on. Also, how about him showing up and just like being courtside and like hanging with Pelinka again last night?
Deciding to just mean mug everyone?
He has, like, I don't think, has he gone down like on the floor or been in like the view of Mavericks fans?
No, I don't think it's safe for him.
In their
I'm
building
not kidding. No.
Since doing that, but you'll do it in LA so they can chant
Well,
thank
yeah,
you,
you
Nico.
wanted to go the old I'm not scared.
Yeah.
This isn't the building to prove it, man.
I don't know. He likes beer, so
Yeah.
He may average a triple-double, but
He's not Tom Brady. He doesn't have his special alkaline water.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
Would he trade Nate McKinnon? I think Nico Harris would keep Nate McKinnon around.
He might.
He would give him the $350 million.
Chickpea pasta, turkey burger, no bun, and sweet potato fries.
Would Nate find that guy such not a good time, he'd have to Molson it up a few times to get traded?
Nate McKinnon gets to stick around, although he did enjoy a few beers, I believe, after the Four
What
Nations.
he says, again,
yeah,
Bud Light all over the place, I guess.
A sobered-up Nathan McKinnon and the Avalanche. They return to Ball Arena tonight to face the New Jersey Devils. Hey, the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you do not miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, which is a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Have you guys started bidding yet at roller.bid? That is Roller Auction's website. By the way, all of their bidding is done online via roller.bid. They have got some great auctions coming up here in the month of March, including a construction and contracting equipment auction that is going to open up here in, just a couple of weeks. You want to consistently check back with roller.bid. Make sure you sign up for their email list. For over 30 years, Roller Auctions has been the place to find the heavy equipment you need on your job site. They offer a wide range of quality equipment from local government entities, local construction companies, and area farmers downsizing and liquidating their equipment. This is well-maintained, top-of-the-line gear. This is the March 2025 Construction and Contracting Equipment Auction, which is going to open up for bidding right around mid-March. Again, you want to go to roller.bid and check all of that out. Go to roller.bid. They've got an air systems auction, a truck parts auction, and later in the month of March, a vehicles contractor and rental yard equipment auction. Some fantastic equipment and gear is available for you to be able to bid on. Go to roller.bid. That's roller.bid. No, we're here. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at 5 p.m. Matthew Stafford is once again bumping into people, or is he? We'll get to that.
Funny running into you here.
Interesting. I didn't think I would see you. Andy, do you want more tales from the NFLPA survey?
Please.
Okay. Again, shout out to Nora Princiotti of The Ringer who combed through all of the data to bring us the best nuggets here. She writes this, Andy, this is from The Ringer. All football teams are smelly. So football team smelliness rises to a level that needs to be addressed. That is alarming. Here are your smelly teams of 2024. The Falcons, who generally received rave reviews and loved their new locker room, have a ventilation issue in the bathroom.
That's not what you want. Not in football.
Need some air.
I would think
there.
football, sumo wrestling, anywhere where large people gather.
Fans, folks. Fans. Exhaust fans. Just invest in them. The Bucs locker room has a persistent bad smell. 44% of players also said that the bathrooms have plumbing issues in Tampa Bay.
Have you ever worked, and a lot of people can probably relate to this, have you ever worked in a bar where the system gets backed up?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it just sort of gets to everything.
Yeah. I worked in a basement club for some time. We also had issues with the restaurant above us having leaks down into our place.
Yeah.
That
You get
wasn't
too
great.
much going in there between food waste and human waste, frankly, that it isn't a good combo.
A persistent bad smell in the Bucs locker room. So there you go. Hey, Sean Payton wasn't the only one to prove that the NFC South stinks.
Look at that.
Well done. Chiefs
Oh, you
players.
didn't even get it.
I got
Nobody
nothing.
reacted to you.
Serbian
Not a
guy.
single. The mummy didn't care.
Didn't even
the
show up.
Serbian guy didn't care.
No, nobody cared.
Nobody cared.
Nobody cared.
No drum roll. No rim shot.
I'm just out here on my own. Chiefs players did not complain about smells, but they had a specific issue with the cleanliness of the hotel where players stay before home games. For those that aren't aware, teams oftentimes will stay in a hotel the night before a home game. It's not just a thing that they do on the road to eliminate distractions, have meetings, all that good stuff. They go shack up in a hotel. The Chiefs players apparently don't like the home hotel. Players said the beds are uncomfortable and that the floors are so sticky that many of them keep their shoes on inside at all times. Also, leftover trash from previous occupants is a, quote, common issue.
Sticky floors is not good. It is not good. Now, I will say this.
Keep your shoes on.
Traveled with a lot of different teams,
Uh-huh.
and every one of them stayed at nice hotels. I was even surprised at the level. When the AFL went broke, the Arena Football League, I'm like, I'm not shocked. We stay in some pretty nice hotels. I probably could have gone La Quintas, not to besmirch any, but I mean, we're talking like the Sheratons and the really fancy places.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how a lot of those beds just aren't as comfortable as you think for the $1 per night amount.
Chiefs they've done well to overcome the sticky floors and the uncomfortable beds, but apparently the Hunt family, they cheap out on the home hotel.
Okay, I got to ask you.
Okay.
And I don't know if you grew up. I did have one coach mention this to me one time.
I'm almost 6 feet tall.
Did you grow up in the area, and this would have been college where it was mentioned, of the old no nocturnal activity before the night before. No relations before a game. I need you good and on edge and
it's if you recall, I mean, wasn't it Cristiano Ronaldo? Wasn't it like he was abstaining for like months before the World Cup or whatever?
Months.
Yeah,
Wow.
to make sure that it was all.
So is that still a thing? Is that still why we do the hotel the night before? I do get it. They don't need the kid up. Like I'm sure Jokic would take, not to call anybody out, but I'm sure any player, Jokic is the most recent I can think of that's had a baby. You probably wouldn't mind a night in a hotel before a game.
Yeah, it's that they have the ballroom and the meeting rooms and the walk thing and all that good stuff. So it's just it's a good way to have everybody in the same place all at one time. Yeah, I don't know. Is sports science have
we ruled out the need to abstain?
Debunked that theory
to make sure you're at your athletic grittiness and peak?
I don't know. I have no idea. The Bengals, Packers, and Eagles are the 3 of the 4 teams in the NFL, Andy, that do not provide day-of-game child care for free. Some teams, in fact, these 3, they charge their players to have their kids get watched during the game. Most NFL teams provide free daycare at the stadium. Some of these you got to pay to have them watch your kid. The Bengals are the only team in the NFL who do not provide daycare or a family room.
But they're going to somehow sign T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. All right.
Sure. Also, can you explain the T. Higgins tweet to me? I didn't get it, but I don't get most things.
Cap is lies.
On
No
the internet.
cap is no lies. So
Okay.
the fact that he just put the cap out there is lies.
So he tweeted a blue hat,
which is a cap,
and that means lies.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for explaining that to me. So that means that T. Higgins believes that Duke Tobin saying we want to keep T. Higgins, he believes they're not being truthful.
And we've got the money to do it, and we're going to make everybody happy. And this is
Okay.
the great part about having all. Remember, Mark played the great cuts yesterday in the 3 high fives we did.
Sure.
Because so much was coming out. And I think what I love the most is he didn't even reference one specific cut. He just tweeted the blue cap. He just tweeted the Paperboy baseball cap, and that was it.
Okay. So a blue hat means you're lying.
Well, I don't
to
think
me.
it can be any hat. It just is the cap itself.
okay.
Cap is your lying. No cap means I'm telling the truth.
It can be any color.
Hell, if any
could be
25-year-olds want to weigh in and correct me, I believe that's how it is.
a fedora, a top hat.
Sure, right. But, do you call a fedora a cap? I don't know.
I don't know either.
But because it was a baseball cap, I knew it meant lies.
Okay. Our buddy Rob Ray is back in the news. Friend of the program, Rob Ray, color analyst for the Buffalo Sabres. If you recall, we played the audio the other day. Rob Ray took a puck to the face while he was broadcasting between the benches and dropped a very loud, very audible, clear as day F-bomb on the Sabres telecast. Last night, Rob Ray, and I love his commitment to the bit, broadcasting from the 300 level.
The Bob Uecker seats of the old Miller Lite commercials.
He was sitting at it's just the blue
last row,
the blue wall behind him.
Yeah,
it's
it was
also
hilarious.
You can also tell what a draw Sabres games are these days. Every row of seats in front of them is empty except for one dude sitting up
And
there.
they wondered what the hell is going on. They clearly haven't been paying attention.
Turned out though to be one of the best seats in the house.
Oh yeah,
you get to sit right next to Rob Ray, hanging in the 300 level. So good on Rob Ray, man. Showmanship, Andy. Showmanship.
By the way, a little breaking news, if you don't
Oh,
mind.
break
Mark
it,
Springer.
break it, Spring.
Now it's going to disappear on me.
News.
Oh, good.
That you're breaking.
Just had it.
Right now.
There we go. From the Twitter account of the impeccably dressed Tom Pelissero.
Oh, yes.
You're going to love this, Nate.
Okay, let's have it.
We just commented on this.
Okay.
Reached for comment about an internet rumor that Tom Brady hosted Matthew Stafford on a recruiting visit in Montana. Brady's longtime agent Don Yee told me the following quote. I know that reporters sometimes make mistakes in their haste, but this story's inaccurate, end quote.
Oh. The agent doesn't want any accusations of tampering with his guy, Tommy, huh?
I'm sure. I mean, who doesn't go to Montana in February to get away from it all?
Yeah, he's at a ski resort. It all adds up.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, an NFL quarterback looking to make $50 million, I'm sure skiing's the first thing he's going to go do. I'm sure none of this was pre-planned. None of it.
None of it.
By the way, also, I tweeted out something earlier that freaked out a lot of people. I keep getting messages about it.
Okay.
I tweeted out a Captain America thing because I'm hoping it'll be pertinent to something later that I'm not allowed to speak about just yet. Some people thought you and I were leaving. That's not the case. It was the only damn Captain America meme I could find. I do appreciate it. I mean, we have a lot of great dedicated fans. I'm sorry the guy was doing the old salute. I didn't think about that. It was just the first Captain America guy I found.
Should I?
You should not be worried.
Should I respond to this tweet and just tweet an emoji of a hat?
Yeah, yes, you
Okay.
absolutely should. Matter of fact, I want you to find a GIF of a hat. That's all I need.
Also, I would just like to add.
But it tells you how stable our business is, Nate.
I was going to say, Andy and I could be gone tomorrow. We could be gone
But
Friday.
but that's not what this has to do with.
But that's.
I'll do the Forrest Gump wave. Here's our code, everybody. If the hatchet's coming down, Forrest Gump waving from the shrimp boat is what I'll give you all.
Yeah.
That's how you know. It's a hearty, enthusiastic wave.
It might not be next week. It'll wait at least until probably the start of March. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
That is
next week.
Saturday?
Saturday, huh?
Yeah. Quit going to games and maybe check your calendar.
I don't know what day it is, dude. I couldn't tell you. I have no idea.
Let's hear about the rest of the NFL news and if it's cap.
We've got a lot of it coming up next. All right, let's get after it. We got football news right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Let's go, Spring.
It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365.
By the way, Spring, big putty day today. You can go ahead and you can put Devil's Drops in place of the usual High Five.
Okay, I will do that.
See what you're made of.
I will do that. So let's talk about Gronk Gate. That is the conspiracy theory that Rob Gronkowski is going to come out of retirement and that he's been training in Vail. Well, according to Jordan Schultz, he talked to Rob Gronkowski about what Jordan calls his so-called NFL comeback. Gronk said this, quote, "Crazy, bro. They must know something about me that I don't. I wish I still had those powers because that would be cool if I did. But I was just in Australia for a few days. Now it's time to relax a little. No football."
No football for Gronk.
No cap.
No cap, no football for Gronk. To be fair to our dude Cease, we had heard similar things.
Yes.
About Rob Gronkowski.
And right now, Cecil's story is wrong.
Yes.
And we'll see if it changes.
Yes.
There's a lot of time before football gets played.
We'll see if anything should change, but in the meantime,
now you and I both like Cease too. I think we're willing to admit that.
Yes.
So
friend of the show, Cecil Lammy. But Gronk, according to what he is telling Jordan Schultz, he was just in Australia.
Sure.
So he's
not
have
playing football.
NFL training camp in him.
Yeah. Last I checked, though, like I told you, March begins Saturday.
It
NFL
does.
camp doesn't begin till late July.
We got time.
It's time to change your mind.
We got time.
Now, Willie, I don't know. You and I said it yesterday. I still feel this way. Let's say it's the Broncos. It is funny because whether the story's wrong or not, and right now it looks wrong.
Denver was favored.
They're still putting betting odds out there, like New England's 2, the Bucks are 3, Cincinnati's in the mix or something.
Could be alive.
So they're still going to take some money on it, apparently.
Not throwing dirt on this story yet.
Just yet. Yeah, well, we haven't started football yet.
Exactly.
But it does get it's just got the vibe, like we said yesterday, of Jerry Rice giving it one more try.
Does this one, does it rise to the level of a gate? Is this a Gronk gate?
That's a
That's
great
good
question.
alliteration, you know?
It is. There you go. Gronkgazi. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Oh, wait, whoops.
For the devil!
Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
Okay. Hey, Matthew Stafford. So he could be on the move for some reason. The Giants met with Matt Stafford's representatives at the Combine in Indianapolis. And also, according to Jordan Schultz of Fox, who I referenced in the first story, Matt Stafford met with Tom Brady in Montana. Now, Ian Rappaport went on Twitter and said that
Spring, before you read all of this, we're going to need a different music bed, I believe, for what we're about to do right here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Oh, yeah.
This is not NFL film stuff. This feels
There it is.
very beefy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a brisket.
Yeah, we've got NFL
Beef.
scoopsters.
beef.
They're scooping each other's beef
Well,
right now.
so Jordan's the one slamming the Cecil Lammy report by
Yeah.
talking to Gronk.
Yeah.
And now he's got Ian Rappaport coming his way about the meeting, allegedly, that went down in Montana.
All right, so Spring, take us through this current scoopster beef in the NFL regarding Matthew Stafford and Tom Brady.
Yeah, so Jordan Schultz tweeted that Brady recently hosted Matthew Stafford at his home in Montana where they spent time together and went skiing. Brady has been actively trying to convince Stafford to join the Raiders and discussions are ongoing. Okay, Ian Rappaport, he then went on Twitter and said that the meeting was unplanned, it was not extensive or in-depth, and did not include Brady hosting or recruiting Stafford, despite reports saying otherwise. Jordan Schultz then went on Twitter and said, if you really think Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford just happened to run into each other at a ski resort in Montana, of all places, at the exact same time, I've got a bridge to sell you.
Ooh. He adds they were together over the weekend. It happened. Multiple teams are interested in Stafford, and Brady has been leading the charge to get him to the Raiders if the Rams decide to trade him. Now,
And we just had the Pelissero tweet, which I'll reread.
Yeah.
Covering his boys back. Remember, Pelissero and Rappaport worked together. Pelissero jumps in and says, reached for comment about an internet rumor, not mentioning Schultz, that Tom Brady hosted Matthew Stafford on a recruiting visit in Montana. Brady's longtime agent, Don Yee, told me, I know that reporters sometimes make mistake in their haste, but this story's inaccurate.
I can't believe that Tom Brady's agent would try and strike down potential tampering.
Right. By
Now,
the way,
but,
go ahead.
But here's what I don't get about the tampering thing is, didn't the Rams tell Stafford, like,
He can seek a trade.
Yeah, go.
He's fine to do this.
Go see what your value
Yeah,
is.
they don't care.
Now, maybe, just maybe, in whatever the machinations by which a guy gets to go and gauge his perceived value around the league, maybe you're not supposed to
meet with an owner,
shack up with an owner, I guess.
It's true. It was at the old house.
Did they have a slumber party?
Yeah. No, what I want to,
Stayed
nobody
up and-
seems to want to get to the bottom of, did they ski or not? Because again, Matthew Stafford, you're not supposed to ski in any NFL contract, pretty much.
You're not supposed to do a lot of things, probably, on an NFL contract.
But could you imagine Stafford and Brady swishing down the hills? Looking like Lloyd Christmas and Harry Doyle out of Dumb and Dumber.
Couple of
speed helmet on.
Couple of Ned Flanders ski
Yeah.
suits going on.
Yeah.
It's like you're wearing nothing at all. Yeah, they got to be wearing like the most futuristic, like
They do.
shiny, foiled out silver.
Just obnoxious.
Skis.
Like ski apres stuff that I'd find in the French Alps and you're in Montana.
I could see that. The rich people, they all live in Montana.
They do.
Isn't
there like no state taxes or something?
And it's like there's land, baby.
Yeah,
There's
they
a
don't
lot
want-
of land.
Hey, they're not into what we're doing here, where you're about a foot apart. You could pass the Dijon mustard across houses.
Also, like, don't they have like private ski resorts in Montana?
I'm sure
where,
they.
like,
Yeah, Brady probably owns a mountain.
yutzes like us aren't allowed to go and
Yeah.
bomb it down the hill, pounding PBRs on the lift. They probably don't welcome that at their place. So, yeah, it's not implausible to me. Matthew Stafford always bumps into people, doesn't
does.
he?
He bumped into Sean McVay in Cabo.
Just so happened, and suddenly a trade was in the works, and now he's just bumping into Tom Brady.
We know this. They met each other. They chatted.
Yeah.
They were hanging out somehow. Maybe it wasn't fondue and some Pictionary, but they hung out at Tom's house.
If Stafford is a Raider next year, with Brock Bowers
and Ashton Genty picked at 6,
potentially Genty, the Raiders scary?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
With Pete Carroll?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it.
Max 6 Crosby on the other side? Yeah. Yeah, I think that team gets real scary real fast when Matthew Stafford walks through the door. I know he's 37. I think that guy's got another 2-3 good years. I thought he looked great this year.
Look, the Broncos don't need it because they got Bo Nix.
Yeah.
But you can't tell me it would have been a little intriguing to see Stafford playing in Payton's offense.
That could have been fun as well. Sean Payton, go to Montana. No, he's in Coeur d'Alene.
He's in Coeur d'Alene.
Yeah, different northern state. Go ahead, Spring.
All right, John Lynch talking at the scouting combine, and he said that the Niners have started contract negotiations with Brock Purdy and that they want him to be their quarterback. He was also asked about Deebo Samuel, who the Niners intend to trade unless they can't. Then it appears they will cut him. John Lynch was asked what it's been like dealing with this falling out with Deebo Samuel.
Love. There's a lot of love there. There's a lot of respect there. There's a lot of shared experiences. So to let that go, that's difficult. But like I said, time happens, and if it makes sense for both sides, you at least give it a chance. And so that's where we're at.
Did he explain why he wanted a fresh start?
Yeah, but I'm not. Those are personal conversations, and like I said, everybody's on good terms. And, hopefully we find a great place. Then we'll have to make a decision if we don't. But there's, like I say, there's been a lot of interest around the league.
Draft pick will make that all better.
Sounded like he was explaining a divorce to the kids there for a minute.
Yeah, there's a lot of love.
Respect.
Why are you getting divorced? We're not going to get into that. We're on good terms.
Shared experiences. She's my best friend. We'll
be okay.
We'll be close forever. We'll co-parent.
Probably not getting that story out of the Ole Miss deal, but yeah.
Broncos, according to reports, and Chris Thomason of the Gazette had this, not that into the Deebo thing, which good. I don't need them
They
to
don't
be
need
into the
to be.
Debo thing.
Not
Yeah.
with that contract. Now, look, if he wants to come and play cheaper as a free agent,
Yeah.
sure, take a look at that.
Yeah, you
don't trade for that contract. He's got voidable years and yuck.
Yeah, we good.
High five. Let's jump ahead here. The NFL will use technology for virtual line-to-gain measurements
Technology
next
and stuff?
season. Yes. Thank you, Chevy guy. So they're going to use lasers and Hawkeye technology, whatever you want to label it as, and the chain gang will remain, but as a backup.
You know what this is like? I can already imagine it. This is like we've got the robot umps, but home plate umpire's got to sit there with his AirPod and go, strike. The chain gang will be standing there for the aesthetics, but we really aren't using them.
I hope they still get called out a couple of times a year. Also,
you need those sticks, right? You still need let the sticks hold the laser.
You know
Laser.
the Bronco conspiracy theorists out there, everybody just happened to notice, as soon as you say Josh Allen didn't get the yard to gain, now it's time for the lasers and the Hawkeye system. Now you do it after you made sure the Chiefs won the AFC one more time. Okay. No, that's cool.
Are you conspiracy theorists?
I am. I'm planting the idea
You're
with
really
everybody.
passionate about it. I had forgotten all about it, but
Yeah.
you're right. Sure enough.
Oh, Josh Allen got screwed. He sure
I
did.
don't disagree with you. I don't know how we all looked at that and said, nah, it's not a first down.
How is this taking so long? It's right there with robot umps. Like, the technology has existed for like decades now. How is it taking this long? I don't know. That chain gang union must be awfully strong to try and break.
Well, I think it's also part of the aesthetics of the game, right?
Yes.
We do like the old sticks coming out and doing the little measurement and
when
all
you
that
get
other
an index
stuff.
card in there, it's
That's
even
right.
more fun.
But
Yeah.
I'm with you. But again, they can have lasers between them. You can still bring them out. Just have them laser measured between each other. They got the leveler. Just put the leveler between them or something. It doesn't even have to be this hard. You know what you ought to be focusing on while you get this out of the way? Get me a Knight Rider. Get me a kit.
And make those NFC South bathrooms less smelly. That's what the NFL's got to work
That's a
on now.
Roto-Rooter deal, it sounds like. Can't just cut a deal with them. Hey, come Roto-Rooter this thing weekly, and we'll be good.
Throw a patch on the jersey. That's going to do it for your high five today. Your Devils high five. Devils come to town tonight. Val Nichushkin returns. What is that going to do for the Avalanche? Plus, Andy, another day of no Nuggets basketball, another day where we have to talk about how good Jamal Murray has been of late. I got numbers for you coming up next segment as well. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
You've got the station for all Denver.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you dealing with erectile dysfunction? We're just going to get right to the point. If this is something that you're suffering from, don't suffer any longer. There's no need to. There's places that can help you out with this sort of thing. Don't let it become a problem in your relationship if you currently have one. Don't let it be a reason why you don't seek a relationship if you're not in one. It's nothing for you to have to deal with long term. You can go and get help over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are here. These good folks are here to help you out. And look, even if you're dealing with just an all right sex life, they can make it even better. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that works when pills and herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that can have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. All you have to do is schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is simple. It's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you get a test dose. If the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. It's just that simple. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the next day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call today and get help for this condition if this is what you're dealing with. It's 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us. I wanted to ask this just out of the gates because we've been waiting and waiting. Is there any news? Is Val Nichushkin going to be in the lineup tonight?
He is. He's going to be in as of right now. Like, they're going to come in this morning, but the way yesterday's practice finished, we're just waiting on final confirmation, but should be good to go here for tonight.
Dear Lord, baby Jesus, or as our brothers to the south call you, Jesus, we thank you so much for this bountiful harvest of
Valeri Nichushkin,
KFC, and the always delicious Taco Bell.
You know, it's been a strong year already in categorizing and getting ready for drop of the year. I think Spring saying Valeri Nichushkin in a southern accent is gonna score quite well. At the
It's
end
up there
of the
with
year.
Cool Carl.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just pick our own.
It's pretty good, man. Sean Payton is already many good entries into the drop of the year category as well already this year.
Brutal.
I forgot.
I'd say we need a joker.
Man, he's racking them up. Good for him. Yes.
The Joker one might still be my favorite new one of the year. But
boy, well, I love the other Payton response to the Joker.
Trying to find a goddamn Joker.
God dang.
Quit asking me about it. I know we need
enough. Yeah. Quit asking me about a goddamn Joker. Val Nichushkin returns tonight for the Avalanche. Jared Bednar broke the story this morning to Brett Kane and company right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's what I'm going to call that show from here on out. I didn't even mean to do that, but I'm going to use it. Brett Kane and company. Yes, Jared Bednar says that Val Nichushkin plays tonight. We anticipate, Andy, that he will go second line style tonight, skating along with a combination of Casey Middlestan and Jonathan Drouin. First line will remain unaltered for now. How long that will be the case remains to be seen. Andy, do you think this is a case of let's get Val up to game shape and then reevaluate what we're doing with the top line and if there's a better way to stagger some of the scoring? Because if you haven't heard, the bottom nine, they haven't been putting the puck in the net all that often.
No, they haven't. Yeah, I think what you do right now, because unfortunately we've seen Val come back from plenty of things the last couple of years, and it always takes a couple games to get him up and going again.
Yeah.
So I do think there's probably, let's start him down there and play with some guys you're familiar with. When I brought it up to Connor, maybe putting Natchez down and putting him with Val and spreading things out, Connor did bring up that Val and Natchez are both right-handed shots, so not ideal.
Yeah, they're both right wings.
You'd like to be able to have a true lefty shot on the lefty wing, but so we'll see how this all goes. Look, they've got to get some scoring. I think we're all just kind of anticipating at this point what's going to happen before the deadline. So I think you get a look at a few more combinations, and you got to figure out, do we need a shooter or do we need some more grinders, right? What does Val change? Could the Logan O'Connor, Miles Wood, Ross Colton line get going up and going again? Could that be a thing? Because that would be fun. I still think this team needs a little defensive presence, and hopefully Manson's back soon as well, which Jared Bednar also told us today that he's skating again. Val is an X factor. How long does it take him to be an X factor? You don't have a lot of time. You need as many points. I think you said 5-1 on this homestand. That's probably what you need. You need to come out with 10 points on this sucker.
Yeah.
So you don't, because the teams chasing you in the wild card race, even though you've got an all right lead points-wise, they've got games in hand. So it's time to quit screwing around with the points thing, stack them up, and make sure you're in the playoffs this year.
The Avalanche this season, when Nichushkin plays, 14-7. When Nichushkin is out of the lineup, 19-17-2. Basically exactly 500.
All right, I'm going to bring up an uncomfortable topic with you.
All right.
If they were to go 3-3 on this homestand,
You actually have to consider not trading up for something to make the playoff run, but just trading for something that helps make this core something different for years to come.
In the future?
Are we teetering on the edge of, instead of go for it, reevaluate?
I think I want to see a longer sample size than just a 6-game homestand with Nichushkin in the lineup.
Okay.
And with you generally being a healthy hockey team. Because, again, 14-7 when Val plays. I shared the number with you earlier. that the Denver Post reported. Corey Mizazek. Anyway, the Denver Post's Avalanche reporter gave us this, that only twice in 60 games this year has Jared Bednar had his top 10 power play guys available. Obviously not counting Gabe Landeskog, but twice in 60 games has he had those dudes available. He will tonight with the return of Val Nichushkin. That gets you back to a spot, and Val's going to go on the second power play unit to start things out. I wonder how long that's going to last. Obviously, Necas replaces Rantanen in that equation right there, but you have your top 10 available to you on the power play. And the power play has been not great so far this season.
Really hasn't.
Yeah, I really think, these next couple of games, they're important home games, obviously, but I think really like sort of starting, games 3, 4, 5, 6 of the homestand, even beyond that, this is when we're really going to get a sense of what the Avalanche are and what they're capable of being this year. We have seen stretches this season, Andy, where they're healthy and together, and they look like they're as good as any team in the West.
Frankly, when they beat Calgary and Edmonton before the break, we felt good.
Yeah, we felt pretty damn good about it. Plus, this is the first time you will have ever had all of your pieces together theoretically and an actually good goalie.
Yeah, and that is something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Bottom line, they need a shooter. Someone's got to shoot. You talked about the problems on the power play. You're overpassing. Everybody that watches the game, whether it's been Rycroft and Moser on TV with Kyle Keefe and whoever's filling in that night, or the guys in the TNT studio, they've talked about how there's some overpassing going on. Jared Bednar has said in his own pressers, guys have got to get selfish. Take your shot. Look for your shot. Take your shot. Now, we said this earlier in the week. Mikko Rantanen has not been a big hit. I saw another podcast. I mean, they're talking. Spittin' Chicklets talks about
his goal.
Right. Well,
goal in a Hurricanes uniform.
There was a Carolina handle
since he came back from the Four Nations.
Carolina Twitter handle that is kind of like some of the accounts we have here that are just dedicated to Avalanche stuff. The guy, whoever runs that account, said Mikko physically looks depressed on the ice. You can see it.
Could be.
And everybody's saying they just got to trade him out of there because they don't think he's going to stay there anyway. But my point about that is it may not be going good there for Mikko. He still was a shooter on this team.
Sure.
Someone has got to be willing to shoot the puck. You got to take shots, boys. Period.
68 points right now. They're 4 back of Minnesota in the Central, and the Wild do have a game in hand. So the climb is there for the Avalanche. Got to make hay here on the homestand, and hopefully the return of Nichushkin does exactly that for this team. Yet another day of no Nuggets basketball. 2 in a row. Bizarre.
Boo.
Nuggets are in Milwaukee, which is Algonquin for the good land, to play the Bucks tomorrow night. Andy, I was taking a look at something here, okay? So obviously this is an NBA season or a Nuggets season, more specifically, that can be broken down into sections right here. Remember when they were 11-10 and then they lost to Washington? Well, 37 games have happened since that point, and the Nuggets are, 26-11, I believe, since that went down. 27-10, excuse me, 27-10 since that went down. Along those lines, have you noticed that Jamal Murray has been scorching of late? Here are his shooting numbers broken down this season. First 21 games when the team was 11-10, 42% from the field, 33% from 3, 80% from the line. Last 37 games, he's played 36 of the 37 games, 50% from the field, 43% from 3, 91% from the line, averaging 23 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds. He was averaging 17 in the first 21 games. He is averaging 23 right now. He is shooting over 50% from 3 in the month of February. Made all 4 of his threes the other night. He's on an absolute heater, shooting the ball from the outside. Andy, as we sit here on the 26th of February, is Jamal Murray playing at a level that is good enough for the Denver Nuggets can win an NBA championship?
If you can repeat those numbers throughout the playoffs, yes.
Yeah.
I would believe they're hoisting a championship, quite honestly.
Yeah, when he's at that point where he's, 23 a night.
50% from the field.
Yeah, phenomenal. 43% from behind the arc. If he's going to keep shooting this way. Now, look, he's he's on an unreal heater right now. Like, he's not going to keep shooting, 60% from three like he basically has been over the last 6-7 games. That's not going to continue. Like, eventually that starts to stabilize a little bit. But you know what? I say that out loud. Jokic is still basically right at 50% from three. If you take out Heaves, we were saying early on in the year, it's going to come back to earth. It really hasn't. That's just the shooter that he is now. Maybe this is just what Jamal is going to be the rest of the way. You tack on the part where Michael Porter Jr. is having the best season of his NBA career, which by the numbers, he very much is, even with a banged-up Aaron Gordon. Right now, I would argue your three max players, and the Nuggets need them all to be spectacular. I would argue right now, they're all playing A-level basketball.
Here's the main thing I'm concerned about. Here's all I worry about come playoff time.
Okay.
As long as Jamal Murray is ready to be the Robin to Joker's Batman, things are fine.
Yep.
If Jamal Murray looks a bit like last year where he can't throw it in the ocean and we start seeing him losing confidence and taking the shot in the middle of games, despite some of the heroics at the end of the Lakers series and whatnot, then that's where they're in trouble.
And we know what it's going to be. It's going to be if he's healthy.
Yep.
Because last year he was clearly hobbled.
Yep.
And that's when the game went. The 1 year where Jamal Murray finished the season healthy, the Nuggets won an NBA championship. If Jamal is able to do it again and finish the season healthy, he talked about his All-Star break. He didn't touch a basketball basically. He lifted, he worked out. But he didn't touch a basketball. He just kept his body in shape and got away, and he came back out of the All-Star break, and he's still shooting the lights out. If he's healthy the rest of the way, they can win a title.
They absolutely can.
Yeah.
And I hope they will. Did you see after last night, here's what I love, and again, I know you and I have talked about this, a little bit of kicking a dead horse, but ESPN just loves anytime the Lakers, they beat a depleted Dallas team. That game was much closer.
Yeah.
Than I expected it to be. And yet now they could win the West.
Good. Keep talking
They're
about
the
it, fellas.
greatest threat to Oklahoma City.
Perfect. Keep Denver flying under the radar. Perfect. Perfect place to be.
Okay, I wanted to ask you this a little bit earlier since we're on some NBA stuff. Because you talked about, you had the great point about Oklahoma City, and you brought up the article talking about, is Oklahoma City the team that's not going to do well when things are tight because they play so many, frankly, uncompetitive games during the regular season that
they kill everyone.
They're not ready to play a tight game, and Minnesota maybe has proven that. Who would be, whether it's the first or second round, because we're hoping currently as I look at the standings right now, Nuggets, Grizzlies, dead even, exact same record.
Yeah.
For whatever reason in here, I could go look at it, but I'm not going to. Grizzlies are 2, Nuggets are 3. That still remains.
Grizz won last night in OT, by the way, against Phoenix.
So, and they're both 38 and 20. So, if that holds up, you remain in the top 3, you're not seeing OKC till the end.
Yeah.
Who's a first or second round matchup you'd love to really kind of test? Who would be that big physical matchup that maybe Chet doesn't love? Or is it the Rockets with some of their size? Is it a Warrior team that has more experience than you do?
Ooh.
What if the Mavericks get Anthony Davis back for a playoff run, which is possible?
Have you seen the Warriors with Jimmy?
They're all right.
They're all right.
All of a sudden they're an 8.
Yeah.
They were out of it, right? When they traded for him, now they're an 8.
They're not so bad. Yeah. It turns out a motivated Jimmy Butler. Well, that's a hell of a thing to
he can
have.
play all right.
That's not bad, right?
Not too bad a player.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So which team would you like to see the Thunder have to go through?
Well, my easy answer is I want them to have to play Minnesota first.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my easy answer. I think the Timberwolves are going to play, and they've been playing without Gobert, without Julius Randle. I think the Timberwolves are going to play their way out of play-in. I think they will. I think they're just too good.
They probably surpassed the Clippers, who they have more wins than the Clippers, but one more loss.
Yeah,
too.
the Rockets have come back down to earth. I really like that team. It's just not their time yet. So to me, ideally OKC would get Minnesota to start off with, but sign me up to watch Steph and Jimmy and Draymond go and knock around with the Thunder for a while. I think that'd be fun. Yeah, that's an interesting matchup you're talking about right there. So that would be the one I would want them to have to deal with first.
Boy, I hope. Yeah, I like How would we feel right now if you were to have this thing go the way it goes, and let's say you're right and the Wolves climb a spot and get to the Clippers?
Mm-hmm.
It would be Nuggets Clippers if they don't get out of the 3, or Nuggets T-Wolves if they don't get out of the 3.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know if you want to deal with that right away.
That's not great. You don't want to.
That's where you may want to get to 2.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Andy, we got another college basketball betting scandal.
Another
one. Okay.
Good. Great.
Yeah. So Fresno State last weekend, they got in a bunch of trouble.
Yeah. Saw that.
So they lost their 2 leading scorers plus a guy that had been quietly suspended, apparently since January. Fresno, by the way, lost to Air Force the other day. It was Air Force's first win in conference, snapped a 16-game losing streak for Air Force. Fresno had 7 players available for that game. Okay, but now our latest comes from the University of New Orleans. They have suspended 4 players that are under investigation for possible NCAA violations related to sports gambling. James White, Josh Short, Day Hunter, and Jamon Vincent have not played since the Privateers lost to Incarnate Word back on January 27th. You never like losing to Incarnate Word.
No.
The reasons for the suspensions first reported in social media in a post by Jeff Goodman. New Orleans has lost all 8 games it has played since the suspensions and is scheduled to play Saturday against UT Rio Grande Valley. Multiple gambling industry sources told ESPN that a betting ring under federal investigation also placed bets on at least 2 New Orleans men's basketball games this season, the December 28th game at McNeese State and the January 11th game against Southeast Louisiana, attracted bets from the sportsbook accounts associated with the betting ring. According to sources, the point spread moved significantly against the Privateers in 3 other games this season. Okay. This real quick, all right? I don't want anybody involved in a gambling scandal in any athletics. But one surefire way to get eyeballs is significant movement in the point spread of a New Orleans McNeese State game. Okay? It's kind of like, why is this guy betting $80,000 on Jonte Porter props?
Right.
What's going on here?
That's interesting.
Yeah. For a program like Fresno State, which is terrible, like, again, you're going to attract eyeballs. Like, bells are going to go off, when it's like, oh, man, look at the number on this Fresno State Air Force game. This is concerning to me. Yeah, like tons of people are going to bet like a Duke game or a Kansas game or a Carolina game because those games automatically get a whole bunch of attention. Hell, even if you're like in the middle of the pack in your conference, when you suck that bad and you're seeing significant line movement going on, people are going to start asking questions. Okay? And also, if you are going to do this and you're a college kid and you're just like, screw it, I need to throw a game and we're 4-25 on the season or whatever, I don't know, man. How about you just go make yourself $50?
Yeah.
Okay? You don't need to be betting the 5-figure parlay or anything else like that. Again, that's going to get eyeballs on what you're doing. It's what happened with Jonte.
Right. Well, I will tell you the other thing that I think is amazing is I wonder how long before the NIL money gets up there where they start thinking about, I don't want to risk this anymore. Making a pretty good. You said go make $50. How about just keeping your NIL money?
I mean that's why, that's why this is happening at Fresno and New Orleans.
I'm sure, yeah.
This is why this is happening at places that don't have whales and don't pay anybody. You're not going to see this happening at, Virginia or anything like that. So anyway,
we have to watch some pretty extensive videos about this, and I've had to watch like 3 because,
yeah, all the players all watch them too.
Broadcasting, yeah, guys, pay attention to the videos.
Yeah,
there's always the section of the guy that got caught. Maybe pay attention to that.
They're going to figure it out. If there's one thing sports books don't like, it's when you take their money.
Right.
They'll call the feds.
Yeah, they're paying attention.
Don't
think they're not.
Yeah. So, come on, kids. Knock it off with this crap. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Every time's a good time with the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And we're brought to you by Good Times. Stop at a Good Times today. Get 6 authentic Hatch Valley green chili breakfast burritos for just $18. That's right, 6 breakfast burritos for just $18 for a limited time at Good Times. All right, Andy. Overall, the Broncos ranked 17th amongst NFL franchises in the NFLPA 2025 report card. This is a players survey, an anonymous players survey. Here are the Broncos' grades. Treatment of families, C-.
Yep.
Not great.
That one, it feels like, what was the highest treatment of family grades? Do you know? I'm sorry to jump in on you right there, but that's one I've heard so much about today. I'm trying to figure out who's got people happy with the family treatment.
Vikings pulled an A+.
Okay.
Falcons, Dolphins, Cowboys all got A's. Seattle got an A-.
Interesting.
The lowest grades, Jacksonville and Cincinnati. Jags got an F. Bengals got an F-.
Wow, an F-.
F-. Uh-huh.
Holy cow.
Yes.
I'm not shocked by the Bengals thing at all.
No, that
Mike Brown's like, I'm paying your husband's money. They can take care of the rest.
I got my own problems over here. Can't believe T. Higgins doesn't want to play there anymore. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? All right. Continuing on the Broncos grades right here as we scooch through this whole thing. The Broncos in their food and dining area got a B+. Hey, that's pretty good. Their nutritionist/dietitian, the Broncos got an A-. On locker room, Broncos got an F. Now, to be fair, they're tearing that building down and building a new one.
Okay.
But the Broncos got F on locker room.
They've redone that thing like 3 times, man.
Apparently not to the satisfaction of the players.
I wonder what they want. Seriously, you and I've been in that thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to take the side of the billionaire necessarily, but it's a damn nice locker room from back in the day when it was just pop a shots and grab a stool.
Vikings, Falcons, Bengals, Dolphins all got A+ on locker room.
They got super TV. It's probably like Wi-Fi at everything and a charging station. Or
Wi-Fi is nice. Training room, Broncos got a B. Training staff, Broncos got a B+.
Okay.
Weight room, they got a B. Again, a lot of this stuff, when they build the new building, like they're going to skyrocket in this stuff. Some of this is just, the old Bowling Center building is outdated by elaborate NFL standards. Strength coaches, Broncos got a B-. Team travel, they pulled an A. Head coach, they got a B. But what's interesting about that is it is the 26th highest grade on the board. So Sean Payton gets a B, and you hear that, and you're like, hey, that's fine. But it's 26 out of 32. Ownership, Broncos got an A.
And they were 4th.
Yes. The lowest graded coaches, Eberflus with the Bears got a C.
Can't believe you got that.
Doug Peterson, Jacksonville got a C. These are all people that don't have their jobs anymore. Stefanski in Cleveland got a C.
Okay.
Let's see. Saints last year was Dennis Allen and then the Riz Man. They got a B-. John Harbaugh got a B. Sean McDermott got a B. Sean Payton got a B. That's 32 through 26 for you right there. And the head coaching grade is graded upon, do the coaches make efficient use of the players' time?
Interesting.
So I guess Sean is up there telling too many Saints stories, and guys are like checking their watches, being like, I got to go.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Could it have been the trip to the Greenbrier? Did not everybody get psyched to go spend a week in the Greenbrier in between games instead of just coming home?
Great question.
Because you and I watch camp. This is why I focus on that one point.
You're saying these guys didn't like the pottery and falconry classes?
Going to get locked up at some, frankly, old white country club in the South? No, I'm not sure they did. But look,
although travel, they did quite well in travel. Maybe the guys like the Greenbrier.
I mean, maybe they did. But when you and I watch practice, there's no wasted minutes there. You and I have seen a ton of coaches roll through Denver.
Yeah.
I mean, Sean's your classic. I know what I'm doing. I know what I want out of every practice. This thing's scripted.
Yeah.
We're not wasting my time. We're not wasting yours. Let's get this done. Move. And away they go.
I'm assuming it's too many Drew Brees stories. I mean,
Could
hell,
be.
even George Payton sounds like he's sick of listening to Sean Payton.
You know what's funny? You're absolutely right there.
God
you know
dang,
what's
Joker.
funny? I wonder if he does more meetings than everybody else. Maybe that's what it could be too. Because the older coaches, I think, like to meet. I wonder, I don't know the answer to this. Wouldn't you love to find out from a player that said both, like the Vic Fangio versus, let's even just say Hackett. I wonder what they did under Hackett. I promise you, the younger guys who are not trying to spend 150 hours like the old guys wear like a badge of honor inside that facility are probably not meeting quite as much as the older guys do.
Speaking of Vic Fangio for a moment.
How about him? We haven't covered this.
We didn't even get to this.
This
story.
is why people got tired of him here. This exact thing.
Yeah. One of our rookie pass rushers talking to a podcast after they win the Super Bowl. After we won the Super Bowl, I think we had the parade Friday. On Thursday, we came in for a team meeting to let everybody know how the parade was going to go. The offense dips out. Vic was like, nah, defense, come here. And he goes over a checklist each game of what we need to do. And if you get a yes in those boxes, 9 times out of 10, win. Did we win? Yes. Did we hold them to less than 4 explosive plays? Yes. Did we win on 3rd down conversions? Yes. Did we win on 4th down conversions? Did we stop them in the red zone? Did we miss tackles? Did we sack Mahomes? Apparently, Fangio still made the guys go through a meeting.
And wasn't happy with it.
Yes, he said, like each thing, he goes to the first half stats. We stopped them here. They got like negative 55 yards. This is unacceptable. Circles the second half. Unacceptable. 22 points. We won. They didn't score the first half. We're having a meeting after the Super Bowl. He wants perfection. Let that one go, Vic.
Yeah, bro, that sounds miserable. I'm all for
Let that one go.
dotting the I's and crossing the T's.
Sure.
You just won the dang Super Bowl, man. Go have a couple.
Let it
Make
go.
your famous meatballs. Go see your girlfriend and call it a day, buddy.
It was also garbage time in the Super Bowl.
Right.
These dudes, they were thinking about just how much beer and hookah they were going to be having
and not
after
getting
the
hurt
game.
in the process.
Right.
Bro, they just survived the season.
They are.
I don't want to hit anybody anymore.
They're in the